Meng Xiaoyu, a timid mushroom from Plants vs. Zombies, finds herself transported to a post-apocalyptic world. To make matters worse, upon opening her eyes, she is confronted by a zombie intent on devouring her brain. Previously weak and defenseless, her once feeble attack bubbles unexpectedly restore a zombie's sanity for a brief moment and grant her the ability to read minds. With tears welling in her eyes, she inadvertently uses her newfound telepathy to persuade a limping zombie to become her subordinate, a female zombie to act as her sister, and a mischievous spirit to take on the role of her son. Unbeknownst to her, a horde of zombies has begun to follow her, each with an array of thoughts that leave her overwhelmed. At the onset of this bleak existence, she encounters a reliable human who takes good care of her. Hiding in his embrace, she timidly expresses her concern. "Paisinian, I still feel like these zombies are following me to feast on my brain." The tall man gently pulls the seemingly harmless mushroom into his arms, tilting her chin down to kiss her softly. As moonlight bathes the scene, his golden-rimmed glasses cast a cold gaze over the approaching zombies. With a casual touch, he brushes her swollen lips, whispering, "Do not fear. The zombie king is yours." Xiaoyu's telepathy exposes the thoughts of every zombie, save for one that eludes her perception. Later, as she sobs against her boyfriend's icy chest, her eyes red and puffy, he tenderly wipes away her tears, contemplating, "So adorable. Her tears will only excite the zombies further." Chapter 1 Hearing the thoughts of the zombies, she recoils at their filthy musings. The zombie has devoured your brain. A sharp scream reverberates, the vivid green hue replacing blood on the screen. The timid mushroom has indeed been consumed. The pain of gnawing, along with a torrent of foreign memories invading her mind, overwhelms her. Clutching the crumbling wall, she stares in horror at the shattered mirror within the trash can. In the reflection, her pale face contorts with fear, her brow furrowed, and her long, curled lashes tremble like the wings of a frightened butterfly. The obsidian depths of her eyes shimmer with terror and mist, droplets of water clinging at the corners, exuding a pitiful charm. To her astonishment, she realizes she has not perished, but has transformed into a human. Once a delicate purple mushroom in the plant kingdom, she had been timid and vulnerable, cared for by other plants. Her frailty stemmed from her species' instincts, not by choice. In a recent desperate battle against the zombies, she had rushed forward, believing she was finally brave. However, the memories she digests reveal that the home she desperately fought to protect was merely a game developed by humans, her very personality preordained. Had it not been for the emergence of zombies in the human realm, ushering in an apocalypse that caused global glitches, she would never have resurrected in the guise of Meng Xiaoyu, in this dim alley. On a sweltering summer day, the stench of decay permeates the oppressive air, with remnants of rotting flesh and blood scattered on the ground. She disregards her anger at being manipulated by fate and stares in terror at the approaching zombie. Zombies and Jiangshi are not the same. The latter do not shed flesh. With a sudden glance, she sees the grayish-white decaying flesh falling from its face and the writhing maggots in its eye sockets. A closer look only intensifies her dread. Startled, Xiaoyu's body trembles, her legs feeling leaden and immobile. Frantic, her eyes reddening, she curses her own weakness. "It's not cowardice," she insists. "It must be the programming at play." Despite her internal reassurances, fear grips her heart. In a primal instinct for survival, she curls up beside the trash can, clutching her head, and in her panic, releases a stream of bubbles. According to the original owner's memories, after the appearance of zombies, some humans awakened extraordinary abilities. The original owner, lacking such powers, was treated as inconsequential, driven to lure zombies and eventually seeking refuge in this alley. To her surprise, she discovers that her skill has accompanied her here. Her bubbles possess offensive capabilities. Even if they cannot slay a zombie, they should inflict some harm. A glimmer of hope fills Xiaoyu's face. She desires little, merely to survive in this desolate world. Vivid purple bubbles float towards the zombie's face, bursting with a pop, causing the maggots in its eye sockets to flip over, meeting their glorious demise, a mockery aimed at Xiaoyu. Crouched in place, she locks eyes with the intact zombie, her dark grape-like irises misting with despair, her exquisite face resembling a fragile doll on the verge of shattering. She does not wish to experience the sensation of having her brain devoured a second time. What to do? Just as her heart races with fear, the zombie does not advance. Its expression remains vacant, its eyes flickering. Hunger, A bizarre voice echoes in her mind, and her impending tears are quickly swallowed back as she observes with trepidation. What was that voice? The zombie, limping with decayed lips and tongue, is incapable of speech. So, what is this sound she hears? Hunger. As her pale face regains some color, trembling hands rummage through her pockets, summoning courage as she produces a small item and timidly offers it, her voice barely above a whisper. Here. Eat this and you won't eat me. The zombie's eyes flicker once more. The human girl's fair hand clutches a chocolate bar, the Snickers packaging nearly thrust into its face. Recalling the original owner's memories, she cautiously promotes, sweep away hunger, be yourself. The zombie becomes enraged. How can it revert to itself? Human, you insult me. It refuses to eat, yet its anger simmers. This was a precious find, scavenged from beneath the shelves and long cherished. With tears brimming in her eyes and an unexpected surge of strength, she slaps the zombie in a moment of panic and dashes away. Cunning human. This zombie has such filthy thoughts, calling me a human. Bloodied streets, writhing limbs, the stench overwhelming, Xiaoyu sobs and runs for her life. Unaccustomed to her human form and likely having not eaten for an extended period, she feels weak and nauseous, her stomach churning, causing her legs to wobble comically. The limping zombie, believing the human is mocking it, angrily snaps its own intact leg, using its kneecap to pursue her down several streets. As the unlikely duo flees further away, Xiaoyu gasps for breath, the air slicing through her lungs like ice, causing sharp pain within her. She feels both wronged and aggrieved. Why do zombies possess thoughts, and why can she hear them? Is it connected to the bubbles? Ahead, a fork in the road reveals fellow zombies, ready to ambush her. Indeed, she can truly hear their thoughts. Xiaoyu spots two paths ahead and unhesitatingly chooses the right one. Damn, why did she run that way? If she goes there, what will she eat? With determination, having run for about 10 minutes, while avoiding the majority of zombies thanks to their thoughts, she finds a two-story building at a corner. The zombies behind her, as if encountering something terrifying, fix their gaze on her fleeing figure. She still hasn't given it the Snickers. To her surprise, the building's door is unlocked. Xiaoyu rushes inside, stumbling as she secures the door behind her and collapses onto the floor, panting heavily. As calmness returns, every ache in her body surges forth, her ears ringing, cold sweat dripping from her delicate face onto the ground, her vision darkening. She feels as if she might perish. Covering her stomach, she crouches on the floor, gagging. Her empty belly renders her unable to expel anything. After a while, she finally regains composure, the ringing subsiding, and she faintly hears eerie music playing in the empty room, reminiscent of the haunting melody that heralded the arrival of zombies in their world. In this realm, it is commonly referred to as BGM. Glimmering beads of sweat slide down Xiaoyu's fair cheeks as she wipes them away, her red-rimmed eyes following the strange sound. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a man seated at its edge. His hands, poised with a book, exhibited fine bone structure, while loose strands of hair danced in the breeze, contrasting sharply against his pale skin and full forehead. The cold gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose only heightened his air of detachment. His gaze was slightly lowered, casting a somber shadow with his lashes on his eyelids, and his gray irises resembled stagnant water devoid of emotion. She, in her current disheveled state, could not fathom how long he had been observing her. Chapter 2. How perverse, to have him relish the moment under the soft yellow halo of sunlight. The man's complexion remained pale as he stared calmly at her, his eyes vacant, devoid of all feeling. Upon encountering a living being, the mushroom felt a bit flustered, nervously twisting the hem of its clothing, its face flushing red as it awkwardly attempted to greet him in a manner befitting humanity. "You are so pale. I've been dead for 3 days and still can't compare to your whiteness." Those who had their brains gnawed by zombies knew that the timid mushroom was purple and would not turn white even in death. The man offered no reply. She, a tiny figure huddled by the door, listened intently to the eerie silence outside, relieved that the zombies had not followed. The joy of surviving the ordeal restored a hint of color to the young girl's cheeks, her eyes sparkling with life. Yet, when she turned to glance at him, he remained in the same pose as before. This was the first human Meng Xiaoyu encountered after traversing into this reality. She hugged her knees, her beautiful, damp eyes covertly glancing at the speaker on the windowsill. This place was a small library, where rows of books lay quietly on the shelves, while the ominous music continued to play loudly. The man sat motionless by the window, his eyes behind the lenses dull and indifferent, evoking in Meng Xiaoyu an unsettling sensation of being an inanimate object. She whispered softly, "The music might attract zombies, right? In this world, zombies were drawn to sound and smell." Regardless of what she said, the man remained like a human statue, and she began to doubt whether he was indeed alive. After all, he was far superior to the zombies lurking outside. With only a rudimentary understanding of this world, she thought that if he was indeed human, he might provide some assistance. Meng Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before tiptoeing closer, attempting to extend her hand beneath his nose to check for breath. To her surprise, his bloodless lips parted slightly, as if to bite her. Startled, Meng Xiaoyu reflexively expelled a stream of bubbles and quickly darted behind the bookshelf, peeking out nervously. The shimmering purple bubbles floated through the man's tousled hair, bursting before him. His half-closed eyelids lifted, revealing cold, narrow eyes that bore a disdainful gaze, their sharp outer corners slightly raised, as his gray pupils locked onto her hiding place. This time, his pupils finally focused, perceiving the sweet, enticing human that had been luring his appetite since her arrival. She, a petite figure concealed behind the shelf, wore a simple white t-shirt and faded jeans, her once pristine face now soiled, resembling a stray animal fleeing disaster. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, and her round eyes glistened, filled with moisture that seemed to accuse him. "Why would you bite me?" He found her both somewhat pitiable and, undeniably, appetizing. Ever since becoming a zombie, Pei Sinian could only recall his name. He had lost his sense of pain and vision, his thoughts dulled and plagued by an uncontrollable restlessness, sharing the same insatiable hunger as other zombies. Yet, his extraordinary self-control restrained his appetite. This human, unknown to him, had boldly presented herself before him. What was the difference between this and having a meat bun suddenly thrust into his mouth after starving for 10 days? The man's eyelids drifted shut, and his long fingers relaxed, causing the book he held to drop to the floor, fortuitously landing right in front of Meng Xiaoyu's bookshelf, silently serving as bait for the hunt. Unaware that she had become the prey in his eyes, Meng Xiaoyu felt a wave of joy upon realizing Pei Sinian was indeed human, but her earlier fright left her feeling somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside her grievances. After all, this was no botanical realm. Peril lurked at every corner. To survive, she needed to unite with humanity against the zombies. Having been nurtured by Dave, a human, since childhood, the timid mushroom understood that interacting with humans was preferable to dealing with zombies. Meng Xiaoyu emerged from behind the shelf, picked up the fallen book, and brushed away the dust. Her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of some text on a page. Although she did not recognize the human script, remnants of the original owner's memories allowed her to decipher its general meaning. High-end ingredients often require the simplest culinary methods. The book also featured a series of images depicting small mushrooms sliced in half, blanched in boiling water, sautéed with oil, and infused with ginger and garlic before being stir-fried. The timid mushroom stared at the separated small mushrooms, feeling a phantom ache in her stomach, cold sweat breaking out on her back as her pale face turned helpless. Zombies eating mushrooms was one thing, but humans eating mushrooms too. The mushrooms illustrated on the pages, though lacking her vibrant hue, had all suffered grim fates, reminiscent of their once vibrant selves, gnawed upon by zombies. The memory of that excruciating pain felt like a festering wound. She trembled slightly, as if plunging into an endless nightmare, the concerned calls and chewing sounds of the plants echoing in her ears. The zombie's teeth were blunter than those of the elderly, gnawing at her purple umbrella and white stock until they could not bite through, resorting to tearing instead. In a moment of acute danger, she had boldly stood her ground for the first time, paying a heavy price. Yet, she had no regrets. It was a liberating release, proving that the timid mushroom was not useless and could contribute to her companions. However, no one wished to experience the agony of being gnawed again. Recalling the torturous pain akin to being ground by a dull knife, Meng Xiaoyu trembled all over, her fingertips turning pale as she gripped the book, oblivious to the presence of another person beside her. It was not until a pair of icy hands clasped her wrist, pulling her back from her nightmare, that Meng Xiaoyu awoke like a startled bird, gazing fearfully at the man who had silently stood before her. His towering figure only allowed her to see his chiseled jawline, but the skin she touched felt bone-chillingly cold, clearing her mind completely. So cold. How delightful. Mushrooms thrived in dark, damp environments, and in the sweltering summer. The dry air made this fleeting coolness all the more enticing, making her want to shake her purple umbrella. However, the expression on the human's face was terrifying. In the indifferent gray of his pupils, Meng Xiaoyu instinctively sensed danger. She instinctively tried to retreat, but his grip was like iron. She struggled for what felt like an eternity, yet his muscular arm remained unyielding. Instead, her wrist reddened, leaving alarming marks. She sniffled. "Are you going to eat me?" This human was perusing a book on blanching mushrooms, surely studying how to consume them. With this thought, Meng Xiaoyu panicked further, tears welling in her eyes, transforming into bubbles that floated toward the man. Whether it was an illusion or not, when the bubbles touched his face, he seemed to delightfully squint his eyes, loosening his grip slightly, while his gaze at her grew even more peculiar, and even his typically stern expression softened a touch. Meng Xiaoyu's voice took on a nasal tone. "Let go of me." How perverse. She was trying to hit him, yet he appeared to enjoy it. Humans were truly frightening. Ignoring the searing pain in her wrist, she mustered the strength she would use against a zombie to push him away, unaware of the man's predatory gaze locked onto her. She flung open the door, only to be confronted by several zombies advancing towards her, wild and ravenous, saliva dripping from their mouths, as if they would tear her apart the moment she dared to step outside. With her spirits dampened, she closed and locked the door, awkwardly leaning against it, avoiding his gaze. "I'll leave once the zombies outside have gone. I won't disturb you, just don't eat me." Finally, the man understood her words, slowly retracting his gaze and returning to his previous position, pretending to read. Yet only he knew that his vision blurred again, until it faded into darkness. It is unexpected that this seemingly foolish human is aware of his desire to consume her. However, he is rather emaciated. Pei Xin categorizes individuals as mere sustenance, a means to soothe his restless emotions and gain clarity. He chooses not to hastily devour, opting instead to nurture the thought for a while. Zombies possess acute hearing, capable of detecting even the slightest rustle of leaves. He strained to listen, hearing the faint scurrying of what resembled a tiny mouse, approaching from the doorway to the corner of the bookshelf near the stairs, before falling silent. A dull ache began to throb in his head, his mood growing increasingly irritable. His fingertips grazed the sound system on the windowsill, pressing a protruding button. A peculiar melody abruptly shifted from a deathly tune heralding the arrival of zombies to that of ghosts. The timid presence of a small mushroom could no longer bear the silence, and timidly suggested, "If you must play music, could you select a more earthly melody?" Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, tinged with vulnerability. The zombies sluggishly pressed the button again. The resulting blaring of a horn echoed like the deafening silence following Meng Xiaoyu's earlier words. She stared incredulously at the man by the window, taken aback by humanity's peculiar taste. Meng Xiaoyu covered her ears, stifling her indignation, when she suddenly noticed the man accidentally knock the sound system to the ground. He bent down slowly to retrieve it, and each time his long fingers almost reached the device, they brushed past it. Could he be blind? No wonder his behavior was so odd. It turned out he could not see her. This revelation made sense. The coffee beans had mentioned that humans are intellectually advanced yet physically frail, easily succumbing to illness, with some ailments proving lifelong afflictions. This human might never see the light again, trapped in a world of darkness, undoubtedly bearing emotional scars as well. It was generous of him not to chase her away. She had misjudged his intentions, believing he sought to devour mushrooms when in fact, he merely grabbed a book at random. Meng Xiaoyu, being a considerate mushroom, felt a surge of remorse. She approached to assist him in retrieving the sound system, only to find that he had adeptly located it this time. Their fingertips brushed against each other, halting them both in place. The sound system might have been damaged, and the eerie silence of the room was unsettling. The man's fingers were chillingly cold, constantly beckoning the mushroom to draw closer. Tentatively, she reached out to touch his icy fingers, only to withdraw in a flurry, stammering, I was trying to help you." The scent of fresh blood surged into Pei Xin nostrils, causing him to repress the tightening of his lips as he steadied himself against the table. Meng Xiaoyu cradled the sound system with one hand while using the other to assist him in sitting upright. Throughout this interaction, their arms brushed repeatedly, their proximity so intimate that a slight inclination of his head could allow him to sink his teeth into the vulnerable flesh of her neck, extracting the warm essence of her blood. The man's pale lips parted slightly, revealing sharp canines, yet he made no further movement as a faint gurgling sound reached his ears. He could not see, but he heard the foods whisper, "I have not eaten in quite some time." Pei Xinyan's expression remained impassive as he nodded slightly. He too felt the same. Almost immediately, He heard the crinkling of a wrapper as the girl gently pressed her warm fingertip against his cold lips, while her other hand offered him something to eat. This is the chocolate I managed to preserve. Just earlier, a zombie was hungry, and I tried to barter with it using this. The zombie was unreasonable. Despite my offer of chocolate, it insisted on eating me. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Now, we can each have half, which is certainly preferable to ending up in a zombie's jaws. Pei Si Nian's long lashes brushed against his cheeks, casting shadows, while his thin lips pressed together. Human food could never satiate his hunger. Even when consumed, it felt akin to chewing wax, far less enticing than the girl before him. Unaware of the lurking danger, Meng Xiaoyu sat beside him, nibbling on the remaining chocolate, her cheeks slightly puffed like a small creature savoring its treat. I have only this. To survive, we must seek out a human base. As the apocalypse began, humanity's survival instincts were strong. Most regions had established safe havens. To live peacefully, one must reach these bases. As her words lingered in the air, a chill swept through, prompting Meng Xiaoyu to rub her arms and glance at the man's shadowed brow beneath his golden-framed glasses. She smiled, finding comfort in his brooding demeanor. At least he displayed some emotion. The mushroom preferred the somber atmosphere, finding the man less intimidating than before. Taking a seat on the opposite side of the table, she finished the remaining half of the chocolate, the sweetness blossoming on her palate, alleviating her hunger pangs. She licked her lips and continued, "What is your name? Will your eyes ever recover? You remind me of a friend I once knew, named Destruction Mushroom, though it had a far worse temper. It often sought to obliterate the world, unlike you, who is quietly good-natured." "Surely you can speak?" After a prolonged silence, Meng Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy for him, lamenting his plight of being both sightless and voiceless. Her heart swelled with compassion as she leaned closer, her mushroom fingers brushing through his tousled hair, feeling the coolness of his scalp. She encouraged him, "Do not lose hope. We are still alive. Once we reach the base, even if we cannot fight zombies, we can assist with other tasks. The base will surely provide ample food." Unaware of the complexities of human nature, the little mushroom brimmed with hope for the future. Pei Si Nian's expression remained indifferent as he raised an eyebrow. Food? She was, in fact, his sustenance. Leaving? Such a thought was out of the question. Chapter 3. The cold knuckles of the man pressed against her lips. Meng Xiaoyu had originally intended to leave the following day. But she did not plan on embarking on her journey alone. After all, for her, a solitary mushroom seemed rather far-fetched. The coffee bean was a social butterfly, often proclaiming that unity brings strength. No matter where one might be, friends should always support one another. In the game Plants vs. Zombies, the plants united to combat the zombies. Her thoughts were simple. She wished to travel with the humans she had just met. This way, one could look out for the other, one weak and one blind. However, she spent the night curled up behind the bookshelf, and upon awakening the next morning, she found the human had vanished. Meng Xiaoyu's drowsy consciousness abruptly cleared, and she frantically searched downstairs, not sparing even the trash can. Yet she saw no sign of the man. Where could he be? Such a large person. Gone without a trace? She fixed her gaze on the staircase leading to the second floor, took a deep breath, and ascended. This place was presumably privately owned. The first floor housed books, while the second contained 2 offices and a restroom. The offices were equipped with small beds for resting, appearing as though no one had lived there since the apocalypse. With a layer of dust settled atop the desks. Peering through the doorframe, she observed with a hint of disappointment, her eyelashes drooping. He left me behind. They had only met by chance. He was under no obligation to accompany her. Their acquaintance had lasted but a night, and she could not blame him. Yet, he was blind. Truly, both blind and prone to wandering. Meng Xiaoyu sniffled, mumbling as she descended the stairs, just in time to hear some noise at the door. She anxiously clutched the staircase railing. The front door swung open, revealing the tall man silhouetted against the light, his tousled hair fluttering in the breeze. Some strands brushing against his indifferent brow, adding a touch of vitality. Nevertheless, his expression remained as placid as the day before. "You didn't leave." Her eyes brightened as she stumbled down the stairs, rushing to his side. Just as she was about to leap forward, she looked up to find his face devoid of expression, and she hesitated, her small eyes darting to see if he had encountered any zombies outside. Pei Sion obviously would not respond. He closed the door and, savoring the sweet aroma of humanity, restrained his lips, lifting the bag in his hand towards her. "Is this for me?" Meng Xiaoyu took it, glancing inside to discover a bag of food. In a world where resources were scarce, it contained the most commonplace packaged items from the supermarket. Her eyes glistened with warmth. "You risked your life to get food for me?" "Risked my life?" The man turned his gaze slightly. He was a zombie. What life was there to risk? Besides, how else could he fatten her up for consumption? Meng Xiaoyu, however, completely misunderstood, realizing that this human was not as frightening as he seemed. Her heart swelled with emotion, her clear black eyes shimmering with tears. "Next time, don't joke about your life. You can't see, and what if you encounter zombies?" As her small mouth murmured, her emotions surged uncontrollably, causing her powers to bubble forth. Glistening bubbles drifting past the man's retracted fingers. The gray pupils behind his glasses came into focus, landing on her somewhat dirty little face. The dust she had collected in the corner yesterday was particularly prominent on her pristine nose, resembling a wilting flower. He raised his hand, his cold knuckles pressing against her lips, and Meng Xiaoyu fell silent, her damp, wide eyes slightly widening, as if a question mark were slowly forming on her forehead. With her silence, the world quieted momentarily. Pei Xian, expressionless, grasped the fate of the small food item by the nape of its neck and, with a stiff gait, ascended the stairs. He reached the restroom, opened the bathroom door, tossed the bag inside, and slammed it shut. Meng Xiaoyu held the bag of snacks, her face a mixture of confusion as she stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror. It was only when she noticed a small black mark on her nose that she realized she had been dismissed. In her frantic efforts to survive, she had neglected her personal hygiene. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, one could hardly expect to cover every detail. It had already been half a month since the apocalypse began, and it was uncertain whether water was even available. With a glimmer of hope, Meng Xiaoyu turned on the faucet, and to her surprise, water flowed freely. Setting the bag aside on a nearby shelf, she splashed water on her face, and once cleaned, her mushroom-like head felt much clearer. However, she soon detected an unpleasant odor on herself and decided to rinse off quickly. Pei Xian waited outside, and this time, the bubbles seemed to last longer than yesterday. He could still discern shapes. Just as his vision began to blur, the door handle clicked and a steam-laden human emerged. In that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped his sight, Pei Xian committed the girl's appearance to memory. She had not only washed herself but also her clothes, though she had no clean garments to change into. She stood there, still damp, accentuating her graceful curves, her small face framed by large innocent eyes, and her eyelashes clinging to moisture. This appearance easily stirred the primal instincts within a man. However, Pei Xian remained silent. Such a slender morsel. The endeavor to fatten her would be a long and arduous journey. He hoisted the still damp mushroom into the adjacent office, slammed the door shut, and locked it with a click. Meng Xiaoyu was left bewildered. "Ah?" Was the bathroom for bathing, and the office for what purpose? She twisted the water from her clothes, feeling the dampness envelop her skin, and nodded in satisfaction. This was how a mushroom ought to be. However, mushrooms were not meant to thrive in a sunlit office. Meng Xiaoyu was reluctant to linger, yet the door was locked. She leapt and twisted the handle, but to no avail, leaving her with a growing discontent towards the man. How foolish she had been to think humans were easy to deal with. Now it seemed he was merely tormenting mushrooms. The timid mushroom plopped back onto the bed, tearing open a bag of bread and munching on the human's provisions. By the time she filled her belly, the clothes had nearly dried in the sunlight before the human returned. This time, he bore several garments draped over his arm. One set was a light gray tracksuit, and the other an apricot-colored dress. He stood at the doorway, his prominent nose adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze calm and unperturbed, his demeanor stern as he extended his hand, offering the two garments to Meng Xiaoyu. His long fingers, with their distinct knuckles, contrasted sharply with the clothing's aura, prompting Meng Xiaoyu to clutch her own attire tightly and shake her head vigorously. "No, I don't want them." She preferred the comfort of damp clothing, perhaps not anticipating rejection. Pei Xian's aloof brow furrowed slightly, taking on a somewhat fierce expression. Meng Xiaoyu's previously buoyant spirit deflated like a punctured balloon, and she bit her lip, murmuring, "Then you go outside. I'll change on my own." Only then did Pei Xian relax his brow, slowly pushing the clothes into her embrace. However, due to his blindness, he inadvertently shoved the garments onto Meng Xiaoyu's head, causing her little mushroom head to bob as her forehead tingled from the impact. She stood there dazed for a few seconds before her eyes brimmed with tears. This was too much for the mushroom. "I'll fight you." With a fierce determination, she lunged at him. Chapter 4: Mr. Zombie's Rations? When a rabbit is cornered, it bites. A mushroom, too, has its moments of temper. She charged at Pei Xian with all her might, pushing him away and mimicking his actions as she slammed the door shut. Anyone could close a door, and she slammed it louder than he had. Afterward, cradling her head, she donned the casual tracksuit, only to be horrified to discover her skin had turned pale and wrinkled from prolonged exposure to damp clothing. Meng Xiaoyu realized a grave issue. Mushrooms and humans were ultimately dissimilar. She now inhabited a human body. If she remained in such a humid environment, she might not last 3 days before becoming paler than the male humans outside. She had only been human for a few days. She could not compare herself to them. He must have been worried about her, risking his life to find her clothes. Guilt dissipated her anger, lingering within her heart. Meng Xiaoyu opened the door to find the man still standing at the threshold, frozen in his stance. Her delicate fingers tightened around the doorknob. Her beautiful face flushed with color as she softly uttered, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you." The man cast a fleeting glance her way, silently turned, and departed. Biting her lip in uncertainty, she trailed behind him down the stairs, unsure of his intentions. In the ensuing days, she found no opportunity to discuss her departure with Pei Xian. His demeanor remained aloof, preferring the company of his sound system, occasionally perusing a book with a semblance of interest. Meng Xiaoyu was filled with confusion. He wore glasses despite being unable to see, and his constant reading seemed suspicious. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion of misunderstanding him again. After spending time together, she recognized that beneath his seemingly cold exterior, he possessed a warm heart, often risking danger to procure food and generously sharing half with her. Occasionally, he would bring back various spoils, including essential supplies. Aside from his intimidating presence, he was quite amiable. However, for reasons unknown, Pei Xian had not returned by afternoon after venturing out in the morning. A sense of unease crept over Meng Xiaoyu as the prolonged wait became unbearable. Finally, she pushed open the door, only to be met with a pair of dark, hollow eyes. The decayed figure sniffed at her, revealing blood-stained yellow teeth. Meanwhile, Pei Xian, unable to see, commanded a group of newly turned zombies to assist him in locating items. The fresh zombies, their vision still intact, struggled under Pei Xian's commanding presence, rummaging through bottles and jars, timidly presenting their findings to him. With his lashes casting shadows beneath his glasses, he extracted a small bottle of disinfectant from his pocket and sprayed it generously in front of him. The zombie, momentarily bewildered by the spray, eventually handed over the packaged items. Pei Xian sprayed his hands before he suddenly heard human voices drifting in from outside. In the chaotic sea of humanity, communication was failing, and the search for Meng Xiaoyu seemed daunting. She was the daughter of the Su family, missing for many years and recently returned, only to create conflict with her family and flee. Unfortunately, her timing coincided with the apocalypse. Having accepted a reward from the Su family, they felt compelled to make an effort. Everyone knew how the Su family had cherished their daughter, yet Meng Xiaoyu, a poorly raised child, was not warmly regarded. Perhaps it would be better for her to perish outside rather than burden others. After all, there was blood relation. They whispered to keep quiet to avoid attracting zombies and to report to the Su family that Meng Xiaoyu was possibly dead, allowing them to return to City B. The name Meng Xiaoyu rang familiar in Pei Xian's mind, as it seemed to be the name of his rations. Furrowing his brows, he pondered how his provisions could perish outside. An unsettling shift enveloped him. Nearby zombies began to stir restlessly, moving toward a certain direction. The zombies, upon realizing the presence of danger, quickly regained their composure and utilized their abilities to fend off threats. In the month and a half since the apocalypse began, humanity initially fought back against the tide of zombies. However, as the threat escalated and the risk of infection loomed with each fight, they were compelled to unite and establish bases, while some fortunate individuals awakened special abilities. The awakening of these powers was left to fate. Some were bitten without turning, leading to their rise, while others possessed innate talents. Consequently, many ordinary individuals garnered admiration after awakening their abilities and began to view the unremarkable as mere ants. In this lawless world, desires ran rampant, and everything was dictated by strength. Life and death hung in the balance of fortune. Yet, these matters held no relevance for Pei Xian. He feared neither zombies nor humans, merely detesting the latter's incessant movement before his sightless eyes. Ignoring the distant cries, he returned home with his bag. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. Typically, his rations would peek out like timid animals, both fearful and eager to approach, exchanging incomprehensible words. Today, however, the room was eerily silent, devoid of the sweet scent of the young woman. She had fled. Pei Xian stood still, maintaining the motion of pushing open the door, resembling a cold sculpture. After a lengthy pause, he adjusted his glasses, his light gray eyes deepening like a tranquil lake disturbed by a falling stone, rippling with tumult. The fangs, concealed within his lips, stirred restlessly. Disobedient provisions deserved to be consumed swiftly. He turned slowly, his tousled hair fluttering in the breeze, his sharply defined features shrouded in shadow. Just as he stepped outside, he heard a rustling sound from one side. Following the noise, he was drawn closer to a familiar, enticing aroma. Pei Xian advanced deliberately, embodying the essence of a languid predator inching toward its prey. As he drew nearer, he overheard a cross-species dialogue, a plea from the small food. "I swear, I have nothing left," accompanied by a low growl from a zombie. Being of the same ilk, Pei Xian understood the zombie's words. The creature growled, "Where's the Snickers? You cunning human? You tricked me last time." Pei Xian was perplexed by how a human could comprehend a zombie's words, yet the girl responded, "I've eaten it all. You didn't specify that you only wanted the Snickers and not me. Wouldn't you run too?" The young girl, emboldened, dared to argue while being accosted by the zombie. The zombie, unaware of the impending danger, glared at Meng Xiaoyu with malice. "If you can't find it, I'll eat you." As the words fell, an eerie sensation enveloped the air, the corpse growing cold. Chapter 5. Hey, what are you doing so close? Meng Xiaoyu sensed something was off as the zombie's ferocious growl ceased, replaced by a tremulous turn. Its knees cracked against the ground. She turned to see the man silhouetted against the sunset, exuding a chilling solitude. His tall, slender frame stood stark, his features more aloof than ever, as if cloaked in frost, casting a shadow of gloom. He appeared to be in a foul mood. His placid expression resembled the calm before a storm, poised to unleash a torrent that could drown anyone in its wake. While others would have been petrified, the timid girl cried out in alarm, "Run! There's a zombie!" Yet, before she could finish, Pei Xian strolled nonchalantly, stepping on the zombie, missing a lower leg with a crunch that sent shivers down the spine. The zombie groaned weakly, but Meng Xiaoyu was too astonished to pay attention, her eyes wide with realization. "Oh my! I've discovered the secret to human survival amidst the apocalypse." She recalled the saying, "Barefoot, one fears no shoes." This blind man acted with impunity, zombies or not, he was indifferent, for he could not see, and would step on anything in his path. Meng Xiaoyu shrank back, inching away, fearful of being crushed beneath his feet. Behind her was a wall, with nowhere to hide. She anxiously began to bubble up, softly reminding, "I'm in front of you, don't step on me." The pitiful limping zombie still lay feigning death beneath Pei Xian's feet. Pausing for a moment, his expression remained impassive as his gaze turned towards the sound. He moved his foot aside and approached Meng Xiaoyu, reaching out to grasp the nape of her neck, only to clutch at empty air. It was not until a bubble brushed against his fingertip that light and shadow appeared before Pei Xian's eyes. His gaze shifted downward, and he finally spotted the forlorn Meng Xiaoyu crouched in the corner by the wall. She resembled a runaway vagabond, her clothing soiled, her small hands cradling her head. Bubbles erupted from all directions like a mini spray bottle, the purple orbs shimmering enchantingly in the rose-tinted sunset, reflecting her clear, bright eyes that mirrored Pei Xian's silhouette. Her eyes were filled with him. She looked both obedient and pitiable. Yet, why was she fleeing? Pei Xian slowly crouched down, brushing away the chaotic foam and placing his long palm atop her head. Her hair was fine, fluffy, and smooth, a delight to the touch. Initially, she recoiled slightly when he placed his hand there, but soon she leaned in, showing no resistance. Pei Xian was perplexed. His identity as a zombie had not been revealed. So why was she always fearful, yet so close to him? Regrettably, despite myriad questions, he remained unable to speak, only poking at her mushroom-shaped head absent-mindedly. After some time of this gentle teasing, he noticed that the little girl's cheeks had grown rounder since their first encounter. His finger would sink slightly into her soft flesh, only to spring back when he released it. Eventually, Meng Xiaoyu broke the silence, saying, "We should go back. Other zombies might come." You might be able to crush this one, but the next might be a different story. Pei Snian's pale gray eyes fell upon her dusty face. And he nodded slightly. Yes, a bit dirty. Let us clean up before we eat. He lifted the little girl and slowly made his way home, stepping on the limping zombie as they passed. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Meng Xiaoyu glanced back and muttered to Pei Snian, "Hurry up. This zombie curses like a sailor." Pei Snian, unperturbed, expressionless, grasped the nape of her neck and took her home, up the stairs and into the bathroom, all in one fluid motion. Meng Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to his behavior. She had heard of people with obsessive cleanliness, those who considered even clean objects dirty and would obsessively clean them. After all, she had just been pressed against the wall, and her clothes were dusty. Wishing to befriend a cleanliness-obsessed human, the timid mushroom dutifully took a shower, changed her clothes, and washed her previously worn garments, then hung them outside to dry. Descending the stairs, she noticed the man had changed into another pair of shoes and was spraying disinfectant on the previous pair. His movements were reminiscent of a rusty machine, slow but elegant and composed. Meng Xiaoyu volunteered to take the small bottle and spray him thoroughly, ensuring every corner was sanitized before sitting beside him. She informed him that he needed to be cautious when going out. Today they were fortunate to encounter a limping zombie, but if they met a stronger one, he might not be able to step on it. Though timid, the little mushroom had a remarkable memory. A little kindness would have her drawing near without defenses, but a slight scolding would make her retreat under her little umbrella, observing from a distance. So it was now, as she busied herself advising the seemingly frail human, completely unaware that her delicate neck was exposed to the zombie's gaze. If his fingertips were to break through her tender skin, he could transform her into one of his kind, turning her into a mindless husk. Yet, such a fate was not what Pei Snian desired. Despite the multitude of zombies outside that he could control at will, he found it all rather tedious. A silent corpse would never hold the same value as a stockpile of food. She could help him regain his sight, soothe his uncontrollable irritation, and whisper soft words in his ear, words that zombies could not comprehend. Indeed, the majority of what human girls spoke was beyond his understanding. He could only grasp the general meaning. For instance, at this moment, Meng Xiaoyu's words translated in his mind to imply that he was inferior to stronger zombies. Pei Snian found it difficult to comprehend the notion of competition, a strange discontent swelling within his chest, though he displayed no signs of it. Pressing his large hand down on the little human's erratically moving head, his fingertips were cold, causing the timid mushroom to squint her eyes in delight, her eyelashes fluttering like the gentle wings of a butterfly, as she could not resist leaning against his palm. Unbeknownst to her, the man was leaning closer, his lips approaching. While she continued to chatter, "You have no idea how worried I was when you didn't come back today. I just wanted to go out and see if I could find you. I didn't expect you'd come looking for me. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Pei Snian's movements came to a halt as Meng Xiaoyu suddenly felt a chill at the nape of her neck. Turning her head, she found herself face to face with him. Their proximity so close that her nose brushed against the edge of his glasses, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Hey, why are you so close? Your teeth?" The last rays of the setting sun began to fade, casting shadows across the man's face, his countenance becoming more enigmatic, his sharp, ice-cold features deepening in contrast. The faint outline of his sharp incisors became more apparent, adding an air of danger to his already striking appearance. Under Meng Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, Pei Snian pressed his lips together to conceal his exposed fangs, his profile somewhat disheveled. It turned out she and T fled from him, but had ventured out to find him. Yet now, having seen his grotesque fangs and realized he was a zombie, she would surely want to escape. Pei Snian's eyes darkened with inscrutable emotions as he grasped Meng Xiaoyu's wrist, leaving indents where his fangs had grazed her skin. Only by consuming her could he ensure she would not flee. Chapter 6. He is different from other zombies in the final moments of the sunset. Shadows by the window bowed their heads, merging with another silhouette. Sharp teeth were poised to pierce the girl's skin, with just a bit of pressure. The fresh blood of a human would flow into his mouth, staining his pallid lips and draining away Meng Xiaoyu's warmth. In that fleeting moment, Meng Xiaoyu pressed her fingertip against his sharp incisor, her exquisite brows alight with surprise. "Is this what humans call a little tiger tooth?" The man stood frozen like a caged beast, his body rigid. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled brightly. "Your teeth seem sharper than the average little tiger tooth. But they are indeed beautiful, unlike mine which are too straight." She even flashed a grin, revealing her neat little white teeth, perfectly aligned like a pair of obedient shells, peeking out from her pink lips. Meng Xiaoyu's fingers were unreserved, her soft fingertips gliding over the corners of his lips, occasionally brushing against his sharp teeth, risking a cut with every playful poke, as the naive little mushroom danced on the brink of danger. Pei Snian turned his head away, suppressing the wild, bloodthirsty emotions swirling beneath his handsome exterior. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of the curious human, eager to continue her exploration of his fangs. He tightened his grip on her wrist and hoisted her upstairs, ignoring her protests, and secured the door behind them. Outside, the clouds had dissipated without notice, the moon rising slowly. The tall shadow in the corridor lingered for a moment, ultimately suppressing the urge to feed. He walked deliberately to the bathroom, locked the door, and after a while emerged, enveloped in steam, returning to another room. Becoming a zombie dulled the thoughts of humanity, reducing many to mere shells of their former selves. And initially, Pei Snian was no exception. He was governed by his body, wandering the streets, drawn by the scent of human flesh, the hunger overwhelming his rationality. However, just as Pei Snian was about to hunt, he noticed an unpleasant sour scent emanating from a human, as if they hadn't bathed in days. In that instant, all rationality returned, forcefully suppressing his appetite, even finding human flesh distasteful. From that point on, Pei Snian was different from other zombies. While they stumbled about aimlessly, he remained quietly in his room. While others fed, he refrained. He was busy disinfecting and sterilizing the room, indulging in music and literature to elevate his spirit. His life took a turn when a prey, akin to a fawn fleeing through the woods, intruded upon his domain. He thought to nurture it for a while, at least until she noticed, as he had endured similar situations before. The following morning, he planned to venture out in search of provisions, but encountered an obstruction at the door. He inadvertently kicked something, causing it to tumble to the ground. As the familiar bubbles touched him, he discerned the true nature of the obstruction and fell silent. The young girl had apparently set a small stool in the middle of the doorway, which he had inadvertently overturned. She lay sprawled on the floor, her eyes reddened as she silently reproached him for his actions. Perhaps next time, she thought, he ought to use a cane. She had risen early that day to block his exit, but had succumbed to sleep, resting her chin in her hands. Had he not kicked her aside, she might have ended up like a hapless zombie. Meng Xiaoyu, shaken by the incident, contemplated the absurdity of it all. If he had wielded a cane, would she not have been skewered?
No, that would not do.
She shook her head, resolving to be more cautious in the future and not obstruct his path again. Throughout her monologue, she received no response from the man, only to look up and find his pale visage unyielding in the sunlight, standing like a statue at the door, his knuckles taut, as if preparing to strike her. He ultimately restrained himself, seized the timid girl by the nape of her neck, disregarding her frightened gaze, and tossed her aside as he stepped outside.
Quick-witted.
She grasped the doorknob, insisting, "Wait. I want to go with you. You always take care of me. I know I am useless, but I can help fend off zombies if necessary." The sheen of cold sweat glistened on her smooth forehead, her cheeks flushed as she clung to the door, engaging in a tug-of-war against an inhuman force. He pressed down on her head, attempting to push her back inside.
Take me with you.
I can be useful. I can hear the thoughts of zombies and negotiate with them, buying us time to escape. Hearing her claim, Meng Xiaoyu sensed a flicker of amusement at the corner of his lips, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Was it mockery? Uncertain, she scrutinized him anew. The man possessed an admirable bone structure, his cool, pale skin contrasting with the golden frames of his glasses, exuding a detached demeanor that suggested he was not one to mock others. Perhaps she had misread his expression, fearing that their commotion might attract zombies. She clung to his arm, pleading, "Take me along. I promise to be obedient and follow your lead. You can't speak anyway, so I'll help you distract the zombies. If you don't let me accompany you, I'll sneak out on my own, and you won't be able to stop me." Just as she uttered those words, the atmosphere grew tense, her neck tightening as he grabbed the collar of her shirt and tossed her back into the room. The door clicked shut behind him, and with an elegant motion, he withdrew the key, departing in search of sustenance. Meng Xiaoyu was left dumbfounded. What was he thinking? She had only intended to protect him, concerned that he, being blind and frail, might encounter danger alone. At least if she accompanied him, she could serve as his eyes. Yet he seemed oblivious to her good intentions. Frustrated, she noticed the window and her eyes brightened. This was the ground floor, and there were other means of egress. Cleverly, she opened the window and removed the screen. Clambering out, a cacophony of creaks echoed beneath her feet, and as she focused, she saw a decayed face of a zombie crawling in the shadows. Her complexion paled, nearly causing her to faint, but she steadied herself against the wall, trembling as she activated her powers, sending a purple bubble toward the zombie. The familiar thoughts of the zombie flooded her mind. It was the same limping creature from before. Her earlier assumptions had proven correct. As long as she did not provoke them, zombies who had been affected by her abilities would not attack mindlessly. They retained a semblance of human thought and could be communicated with. This particular zombie had been following her for a morsel of a Snickers bar, showcasing its determination. Having brought some food with her, she shifted her feet, offering the candy bar from her pocket. The limping zombie, having been stepped on multiple times since yesterday, struggled to rise, its heartache evident as it clutched the chocolate bar and squatted beside her, munching away. Although human food tasted like wax to a zombie, it provided a semblance of comfort. As the zombie savored its treat, Meng Xiaoyu sensed a subtle shift in her powers. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she remained vigilant, releasing another bubble that floated lazily, landing on the zombie's hand. In a moment of inattention, it inadvertently bit itself, its eyes wide with shock. Where is my last bite of Snickers? How could it vanish so suddenly? Chapter 7. The timid girl grows bold. How dare she scold him? While the zombie pondered its existence, Meng Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. She had discovered she could conceal food within her bubbles. Though the quantity was small, it was indeed a form of gain. In a world ravaged by chaos, the ability to store items was invaluable. While she currently relied on the kindness of a human male for sustenance, it was wise to prepare for unforeseen circumstances by keeping supplies in her space. This was far more useful than merely hearing the thoughts of zombies. But what had triggered the emergence of her powers? With a puzzled expression, she looked at the zombie beside her, both sharing a moment of confusion. Where is it? Where is it?
Oh.
Meng Xiaoyu quickly returned the bit of Snickers to the zombie, which lunged forward to devour it, finishing off the remaining chocolate bar in a swift motion. Her bubble space grew slightly larger. Could it be that her abilities were enhanced by fulfilling the desires of zombies? How else could she explain it? The zombie, having finished its meal, stared at her with a longing gaze, its nearly rotting eye sockets fixated on her. Truth be told, the sight of the zombie was quite unsettling. And Meng Xiaoyu felt a twinge of fear as she negotiated. Would you prefer to be sated once or have a full meal every time? Regardless, my abilities are undoubtedly connected to you. I must first secure this dangerous creature before delving deeper into my powers. Of course, I want to be full every time. The limping zombie was not foolish. Meng Xiaoyu, trembling, continued, if you wish to be well fed, you cannot eat me. I will bring you food in the future. However, should you lay a hand on me, you may find yourself without your precious Snickers next time. The zombie mulled over her proposition, recognizing her logic. Not eating you is one thing, but what if I am consumed by other zombies? Then you would lose out on tasty treats as well, so you must protect me. The zombie was taken aback. It had already shown great mercy by refraining from biting humans. Why must it now act as her protector? Sensing its reluctance, Meng Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment. Fine, if you want tea help, I can always negotiate with the other zombies. They are unlikely to truly eat me. Rising to her feet, she dusted herself off and made a move to leave. The zombie, alarmed, followed her, letting out a distressed growl.
Roar.
I agree to help you. Relieved, Meng Xiaoyu exhaled. Then help me find someone. I worry he may encounter danger, the one you saw me step on yesterday. The zombie growled in response, recalling its grudge against that particular individual. What could happen to him? A few zombies wouldn't be a match for him. Even if he were to fall, he would still bounce back. Do not harbor ill thoughts about him, Meng Xiaoyu chided as she tossed a small stone at the zombie. Now emboldened as it realized the limping zombie posed no threat. In the past, she would have never dared to provoke a zombie. The limping zombie paid little heed to trivialities, moving with a rhythmic thud of its kneecaps. Meng Xiaoyu stealthily trailed behind, her senses alert, ever wary of an unexpected encounter with the undead. In the underdeveloped Y City, the onset of the apocalypse had driven many to seek refuge in the outskirts, leading to a scarcity of zombies in most areas, save for designated locations such as large supermarkets, hospitals, and parks. The occasional zombie that appeared was often forewarned by the limping one, allowing Meng Xiaoyu to evade them in advance. At that moment, Pei Xin was oblivious to the fact that his reserve food had escaped. He was instead commanding newly transformed zombies to scavenge for meat. The reserves were too emaciated and required nourishment. Most supermarkets had been emptied by those with abilities, but the cold storage of this large supermarket remained untouched. After all, those fleeing had sought food that was easy to carry, neglecting the frozen goods. The cold storage boasted a backup power source and a line of zombies, each clutching 2 bags of frozen meat, with one even carrying a small refrigerator, shuffled in unison. Paysine's tall figure stood silhouetted against the light at the entrance, listening to the zombies report their findings. He slightly nodded, his thin lips parting to emit a low growl reminiscent of a zombie's. He found the sound of zombies displeasing, hence he seldom spoke. Aside from his pallid skin and gray pupils, he bore little difference from a human. The zombies obediently followed his commands, moving out behind him. Suddenly, a familiar sweet scent wafted closer, rousing the zombies into a frenzy. Paysine halted, relinquishing his control over them. A familiar voice cried out ahead, warning of zombies trailing behind. Months. Paysine lazily lifted his eyelids. Who could be deemed human? The reserve food had managed to escape and now dared to berate him. Before he could dwell further, that enticing scent drew nearer, accompanied by a flurry of bubbles that deliberately avoided Paysine, instead bombarding the zombies behind him. With a gentle tug, a soft, seemingly boneless hand slipped into his, urging him to run. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged as Meng Xiaoyu paced in place. Her clear eyes filled with a mix of confusion and urgency. Run? The zombies were momentarily distracted by the bubbles, affording her a fleeting chance to escape. This peculiar human, however, stood still. She exerted all her strength, tugging at his large hand with all her might. At last the man moved, his slow gait languid, yet relaxed. An unhurried demeanor that set the anxious mushroom on edge. She shouted in frustration, "Big fool, can you move any faster? What will happen if the zombies catch up?"
Yet.
As Meng Xiaoyu glanced back, she noticed the zombies had fallen silent. This batch of zombies was rather inept, newly transformed, and moving with the sluggishness of snails. Slower even than a human male. Were it not for their grayish faces, the decaying flesh, vacant eyes, and bloodied fangs, Meng Xiaoyu might have mistaken them for a group of elderly individuals on the verge of collapse. With the danger seemingly diminished, Meng Xiaoyu's taut nerves began to relax. Yet she remained anxious to pull the man home. Paysine remained silent, allowing her to guide him, resembling an emotionless marionette. The encroaching darkness around him served as a reminder that the bubbles from the reserve food had been wasted on the other zombies. A shadow of frost clouded his brow, and a chill emanated from his lowered gaze. Meng Xiaoyu shivered from the cold, her heart racing as she stealthily followed the limping zombies lead back home, only to be struck by a sudden dilemma at the doorstep. The key. Who had the audacity to lock the mushroom inside with a U-lock? A chill crept up her spine, and she turned, startled, releasing his hand in haste. Paysine's tall figure cast a shadow over her petite frame, his sharply defined features accentuated by the dim light. Though his eyes were obscured behind glasses, they gleamed coldly, while his face, pale as it was, seemed to harbor an inexplicable darkness. Meng Xiaoyu's heart raced as she took 2 steps back, her back pressed against the door. Her voice trembled. "What are you doing?" "I'm only concerned for your safety, you know. If I hadn't shown up, you wouldn't have seen the zombies, and would have been eaten." How ungrateful of him, she thought. Paysine's pale lips twitched slightly. Meng Xiaoyu, cradling her head, strained to hear. "What did you just say?" Chapter 8. Disobedient food. He will handle it himself, did you just speak? Meng Xiaoyu watched in awe as Paysine's lips moved, seemingly forming words. She felt as if she had discovered a treasure, her excitement palpable as she gripped his sturdy arm. "Can you talk?" Since their acquaintance, she had mostly conversed with herself, her timid nature making it difficult to engage with others. Yet, the absence of a response left her feeling lonely. If he could speak, they could converse rather than her guessing his thoughts. The spark of hope shone in her bright eyes as she gazed at Paysine's mouth, wishing she could pry it open herself, if only she were taller. Paysine brushed her small hand away, his cold lips pressed into a straight line, the atmosphere around him growing even more frigid. The chill in his demeanor deepened, due to their communication barrier. Meng Xiaoyu could only assume he was upset with her for leaving without permission. However, she felt justified in her actions. Clearing her throat, she asserted, "My arms and legs are my own. I can go where I please. You have no right to interfere with my freedom, and besides, I didn't hinder you." Paysine lowered his eyelids, coldly fixing his gaze on the empty darkness, internally rebutting, still unaware of your mistake. Meng Xiaoyu deflected. Next time, invite me along, and I'll follow you. Then, nothing like this will happen. Pei Xin thought the bubbles were wasted on other zombies. What of his share? Don't be so picky. Just open the door. We can discuss this at home. We wouldn't want to attract more zombies. Pei Xin's expression remained unchanged, yet he sensed a familiar zombie lurking in the shadows nearby. Observing them, he adjusted his slipping glasses and casually tilted his head towards the limping zombie. The sound of kneecaps clattering faded into the distance, leaving only a disgruntled mushroom and a zombie in its wake. The zombie pushed past Meng Xiaoyu, its bony fingers deftly unlocking the door before stepping inside. Meng Xiaoyu eagerly followed, whispering mysteriously, "It wasn't all for naught. You won't believe it. But I brought back a hefty chunk of frozen meat." Summoning a special spatial bubble, she popped it with her fingertip, releasing a plastic bag containing approximately 2 pounds of beef onto the table, proudly declaring, "Aren't I impressive?" Pei Xin's striking features finally displayed a flicker of emotion as his brow furrowed slightly, hinting at a forthcoming compliment for the mushroom. Delighted, Meng Xiaoyu continued, "You know about abilities, right? Mine is bubbles. I have a space to store things." While the bubbles distracted the zombies, I swiped some meat from one of them. She speculated that several zombies had teamed up to raid the supermarket for meat, perhaps driven by their hunger for human flesh. Luckily, she had arrived in time to save the human and seize the meat from the zombies. It was unfortunate that her space was limited, only accommodating 2 pounds, leaving the rest of the meat behind. Nonetheless, she felt she had accomplished something significant. In the realm of plants, every species had its strengths, but she, the timid mushroom, had always lacked offensive power, often retreating in tears at the mere approach of zombies. However, the plants never disdain the timid mushroom. Instead, they comfort her. When she blows a bubble that does not land on a zombie, the plants praise her for the beauty of the bubble. This fills the timid mushroom with a sense of powerlessness, as she feels undeserving of the compliments for something she did not achieve.
Now,
Having snatched food from the jaws of the undead, she has made progress. Meng Xiaoyu sits opposite Pei Xian, her delicate, fair hands resting on the table like a cat's paws. Her finely arched brows lift slightly, and her dark eyes shimmer with starlight, awaiting praise. The man across from her does not disappoint. He raises his long, cold fingers, perfect for a mushroom's affection. Is he going to pat her head? The plants have no hands, and before coming here, the timid mushroom had only been gently tapped on the head by the entwined water plants, their damp, cool vines reminiscent of human warmth. A head pat must feel delightful. Although the man often frightens the mushroom with his stern demeanor, this time, he must find her useful. Stealing her courage. Meng Xiaoyu shyly leans her head forward, her inner purple umbrella joyfully swaying. Before she can bubble with happiness, a sudden pain strikes her forehead. The man's palm does not rest atop her head as anticipated. Instead, he lightly taps her plump forehead with his fingers. The pain makes her eyes well up. The little girl cradles her head in her hands, her obsidian-like eyes glistening with tears, as shimmering purple bubbles fall from her reddened eyes, reproachfully asking, "Why did you hit me?" She is so capable. Having snatched food from zombies, she is proud. Relying on instinct, Pei Xian's fingertips find the corners of her eyes, touching the bubbles. As his gaze clears, he sees her pitiable, unrepentant, and fiercely defiant expression. Despite having claimed so many bags of meat, she has muddled things up. Yet she remains proud. Foolishness. At this rate, when will she ever grow plump? His expression remains neutral as he prepares to tap her head again. Meng Xiaoyu, not one to be easily fooled, quickly retreats, curling up behind her small bookshelf. Taking advantage of the man's inability to see her, she glares at him indignantly. Her voice soft yet timid. "That's too much. You hit me for no reason. If you weren't the only human I've ever seen, I wouldn't care if you lived or died." He is so fierce towards her, even striking a mushroom. Gazing upon his face is like staring at an unyielding stone. Meng Xiaoyu sniffles, feeling wronged. "I merely wanted to stay here for a while before heading to the base. Since you can take care of yourself every day, I won't bother with you." The mushroom has been spoiled by the plants, unable to endure even a slight grievance. Outside, the afternoon sun shines brightly, failing to warm the cold world. She drops all the food she has gathered onto the shelf, stating, "I will return what I took from you." Wiping her tears, she chokes back a sob and rushes out, completely oblivious to the change in the man's gaze. He wishes to rise and pursue her, but the zombie's body lacks agility, falling short compared to the timid mushroom, forcing him to watch helplessly as Meng Xiaoyu slips away from beneath his very eyes. With her forehead still stinging from the earlier blow, she feels a pang of sorrow. Her lashes, dampened by tears, droop like a stray cast out from home. Her stomach growls anew, and clutching her little belly, she heads to the nearest supermarket in search of food to return to him, so they may go their separate ways. After she departs, Pei Xian stands rigidly at the door, fixated on the direction she had taken. His long lashes obscure the dimness of his pale gray irises, his expression returning to neutrality. His gaze narrows, and as he swallows hard, a deep, guttural growl unique to zombies erupts, inciting agitation among the nearby undead. Don't touch her. Disobedient prey, he will handle it himself. Until then, no one must move. Chapter 9. Timid Mushroom. What does partner mean? The bright summer sun fails to dispel the world's chill. The desolate streets are littered with blood and corpses, alongside the zombies that move instinctively and mindlessly. Flies buzz around the decaying flesh, the only sound aside from the zombies' roars. A girl, delicate and doll-like, enters the building, her cheeks flushed from the sun, beads of sweat forming on her full forehead. She wipes her brow, her large eyes slightly swollen, clearly having cried not long ago. The edible supplies in the supermarket have long been scavenged by fleeing humans, and Meng Xiaoyu has searched many stores before this, with this being far from her first attempt. At the counter lies a zombie with a shattered skull, dried yellow brain matter mixed with rusty blood, and its eyeballs staring blankly in the direction of the entrance. Meng Xiaoyu's heart stops, and she slams the door shut, moving on to the next store. Without exception, many supermarkets are devoid of food. She wonders where that man had found his supplies. A few staggering zombies appear, seemingly in search of prey. Meng Xiaoyu bites her lip and hides in a nearby breakfast shop. Who are you? A sudden reprimand shatters the silence, a coarse hand gripping Meng Xiaoyu's slender shoulder with such force it feels as if her bones might shatter. She gasps sharply. The figure fails to recognize her at first, then suddenly scoffs. Oh, it's you. Still alive, huh? Meng Xiaoyu feels a rush of saline as a few small pearl-like purple bubbles slide down, drawing the man's attention with a low, "You awakened your powers, huh?" His rough hand grips her chin, scrutinizing her with a greedy and malicious gaze. Lu Chong. He calls to his companions inside. Come quickly. See who made it back. One by one, several people emerge from upstairs, a trio of men and a woman. The woman, still clad in a pink dress amidst the apocalypse, is voluptuous and graceful. Upon seeing Meng Xiaoyu, her expression shifts dramatically. Meng Xiaoyu, weren't you supposed to lure the zombies? Lure zombies? Meng Xiaoyu struggles to recall the pitifully scant memories of the original owner, buried deep and reluctant to resurface. It seems the original owner had some conflict with her family, leaving home to work and study simultaneously. The girl in red is her senior, Liang Mingjiao, who often visited the shop where the original owner worked. She had a boyfriend off campus, rumored to be a significant figure, and it was Lu Chong who clung to her. Standing at 6 feet tall, Lu Chong is robust, with his right arm covered in serpentine tattoos, a buzz cut, and a centipede-shaped scar on his brow, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. When the apocalypse struck, the original owner was working diligently and happened to be with them. Meng Xiaoyu strains to remember. Later, Lu Chong awakened earth powers, and her senior awakened fire powers, while the original owner was deemed useless and pushed forward to lure zombies. The original owner narrowly escaped with her life. It was thus, through an unfortunate twist of fate, that the timid mushroom came to this world. As for the 3 individuals behind her, the original owner has no recollection. They likely joined Liang Mingjiao later. In retrospect, Lu Chong and Liang Mingjiao are the original owner's foes. Nothing but trouble. Meng Xiaoyu struggles against Lu Chong's grip, but her strength is no match for his. Instead, he laughs malevolently, the scars on his face twisting in a terrifying grimace. Oh, look at you. Awakening a pathetic ability. Can you even kill a zombie? I may not be able to kill zombies. She breathes deeply before suddenly shouting, Zombies? There's a human here. Of course, the zombies cannot comprehend her words, but they are drawn by noise and sent to locate humans. The scattered zombies on the street seem to go mad, rushing towards her, clawing at the door amidst their growls, causing the humans inside the breakfast shop to pale. Enraged, Lu Chong raises his hand to slap Meng Xiaoyu. But just as his palm is about to strike her delicate face, he halts, sneering, You little girl, you want to perish together with me? Don't even think about it. With the door locked, they must escape through the back. The breakfast shop has a sturdy glass door at the rear. Several retreat through the back door, encountering zombies along the way. One man swiftly decapitates a zombie with a knife, his movements crisp and efficient, making Meng Xiaoyu wince at the sight. Lu Chang covers her mouth, forcefully dragging her away. Unnoticed, a bubble the size of a pearl stubbornly floated in the air, evading obstacles with each impending descent, until it ultimately found its target and enveloped it. Lu Chang and his companions set out in search of supplies, hoping for luck at a nearby breakfast shop, as the surrounding supermarkets had run dry. Recently, the area had sporadically suffered power outages, causing the items in the breakfast shop's refrigerator to spoil, releasing a foul stench upon opening. On the counter lay a few remnants of flaky pastries and half a moldy bun, suggesting previous scavengers had come and taken the food. Their efforts yielded nothing, save for the unexpected addition of Meng Xiaoyu to their ranks. The car was filled to capacity, and Meng Xiaoyu was ruthlessly tossed into the filthy trunk, her wrists bound by ropes, her mouth sealed with tape, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. The air was thin and reeked of gasoline, and as the vehicle jolted over bumps, her head struck the trunk's interior, a pain far exceeding that inflicted by the human male. In retrospect, that man had shown restraint. No, that was not the point. Regardless, he had chosen to strike her, and she resolved to sever ties with him. Once food was secured, she would return it and part ways, seeking solace among human bases, perhaps finding companions as enchanting as the beautiful mushrooms. Surely, they would be preferable to that cold-faced, odious man. At present, she needed to devise a means of escape from this group. As she contemplated her circumstances, the vehicle suddenly lurched violently, the trunk flung open, and a beam of light illuminated Meng Xiaoyu's startled face as Lu Chang pulled her out. Beside him, Liang Mingjiao, twirling her hair with indifference, remarked with a hint of disdain, "Lu Chang, don't forget that I am your girlfriend. What does it mean for you to be so fixated on this useless girl?" Lu Chang cast her a dismissive glance, unconcerned. "Are you afraid of being overshadowed by a little yellow-haired girl?" Liang Mingjiao chuckled lightly, her delicate hand wrapping around his arm, exuding an alluring charm that captivated their teammates, who could not help but steal glances at her. Yet they dared not overstep, for her boyfriend was Lu Chang. "Look closely at her," Lu Chang instructed. Liang Mingjiao's alluring gaze swept over Meng Xiaoyu, but she perceived no flaws. "Examine her attire and her face. Her clothes are new, and she appears to have gained weight since we were last together. How has she survived all this time as a useless weakling?" Liang Mingjiao's expression shifted as realization dawned. Did she have an accomplice? Meng Xiaoyu, bewildered, queried, "What does accomplice mean? How do you form one? Do you split a head in two, one half for each?" Surely, humanity could not be so cruel as to demand such a thing. They brought Meng Xiaoyu to an abandoned small factory, its entrance damaged and barricaded with iron bars. Aside from Lu Chang and his 5 companions, a few survivors lingered within. Some appeared gaunt and sickly, while others seemed unaffected by the apocalypse, even condescending to the weak. "The hot pot base from yesterday is still usable. Heat it up," one of them commanded, as a frail individual was kicked aside, too fearful to protest against the tall
Sinman.
Ho San spat. "What are you looking at? If it weren't for us ability users protecting you scum, you'd have been devoured by zombies long ago. Watch your step, or I might just toss you to them." The man shrank back, resigned to his fate. In truth, the ability users were merely full of hot air. Those without powers were the true workers of the factory. The empowered had seized control, consuming the last remnants of food under the guise of protection fees. Now, the ordinary individuals had lost even the most basic dignity, forced to serve the ability users, enduring daily beatings and insults. However, within the factory, they could still survive. Outside, a grim fate awaited. They had no choice but to resign themselves to their fate. As footsteps approached, the group tensed, and upon seeing Lu Chang, the frail man hastened to open the door, lowering his gaze. When he caught sight of Meng Xiaoyu, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features, soon replaced by pity and schadenfreude. In the pre-apocalyptic world, legal constraints had curbed many sordid affairs. In this lawless existence, the strong dominated. Without strength, one could only be trampled by others, and in the struggle for survival, dignity had long since evaporated. For ordinary individuals, survival was arduous. A beautiful, innocent girl would fare even worse. The young girl was slender and delicate, but she had filled out where it mattered. Her charming face, though dust-covered, could not hide her beauty, accentuated by wide, innocent eyes, glistening with unshed tears from her plight. With her mouth tightly sealed, she resembled a fawn ensnared in a pack of wolves, evoking an irresistible urge to tease her. Ho-san kicked the door open, a mocking smile on his sharp features as he whistled. "Well, have you found any supplies? What brings you the leisure to bring back a sister?" He reached out to touch Meng Xiaoyu's cheek, but she dodged away, glaring at him in disdain. Yet, alas, even the cutest and most fragile of creatures, when enraged, went unnoticed. Ho-san laughed heartily, continuing his attempts to tease her. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes blazed with indignation. Enough was enough. Channeling her abilities, she released two bubbles that collided forcefully with the man's lecherous eyes. Ho-san had no time to close his eyes before the bubbles burst, causing him to howl in pain. "What was that? You wretched girl!" "Enough of this nonsense," Lu Chong commanded, gesturing for his companions to close the door. Casting a scornful glance at the howling Ho-san, what pain could her little trick inflict? It wouldn't even kill a zombie. "Stop your howling. We have scoured for hours today. Aside from some large shopping malls, the small supermarkets in Y City have been stripped clean by others. For the next few days, we must ration our food, waste not on the useless." Tomorrow, they would head to the Moonlight Base, established by those who had escaped Y City, a modest refuge, preferable to languishing among the ability users in the city. As for the ordinary people, they had been abandoned by the empowered. And the one cooking for them now expressed her desperate plea. "Please take me with you. I won't be a burden. I can cook and do laundry." A woman in her 30s, trembling and gaunt, approached with wide eyes. The cries of despair irritated the ability users. Ho-san, already in pain, vented his frustration by kicking her. "All you do is cry. Pathetic waste. Why should we take you? The strong survive. Without abilities, you deserve to be culled by the apocalypse. If it weren't for you useless people, I wouldn't be in such a predicament." The woman, having gone days without food and suffering from illness, crumpled to the ground and soon ceased to move. The timid girl was horrified. In the plant kingdom, such brutality was unheard of. Plants nurtured and aided one another, never resorting to violence. Ho-san remained indifferent. "Listen up, anyone who dares complain. I won't hesitate to send you on your way tonight." The others fell silent, even afraid to glance at the woman's condition, furtively seeking help from Lu Chong. He was the strongest among the ability users and their unspoken leader, capable of determining their fate. However, Lu Chong showed little interest in the plight of these insignificant beings. He wrapped an arm around his girlfriend's waist, urging the others to prepare dinner quickly so they could depart for the Moonlight Base at dawn. In the evening, they indulged in a lavish feast, utilizing every morsel of leftover food. The vibrant broth of the hot pot bubbled merrily, its enticing aroma filling the air, a scent that ordinary folk could only gaze upon longingly. Meng Xiaoyu was cast aside, her stomach growling, and the little mushroom in her heart lay despondently. Lu Chong, noticing her from the corner of his eye, wore a mischievous smile as he approached her, a bowl of freshly gathered wild greens in hand. "Do you wish to partake?" he inquired boldly. She did desire it, but the food offered by a villain was forbidden. Meng Xiaoyu silently gulped. The aroma of human food was intoxicating. It was her first encounter with warm sustenance. "Pray tell, who has been caring for you during this time?" He had already inquired about the Moonlight Base, knowing that entry required the submission of supplies. The small supermarket in Y City held no food, and to have nurtured Meng Xiaoyu to this state amidst the apocalypse indicated considerable skill. Perhaps it would be wise to either forge an alliance or eliminate the competition. The timid little mushroom, though innocent, could sense the malice emanating from humanity, and she shook her head in denial. She was no simpleton. Even though she harbored resentment towards the male who had struck her, she would not forget the benefits he had once provided. She would not divulge that. Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head, presenting Lu Chong with the back of her head, calculating the passage of time. Lu Chong had never encountered such defiance from a woman, especially a mere girl. His patience was waning, and his expression darkened as he prepared to unleash his ire when suddenly, a voice cried out from behind, "Zombies! So many zombies!" Chapter 11. The Zombie Task Force. In the pitch-black night, the moonlight was shrouded by ominous clouds, and the entire city felt ensnared by a monstrous shadow. Within a derelict factory, waves of dark figures stealthily prowled, their movements stiff, emitting guttural growls of warning. The entrance was overrun, and the sharp claws of the zombies produced a cacophony that grated on the nerves. The occupants were thrown into chaos. Even Lu Chong, a formidable ability wielder, felt a twinge of fear at the sheer number of zombies. This factory was small and remote, and normally, they could easily dispatch a few scattered zombies. However, with over 20 at the entrance and more lurking at the windows, even several Lu Chongs would be outmatched. Abilities were not limitless, and like zombies, they too had levels. Ability wielders relied on the cores of zombies to level up. Newly transformed zombies were first-tier, slow-moving, and with fragile defenses, easily dispatched. Second-tier zombies generated small cores in their brains, requiring headshots for elimination. In contrast, the advancement of ability wielders hinged on the defeat of zombies, a process fraught with difficulty. Even Lu Chong, the strongest among them, was merely a second-tier ability wielder. The sight of the smoothly moving second-tier zombies sent a wave of dread coursing through Lu Chong. What was more alarming was the apparent organization among these zombies. Aside from the main door, the rear windows had been shattered, and the zombies lowly groaned as they began to invade. First, let us deal with the zombies coming through the windows. The rest of you, block the door. The ability wielders each took a window, while the ordinary people stood frozen in shock, scrambling in confusion. Meng Xiaoyu, her wrists bound, felt the weight of another's foot upon her. Her eyes reddened. She understood this was not the time to cry out in pain. Her life was at stake, and this minor discomfort was trivial. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the knife abandoned on the dining table, like a silkworm inching forward. With her hands tied behind her back, freeing herself was challenging amidst the chaos. She crouched beside the table, deep in thought, and summoned a bubble that snatched the knife into her space, then maneuvered it to a machine within the factory. Wedging the knife into the machine's gap, she turned her back and gauged the size, but at first, she misaligned it, pricking her hand and causing her to wince. It's fine, she reassured herself. What was a little pain compared to being crushed by those humans or torn apart? With the lesson of blood fresh in her mind, Meng Xiaoyu continued to grind carefully. As the rough rope slackened, it slipped from her wrists, granting her freedom. Fortunately, in this moment of crisis, the others were too preoccupied to notice her. Liang Mingjiao had always followed her boyfriend in this apocalypse, and everyone had indulged her due to her looks, leaving her somewhat spoiled and with lesser abilities. With the initial zombies dispatched, more were drawn by the noise, and Liang Mingjiao soon found herself physically overwhelmed, nearly clawed by a zombie. Lu Chong, quick to react, used his earth abilities to erect a wall of soil over her window. Liang Mingjiao, pale with fear, called out, "Changge!" Suddenly, the glass he was guarding shattered. A zombie slashing at his arm, its crimson blood inciting further chaos among the horde as they clambered through that window, ready to hunt.
Qianyi.
Liang Mingjiao wanted to rush forward, but halted at the sight of his wound, covering her mouth in shock. "You, sister-in-law, don't stand there. Help!" Ho Sen's plea was cut short as a zombie pinned him to the ground, his arm struggling against the creature while he frantically called out to Liang Mingjiao for assistance. She, paralyzed by confusion, glanced at the tumultuous factory, where more zombies were flooding in, many having been bitten. No, she could not perish here. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly noticed Meng Xiaoyu stealthily approaching a window. An idea struck her. Disregarding the shouts of Lu Chong and Ho San, she rushed over. Meng Xiaoyu fixed her gaze on a window, where fewer zombies lingered. As the zombies began to climb through, she enveloped them in a mass of bubbles, listening to their disoriented thoughts. Who is this? Where am I? It's so crowded. Don't push me, let me in. It stinks. Why do I smell so bad? As the zombies encountered Meng Xiaoyu's awakened abilities, they halted their movements. Seizing the opportunity, she shoved a few aside. Make way. Oh, okay. Some of the zombies, still muddled, granted her passage, but soon realized, wait, the food is slipping away. Just as they pondered this, another woman lunged forward with all her might, unleashing her abilities to scatter the zombies, sending a wave of heat their way. Meng Xiaoyu scrambled to the window only to find the drop was quite high, with two zombies staring at her hungrily from below. Before she could activate her abilities, someone shoved her from behind, sending her tumbling towards the two undead. Everything transpired too swiftly for Meng Xiaoyu to react. In the blink of an eye, she was about to collide with the zombies. Unassailed by bubbles, these zombies were mindless and driven solely by their hunger. Should she collide with them, she would surely be torn apart. The excruciating pain of having her brain devoured washed over her. Meng Xiaoyu's face turned pale as she plummeted. However, Just as she was about to make contact, the two zombies recoiled as if from a plague, sidestepping her in unison. Meng Xiaoyu landed with a thud, her chest nearly flattened, the impact ringing her head with stars. She groaned, clutching her chest as she rose, catching a glimpse of the two startled zombies as they turned to pursue a woman in red. That push had undoubtedly come from Liang Mingjiao. But why were these two zombies acting so strangely? Was she something filthy? Meng Xiaoyu, now covered in dirt, picked herself up and looked down, realizing just how grimy she truly was. Her clothes were caked with dirt, and oil stained her shoulder-length hair, which had frizzed out, crackling with static. She puffed out her cheeks. Well, that Liang Mingjiao is indeed cleaner than I am. Let them feast on her instead, she muttered mischievously as she dusted herself off. At that moment, the familiar sound of a distant, rhythmic tapping grew louder, and a limping zombie with a twisted face gazed at her with hollow eyes, its hunger palpable. The overwhelming resonance of its desire echoed in Meng Xiaoyu's mind, revealing the weight of its resentment. It approached Meng Xiaoyu, tilting its head and extending its ghastly claws. Roar.
Food.
Despicable humans, deceiving me for a meal, daring to flee behind my back, and now I have found you. Meng Xiaoyu sniffled. I didn't flee. I was kidnapped. I was signaling for your help. If you rescue me, I can take you out for a grand feast. But isn't this a bit excessive? I didn't expect you could lead so many zombies. The zombie replied, Roar? What zombies? I didn't bring so many. I just lured a few with this fishy scent. The others appeared on their own. The limping zombie waved its hand, brandishing a piece of rotten fish it had scavenged, its dead eyes locking onto Meng Xiaoyu's. Meng Xiaoyu exclaimed, Huh? The mushroom and the zombie exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, where did all these zombies come from? Chapter 12. Mushroom. Come here, let me step on you. Meng Xiaoyu and the zombie were baffled. Could it be that, even in death, the human spirit endures, and the love etched into their very bones seeks companionship? Observing the other zombies consume food, did they too wish to join in? This was the only explanation, as such phenomena were difficult to comprehend.
Now.
Meng Xiaoyu had to face the ravenous, limping zombie. She pinched her nose and discarded the disgusting thing in its hand. The foul odor of decaying fish and shrimp was enough to make anyone retch. The limping zombie sniffed the air and let out a low growl. Meng Xiaoyu sensed its dissatisfaction. It clearly found the smell enticing, making it hungry. She scratched her head. You really are hungry. Toss away your rotten fish and I promise, I will take you to find food. Upon hearing this, the limping zombie slowly discarded the stinking fish, its decayed face betraying a hint of skepticism. Was it merely an illusion, or did Meng Xiaoyu feel that the decay on the limping zombie's face had not worsened, perhaps even improved since their first encounter? Her mind-reading ability persisted longer, sustaining until the limping zombie came to rescue her. Would that space level up as well? Alone? With the limping zombie and the mute human male by her side, Meng Xiaoyu had to rely solely on her own exploration of her extraordinary abilities. No one was there to assist her. She inquired of the limping zombie, Do you know of a large supermarket that humans have never visited? Of course, I know. But every time I go, I can't reach the items on the shelves. Take me there. I will retrieve them for you. We can stock up on supplies and discreetly repay that human for what we owe. The zombie, upon hearing this, began to lead the way with a stuttering gait. Unbeknownst to them, a tall white figure slowly emerged behind them, with metallic frames glinting coldly in the chaotic night, vanishing in an instant.
Slow down.
Are there any zombies ahead? I can't see. After all, humans have poor vision at night, relying solely on the sound of the limping zombies' knees clattering. The night air was chilling, causing Meng Xiaoyu to shiver as she timidly followed behind the zombie, filled with trepidation. It was said that humans fear ghosts. Was there truly such a thing in this world? She was frightened. In the original owner's memories, ghosts were terrifying, often appearing on dark, windy nights. Suddenly, a rustling noise startled Meng Xiaoyu, and she quickly turned around, only to find silence behind her, the darkness obscuring her vision. A black rat scurried past her feet, nearly making her scream, but she stifled her voice in fear of attracting other zombies. Humans are such a hassle. The limping zombie thought disdainfully. If not for the taste of human food, it would never associate with such a timid creature. Finally, they stumbled upon a large supermarket, the flickering red sign visible from a distance. This supermarket still had power. Why are there no zombies today? The limping zombie wondered, as it always saw many wandering zombies in the past. Thus, few humans ventured there to meet their demise. Yet tonight, not a single one was present. Meng Xiaoyu cautiously observed and confirmed the absence of zombies before leading the limping zombie into the sprawling market. Fruits and vegetables lay unattended, rotting under the summer heat. After surveying the surroundings, she spotted several small hot pots and even saw large pots for sale, reminiscent of the hot pot that Lu Chong and the others enjoyed. Into the space you go. She swiftly placed them into the bubble space and waved her hand to the zombie, generously offering, "If you can't reach anything, just tell me, and I will retrieve it for you." The limping zombie, already short and having lost its lower leg, could not reach the top two shelves where the coveted food lay. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyu's slender figure appeared towering in the eyes of the zombie. It excitedly pointed to the highest shelf. That one. Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head back, uncertain. Wangzai steamed buns? Surely not. She thought the zombies would at least want some meat, yet here they were fighting over snacks meant for children? As if to affirm her thoughts, the limping zombie nodded, internally questioning whether Meng Xiaoyu could manage. Fuming, Meng Xiaoyu thought, how could anyone doubt the capabilities of mushrooms? She would show it. However, contrary to her intentions, her height, while not considered short among girls, was still not tall. Under the shelf, she felt quite diminutive, stretching her toes and jumping, sweating profusely. Still unable to reach the large bag of Wangzai buns, causing the limping zombie's skepticism to grow. Sweat dripped from Meng Xiaoyu's brow. Although I am not tall. Combined we should be tall enough, right? Come over here, and let me step on you. Make sure your hands are clean, and keep your shoulders steady. As the effect of the bubble faded, Meng Xiaoyu compensated, precariously stepping onto its shoulders while warning, "Be careful not to scratch me with your claws. Or, if I turn into a zombie, no one will join you in your mischief." That's what humans say, right? The limping zombie discreetly raised its fingers. A delicate gesture, as they struggled together. Ultimately, both the mushroom and the zombie returned triumphantly, the limping zombie satisfied, while the bubble space expanded, now approximately 1 square meter, filled with a bounty of food. If not for the limitations of space, Meng Xiaoyu could have stored even more. This confirmed her belief that to enhance her powers, she must utilize the bubble to read minds and fulfill the desires of zombies. Next time, let us try with another zombie, she thought, momentarily forgetting her fear of zombies. Feeling accomplished. After organizing their spoils, Meng Xiaoyu hesitated, requesting the limping zombie to take her near the library before waving it off, allowing it to depart. She then cautiously approached the door, observing from a distance. After waiting a long while, hearing no movement inside, Meng Xiaoyu felt an indescribable emotion, relief intertwined with a pang of sadness. Perhaps that time was her last encounter with that human man. After all, he was her first friend. How could she not care? Yet, this human seemed devoid of any emotion, fluctuating between warmth and coldness towards her, gently patting her head when pleased and scowling when displeased, even scolding her when she tried to leave. So cruel. The timid mushroom had heard that many human men were domineering and controlling, terrifying creatures that would consume plants to the last shred. Given their limited time together, it was best to part ways. She retrieved a few bags of food from the bubble and carefully placed them at the door, ignoring her feelings of reluctance, preparing to leave.
To her shock,
As she turned around, a tall figure loomed behind her, blocking her path. As the dark clouds dispersed, moonlight cascaded around the man, casting a silver sheen onto his white shirt. The tousled hair at his forehead fluttered with the wind, his complexion appeared paler, and behind golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes were cold and indifferent, gazing steadily at the stealthy Meng Xiaoyu. Like a specter, reminiscent of their first meeting. He seemed to have watched her for quite some time. Chapter 13. Once you consume her, you shall never be free. As the night deepened, a gentle breeze carried with it the enticing sweetness of humanity, enough to awaken the primal instincts and hunger of the zombies. In front of the library, Meng Xiaoyu resembled a startled squirrel, her food bag spilling onto the ground at her feet. She was both astonished and terrified. Why was he standing silently behind her at this late hour instead of being in his room? She had just caused a scene earlier in the day, threatening to run away, and now returning made the situation utterly awkward. Would he scold her again for her reckless behavior? The air suddenly fell into a heavy silence, and when Meng Xiaoyu looked up to meet the man's gaze, she suddenly realized he was blind and could not see her. What did it matter if she walked past him? After all, she had consumed his provisions for days. If not now, when would she leave? Taking advantage of his blindness, Meng Xiaoyu boldly walked past him, only to be seized by the wrist in the next moment. The night air had turned chilly, and his hand felt like ice, sending shivers through her. Unable to restrain herself, she blurted out, "Can you see now?" Pei Sinian had long, narrow eyes, with a thin and deep upper eyelid, sharply defined at the corners. His pale gray irises were perpetually heavy, devoid of any clarity. Even now, he stood there quietly, his eyes still not registering Meng Xiaoyu's presence, which left her heart heavy with disappointment. In their brief acquaintance, he had never once looked upon her face. Perhaps next time they met, they would be like strangers or never meet again. "I'll return what I've taken from you. Please let me go. I wish to go to the human base," was Meng Xiaoyu's initial desire. The human base was the safest haven, and despite her harrowing experiences today, which had revealed to her that not all humans were benevolent, many were indeed wicked, she still yearned to see the human base. She struggled against his grip, but Pei Sinian, though tall and slender, possessed an unexpected strength that firmly held her. With a swift motion, he lifted her as if she were a child and began to walk back slowly. Meng Xiaoyu flailed beneath his grasp, suddenly noticing the ground beneath him, and exclaimed, "Wait, you're going to step on my food." Pei Sinian halted, releasing her and gesturing for her to pick it up. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she bolted, but he caught her again, gripping the nape of her neck with cold fingers that gently brushed against her, a silent threat. Meng Xiaoyu understood that escaping tonight was unlikely. It was dark and not safe for her to be out alone, especially since her vision was impaired at night. Reluctantly, she decided to endure for one night, planning to devise an escape from this human's clutches the following day. No longer causing a ruckus, she dejectedly squatted to gather her scattered belongings and followed Pei Sinian home. The library lacked a backup power source, yet since her arrival, there had been no shortage of water or electricity, something she had never noticed before. It was only when she saw the man slowly dragging out a generator from some hidden alley that she realized the truth. He turned on the lights and approached her. Extending a hand, Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head, her clear, gentle eyes questioning, "What do you want?" He could not speak, yet stubbornly maintained his outstretched hand. After a moment of hesitation, she handed him a bag of cookies. Pei Sinian, feeling a pang of frustration due to their communication barrier, pressed his thin lips together, his long fingers forming a circular shape. "Bubbles," he seemed to convey. Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaoyu recoiled, stepping back and inadvertently colliding with a nearby bookshelf. A cascade of books tumbled down, striking her, and she instinctively curled up, cradling her head, only to brush against her injured finger, causing tears to well up in her eyes. After the clamor subsided, silence enveloped the air for several seconds, interrupted only by her small, muffled sobs. Strangely, in front of this stranger, all her grievances had been bottled up within her. Even when she had injured her hand, she had not cried, but now, upon seeing Pei Sinian, she could not help but let her lips quiver downward, biting them as tears streamed down her cheeks. This time, the bubble she created was a deep purple, exuding a bitter fragrance as it burst in Pei Sinian's palm. He stood frozen, his gaze sharpening as he spotted a small figure beneath the pile of books. There she was, a little girl clutching her knees, her hair tousled, dirt smeared across her skin, and a hint of dust on the tip of her pert nose, her eyelashes damp with tears, as bubbles floated around them, multiplying in number. Pei Sinian's cold brow furrowed slightly, and he stepped forward to rescue her from the pile of books, his pale fingers nearing her face. Meng Xiaoyu thought he was about to strike her again, and instinctively recoiled, but the cool touch merely brushed against her nose, and when she looked again, he was frowning disapprovingly as he flicked the dust from his fingertips. For some inexplicable reason, there was an air of disappointment in his demeanor. The timid girl, simple-minded, did not grasp his meaning, and Pei Sinian did not expect this foolish reserve of food to understand anything. Suddenly, a sweet, metallic scent invaded his nostrils, and his gray irises stirred with an intense longing as his gaze fixated on Meng Xiaoyu's hand. Her delicate fingers bore a small scratch, previously healed, but now fresh blood began to seep out, the scent intensifying and rousing the once still blood of the zombie within him, making it. Meng Xiaoyu stood in the bathroom, clutching her clothes, skillfully gazing into the mirror at her reflection. Indeed, she appeared quite dirty. Could it be that her filthiness triggered his obsessive cleanliness? Recalling the earlier expression of the human male, she swallowed hard, applying a band-aid to the cut on her finger before stepping into the shower. Xiaoyu lingered in the bathroom for quite some time, reluctant to emerge, fearful that the moment she stepped out, she would be met with the man's terrifying countenance. It was not until Pei Xian knocked on the door that she reluctantly exited, peeking out cautiously, her eyes darting to assess him. The man's complexion was paler than before, his features as sculpted as ice, sharp and inscrutable. He wore plastic gloves and held a small metal basin, from which a faint metallic scent wafted. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What was he planning? Surely he wouldn't chop her up after just having committed murder? After all, his earlier demeanor had certainly suggested an appetite for her. As a timid individual, she often let her imagination run wild, her thoughts racing to gruesome incidents as she caught sight of the bloody water in the basin. Gasping, she covered her mouth, her mind swirling with memories of dismemberment and the horrors of the sewers. Pei Xian glanced at her curiously, noting the rapid changes in her expression, and concluded that humans were indeed perplexing. He removed one glove and, with his bare hand, gently pushed the panicking Xiaoyu aside, signaling her to give him space. He then proceeded to clean the bathroom of the steam before starting to wash the meat in the basin. The library was the only place with a water source to clean ingredients, and the frozen meat he had retrieved earlier had thawed by now. If not dealt with promptly, it would soon emit a foul odor akin to the unkempt zombies. Thinking this, Pei Xian cast a fleeting glance at the curious Xiaoyu peeking from the doorway, only to see her quickly withdraw her head. Excellent. The scent of other zombies had dissipated from her. The meat was fragrant and appetizing. He washed the meat repeatedly until it was nearly white, then, satisfied, carried the basin downstairs, setting it on the table. He retrieved 2 plates and cutlery, elegantly slicing the meat. Once everything was prepared, he pulled Xiaoyu over, seating her in a chair and pushing a plate toward her. Despite washing it countless times, a lingering metallic odor still assaulted Xiaoyu's senses. "What are you doing?" she protested, feeling exasperated with his insistence. Pei Xian, with a hint of exasperation, speared a piece of meat with a fork and presented it to her mouth. "Ugh," she retorted. He sniffed uncertainly, finding it quite fragrant, and offered it again. This exchange repeated several times, and soon Xiaoyu's face turned green. She leaned over the table, retching, tears falling as she cried out, "You're too cruel. Why must you torture me so?" What was wrong with feeding her? A flicker of confusion danced in Pei Xian's eyes as he observed her resistance. Ultimately, he resolved to communicate with her more effectively. He set down his utensils, dipped his finger in water, and wrote a character on the wooden table. Pei Xian lacked the memories of his past, so his writing was awkward and uneven, yet his demeanor remained composed and graceful, as if he were signing a monumental contract. Xiaoyu leaned in to read. "Eat." A revelation struck her. Was he preparing this for her? He nodded affirmatively. However, she protested, "But it's not cooked." He raised an eyebrow, as if questioning. "Do you want it cooked?" "Of course, how can I eat it raw?" Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom that this seemingly composed human male was unaware of such a basic fact. Pei Xian fell silent once more. Yet, zombies typically consumed food in this manner. How could he know otherwise? As a mature zombie, he could not appear utterly ignorant in front of her. He calmly began searching for a pot, only to discover that the expansive library contained not a single one. He pondered deeply, considering the feasibility of commanding zombies to fetch a pot. However, having exhausted his mental energy for the day, he feared that he would be unable to maintain control over the zombies. Xiaoyu waited patiently, noticing his contemplative stance on the second floor. After a moment, she understood the reason. It would indeed be strange if a pot were found here. Murmuring to herself, she retrieved a small electric pot from her space and beckoned him over. "Come here. We're having meat." At that moment, it was essential to include a mini hot pot from the supermarket for a delightful communal cooking experience. After a busy night, Xiaoyu finally enjoyed a hearty meal, contentedly rubbing her belly, savoring the deliciousness of human food. All the ingredients and tools had been obtained from her recent hunting excursions. She felt remarkably accomplished. Once satiated, her mind began to wander, and she wished for someone to praise her. Stealing glances at the man across from her, she noticed that since she had started eating, he had propped his chin on one hand, his eyes cast downward, motionless, seemingly lost in thought. He would not even take a bite, his lips pressed tightly together, sitting there like a wooden puppet. Could it be that he finally recognized his missteps and sought to apologize, promising never to knock her head again? Perhaps he would even pat her head and commend her skills? Originally planning to leave the following morning, she might reconsider staying a few more days if he offered her some compliments. Xiaoyu's desires were easily fulfilled. After their meal, she felt a flutter of excitement within her. Hey, do you have anything to say? She prompted, but he remained silent. I found the pot. I brought the meat. Don't you have anything to say? I'm not just a burden. Yet, he remained unresponsive. After their meal, Xiaoyu had long forgotten the earlier shadows cast by the man. When he ignored her, she couldn't resist shaking his arm. To her surprise, he leaned into her shoulder. His tousled hair fell across his forehead, his eyes closed beneath the frames, long lashes casting shadows on his cheeks, giving him an almost ethereal appearance, like a pale lotus about to wilt. Xiaoyu's heart raced as she anxiously cradled his shoulders, pressing his forehead against her neck. What's wrong? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Why are you sleeping now? In a flurry of panic, she attempted to support him, her hand inadvertently resting on his chest, hesitating before applying more pressure. Though he appeared slender, she could feel the firm contours of his muscles beneath her touch, cold and unyielding. What concerned her more was the absence of a heartbeat. Chapter 15. Nestled in his embrace, Xiaoyu, being a mushroom, understood that the plants in Plants vs. Zombies did not possess heartbeats. Having adapted to a human body, she felt her heart race with even the slightest exertion. Life was synonymous with a beating heart. Yet, no matter how she pressed against Pei Sion's chest, there was no rise or fall, as still and cold as a corpse. Refusing to give up, she adjusted him back to his previous position, propping his elbow on the table and supporting his chin. Yet, this man was obstinate, having previously sat with such poise. He now tilted his head and nearly crashed onto the table. Luckily, Xiaoyu caught him just in time, allowing him to lean against the chair's backrest. Then, she leaned closer, pressing her ear against his chest. Thump, thump, there was a heartbeat. Just as joy surged within her, she realized it was not his heartbeat she heard, but her own. Without a heartbeat, one was no longer alive. He had just prepared a meal for her. It was inconceivable. No, you can't be dead. You must be unwell. I've heard that humans can recover from illness with a good rest. Meng Xiaoyu labored to assist him, exerting all her strength to ascend the stairs. Unfortunately, the man was uncooperative. His towering stature made it an arduous task as she half-dragged him upward, each step accompanied by a series of dull thuds. Upon reaching the office on the upper floor, she gently laid him down, casting a guilty glance at his long legs. He was sound asleep, crouching beside the bed, her arms resting on the edge. She murmured softly to him, "Just for today. Tomorrow I must depart. Do you remember to bid me farewell?" Silence enveloped the room, and she tilted her head, reluctant to leave. What if he truly fell ill and awoke in the middle of the night, yearning for water? She decided to linger a while longer. After all, she would be leaving soon. The office bed was not particularly spacious, and the man's tall frame occupied nearly all available space. Searching for a blanket to cover him, she discovered, to her surprise, that the office lacked one. She returned to her own room, retrieved a thin quilt, and draped it over him, hoping it would keep him warm. After the commotion, fatigue began to envelop her, and she found herself dozing off while seated on the edge of the bed. The oppressive heat of the night compelled her to seek the coolness of the bed, and before she realized it, she had nestled beside him, akin to a clingy little creature seeking comfort in its caretaker's embrace. Her fair cheek pressed against his shoulder, and despite the layer of fabric, she remained chilled, unable to warm herself. Gently, she rubbed against him, absorbing the coolness of his skin through the thin barrier of the blanket, her eyelids growing heavy until they finally closed. The next morning, the sunlight streamed into the room, gradually warming the air. The two figures lay entwined, the girl sprawled across the man in a carefree manner, her lips curling into a slight frown as if lost in a troubling dream. It was not until a bubble of air escaped her that she jolted awake. Instinctively, Meng Xiaoyu glanced down at Pei Sinian. He remained in the same position as the night before, lifeless like a corpse. Human? Her voice trembled as she reached out to touch his face, but halfway there, she hesitated, retracting her hand in alarm and leaping out of bed. I knew you were a germaphobe. I'll wash up first and come back to wake you. Moving swiftly, she returned shortly with a damp cloth, sitting at the edge of the bed to wipe his face. Human? Please don't sleep anymore. Wasn't it always you who rose early to forage? Her soft, quivering voice lingered in the air as she leaned in to listen for the sound of his heartbeat. The answer was silence. Biting her lip, she couldn't contain her emotions any longer, bursting into tears. He*s truly dead. Just like that, he*s gone. With no other acquaintances in this world, despair washed over her, After all, he was her first friend. The thought of never seeing him again made her heart ache, and she dashed out, covering her face in anguish. At the entrance, she encountered the limping zombie, which surprisingly had not lost its sanity overnight. Instead, it awaited her arrival, clamoring for food. Seeing her tear-streaked face, it tilted its head in confusion. Roar? Meng Xiaoyu gasped for breath. Someone has died. The zombie responded with a roar. I'm not dead. Either. It was a zombie, not a human. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoyu's tears ceased, her clear eyes sparkling with a newfound hope as she gazed at the limping zombie. What if he went inside and bit him? Then he wouldn't die, he would become a zombie instead. The zombie, having been dead for days, was taken aback by such a request. It shook its head and roared, "No, I've reformed," revealing its large yellowed teeth. It signified its refusal to bite humans any longer. With the zombie's rejection clear, Meng Xiaoyu dared not approach a stranger zombie and reluctantly abandoned her idea. She led it to another supermarket, feeding it before returning home with a shovel in hand. Circling the library, she arrived at a patch of greenery behind it to dig a hole. Though it was labeled a green space, the world had changed dramatically after the apocalypse. The tender grass had already withered in the summer. Fortunately, the soil was relatively loose, making her task manageable. As the afternoon wore on, and her stomach growled, she found little appetite, her thoughts drifting to how the man had fed her just the previous day, causing her heart to ache anew. By the time she finished digging a small pit, dusk was approaching. She hurried upstairs, her eyes reddened, and gently assisted the silent man down the stairs. He looked slender but not emaciated, his weight a challenge as she struggled to pull him along. Finally, with great effort, she managed to lay him in the pit. Lying flat with his hands resting on his abdomen, the man was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. His features, previously cold, now bore an air of elegance as he slept peacefully, his glasses slightly askew. Meng Xiaoyu adjusted them, her tear-filled eyes swollen and her throat hoarse. "Human, this is all I can do for you. They say resting in the earth brings peace." He looked serene in death, far better than becoming a zombie. A human who had been gnawed on would be a far cry from the cleanliness he had always cherished. With a sniffle, she wiped her tears with the back of her hand, grasped the shovel, and buried him. Just then, the man in the pit stirred, his eyelashes fluttering before slowly opening. After a night without contact with the living, he was met not by familiar darkness, but by a shovel of dirt. The filthy soil, mixed with dry grass, cascaded onto his exquisitely sculpted face, and fine dust invaded his mouth. Roar? Chapter 16. May I touch you? Everything transpired too rapidly. In a daze, Meng Xiaoyu thought she heard something roar. Yet she had no time to ponder, casting aside the shovel and frantically pulling the man from the pit. "You're awake?" She feared she had misread the situation, her heart racing as she hurriedly removed the dirt-covered glasses from his face, meeting his gaze, which was as calm as a still lake. Pei Sinian, who had always valued cleanliness, now found himself covered in dirt and debris, his once pristine white clothing sullied. Seated among the filth, every moment was a torment. Clinging to him was a weightless little creature, bouncing around and nudging at his eyelids. Last night, he had expended his mental energy controlling the zombies and had ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber. Awakening now, it was as though the world had collapsed. His legs felt peculiar, and upon lifting his pant leg, he discovered bruises scattered across his skin, remnants of whatever tortures he had endured during his unconsciousness. Rubbing his brow, he cast a cold glance at the oblivious little creature. She was close, her face and nose reddened from crying, her beautiful eyes swollen, as she pressed against him. Unbeknownst to her, every action sent signals to a zombie's instincts for feeding. Pei Sinian swallowed hard, forcibly detaching the little creature from him. His expression was icy, somewhat intimidating. In the past, she would have hidden away in fear. Yet now, she was filled with surprise and joy. "You're not dead. Thank goodness." A wave of elation surged through her, but soon, a flicker of confusion crossed her delicate features. "But I distinctly remember you having no heartbeat." So she had buried him? Pei Sinian surveyed the filthy surroundings, rising abruptly and ushering Meng Xiaoyu back inside. Upon entering, he climbed the stairs, discarded the little creature, and dashed into the bathroom. His actions rapid and devoid of his usual composure. Meng Xiaoyu sniffled, obediently waiting at the door. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing the man clad in a white bathrobe, only his long, pale neck visible as droplets of water dripped from his hair, tracing along his sharp jawline. His thin lips pressed tightly together as he looked down at the little creature, his gaze exuding an undeniable pressure, much like that directed at a heartless little white-eyed wolf. He had gone to great lengths to feed her the previous night, and today she had nearly buried him. Upon the mere thought of the dirt clinging to his body, even in the guise of an unfeeling zombie, Pei Si Nian felt an overwhelming discomfort. With a sharp clap, he shut the door once more, resuming his cleansing ritual. Time meandered into the evening before he finally concluded his task, taking a seat by the window on the first floor, his fingertips lightly drumming on the table, his eyes imbued with a weary disdain for the world, fixated upon Meng Xiaoyu. Meng Xiaoyu, shrinking back pitifully, offered a timid defense. "You no longer have a heartbeat. You need to rest in peace. Please don't look at me like that, you can't even see." Little did she know that the miraculous nature of humanity could defy death. The memories of the original owner did not enlighten her on such matters. Curiosity piqued. She boldly asked, "May I touch your heart once more?" It was brave of her to say so. With a scowl adorning his striking visage, the zombie swatted her reaching hand away, a sardonic twist gracing his lips. Aware of her misstep, Meng Xiaoyu nervously fidgeted with her fingers, stealing glances at him intermittently. The atmosphere between the zombie and the timid mushroom was tense until a gurgling sound interrupted. Pei Si Nian lowered his gaze. Slowly rising to clean the pot from the previous night, boiling water, and clumsily preparing a bowl of noodles, he placed it before Meng Xiaoyu. The timid mushroom was deeply touched. "You are truly a good person. I haven't eaten all day while preparing your remains." Pei Si Nian feigned ignorance of her calling him human, encouraging her to eat while searching through the bookshelf. He retrieved paper and pen, scribbling in an unsteady hand. By the time Meng Xiaoyu finished her meal, he had completed his writing. His zombie fingers, stiff and unyielding, managed to produce 3 vaguely recognizable characters. They spelled his name. Pei Si Nian did not identify as merely human. He possessed his own name, which he decided to share to prevent her from incessantly labeling him as such. Yet, to his dismay, the mushroom merely tilted her head at the effortful characters. What is this satire? Pei Si Nian, devoid of any emotional turmoil, noted with dry humor that if zombies had blood pressure, he would have turned crimson. Meng Xiaoyu suddenly realized. Pei Si Nian. It was not her fault. The timid mushroom had always battled zombies alongside plants since emerging from the earth, and Dave had never imparted knowledge of humanity's literature to them. One could say she was a mushroom bereft of literacy. Her understanding of the modern world stemmed solely from the original owner's memories, many of which were obscured and vague, making it truly challenging for her to grasp the written word. As she slurped the last bit of soup, she mumbled indistinctly, "My name is Meng Xiaoyu."
You know me.
Pei Si Nian cast a fleeting glance at her, donned plastic gloves, and began to tidy up her dishes. "Since you are all right, that is splendid. I was somewhat concerned. We should remain here for a few more days." Meng Xiaoyu still harbored doubts regarding his well-being,
Pei Si Nian paused.
as if questioning her intention to leave. How delightful it would be to think so. This time, the zombie did not resort to locking the mushroom away, but consented to let her venture out to hunt. Now, aware of the human name, she spent her days calling out Pei Si Nian, insisting that during the day she go out, and at night, she must share the same room to observe him, occasionally extending her delicate mushroom hand to touch his chest. Pei Si Nian, accustomed to her antics, swiftly captured her hand. Meng Xiaoyu sheepishly withdrew her small hand, her large eyes darting around. "Just let me touch it. I fear you might accidentally die again." The mystery of how a human could cease to have a heartbeat and yet live on remained unsolved. Curiosity consumed her. Did he possess a heartbeat now? Without a touch. Her apprehensions remained unresolved. Pei Si Nian was indulgent with her in most matters, yet he firmly forbade her from this particular inquiry. Using his knuckles, he pinched her cheek, causing her face to flush with embarrassment and tears to well up in her eyes. At last, she acquiesced. "How cruel," she muttered from her corner of the bed. "You want to let me touch it, will you? Then I shall do so in secret." That night, she stealthily departed, slinking into the quiet of the night, cautiously approaching his bedside under the moonlight. The man lay as usual, arms crossed over his abdomen, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon his face, which appeared devoid of color and vitality. The stillness enveloped the air, broken only by Meng Xiaoyu's anxious breaths as she crouched beside him, her palms slick with sweat, her pale, delicate fingers inching closer to his broad chest. However, just then, icy fingers grasped her slender wrist. The grip firm enough to leave a red mark on her skin, causing her to gasp in surprise. Looking up, she found him staring at her. His eyes having opened at some point, his brow furrowed, his large hand firmly restraining her, his thin lips pressed into a displeased line. He seemed vexed. Chapter 17. Brother Zombie, please assist in diverting your kind. Meng Xiaoyu recoiled slightly. I merely wish to cover you with a blanket. The little morsel's eyes flickered as she lied, unable to suppress her furtive glances at his expression, betraying her insincerity. Moreover, her delicate demeanor suggested that even a mere grasp of her wrist felt like bullying. Pei Si Nian released her, expecting her to shy away in fear. To his surprise, as soon as his grip slackened, she pounced, playfully slapping her palm against his chest. The contours of his muscular frame, though obscured by fabric, were distinct and firm against her touch. Her hand glided across his chest, seemingly weightless, though a zombie devoid of sensation and heartbeat. Pei Si Nian felt as if a feather had brushed against his heart, causing it to jump momentarily. Yet, it was merely an illusion. His chest remained as cold and hard as iron, devoid of any movement. Meng Xiaoyu's fingers trembled. Both parties were at a loss, their hearts tangled in confusion. Still no heartbeat. Why did this human lack one? Unless he were not human?
No, no.
Aside from being blind and mute, he bore the appearance and form of a human. Cautiously, she ventured, are you ill? Yes, it must be an illness that caused such a state. Upon her utterance, the man's brow furrowed slightly before he gradually relaxed, nodding in agreement with her assessment. Meng Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. I apologize. I should not have disturbed you. If you are unwell, you must rest properly. Tomorrow, I shall forage for sustenance to help restore your health. It would be best if you recovered swiftly. The outside world is perilous, and if you are ill, you might be unable to escape should you encounter a zombie.
Pei Si Nian nodded.
Gently pushing her away from him, his long fingers pointing towards the door. Very well, I shall take my leave. After her departure, Pei Si Nian fell into contemplation. Was he so easily deceived? Would this affect his intellect? Perhaps not. He slowly closed his eyes, hands folded, lying in serene repose. His objective had shifted from merely fattening up for a meal to becoming more astute before indulging. Typically, zombies do not require sleep. Yet Pei Si Nian was an anomaly among them. He often experienced headaches and irritability. Falling into slumber or listening to music tended to alleviate his discomfort. However, since Meng Xiaoyu's arrival, he had not indulged in music, for the young girl found it bothersome, fearing the noise might attract zombies. On the following day, Meng Xiaoyu arose early, completing her morning routine before hastily nibbling on a piece of bread and setting off to forage for food. The limping zombie obediently forged a path ahead, and with each morsel he consumed, Meng Xiaoyu's powers grew incrementally stronger. Recently, the allure of spatial abilities has diminished compared to the initial excitement. Meng Xiaoyu contemplated acquiring a zombie to experiment with, but lacked the courage to capture one. After feeding a zombie, she inquired whether there were hospitals or pharmacies with fewer zombies. The limping zombie replied, I do not consume medicine. It is unappetizing. Meng Xiaoyu retorted, I am not offering it to you. I have a frail, human friend, beset by ailments. If I do not procure some medication soon, he may succumb to illness before the zombies can devour him. Typically, the limping zombie would not engage in arguments with the naive girl. After all, sparring with this ignorant child would only serve to irritate it further. Having satisfied its hunger, the zombie slowly guided Meng Xiaoyu along. Large hospitals were out of the question. At the onset of the apocalypse, when humanity first sensed something amiss with their bodies, their immediate impulse was to seek medical help. Consequently, hospitals were the first to fall amidst the chaos. Thus, they opted for a private hospital, not renowned for its reputation, where there were fewer people and correspondingly fewer zombies. Upon entering the hospital, they were greeted by a chorus of low growls from zombies and the desperate cries of humans. Humans. Meng Xiaoyu cautiously peered inside. She beheld a group of a dozen zombies pursuing a young boy, whose delicate features and slender frame were evident as he ran, calling out loudly, seemingly to attract more zombies. He appeared more handsome than the bald Lu Chang. Surely, he must be a good person? Recalling her past experiences, timid Xiaoyu hesitated to act impulsively and wisely concealed herself at the entrance, observing intently. The zombies moved slowly, but their numbers were overwhelming. The boy, panting heavily, was clearly exhausted. A moment's carelessness could lead to him being caught and joining the ranks of the undead. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Xiaoyu had only known Pei Xian. Pei Xian was in poor health, afflicted by an unknown ailment, and clueless about which medications to take. It would be more prudent to inquire about the situation with a human. Once she confirmed that the boy being pursued did not belong to a group, Meng Xiaoyu relaxed and quietly addressed the limping zombie. Brother zombie, could you distract your kin for me? The zombie tilted its head. That would require an additional meal. Meng Xiaoyu promised. You haven't had a warm meal in ages, have you? I'll cook you some instant noodles when we return. The zombie acquiesced and dashed outside, shortly returning with a dead fish it had scavenged, successfully drawing a horde of zombies. A few astute zombies remained, undeterred by the scent, continuing their pursuit of the boy. The boy stumbled over a stone, falling to the ground, desperately watching as the zombies drew closer. Yet, just as two zombies were about to reach him, a purple bubble floated in from nowhere and gently collided with the zombie's face. Strangely enough, the zombie halted all movement.
Hey.
What are you doing? Come over here. The boy, Xiao Maqiong, gazed towards the entrance, astonished to see a beautiful, adorable girl before him just moments before his demise. Her fair complexion and exquisite features, coupled with her large, sparkling eyes, were captivating even from a distance. The spirited girl suddenly glared at him. Are you foolish?
Run.
Realizing his peril, Xiao Maqiong sprang into action and dashed away. Meng Xiaoyu led him to the back door, scanning the area for zombies. It's safe here, come in.
All right.
Xiao Maqiong cautiously approached, still shaken. Thank you for saving me earlier. If it weren't for you, I would have become a zombie by now.
Xiao Dongxi.
Meng Xiaoyu interjected. Xiao Dongxi? Xiao Maqiong's voice faltered. Oh no, I accidentally revealed my nickname from school. His name was Xiao Maqiong, orphaned at a young age. He had lived with his grandfather. In middle school, he read a book featuring a protagonist with the same surname, which inspired him with the classic line, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the young and poor. Thus, he begged his grandfather to change his name, believing that sharing the surname could imply a destined greatness. However, his classmates mocked him, saying, why not just call yourself Xiao Dongxi? Mortified during his sensitive years,
He had fought them for it.
the nickname had stuck, and in moments of anxiety, he would let it slip. Embarrassed, Xiao Maqiong scratched his head.
Sorry. Xiao Mukong.
Meng Xiaoyu found it odd that he could forget his own name. Yet, her concern lay elsewhere. Who are you calling sister? I am of age. In contrast, it was Xiao Maqiong who was still a minor. You're an adult? Older than me? Surprise flickered in Xiao Maqiong's eyes, as if the sky had fallen. He was only 17, a year shy of adulthood. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu, with her youthful and delicate visage, brimming with collagen and a hint of baby fat, appeared ageless. A beautiful sister was older than him. Seeing his astonishment, Meng Xiaoyu straightened her posture. I am an adult mushroom. My name is Meng Xiaoyu. You're here looking for medicine too, right? I need something to restore health. I'm not very knowledgeable. Could you assist me? In truth, timid Xiaoyu would not rescue someone without extracting her due. She was astute. If only someone would praise her. Alas, Pei Xian was not present. It was her frail human friend whose survival in this apocalypse depended entirely on her. With newfound determination, Meng Xiaoyu directed Xiao Maqiong in the search for medicine. This posed a challenge for him. He warily walked ahead, advising, the best way to restore health is through food, like meat, fruits, and vegetables. Relying solely on medicine might not be wise. After all medicine has its side effects. Realizing the absurdity of his statement, given the apocalypse's scarcity of meat, Meng Xiaoyu noted it for future hunts. Is there any medicine that can revive a stopped heart? There's the emergency heart revival pill. Let us find it. The hospital's empty corridors echoed only with their footsteps, remnants of zombies and splatters of human blood bearing witness to a past battle. They cautiously searched, with Xiao Maqiong wielding a mop handle and dispatching any zombies they encountered. Meng Xiaoyu admired, you're quite strong. Xiao Maqiong sighed, if I weren't, I'd have been killed in school. As a child, he had faced ridicule for being an orphan, and during middle school, he often found himself the target of bullying. He was cornered in the restroom, powerless and alone, relying solely on himself. Yet, those were trivial skirmishes compared to the ravenous zombies of the apocalypse. He sighed deeply. When will this end? By the way, do you live alone or have you been abandoned by your group? I came from the suburbs. Someone in my group was injured, so I sought bandages and hemostatic medicine. Meng Xiaoyu replied, I have a friend who is unwell and is currently hiding in the library. I heard there's an impressive base in the suburbs that shelters humans. Did you come from there? After searching for a while, they finally located the pharmacy. Xiao Maqiong quickly found a bottle of heart revival pills for her, stating, "We are in tea from the base. Going there requires submitting supplies. And our leader believes it's better to fend for ourselves. So, we've settled in a mountain lodge on the outskirts, where there are fewer people and zombies."
Oh,
"I thought you were from the base," Meng Xiaoyu said, shaking the bottle in her hand, feeling a twinge of disappointment. If he had been from the base, she could have forged a connection. Xiao Maqiong scratched his head and continued searching for more medicine. The base has its merits, although it may appear secure. I have heard that the actual safety conditions are quite poor. He procured some hemostatic medicine and cold medication, even generously offering Meng Xiaoyu 2 boxes, stating that these could also remedy ailments. He pointed out the efficacy details, indicating that they could alleviate headaches and high fevers, encouraging her to take as many as she could carry for unforeseen circumstances. Meng Xiaoyu, enlightened, wasted no time in packing them into her bubble space. Xiao Maqiong gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you hide all this? Is it the legendary mustard seed space?" Though he was oblivious to the workings of her peculiar abilities, he recognized her extraordinary prowess, which dazzled him, and he stood tall with pride. Mimicking Paisnian's demeanor, she nodded modestly. Indeed, Xiao Maqiong, living up to expectations, expressed admiration with a thumbs up, declaring, "Impressive, my sister." He referred to her as sister. The timid little mushroom, harboring a purple mushroom, twirled its purple umbrella, feeling quite pleased with itself. Alas, she deserved this recognition. Setting aside her lackluster mind-reading abilities, this space was invaluable for storing supplies in a post-apocalyptic world. She truly was formidable. As they returned laden with goods, Xiao Maqiong repeatedly inquired, "Are you certain you want to join us? We could bring your friend along." If they could recruit a space ability user, their community would undoubtedly benefit. In the past, Meng Xiaoyu would have eagerly gravitated toward the crowd, but now, she had a patient at home, desperately in need of care. She shook her head, declining. Xiao Maqiong appeared somewhat disappointed, adjusting the bag he held. "Very well, we'll be at the wholesale market at the far east of Y City. And we want to return to the suburbs for a couple of days. Please think it over and remember to keep your abilities hidden until you can protect yourself." Meng Xiaoyu understood the gravity of the situation, revealing her powers could attract danger. Parting ways, she utilized a small bubble to seek out the limping zombie, and together, they returned to the library. The zombie recalled their late-night snack escapade and kept murmuring about instant noodles. It had been quite some time since it had enjoyed a warm meal. Meng Xiaoyu nodded, assuring it to wait outside while she excitedly rushed indoors. "Paisnian, I'm back." Paisnian, immersed in his reading, glanced over with barely a hint of curiosity, noticing that the little reserve of supplies was overly energetic, circling him upon entry. Suddenly, a foreign scent intruded his nostrils. Paisnian narrowed his eyes dangerously, gripping Meng Xiaoyu's wrist, lowering his head to sniff her hand. "What are you doing?" Startled, Meng Xiaoyu fell silent, mimicking his actions to detect any odor on herself, finding none. She blinked, teasing, "You're acting like a dog. What are you sniffing for?" Chapter 19. Bite her. She bore the scent of a stranger. Paisnian scrutinized her wrist, his brows furrowing deeper as he realized the situation was more complex than it appeared. Oblivious to the severity, Meng Xiaoyu blinked innocently, asking, "What scent did you detect?" Unexpectedly, the man opened his mouth and lunged to bite her wrist. Meng Xiaoyu gasped, swiftly withdrawing her hand, leaving him to grasp at nothing. She protested, "You're such a dog that won't ever be tamed." Having missed his target, Paisnian felt an itch at the base of his fangs, as if they were about to grow. He pressed his lips together, stifling the urge to bite Meng Xiaoyu. Returning to his seat with a frosty demeanor, Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head, extending her wrist toward him. "Why not take a bite? After all, you're a patient. Let us not provoke you, it could be detrimental to your health." Although puzzled by his sudden anger, the timid mushroom was magnanimous and resolved not to hold grudges against humans. To her surprise, the man refused to bite, turning his face away in silent protest. She crouched before him, resting her hands on his legs, and a bubble burst, dropping a small vial. She pressed the bottle into his hand, his palm cool against her warm fingers. "Today, I encountered a kind-hearted person who said this can cure your ailment. Take the medicine, and you needn't worry about your heart stopping." Paisnian lifted an eyebrow. "Kind-hearted person? You should try it. Meng Xiaoyu released his hand and rose to pour him a glass of water. Paisnian's long fingers gripped the vial, contemplating the words heart-saving pill. How could a human remedy work on a zombie's body? Nevertheless, faced with Meng Xiaoyu's eager gaze, he extracted a pill, tossing it into his mouth without hesitation. He didn't reach for the water she offered but rather crushed the pill between his fangs, swallowing expressionlessly. Was it tasty? Meng Xiaoyu inquired, holding the water with bright, curious eyes, her mushroom hands itching to snatch a few pills for herself. Paisnian replied, humans can die from indiscriminately consuming medication. He had no desire to end up with a supply of food stiffer than himself. He discreetly tightened his grip on the small vial, preventing the greedy mushroom from pilfering it. Though the little mushroom felt a pang of disappointment, her fleeting emotions were quickly overshadowed. She cautiously leaned in, pressing her ear against his chest, waiting for a heartbeat that never came. She looked up, asking, should I take a few more? If you take more, maybe your heart will start beating. Paisnian gently pushed her head away, silently declining her suggestion.
Fine.
Meng Xiaoyu pouted, suddenly recalling the limping zombie waiting outside. She tugged at his shirt sleeve. Could you please cook me a serving of instant noodles? I can't cook, and there's a zombie out there eagerly awaiting food. Paisnian assumed her request stemmed from hunger and naturally proceeded to prepare a meal for her. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long limbs moved with grace as he cooked. Meng Xiaoyu observed, learning as she handed him an egg she had found that day. Could you help me add this? The limping zombie had been running errands for her these past few days, so it deserved a treat. Paisnian accepted the egg, cracking it open smoothly. Yet somehow a piece of the shell ended up in the mixture. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the supply's bright eyes, seemingly oblivious to the mishap. As a mature and reliable zombie, he used chopsticks to fish out the shell and continued cooking. Bubbles rose from the pot, and the delightful aroma filled the air. Meng Xiaoyu eagerly helped serve the noodles into a bowl, taking a hearty sip and praising him. You're amazing. Paisnian maintained a calm expression, but a hint of pleasure flickered in his pale gray eyes. Then, with the steaming bowl of noodles in hand, Meng Xiaoyu happily exited the room. Paisnian, perplexed, wondered why she wouldn't eat inside. Unfortunately, he could not voice his thoughts and followed her to investigate. Outside, the limping zombie had been anxiously scratching at the wall, finally spotting Meng Xiaoyu. Its face had not deteriorated further. The rotting flesh no longer appeared as grotesque, and the smell had notably lessened. Yet its eyes remained hollow, fixated on Meng Xiaoyu. Hot, hot. Hurry, take it. Meng Xiaoyu exclaimed, offering the bowl. Initially, it wasn't too hot, but somehow, the bottom had grown increasingly scalding. She gasped, quickly passing it to the limping zombie. Eat quickly, it's freshly made and warm. She fanned her reddened fingers while urging it on. The limping zombie, typically devoid of human emotions, felt a flicker of gratitude. Look at how kind humans could be. It was touched that someone would cook for it, even to the point of burning their hands. It retracted its previous insults towards humanity. Meng Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, what did you say about me before? The zombie turned its back to her, crouching in the corner, slurping and consuming its meal. During the process, it seemed to have bitten into something crunchy, which only heightened its delight. The zombie was touched. It appeared that someone had even added bones to its meal. Undeterred by the heat, it devoured the food with remarkable speed, relishing the taste, when suddenly a chill ran down its spine. Its elbow joints cracked as it awkwardly scratched its back. Was the corpse cold again? Lost in thought, the limping zombie overheard a human's astonished voice from behind. What are you doing out here? You're not well. Go back and rest. Startled, the limping zombie stiffened and turned to see a man in a white shirt at the library entrance, one sleeve rolled up, seemingly preparing to confront the zombie. With a crash, a bowl fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. In an unprecedented burst of speed, the limping zombie vanished from Meng Xiaoyu's sight, its knees grinding together in haste. Meng Xiaoyu was left dumbfounded. Hey, why did you drop the bowl? How rude. You finish eating and just run off without even saying goodbye. Fuming, she returned to fetch a broom and, as she passed by Pei Xian, she gently nudged him with her delicate hand, urging him to go back while she cleaned up. However, the man stood firm like an immovable mountain, his chest solid and unyielding, no matter how much she pushed. To Meng Xiaoyu, Pei Xian now appeared as a fragile human, one who could collapse at any moment, and her heart raced with worry for him. In a fit of determination, she exerted all her strength, but to no avail. Pei Xian merely gazed in the direction where the limping zombie had fled, then pinched her soft cheeks playfully, causing her to burst into tears. The little mushroom had gained some experience. Having ventured outside, it had picked up the scent of humanity and shared the food he had prepared for her with the zombie. Pei Xian felt the need to reprimand her as a way to alleviate his frustration. Chapter 20. Isolated by Zombies. Zombies have their own tempers, though they may not entirely comprehend the underlying emotions. For instance, when a zombie feels anger, it doesn't know why it is upset. It simply feels miserable and discontent, yearning to engage in activities that could bring it joy. The only thing that could genuinely amuse a zombie was the bubble attacks from the little mushroom. With her cheeks flushed and gritting her teeth in pain, the timid mushroom cursed Pei Xian in her heart, deciding not to be on friendly terms with him anymore. Meng Xiaoyu protested silently, but Pei Xian remained stoic, shattering her bubbles without a hint of remorse. Ever since waking from his slumber, his vision had not faded again. It was evident that the bubbles had a positive effect on him. Perhaps with time, he might even regain the ability to speak? Pei Xian's pent-up frustration was unconsciously soothed by the bubbles, yet he did not relent in tormenting the little mushroom. With a face that exuded an air of detached restraint, he continued to extract every last ounce of her powers. The first crystalline tear hung on his fingertip, prompting him to finally retract his hand. At that moment, the timid mushroom's cheeks were rosy, her eyes glistening with moisture, tears cascading down like precious pearls. As she cried and wiped her tears, she didn't forget to glare at the instigator, feeling that he had gone too far. Pei Xian showed no signs of remorse, his handsome features illuminated by a soft glow, revealing a sense of satisfaction in his previously indifferent gaze. Meng Xiaoyu suddenly recalled their first meeting, when her powers had struck Pei Xian, and he had worn a similar expression, as if her abilities were a source of comfort to him. She shuddered, staring at Pei Xian as if he were a pervert. How terrifying! In the past, she would have turned and fled, but now, fearing he might faint again, she hesitated and instead pushed past him to ascend the stairs. This time, the satisfied Mr. Zombie obliged her by stepping aside, slowly trailing behind her. The timid mushroom was upset and decided against communicating with the odd man, remaining upstairs the entire night. Early the next morning, before dawn, she stealthily ventured out to seek the limping zombie. They had become old partners. Ever since they had grown familiar, the limping zombie often lurked near the library. Whenever Meng Xiaoyu stepped outside, it would always manage to appear right on cue. Yet this time, inexplicably, despite her search until daylight, she failed to encounter the limping one. Deciding against searching further, she directed her attention to other zombies. The weather was gloomy, the sun barely peeking through the clouds, with hot winds stirring up dust and a faint scent of blood. The dilapidated neighborhood reeked of oil and decay, inducing nausea. Hiding behind an iron gate, her eyes clear and vigilant, she focused intently on the approaching zombie, her cheeks puffed and her legs tensed, readying her powers for action. This zombie was relatively robust, towering over the limping one, and a single punch from it could easily shatter her. She swallowed nervously, releasing a bubble. The sparkling purple bubble stood out in the dim light, landing squarely on the zombie's decaying face. Hungry, the zombie's thoughts echoed in her mind. Meng Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement and prepared for a second attack, grabbing the shovel she had previously buried Pei Xian with, charging forward with determination. The tall zombie, hearing the commotion, moved like a rusty machine, slowly turning its head towards her. Meng Xiaoyu was nearly upon it, shovel raised, attempting to lure the zombie. "Come with me. I'll take you to eat." To her astonishment, the once slow zombie suddenly displayed an expression of fear, and its previously sluggish legs seemed to propel it forward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the zombie had vanished without a trace. Meng Xiaoyu stood there, bewildered. It ran away. She hadn't even fulfilled the zombie's wish. How could she evolve her powers? Unwilling to give up, she returned to her post, waiting until the afternoon, yet not a single piece of rotten flesh appeared. Ultimately, she had no choice but to try her luck at the back gate of the community. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon a few zombies growling about something. Among them was the robust zombie that had fallen victim to her powers, now addressing the other zombies with fervor. Meng Xiaoyu couldn't understand the words, but as her powers grew stronger, her ability to read their thoughts also extended. She heard the zombie say, "There is a dangerous creature at the front gate. Her scent is delectable, but it feels perilous. Avoid her. Move far away to seek food. This neighborhood is no longer safe. Don't let her find you. One by one, the zombies, not the brightest, stared blankly in a small meeting, their expressions reflecting confusion. Meng Xiaoyu thought, no wonder I didn't find any zombies earlier. It seems one of them is warning the others. So tall, and yet so gossipy. How annoying. Meng Xiaoyu, feeling indignant, contemplated confronting the robust zombie. She wasn't dangerous. She merely wanted to read their thoughts and fulfill her desires to enhance her powers. What a ridiculous label of a dangerous creature. However, when she considered approaching to reason with it and glanced at the number of zombies across from her, she shrank back. Forget it, she decided. She would find another place to wait for zombies, without the gossiping one around. For convenience, Meng Xiaoyu moved to the neighboring community, where indeed, there were more zombies to encounter. To her surprise, the two zombies she found reacted as if they had seen a ghost, once they regained their senses from her powers. Their first instinct was to speak ill of her in their minds before sprinting away. Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback, dragging her shovel back home in defeat. Upon her arrival, Pei Xian had already prepared dinner. Noticing her red-rimmed eyes, he furrowed his brow, suspecting she had been bullied outside. He approached her, blocking her ascent with a stoic demeanor, his indifferent gaze scanning her as if it were an X-ray. Aside from her slightly reddened eyes and some wrinkles on her shoulders, nothing seemed amiss. Meng Xiaoyu was still fuming over his actions from the previous night, ignoring him entirely and trudging upstairs without having dinner, leaving Pei Xian alone downstairs, lost in thought. Having spent considerable time together, she had absorbed a scent. Surely no zombie would dare bully her. Could it be humans? He pondered for a moment before stepping outside. He returned around dusk, ascended the stairs, and unearthed the little girl, passing her a note. The handwriting, crooked and unsteady, belied a temperament not befitting a man. Meng Xiaoyu's stomach rumbled, yet she had no desire to eat. Her cheeks puffed in frustration as she recalled the day's events, exclaiming, "Zombies are nothing but trouble." Pei Xian's eyelids flickered. Expressionless, he adjusted his glasses and began to write. "What do zombies have to do with you?" Meng Xiaoyu huffed. "They discriminate against mushrooms." Pei Xian lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Mushrooms? Chapter 21. Eating mushrooms? He had no intention of consuming her. Meng Xiaoyu awoke from hunger. The space was stocked with provisions, and she took out some bread, nibbling on it. The space felt too cramped. If only it were a tad larger. She wouldn't need to forage daily. Alas, to enhance her abilities, she must seek the cooperation of zombies. Otherwise, it would be ages before she could upgrade her space.
Sigh. Huh.
What is that delightful aroma? Meng Xiaoyu's nose twitched as she followed the scent downstairs. There, Pei Xian had prepared a large bowl of noodles. Chopsticks meticulously placed on the table. He pulled out a note and wrote a few words. No waste. Knowing that Meng Xiaoyu might still be upset and unwilling to eat his food, he resorted to alternative methods of communication. As expected, Meng Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before obediently approaching, seizing the chopsticks, tilting her head. Why is it still boiled noodles? Pei Xian glanced away, as he had no other culinary skills. Fortunately, Meng Xiaoyu had no expectation of a response, and as she slurped a mouthful, her eyes brightened, mumbling indistinctly, "Today's is delicious." The flavor was unique, with small bits floating in the broth, soft and bouncy when chewed. What is this? Meng Xiaoyu picked out a piece. Noticing its brown exterior and white, wrinkled interior, it looked somewhat familiar. Pei Xian retrieved a pen and wrote slowly. The mushrooms were gathered overnight after the zombies had boldly discriminated against them, and he had instructed them to scour the remnants of Y City for mushrooms. Finally, they delivered some to him this morning just as he was boiling instant noodles. He casually cleaned a few, diced them, and tossed them into the noodles. Mr. Zombie did not relish human food, yet in a bid to fatten his reserves, he had recently perused recipes and added some meat for flavor. She should enjoy it. Pei Xian rested his chin on his hands, his grayish eyes reflecting Meng Xiaoyu's face. Her initially rosy cheeks visibly paled, and the chopsticks clattered to the floor as her beautiful eyes widened, mist gathering within them. With a sudden outburst, she burst into tears. Meng Xiaoyu, sobbing, glanced at the remaining half-bowl of mushroom noodles, directing her gaze at the culprit. "You." She pointed at Pei Xian, her tearful eyes filled with shock and fear, before wiping her tears and retreating under the table to gag. "Woe is me, I have eaten a mushroom." She had consumed her own kind. Meng Xiaoyu clutched the table leg, retching and sobbing uncontrollably. Soon her powers ceased, and large tears streamed down her cheeks, transforming her loud cries into soft whimpers. No matter how Pei Xin tugged, she remained hidden. Pei Xin finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He squatted beside Meng Xiaoyu at the table, gently wiping her tears with his fingertip, only to have her swat his hand away. She seemed to witness something horrifying, curling into a ball. Regardless of their previous amiability, it could not alter the fact that Pei Xin was a mushroom murderer. The timid mushroom was overcome with an uncontrollable fear, wishing to transform into a purple mushroom and bury itself in the earth. He had seen such a look in her eyes when they first met. However, as time passed, Meng Xiaoyu had never feared him this much. He lowered his eyelids and clumsily wrote 2 words, "Don't be afraid." He had no intention of consuming her, not now, at least. Even if he did, it would be at a later time. Yet Meng Xiaoyu did not even glance at him, remaining ensconced in her world of mushroom cultivation. As if isolated in another realm, Pei Xin's lips moved, suppressing the urge to emit a zombie sound, for the first time loathing his inability to articulate. If only he could speak, they might communicate freely. Instead, every action of his seemed to provoke her aversion. Ultimately, Pei Xin rose, consumed the remaining half of the noodles expressionlessly, cleaned the bowls and chopsticks, and exited. The room fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. The timid mushroom, gasping for air, peeked out, inhaling deeply before retreating to continue her weeping. While crying, she pressed her lips together. She felt guilty, shamefully acknowledging the deliciousness of mushrooms. She wiped her tears, silently repenting, feeling remorse for the elder kin of the plant kingdom. How could she have gone so far as to consume a plant, akin to the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies? Setting aside the zombies, the others outside knew better than to eat plants, yet she had turned on her poor kin. Sipping her tears, she stifled strange sounds of craving. After a while, the door remained quiet, and once she confirmed the mushroom murderer had departed, Meng Xiaoyu crawled out from under the table, her eyes fixed on the now empty pot. After crying for so long, her head felt dizzy, and clutching her stomach, she blinked her swollen eyes, locked the door upstairs, and burrowed into her blanket, sobbing anew. In her dreams, the man wielded a knife, ominously standing by her bed, whispering devilish words. "Once you've plumped up, I shall consume you." He heated oil in a pot, his long fingers gently caressing her purple cap. The coldness of his touch suitable for mushrooms, yet sending shivers down her spine. Meng Xiaoyu dreamt he tore her white stem away, plump enough to be devoured. This time, the little mushroom could not cry, uprooted and drawing ever closer to his thin lips.
Ah!
She jolted awake, her eyes glistening with tears, the dim light not too blinding. She blinked and climbed out of bed, heading to the bathroom to wash her face. In the mirror, her complexion was ghastly, eyes red and swollen, lashes dripping with water. She pinched her cheek, the pain reminding her that she was still alive and had not been devoured. The thought of that dream and the morning's events stirred a wave of discomfort within her. She could not bear to stay in the house a moment longer. So she tidied up and headed downstairs. Below, Pei Xin had yet to return. Despite her fear of encountering him, she couldn't help but worry for his safety. What if he fell ill and was eaten by zombies on the street? What if he encountered bad people who abducted him? Should she go look for him? Truth be told, aside from the mushroom incident and his inexplicable bullying of her, he had not shown any desire to consume her. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. After all, he did not know she was a mushroom. Where could he have gone? Meng Xiaoyu bit her lip, torn between indecision. Ultimately succumbing to her impulses and taking a shovel to search for him. As before, the zombies she encountered seemed to be in a peculiar state. Even without being struck by her powers, they instinctively avoided her. Stepping outside, she ventured into some perilous large shopping malls, employing her mind-reading ability to inquire if anyone had seen a tall, slender, handsome human male. The zombies, bewildered, contemplated in their minds. Chapter 22. The timid mushroom must face a battlefield. Zombies, that's not him. A flicker of disappointment crossed Meng Xiaoyu's distinctly colored eyes. Where could a seemingly invisible human have gone? Meng Xiaoyu, there's a zombie. What are you doing standing there? Run. An urgent voice rang out from a distance. Meng Xiaoyu turned to see a boy, his face filled with terror. Run. She glanced at the seemingly friendly zombie, then at the menacing Xiao Maqiong. Before Meng Xiaoyu could react, The zombie was already rushing toward Xiao Maqiong. Xiao Emoqiong. Oh my. He turned on his heels and ran. As he sprinted, he muttered to himself, pondering the absurdity of the zombies that preferred to pursue distant humans rather than devour those nearby. How mindless. Nevertheless, he still had a chance to escape, while Meng Xiaoyu, so close to the zombies, certainly had no hope. The thought of having saved someone elevated Xiao Emoqiong's spirits. He felt like a protagonist, almost towering taller. Yet, his fleeing figure remained somewhat disheveled. In no time, he abruptly halted and dashed back, this time pursued by a horde of zombies, as if he had inadvertently disturbed their lair. Meng Xiaoyu sighed softly and sluggishly followed suit, gesturing and inquiring, "Have you seen a man of considerable height wearing a white shirt and glasses?" Xiao Emoqiong, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Sister, you are my biological sister. Can we refrain from asking such nonsense at a time like this? Let's focus on escaping."
Oh.
Meng Xiaoyu glanced back momentarily. The sight of the zombies, baring their teeth in a fearsome manner, was indeed terrifying. Even though she understood they were not targeting her specifically, she could not help but shudder. Concerned that she might lag behind, Xiao Emoqiong grasped her hand and urged, "Follow me." They sprinted eastward, arriving at a dilapidated neighborhood, where they secured themselves behind an iron gate. The zombies, attracted by the scent of flesh, amassed like a small mountain, clawing and groaning against the gate. As they pressed against it, decaying flesh fell to the ground, revealing yellowed bones stained with dried brown blood, a grotesque sight. Meng Xiaoyu preferred not to gaze into the faces of the zombies. She feared nightmares would ensue. She stepped back a few paces, scanning their surroundings with Xiao Emoqiong, seeking an alternate exit. "After winding through here, we will reach the wholesale market. Have you gathered all your belongings?"
What?
Meng Xiaoyu halted, looking up at him. Only then did Xiao Emoqiong notice her distress. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying recently. "What's wrong? Were you not here to find me and leave Y City for the outskirts? We are prepared to depart by tomorrow. This place is desolate, abandoned by humanity. It won't be long before only zombies remain. Please come with us." Xiao Emoqiong assumed Meng Xiaoyu had come to terms with leaving alongside him. He scratched his head. "What about your friend? Is he not coming too?" Suddenly, Xiao Emoqiong's voice trailed off, uncertainty clouding his gaze as he stared into her eyes. "Your friend hasn't been devoured by zombies, has he? Is that why you are so upset?" "Of course not," Meng Xiaoyu quickly retorted. "The ones who died were other mushrooms, and I was the one who made the choice. As for Pei Sinian, he is perfectly fine." The mere thought of her friend being in danger caused her eyes to redden again. "I am not leaving with you. I am searching for my friend, who has gone missing. But we are about to leave, and even if we gather supplies, we will not return to Y City. In a few days, autumn will arrive, and we will check the fields for food. Come with us." Meng Xiaoyu indeed wished to go. Despite her timid nature, she cherished humanity, believing that living alongside good people was far preferable to being surrounded by foul-smelling zombies. However, recalling the fate of Lu Chong and his companions, she knew humanity could be both benevolent and malevolent. Even if Xiao Emoqiong was kind, it did not guarantee that his companions shared the same virtue. Moreover, Pei Sinian was still unaccounted for. Previously, she would have left without a second thought. But, considering how he prepared instant noodles for her daily, she felt a pang of guilt about abandoning him, even if he had harmed the mushrooms. She vowed it was not simply due to her cravings. Noticing Meng Xiaoyu's resolute decision, Xiao Emoqiong felt a wave of disappointment. "All right, think it over tonight. Tomorrow, I will wait for you at the wholesale market until 9 in the morning. If you do not come, we shall leave."
Fine.
With zombies at the front, they exited through the back door. The moment Meng Xiaoyu stepped out, she spotted a familiar figure waiting by the entrance. The overcast sky obscured the sun, casting a dim light. The man stood beneath a tree at the door, his profile cloaked in shadows. His skin was pale, with a delicate bone structure. Beneath his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes drooped slightly, their elongated contours revealing a hint of weariness, as if he were weary of the world, himself, and everyone present. Xiao Emoqiong swallowed hard, instinctively positioning himself in front of Meng Xiaoyu, eyeing the man warily. "Who are you, and what do you want?" In moments of crisis, Xiao Emoqiong proved to be quite dependable. His initial reaction was to protect his friend rather than cower behind her. Meng Xiaoyu felt a surge of gratitude and gently tugged at his sleeve. "He is my friend." Xiao Mo Chiong paused, instinctively glancing at Pei Sinian, then back at Meng Xiaoyu perplexed. How many good friends do you have? Pei Sinian cast a glance at Meng Xiaoyu, who was clutching Xiao Mo Chiong's sleeve, his expression growing colder. He too was curious about the number of good friends this food reserve possessed. Just that morning, she had been hiding under the table, weeping, and now in the afternoon, she was laughing and chatting with a useless human. Compared to the caution she displayed in front of him, she was remarkably unrestrained in front of this individual. Pei Sinian pressed his lips together, feeling the familiar itch in his gums return. Meng Xiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine, though she paid little heed. Nodding at Xiao Mo Chiong, she affirmed, yes, just him. If you count yours, then 2. She held up 2 fingers.
Xiao Monta Kyong's mouth twitched.
Where do you see him as weak and helpless? I thought you said your friend was fragile and incapable of self-care? This friend certainly exuded an aura that could intimidate any tall male. Meng Xiaoyu turned her head, scrutinizing Pei Sinian closely, and nervously shrank back. Don't be fooled by his fierce demeanor. He is actually quite fragile. He walks slowly, faints easily, has a weak heart, is blind, and cannot speak. Wary of discussing Pei Sinian's painful past, she leaned closer to Xiao Mo Chiong and whispered, do you think he is weak? Xiao Mo Chiong felt a wave of sympathy. He rubbed his chilly back and mimicked Meng Xiaoyu's soft tone. Aside from his height, physique, and face, he is utterly useless. Quite pitiful, really. The two believed they were conversing discreetly, yet zombies possess keen hearing, and their whispered words reached Pei Sinian's ears. Those zombies could not comprehend complex dialogue. Pei Sinian interpreted their words as an audacious affront, implying that he was weak. Chapter 23. He is so wicked. Bullying mushrooms. Pei Sinian coolly lifted his eyelids and strode toward them. As he approached, the stifling air around them seemed to cool significantly.
Xiao Monta Kyong trembled.
Discreetly gesturing to Meng Xiaoyu. Hey, this guy is truly frightening. To Xiao Mo Chiong's surprise, he turned around and found Meng Xiaoyu leaning forward, seemingly drawn to this dangerous figure. He pondered silently, as expected of her. From the moment they recognized each other, she had never played by the rules. Meng Xiaoyu was not entirely unafraid, but she was drawn to Pei Sinian's aura and craved his warmth. She believed no mushroom could resist the allure of his chilling presence. Although his expression appeared fierce, as if he were about to devour several mushrooms. Cautiously, the timid mushroom shrank her neck and gently grasped Pei Sinian's sleeve. Where have you been? I searched for you everywhere. Pei Sinian remained silent. His gaze fixated on her small hand, then flicked to Xiao Mo Chiong's attire, his stare unyielding, as if he were observing a lifeless object. Xiao Mo Chiong felt a wave of unease. Xiaoyu, since you've found your friend, it would be wise to inform him about that matter. I shall return to the wholesale market now. Since they were friends, this dangerous man should not harm Meng Xiaoyu. However, Xiao Mo Chiong was uncertain whether staying longer would put him in danger, so he decided to slip away instead. At that moment, the melodramatic youth, Xiao Mo Chiong, felt his survival instincts kick in, seeking to escape the oppressive and bizarre atmosphere. At the back door of the neighborhood, only a mushroom remained, staring face to face with a zombie. Meng Xiaoyu inadvertently recalled the tragic incident involving the mushrooms, as well as her own dream. Aware that Pei Sinian could not see her, she nevertheless turned her face away in discomfort, her gaze unintentionally landing on the man's cuff, where she noticed soil smudged on the sleeve of the usually immaculate man. She attempted to rub it off, only to find it becoming dirtier. With a delicate furrow of her brows, she suggested, "Let us head back. Your sleeve is dirty and needs washing." As she tugged at him, the man moved in accordance with her gentle pull. I was wrong this morning. I shouldn't have lost my temper without reason, she reflected on the way back, contemplating how to apologize to Pei Sinian. The memories of the original owner indicated that mushrooms indeed held a place on the human menu. Pei Sinian, unaware that she was a mushroom, had merely intended to prepare a meal, thinking to treat her. In her self-pity, she had overlooked his feelings. As a sensible mushroom, timid Xiaoyu resolved to reconcile with Pei Sinian and negotiate that while she would not mind him eating mushrooms, he should refrain from doing so in her presence. As it frightened and distressed her, she dismissed the last thought. After all, she was not coveting her own kind. Pei Sinian remained oblivious to Xiaoyu's self-reconciliation. His bemusement mirrored hers upon hearing her apology. A zombie's mind ought not to dwell too deeply. He enjoyed Xiaoyu's bubbles and sometimes intentionally made her cry. However, He did not appreciate the bubbles from that morning, nor did he like seeing her interact with other humans, or her apology. Thus, he extended 2 fingers to pinch her lips. Xiaoyou's mouth was squished like a little duck's, her slightly swollen eyes widening in indignation as she protested. What are you doing? Nothing, just feeling a bit out of sorts, he replied. He had caught snippets of her previous conversation with Xiao Maqiong, where the young human expressed a desire to have the supplies leave Y City, in other words, to leave him. Pei Sinian felt agitated, longing to take some action, yet unable to express it due to his stiff demeanor. The supplies belonged to him, and no one could take them away. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate that human entirely. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, quickly masked. Upon returning home, Pei Sinian emerged from his washroom to find Xiaoyou's sparkling eyes. The young girl held a flower pot, several white mushrooms with delicate stems nestled in the dark soil, their whiteness reminiscent of her own fair complexion, almost inviting one to touch them. However, at that moment, Xiaoyou's skin glowed with a rosy hue from excitement, her beautiful eyes shimmering with life as they reflected his image, her voice a sweet melody. Pei Sinian, what is this? Wrapped in a pristine white bathrobe, Pei Sinian, with droplets of water gliding down his perfectly sculpted jawline, nodded lightly as he toweled his damp hair. You've been gone for quite a while. Did you go to plant mushrooms for me? The supplies flitted around him, their chatter somewhat bothersome, yet Pei Sinian felt no irritation. He merely nodded, internally thinking, fool. He certainly could not grow mushrooms, as he had only dug up soil to place in the pot and inserted the unprocessed mushrooms. However, unbeknownst to him, once he had completed everything, the supplies had vanished. He paid no heed to the dirt on himself and rushed to find Xiaoyu, leading to the prior scene. You little white-eyed wolf, the mushrooms are confiscated, he declared, casually taking the flower pot from her hands as he sauntered away. Hey? Xiaoyu glanced at her empty hands, her fingers closing around nothing as she blinked, her cheeks puffed in disappointment, and she hurried after him. Pei Sinian, how can you take back the mushrooms you gave me? Give them back. With remarkable speed, she leaped onto him, clinging to his waist in a playful tantrum. I shouldn't have been angry with you today. Give me the mushrooms, we're still friends. Pei Sinian remained unmoved, lifting the flower pot high, out of her reach. She jumped and fumed, bubbling with frustration, when suddenly an idea struck her. A bubble floated up, stealthily attempting to collect the mushrooms into her space bubble. With eager anticipation, she watched as the bubble wobbled towards the pot, but just then, he punctured it with a finger, shattering her hopes. Sniffling, she felt tears welling in her eyes as she recognized something was amiss and sent another bubble skyward, only for it to meet the same fate. Pei Sinian, you're pretending to be blind. You're so cruel, she exclaimed, abandoning her mushrooms in a huff. How infuriating! Would he ever see her? Or had he always seen her, keeping it hidden? How could he conceal everything from her? She had thought him pitiable for being blind. But now it seemed she was the one who was blind. How wicked! Chapter 24, How to Make a Mushroom Fall into Your Embrace. The human heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Just moments after having soothed her, the supplies were once again storming off in a huff. Pei Sinian failed to comprehend the source of her anger, mistakenly believing it was due to the absence of mushrooms. Humans are truly difficult to manage. He knocked on the closed office door, placing a small pot of mushrooms at its threshold before returning to his own room. Before long, the door opened from within, and a head peeked out. Timid Xiaoyu stealthily slipped the pot inside. Settling back onto her bed, she gently touched the caps of the mushrooms, finding them not as soft as her own umbrella, but rather firm. How annoying! Shall we ignore him from now on? The white mushrooms, neatly lined in the soil, offered her no response, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. Although they were of her kind, they seemed different from her expectations. In Xiaoyou's memory, mushrooms could speak and communicate. Yet these seemed devoid of life, resembling a row of lifeless corpses. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to quickly set the pot down. Rubbing her arms where goosebumps had risen, she hurriedly dove under the covers, curling up like the other mushrooms, lying still. That night, the gloomy weather unleashed a torrential downpour, the raindrops tapping rhythmically against the glass, dispelling the lingering warmth of summer. Xiaoyu peeked out, donned her shoes, and stealthily approached the door next door, cautiously turning the knob. Pei Sinian had a habit of not locking his door at night, allowing her easy access. The dim light within the room allowed her to navigate to the bedside effortlessly. She crept closer to the tall figure lying straight on the bed, cautiously observing to confirm that he was indeed asleep. She then leaned in, pressing her ear against his well-defined chest, remaining still for a while, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. After tucking him in, she tiptoed away. But as she reached the door, she accidentally kicked something, startling her. Crouching down with her hands on her head, she broke into a cold sweat while mentally chanting, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Fortunately, amidst the silence, no further sounds emerged. Xiaoyu carefully opened one eye, seeing that the figure on the bed remained motionless, and she released a quiet sigh of relief as she slipped out the door. However, she did not notice that as soon as she stepped outside, Pei Sinian had opened his eyes. "The friend you mentioned hasn't he arrived? It's getting late. And the people in the village are still waiting for us. We should hurry along." The abandoned wholesale market resembles a regression to the bygone decades of the modern world, with a nauseating odor permeating the air. Flies buzz about, occasionally ensnared in spider webs, where a gray spider, with its long-haired legs, approaches to relish its morning meal. Beneath the eaves, a man with a buzz cut, clad in a tank top, shoulders a gun while impatiently shaking off the ash from his cigarette. It's already 9:10. That person is unlikely to arrive, and we have matters to attend to. Encountering zombies on the way will only delay us further. Accompanying him is a woman of striking beauty, her red dress somewhat tattered, her high heels replaced by a pair of sneakers scavenged from who knows where. If Meng Xiaoyu were present, she would certainly recognize this woman as Liang Mingjiao, the very one who had pushed her. Previously, Liang Mingjiao had exhausted her powers, pursued by two zombies while still in high heels, believing she would meet her demise in their jaws, only to be fortuitously rescued by this very group. At the onset of the apocalypse, although many revealed their malevolent natures in the absence of law, some retained their humanity. Wang Chipeng, the leader of the team led by Xiao Maqiong, had gathered a number of the old, weak, and vulnerable since the onset of the apocalypse. Even ordinary women would receive his assistance when possible, let alone those endowed with special abilities. The two zombies were easily dispatched by him, and he casually included Liang Mingjiao in the group. It was evident to any discerning observer that this woman seemed to harbor affections for their leader. Just look. She was inching closer. Liang Mingjiao offered a bottle of water to Wang Chipeng, speaking in a gentle tone, urging him to refrain from smoking as it is detrimental to his health and suggesting he hydrate since they still had a journey ahead. Wang Chipeng took a puff of his cigarette and glanced at her, suggesting she save the water for later, fearing that soon they might find themselves without any. His straightforward nature meant he spoke candidly, lacking the delicate sensibilities of someone like Lu Chong, who, despite his rough demeanor, would occasionally flirt with her. Liang Mingjiao bit her lip, a flicker of unwillingness crossing her features. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident that led to Lu Chong and the others meeting their tragic fates, she would not be donning these tattered clothes for days, nor scavenging for shoes from the trash, enduring the cold indifference of these people. She was acutely aware that they looked down upon her. But what of it? She was determined to rise above, destined to become their matriarch and a person of stature. With a cold huff in her heart, she resolved to prove herself. But her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of staggering zombies at the alley's mouth. As one zombie appeared, others began to follow suit, some bearing familiar faces. Having spent so much time alongside Lu Chong and the others, even in their grotesque, decayed forms, she could recognize them instantly. As the zombies continued to drift closer, a sense of foreboding gripped Liang Mingjiao. Her complexion turned pale as she exclaimed, "There's a horde of zombies. They are organized. My previous team was annihilated by such a group, and I was the only one to escape." Wang Chipeng acted decisively. "Everyone, evacuate immediately." Having been a soldier, his leadership skills were commendable despite his blunt personality and impatience. Xiao Maqiong cast a final glance back, not spotting Meng Xiaoyu, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. The zombies immediately began to shuffle after them. Meanwhile, the spider on the rooftop savored its last morsel and continued to weave its web, anticipating the next prey. As for Meng Xiaoyu, who was on Xiao Maqiong's mind, she had not forgotten their prior agreement. He had stated that they would leave promptly at 9. Initially, she had been upset with Pei Sinian, contemplating a visit just to say farewell, if not to leave together. However, upon opening the door, she was met with a dozen decayed faces. Who wouldn't be startled at the sight of zombies first thing in the morning, especially one as timid as she? Her small face displayed an expression of shock. In a flurry, she slammed the door shut, only to reopen it and see the cluster of zombies inching forward, their yellowed teeth bared, as if to enter. Quickly, she closed and locked the door once more, her skin prickling with goosebumps. At that moment, she completely forgot about her cold war with Pei Sinian, leaping into his embrace, clutching his sturdy waist as she pressed closer. So many zombies. Help! I need to wash my eyes. Chapter 25. An abnormal flirtation between the opposite sex. Pei Sinian, there are so many zombies outside today. With only the two of them remaining downstairs, Meng Xiaoyu instinctively sought solace in Pei Sinian's presence. The library had always been a sanctuary from the zombies, with only the limping ones daring to approach. Initially, when she ventured outside, she had been monitored by a limping zombie, but after its disappearance, she discovered that all the other zombies avoided her, naturally bolstering her courage. Now, she could scarcely imagine being cornered by zombies inside her room. This must be a dream. Meng Xiaoyu inhaled the cold aura emanating from Pei Sinian, feeling as if she were encased in ice, gradually calming her emotions. Gripping the hem of his clothing, her palms clammy with sweat, she assured him, "Don't be afraid. They can't breach our defenses for the time being. We must find a way to escape. There's a back window." She regarded Pei Sinian, a frail human who, despite not being blind, was still mute and had a weak heart, as a timid mushroom seeking growth. She resolved to become stronger, to transform into a brave mushroom capable of protecting humanity. Thus, under the dim, inscrutable gaze of the man, she patted his crumpled shirt, boldly striding towards a back window, only to come face to face with a zombie whose eyes were crimson and half of its face had been gnawed away. In an instant, her petite form darted towards the zombie, trembling yet resolute. "I'm not afraid. It's just a zombie. A mere zombie." She had easily dealt with them not long ago. However, the sheer number and grotesque appearance of the current horde made her stomach churn at the mere sight. Pei Sinian's expression remained indifferent as he cast a cold glance at the zombies outside the back window. Behind the barrier of glass, the half-faced zombie recoiled, hastily squatting down to hide. He then withdrew his gaze, awkwardly raising his hand to pat Meng Xiaoyu's quivering back, as if soothing a small kitten. His touch gentle yet clumsy. His broad, icy palm against her back helped Meng Xiaoyu regain her composure. Clenching her fists, she declared, "Pei Sinian, don't be afraid. Trust me, my powers can protect you." She reassured herself, thinking, what's the big deal? It's just a few more zombies than usual. In the past, I could hardly find any. Now, I can use this opportunity to enhance my abilities. The timid mushroom, emboldened by her thoughts, withdrew from Pei Sinian's embrace and promptly knelt on a chair, opening the window to engage with the zombie peering in. The warmth she had felt in his presence dissipated, and Pei Sinian glanced at his empty hand, still warm as if retaining some of her warmth. He lowered his gaze, the slightest hint of displeasure fleeting across his features. The half-faced zombie had crouched down, and upon seeing her peeking out, it lifted its head and growled at her. Unable to read its mind, Meng Xiaoyu misinterpreted its intentions and offered it a bubble. The zombie's unvoiced thought was, "Please don't come closer." Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback, a question mark forming in her mind. How did it come to this? She was being besieged by zombies, yet why did it feel as if she were coercing them? No, what was the term? The timid mushroom racked her brain, her right fist striking her left palm. Yes. Why did it seem as though she were pushing her luck too far? Her expression morphed into one of dismay as she addressed the zombie. "Don't you dare cause any trouble. If you do, I will." The timid mushroom found herself at a loss for words, desperately scouring her recent vocabulary, threatening loudly. "If you try to pull a fast one on me, I will." Pei Sinian, observing the girl's nonsensical tirade, felt a twitch in his eyelid and cast a sidelong glance at the girl's spouting nonsense. He frowned, pondering. "Mistress? Ah yes. A term imbued with malice in human language." Meng Xiaoyu stood resolute against the encroaching zombies, taking a moment to explain to Pei Sinian. "Last time, a woman remarked that you and I were a pair. While your head is indeed quite appealing, I doubt we would survive a head-to-head encounter. Conveniently, this zombie only has half a head left. If it attempts to bite me, I shall engage it in a contest of heads along with its fellow undead." As anticipated, the zombie recoiled, clutching its remaining half, trembling as it crawled away. Humans were far too terrifying. It decided to seek sustenance elsewhere. Meng Xiaoyu rapped on the window frame, calling out, "Don't leave. I'm here to help you fulfill your wish." The half-headed zombie hastened its retreat, and in its place, the line of other zombies took up a threatening posture, baring their teeth in intimidation. Paisnian, however, remained silent for a moment, then moved to the window to pull back the timid mushroom, slamming the window shut to muffle the cacophony of zombie growls from outside. "What are you doing?" I hadn't he finished conversing with the zombie. Meng Xiaoyu protested as she found herself yanked by the collar to stand before the bookshelf. The man's long fingers deftly navigated the shelves, ultimately selecting the thickest, albeit diminutive book, which he tossed into her arms. This? Meng Xiaoyu was perplexed by his intentions. With the zombies outside besieging them, he was suggesting she read? Paisnian remained silent, merely gesturing toward the book. She reluctantly lowered her gaze, realizing it was a dictionary. Her expression morphed into one of confusion. "And then? What of it?" Paisnian replied, "The zombie's mind may not be particularly sharp, yet it does not hinder its instinctual urge to consult the dictionary." It accurately pinpointed a page and presented it back to her, his pale fingers indicating two particular characters. The words inscribed were of a rather inappropriate nature, vastly different from what Meng Xiaoyu had anticipated. Her eyes widened in astonishment, especially upon understanding the implications of the non-normative relationships described. Why did that woman refer to us as a pair? We are not in a non-normative relationship, after all. One is a mushroom, and the other a human. Our races are distinctly different. Paisnian's eyelids fluttered slightly as he retrieved a piece of paper from the shelf, writing on it. "Which woman?" "Last time. When I left the library alone, you have no idea. I was kidnapped by humans," Meng Xiaoyu admitted, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she tugged at her clothing. "But I was formidable, managing to escape from that horde of zombies. That woman claimed I had a partner behind me. Does that count for us?" "Not at all." Paisnian's gaze fell, concealing the coldness in his eyes. His pen pressed hard against the pristine paper, nearly tearing it. "What nonsense about partners? Which woman has corrupted our food reserves? She had better be dead. Otherwise, if I encounter her again, you must inform me." His writing speed increased, smooth and decisive, akin to signing a multi-million-dollar contract, though the letters remained uneven. The timid mushroom nodded obediently, then suddenly posed a whimsical question. "So, what is our relationship now?" Chapter 26. Does your heart not race? What relationship? Paisnian paused, a slight shift in his indifferent demeanor. Despite being unlike other zombies, his understanding remained that humans were merely sustenance. He held no human memories, lacked human compassion, and felt no affection towards humanity. Previously, his avoidance of human flesh stemmed from their unkempt nature, foul odors, and overall lack of cleanliness, which diminished his appetite. However, this perception began to shift with Meng Xiaoyu's presence. Though she had appeared disheveled upon their first meeting, akin to a custard bun fallen into chocolate, her dirted face and tattered clothes failed to mask her sweet essence. She represented a delightful morsel, one that could be beneficial. Out of a selfish desire, he felt compelled to nourish her to a plump and healthy state. After a while of providing sustenance, her once pale and delicate features now bore a healthy roundness. Her eyes sparkling with moisture as if they could burst forth with tears at any moment, making her seem irresistibly succulent. Standing before him, she inquired about their relationship. What relationship could there be? Were they not merely reserves of food? Yet upon meeting her bright gaze, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to reveal the truth. A resistance brewing within him. Paisnian ceased writing, opting instead to gently tap her forehead with his fingers. Meng Xiaoyu, feeling wronged, clutched the dictionary in one hand while shielding her head with the other. "Please don't keep tapping my head. Is a mushroom's head to be treated so carelessly? My purple umbrella is meant to disperse spores. If you keep this up, my endocrine system will be thrown into disarray." She huffed. "Why is it so difficult to ascertain our relationship? Here I thought of you as a friend, my first human friend, while Xiao Maqiong is merely the second. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten about Xiao Maqiong." She spun in circles, troubled. "What should I do? There are so many zombies outside. I certainly cannot leave." Xiao Maqiong and the others must have already departed. "Xiao Maqiong?" Paisnian turned his gaze, a chill settling on his face as he lifted his pen. "Do you care for him?" Meng Xiaoyu stared at his punctuation, utterly bewildered. "He is my second human friend since arriving in this world. You are my first. You wish to walk outside with him?" The zombie's howls grew louder, the air becoming thin. Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, her curled eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she blinked. You've been quite talkative today, and your speech seems odd. I do wish to go to the human base. But not with them. Besides, you are weak. What if you collapse along the way? Meng Xiaoyu vividly recalled the frightening image of Paisnian unconscious, motionless in the room. The cold, empty space at night felt particularly lonely, with the only human companion lying in bed without a trace of life. She could hear her own voice, but no response came from him. The familiar figure seemingly vanished from her world. Without him, she would likely continue to wander. Meng Xiaoyu contemplated. Once he was properly buried, she would head to the human base. Yet, in a world teeming with humanity, he would still not be there. Perhaps, should the apocalypse come to an end and she still lived, she would return to see if mushrooms had grown on his grave. If not, she would begrudgingly plant some there herself. Fortunately, Paisnian had not perished. He had survived with remarkable strength. Like her, endowed with abilities and a sense of responsibility. She vowed to protect this fragile human, ensuring he encountered no further misfortunes. She constantly worried about him succumbing, leaving her to plant mushrooms on his grave. The journey to the outskirts was fraught with uncertainty. One could easily encounter hordes of zombies or conflict with malevolent individuals. Paisnian lacked the ability to speak, rendering him unable to argue back, which deeply troubled the mushroom. Meng Xiaoyu sighed softly. You are all my friends, but Xiao Maqiong is young and capable. I need not fret over him. You, on the other hand, are different. You are frail and at risk of collapsing at any moment. We should devise a plan to handle the zombies outside. If something were to happen to Xiao Maqiong, would she not be concerned? Pei Xian remained silent. His indifferent brows furrowing slightly, his tall figure swaying as if on the verge of collapsing. Meng Xiaoyu was startled and quickly supported him, urging, Don't frighten me. Are you tired? Let me help you upstairs to rest. The zombies won't come in for a while, so it's safe. Pei Xian's face was pale as he nodded almost imperceptibly, and with Meng Xiaoyu's assistance, he ascended the stairs step by step. While this side remained relatively calm, on the other side, Wang Qipeng and his companions were being relentlessly pursued by the zombies, only to suddenly realize that the organized and disciplined attack of the undead had dissipated. The zombies stood vacantly for a moment before finally catching a whiff of flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qipeng led his team through the weakest point in the zombie horde. Xiao Maqiang was the first to spot the small delivery truck they had arrived in and shouted to the others from the driver's seat, Get in. The men from the village were all capable and strong. However, Liang Mingjiao accidentally twisted her ankle at a critical moment and fell to the ground. Although the zombie assault had lessened, their instinctual desire for flesh persisted, with a few second-tier zombies quickly closing in. Wang Qipeng gritted his teeth and rushed back to drag her up. Just then, a horde of zombies surged forward, and instinctively, he shielded Liang Mingjiao with his body. The solid grip of his arms was clawed by the zombies, leaving streaks of blood. Ignoring the pain, he shouted, pushing away the zombie that resembled a hyena and forcefully tossed Liang Mingjiao onto the rear compartment. Liang Mingjiao's face turned pale from the pain, yet at that moment, no one paid her any heed. Xiao Maqiong cried out, Brother. Although Xiao Maqiong was adept at fighting, he was still young. Without Wang Qipeng's protection, he would have perished long ago in this apocalypse. He regarded Wang Qipeng as a brother, viewing him as invincible, never considering that he could be harmed by zombies. Wang Qipeng blocked the advancing undead, his eyes bloodshot, shouting to the group, What are you waiting for? Go! While some might develop antibodies and awaken abilities from zombie bites, the odds were slim. Wang Qipeng could not afford to gamble. The team carried vital supplies from the village that needed to be returned. Though he was being torn apart by zombies, he exerted all his strength to shout, Leave. With tears blurring his vision and his eyes reddening, Xiao Maqiong clenched his jaw and pressed down on the accelerator. In that instant, Wang Qipeng was engulfed by the zombies. The last bullet from the gun fell to the ground, landing in a pool of blood with a dull thud. The departing group could not suppress their anguish, with some tearfully lamenting, If it had been me returning, the boss wouldn't have died. These individuals were all recruited by Wang Qipeng. Without him, the team would be scattered like sand. Xiao Maqiong wiped his tears and pressed on the accelerator, encountering zombies along the way, splattering flesh against the windshield. His expression was one of sorrow as he slammed his fist against the steering wheel, bitterly cursing, We shouldn't have saved that woman. A hush fell over the vehicle, clearly acknowledging his words, while Liang Mingjiao in the back heard this and unconsciously dug her nails into her flesh. With her swollen ankle and bruised arms and knees from being tossed aside, she felt abandoned, Did they truly believe she deserved to die? She hadn't he intentionally twisted her ankle or held them back, who had not made mistakes. Moreover, Wang Chipgang had previously ignored her, yet at the most critical moment, he risked his life to save her. That indicated his feelings for her. What was wrong with him sacrificing his life for her? Wasn't Lu Chong the same? Liang Mingjiao hugged herself, sensing the disdainful gazes of the others in the rear compartment, feeling a surge of resentment. Just wait. One day she would make those who looked down on her beg for her mercy. A woman as beautiful and alluring as her would always fare better than some inflexible wild girl.
Achoo.
Meng Xiaoyu unexpectedly sneezed, rubbing her red nose as she slowly crawled onto the man, pressing her ear against his solid chest through his shirt, her expression earnest and serious. Is your heart racing? Chapter 27. The temptation of encountering a beautiful man while changing clothes. As the clouds dispersed, sunlight streamed through the transparent window, illuminating the single bed where two figures lay entangled. The young girl was sprawled atop the man, her cheek pressed against his chest, her curled lashes fluttering as she focused intently, as if engaged in a significant life event. In truth, She lifted her head and gently tapped the man's left chest with her fingers, nervously exclaiming, "I felt it, it really beat." The man lay beneath her, his tousled hair slightly disarrayed, his brows knitted, and his eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a lifeless sculpture. Without human emotions, how could there be a heartbeat? Yet, despite his inability to perceive pain, he could feel the fleeting warmth of her presence pressing against him. Her tiny hand fluttered like a feather across his chest, daringly attempting to tear open his shirt for a glimpse beneath. Pei Sion's world-weary eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly grasped her hand, skillfully pinning her nape. With a slight weakness, Meng Xiaoyu leaned fully against him. Behave. The sounds of zombies outside had quieted significantly. Only then did Pei Sion averted his gaze, gently closing his eyes to rest. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes darted around, stealing glances at his heart, muttering to herself, "It definitely just beat. Is a heartbeat something to be ashamed of? Why hide it away?" With a tentative reach, she extended her delicate fingers to explore. His chest felt as solid as iron, able to crush 10 mushrooms, yet the earlier heartbeat had vanished. Was it an illusion? Disappointed, Meng Xiaoyu lowered her head, curling up into a comfortable position on him, akin to a cat in a cozy nook, yawning and narrowing her eyes, resting her head against his chest and dozing off. Once her eyes were closed, Pei Sion opened his. The sweet scent of humanity continuously wafted into his nostrils, igniting his appetite. His fangs itched, yearning to tear into flesh and feast. Since becoming a zombie, his appetite had surged, yet he had never consumed anything. If zombies possess cells, every fiber of his being cried out in hunger. Ironically, this timid, seemingly foolish girl always dared to inch closer to his mouth. He sat up slightly, gazing down at Meng Xiaoyu's delicate neck. Her skin was fragile and thin, with faint blue veins visible beneath, pulsating with life. Pei Sion pressed his lips together, his cold fingertips gliding over her tender skin, lingering momentarily before descending, tugging at her collar to cover her. However, her shirt was too short, concealing her upper half, but leaving her slender waist exposed. He emotionlessly adjusted her pants, revealing her dainty ankles. Despite her usual lively demeanor, her ankles were so slender that he could easily grasp both in one hand, and they seemed fragile enough to break with a gentle twist. Pei Sion. He simply closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the torment of it all. Meng Xiaoyu was awakened by the chill. Summer was on the verge of ending, and autumn had just arrived, yet the weather remained sweltering. In Pei Sion's room, there were no blankets, and beneath her body lay an ice block. While mushrooms thrive in cold environments, the human body struggles to endure such conditions. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into a restless slumber, only to be startled awake by a sneeze. Realizing her sleep had been unsatisfactory, her clothes were wrinkled, and the collar had choked her neck, leaving a red mark on her delicate skin from prolonged pressure. Her body felt as though it had lain on a hard floor, aching with every slight movement, causing her bones to creak. Meng Xiaoyu attributed her discomfort to the troublesome man, indignantly pointing at the zombie. "Your body is weak, yet so rigid. How is that scientifically possible?" Pei Sion remained silent. The fact that he hadn't devoured her was indeed a bit illogical. Of course, the timid mushroom had not intended to provoke him. She merely jested, and upon seeing that he showed no further signs of fainting, she proceeded to wash her face and descend the stairs. Surprisingly, the zombies exhibited a sense of decorum, allowing her to descend without disturbing her dreams. Only upon her arrival did they gather at the door, beginning their low, mournful growls. Initially alarming, they appeared less frightening upon closer inspection. Aside from being densely clustered and somewhat grotesque, they were not as menacing as she had first thought. Ignoring the throng of zombies at the front door, Meng Xiaoyu seized a mop handle and approached the rear window, opening it. The zombies by the window immediately raised their heads, and she used the mop to block their entry, employing her abilities to conjure bubbles from the air, which floated towards the dozen or so zombies at the back window. She tightened her grip on the mop, asking each in turn, "What do you desire?" Since the limping zombie had gained a semblance of thought, its wish was to feed. By fulfilling this desire, her spatial abilities would expand. If she was not mistaken, awakening the zombies' rationality through bubbles and satisfying their cravings would elevate her powers. With hopeful anticipation, she gazed at the zombies' ashen faces, akin to watching experience points accumulate. The little mushroom within her, beneath its cap, bubbled with delight. Suddenly, a bubble burst, scattering fragments everywhere. Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback. What does lock mean? Several zombies, still regaining their wits, fixated on her with thoughts of confinement. Lock her in. Keep her inside. Reserve food must not escape. A chill ran down her spine as she quickly withdrew the mop and secured the window, her entire being resembling a startled cat. She dashed upstairs and burst into the adjacent office, exclaiming, "Pei Xian. The zombies consider me their reserve food." Her frantic outburst halted abruptly as her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, forgetting to blink. The door swung open, a gust of wind rushing in, revealing the man with his back to her, changing clothes. He wore a white shirt, his skin pale to the point of being sickly, and he had only managed to dress halfway. His broad back and slender waist, along with well-defined shoulder muscles, exuded an aura of latent power. When she entered, he calmly finished dressing, concealing his muscular physique, and fastened the top button of his collar, casting a cool glance over his shoulder, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a frigid light. It was a moment that transported Meng Xiaoyu back to their initial encounter. However, he soon picked up the shirt he had discarded, approached her, and took her small hand, drawing a question mark in her palm, inquiring silently. Chapter 28. He, who should be devoid of a heartbeat, was entangled in confusion. Meng Xiaoyu's mind was consumed by the earlier scene she had witnessed. She gazed up at Pei Xian's neatly buttoned collar, then down at his shoulders and waist, pondering how someone so robust when undressed could appear so delicate and fragile when clothed. Was it magic? She stared intently until he squeezed her fingers, snapping her back to reality. Remembering the earlier conversation, she grew anxious once more. The zombies outside said they want to lock us in. Pei Xian, although he was a zombie, he was not devoid of intelligence and considered himself slightly more astute than mere reserve food. If zombies could speak, he wouldn't be trapped here, communicating across species barriers with what was essentially a mute zombie. Observing his unperturbed expression, Meng Xiaoyu grew frantic, shaking his hand. I heard it with my own ears. They want to lock us in and treat us like reserve food. Pei Xian's expression shifted subtly. Communication between them was strained, prompting Meng Xiaoyu to rush downstairs to fetch him paper and a pen. The meticulous zombie took this opportunity to head to the bathroom, placing his shirt in a basin to wash away the drool from his previous slumber. Before long, Meng Xiaoyu returned with a paper and pen, urging him to jot down any questions. Pei Xian dried his hands and wrote, "How can you understand what zombies say? I told you before. I can hear their thoughts." Meng Xiaoyu replied, her expression conveying a hint of exasperation at his perceived ignorance. Pei Xian paused, reflecting on her words. She had indeed mentioned it, yet he, being a zombie, had never shared his thoughts with her, leading him to believe she was jesting. Can you really hear their voices? Pei Xian lowered his gaze, the knuckles of his gripping fingers turning pale from pressure. Meng Xiaoyu, sensing something amiss, asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again?" She rubbed her arms, whispering, "It hasn't been as warm lately. You should wear more layers to avoid catching a chill. I don't think this place is suitable for long stays. Who knows when the zombies might break through the glass? At that point, we would be trapped. We should find a way to leave and seek a new place to live. Oh, and see if there's anything you need to take with you.
I can store it in my space.
I'll go tidy up my room as well and look for an opportunity to slip away." She rambled on, fearing the zombies might break in, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his face. He stood frozen, gazing in the direction she had departed, his heart, though devoid of a beat, was in turmoil. From her demeanor, it seemed she remained unaware of his true nature as a zombie and the thoughts that plagued him. Otherwise, she would not be so close to him. Even if she couldn't hear him now, what about in the future? The thought of the girl slipping into his room each night, her head resting against his heart, darkened Pei Sion's gaze. Before he could ponder further, he suddenly heard suppressed sobs from the adjacent room. What was happening? Without his control, could the zombies act on their own accord? Furrowing his brow, he propelled his stiff zombie body into the neighboring room at the fastest pace possible. Meng Xiaoyu, who had been well just moments before, was now crouched by the bed, clutching a flower pot and weeping. Purple bubbles floated chaotically, some colliding with the pot and shattering, while others darted through the air, one large cluster bursting against Pei Sion's cheek. Upon seeing him, Meng Xiaoyu touched the pot, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling someone who had suffered a grave injustice. The mushrooms have withered. I didn't take care of them, she choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Pei Sion closed the door and approached her, gently lifting her to her feet before examining the pot she held. Indeed, the once healthy white mushrooms from yesterday now appeared frostbitten, their colors faded and drooping, with cracks forming on their caps. Just the slightest movement would cause the fissures to widen. Mushrooms were inherently soft and fragile, prone to breaking upon harvest. And while they could be nurtured, they required specific conditions: dampness, warmth, and a nurturing environment. The sunlight streaming into this room was abundant, but the soil, hastily dug by Pei Sion, was unsuitable for mushroom growth. Having never cultivated mushrooms before, he found himself at a loss. However, confronted with the teary-eyed expression of the reserve food, Pei Sion experienced pressure for the first time, as if failing to meet her expectations would be an unforgivable transgression. Is there still hope? Meng Xiaoyu whispered, inching closer to him, her breath shaky. It's my fault for not keeping them safe. Pei Sion felt a twitch in his eyelid and instinctively glanced at her. From his vantage point above, he could see her drooping eyelashes, glistening with moisture, gazing at the mushrooms as if contemplating their future offspring. It was a rather peculiar sight. He gently touched the flower pot, then pointed to himself, indicating that he would take care of it. Meng Xiaoyu nodded appreciatively. Humans, despite their frailties, seemed quite capable, able to cook, forage, and even tend to mushrooms. What a good person. Meng Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with gratitude as she placed the clothes he had prepared for her into her space and discovered a bag tucked away in a corner. This bag was one Pei Sion had brought back from foraging, left in her room after she had run away from home. She had overlooked it until now, and her curiosity prompted her to open it. Inside the delicate, milky plastic bag lay a neatly arranged set of boxes, along with various bottles and jars. What could this be? Pei Sion, engrossed in his study of the mushrooms, glanced over and nodded slightly, signaling her to explore it on her own, without disturbing him. Very well then. Meng Xiaoyu squinted at the inscriptions, piecing together memories from her past life, and it appeared to be luxurious skincare products. Ah, facial cream. To ensure the mushrooms retain moisture, she understood. Aside from these, there were various other odds and ends, even eye drops. Just as her eyes felt a bit dry from crying, she opened a small box, approached Pei Sion, and handed him the eye drops. Please help me with this. After some time together, the mushroom no longer regarded herself as an outsider. She was no longer afraid of the stoic face of Mr. Zombie and felt comfortable asking for his assistance. Pei Sion found her audacity amusing. Just as he was about to instruct her to apply it herself, he turned to see her already seated. Tilting her head back with wide, bright eyes, the corners slightly reddened and glistening, urging him to hurry. Come on. I still have things to pack and a plan to escape. Pei Sion felt an unexpected urge to act. Chapter 29. The silence of his heartbeat. Helping her cultivate mushrooms. Applying eye drops, surely collecting some interest in return was not too much to ask. With a languid thought, his hand instinctively moved first, and to avoid scratching her skin, he gently pinched her cheek with his knuckles. After a period of nurturing, her face had developed a faint baby fat, soft and tender, and a gentle squeeze would bring a slight blush. Meng Xiaoyu had prepared to apply the eye drops when she was unexpectedly pinched. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she looked at him. What are you doing? Pei Sion calmly withdrew his finger, raising the eye drops to indicate she should remain still. Perhaps it was because her face had moved earlier, so he was merely adjusting her position. The little mushroom quickly dismissed her worries. tilting her head back and allowing Pace Nyan to administer the eye drops. Once her eyes felt better, she packed away the items he had brought her and urged him to organize his clothes. Pace Nyan's expression grew indifferent as he returned to his room, symbolically taking a few items for her to store. With everything prepared, they descended the stairs. In a short time, the number of zombies downstairs had increased, surrounding their location to the point where not even a drop of water could escape. Peering through the window, it was a dense mass, stretching endlessly. Not only could they not escape, but even a fly would be trapped. Pace Nyan, with a cold demeanor, patted Meng Xiaoyou's shoulder and handed her a note. However, the more they waited, the more zombies gathered. If they entered through the window, their survival would be jeopardized. The bravest thing the timid mushroom could do was to rush forward and be devoured by the zombies, leaving her with a lifetime of trauma. Those who had faced death knew it was not the end that was frightening, but the process itself. The pain was real, seemingly fleeting but truly prolonged and agonizing. She could foresee the chaos if these zombies burst in, each taking a bite out of her. Meng Xiaoyu remembered how the glass of the factory she had been kidnapped had shattered under the zombies' attack. Although she did not understand why the library's glass remained intact, she knew it would eventually break. Pace Nyan wrote to her, "It won't happen. How could the zombies possibly harm you?" He merely wished to prevent her from leaving. Even if Xiao and Mo Qiong departed, one day she would still leave. Rather than that, it would be better for them to remain in this room together, never depart. Pace Nyan found it hard to comprehend this notion, yet all he could do was attempt to hold on. However, his well-intentioned actions only served to frighten Meng Xiaoyu further, making her yearn to escape. He observed her as she spun in circles, trying to open the window to communicate with the zombies. During his observation, Pace Nyan discovered that she could indeed comprehend the thoughts of the zombies, yet he was the only one whose thoughts she could not hear. What would happen in the future? It was possible that her abilities would grow stronger, and one day she might hear his thoughts, realizing he too was a zombie. Given her timid nature, she would likely keep her distance from him, seeking refuge with others, treating them as she had treated him. This must not happen. Pace Nyan's expression was inscrutable, but Meng Xiaoyu remained oblivious. She did not expect the frail and helpless humans to assist her. Instead, she utilized a mop handle to block the zombies, employing her powers to decipher their thoughts. The zombies' minds grew increasingly bizarre. "Don't think of leaving. Kill them all just like the others. No, you can't go anywhere. I want to consume you. Let's merge into one, together for eternity." Unbeknownst to her, the voices of the zombies outside had become increasingly sinister, akin to malevolent spirits crawling out from the depths of hell, seeking souls to claim. A chill ran down Meng Xiaoyou's spine as she realized these zombies were unlike ordinary ones. They were lost in their own world, incapable of communication. Despite her efforts to shout until her throat was hoarse and her powers waning, they continued to stare at her with hollow eyes. Meng Xiaoyou's once unshakable belief in her potential to escape began to waver, her complexion paling. Could they truly survive? Suddenly, a cold touch gripped her shoulder as a long hand shut the window, causing all the zombies to shudder, the air thick with a palpable silence. Pace Nyan closed the window with one hand while firmly holding Meng Xiaoyou's shoulder with the other, turning her towards him with an undeniable force. Meng Xiaoyu felt a twinge of pain in her shoulder. What's wrong? The faint stench of the zombies lingered in the room as Pace Nyan retrieved a disinfectant from his pocket and sprayed it around before pulling her upstairs. For some reason, Meng Xiaoyu found the side of Pace Nyan somewhat unfamiliar. His grip felt like a cold iron clamp, and no matter how much she pulled, she couldn't break free. Ultimately, he tossed her into her room and shut the door with a resounding click. Through the gap, she caught a glimpse of a silhouette, which seemed to convey anger. "What's the matter? I'm trying to escape." Meng Xiaoyu was perplexed. In such a life-threatening moment, why was he acting so petulantly? She touched her nose, feeling an odd itch, and sneezed just as a loud commotion erupted downstairs. She wanted to push the door open but hesitated, recalling his cold expression, and instinctively recoiled. The timid mushroom reacted as she always did, weaker in the face of strength, stronger in the face of weakness. When Pace Nyan was easygoing, she felt braver. But when he was angry, she shrank back. She quietly listened to the sounds from downstairs and waited until it grew quiet before tiptoeing down. The first floor was already dimly lit by the many bookshelves, and as she descended, it seemed even darker. A large bookshelf blocked much of the sunlight and the sinister faces of the zombies crawling outside. Furthermore, It was securely fastened to the walls, even if the glass shattered. The zombies could not immediately breach the barrier. Meng Xiaoyou's heart gradually settled as she stole a glance at Pei Sinian's expression. The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing powerful forearms with skin as pale as ice, seemingly devoid of veins, resembling a sculpture, cold and lifeless. Meng Xiaoyu sniffled, timidly taking small steps towards him, whispering, "I wonder when the zombies will leave. Even if we block them, we still need a way to escape. I can't handle a horde on my own." As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Sinian's expression seemed to darken further. Confused by his anger, Meng Xiaoyu stole glances at him, thinking, "You can write, can't you? If there's an issue, we could communicate." Why the stern demeanor? She was worried sick about survival. Was that so wrong? Pei Sinian lowered his gaze, fixated on the still, unrepentant food supply. After prolonged exposure to the zombies' thoughts and communication, her complexion had deteriorated, her voice hoarse, and her once rosy lips cracked. The way she widened her eyes to furtively observe him made her appear pitiful, as if she had been wronged. Yet what did she have to fear? Was it merely the desire to use the zombies to bind her? Was her wish to leave so objectionable? Chapter 30. He did not want her to suffer. The escape attempt had failed. In this apocalyptic world, Meng Xiaoyu experienced for the first time the helplessness and fear of facing a horde of zombies. While she had managed to flee from the limping zombie on their first encounter, this time, there was truly no way out. Her abilities had been used extensively, depleting her energy multiple times. Although her space had expanded slightly, prolonging the duration, she could hear the zombies' thoughts. Fortunately, after 2 days, the zombies outside had not breached their defenses, and she had gathered enough supplies from following the limping zombie to sustain herself for a while. Pei Sinian continued to prepare 3 meals a day as usual. However, every time she prodded at the zombies, she sensed something was amiss with him. He usually displayed little emotion, yet it was evident that he was quite angry, though he would not take it out on her. As the days passed, the weather turned colder, with significant temperature fluctuations between morning and night. The number of zombies diminished, yet they remained encumbered. Recently, Pei Sinian's health seemed to decline further, his already pale complexion nearly transparent. Meng Xiaoyu had witnessed him struggle to stand on several occasions, which deeply troubled her. Lacking knowledge of pharmacology, she desperately fed him heart-saving pills, but there was no improvement. "We must go out while there are fewer zombies and head to the human base." The more time she spent with him, the harder it became to part. With Pei Sinian's deteriorating condition, Meng Xiaoyu grew anxious, fearing that he might collapse at any moment. If he were to fall, she had no confidence in her ability to wield a shovel and dig a grave. The mushrooms would surely perish from grief. Strangely, he remained unperturbed, continuing with his routine. A person's abilities are finite, and so are the zombie's strength. His mental energy was not inexhaustible. Initially, when he controlled the zombies to besiege the factory, he fell into a stupor and almost got buried alive. This time, the sustained exertion over several days had indeed taken a toll, and his insatiable hunger was escalating. Whenever humans appeared before him, an overwhelming hunger would rise from his abdomen, clamoring to consume them. Each time, he forcibly suppressed it. 2 conflicting voices battled within him. One urged him to devour her, to consume her flesh and blood, while the other insisted on restraint, fearing that consuming her would extinguish the warmth she brought. His inherent nature and rationality clashed, but ultimately, rationality prevailed. With the sweet scent of humanity filling his nostrils, he held the anxious human in place, his expression calm as if nothing amiss had occurred. Continuing to tend to the mushrooms, tidy the space, wash clothes, and prepare meals. A row of small mushrooms thrived under Pei Sinian's meticulous care. In Meng Xiaoyou's eyes, he was the epitome of a capable human, and with the zombies temporarily held at bay, her concern shifted to Pei Sinian's well-being. Thus, each night, she stealthily crept into his room as usual. This time, she brought a blanket, draping it over him, then snuggling close, straining to listen. Aside from the distant growls of zombies outside, the room was eerily quiet, save for her own heart racing, while Pei Sinian's heartbeat remained absent. Suddenly, she heard a sound. What was that? Meng Xiaoyu lifted her head. The moonlight filtered through the second-floor window, softening the man's features as he lay with his eyes closed. Lacking the piercing intimidation of daylight, she adjusted her gaze to his neck. Even in slumber, this man was meticulous. His collar concealed his Adam's apple, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. He did not strike her as someone who would swallow nervously. Confused, She listened intently for more sounds, but none came, prompting her to leave. Pei Sinian opened his eyes, about to rise, when he heard the door handle click. The departing figure returned, moving silently back to his side. Standing by the bed, lost in thought. After a moment, she nestled into his blankets, laying herself across him, whispering, "Just one blanket. We can squeeze together. We'll leave in the morning. Besides, the mushrooms adore your warmth." In comparison to his towering figure, Meng Xiaoyu appeared diminutive, curling up against him, her warmth gradually seeping into his cold skin and organs. His heart seemed to flutter. Each was lost in their own thoughts, one a human, the other a zombie, unaware that the intoxicating sweetness was constantly stirring the zombie's desires. He tilted his head back, the Adam's apple moving slightly as he suppressed the impulse to bite the human, a low growl escaping his throat. Unbeknownst to anyone, the zombies stationed downstairs began to stir restlessly. Meng Xiaoyu sensed his agitation, exclaiming, "You're not asleep? Is your throat uncomfortable?" Caught, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear entirely. Yet, she noticed the man's peculiar state and, disregarding her shyness, reached out to pat his face, only for him to turn away. In Y City, the living were few, and the once bright streetlights had fallen into silence, illuminated only by the scant moonlight. Meng Xiaoyu could not discern the cold, bloodthirsty expression on the man's face, or the turmoil brewing in his eyes. The growls of the zombies swelled in his throat as he bit down hard on his lip to stifle any sound, raising a hand to push away the approaching human. Pei Sinian's force was not great, but Meng Xiaoyu was too light, and with a thud, she fell to the ground, landing hard, her knees striking the wooden bed frame, sending a sharp pain shooting to her brain. Her fair face bore a fleeting expression of concern, which quickly morphed into shock. Did he push her because she entered his room? Realizing his reaction was excessive, Pei Sinian swallowed hard, clenching his teeth, pulling back the covers to help her up. The zombie's eyes had dulled, rendering him unable to see the human's expression. Still, he understood that this person he cared for would not merely shed tears over a fall. Even if a mushroom perished, she would surely weep. If he failed to soothe her this time, she would be deeply upset. He had never disliked her. In fact, when they first met, he had intentionally bullied her to the point of tears. Yet now, everything had shifted in ways he could not comprehend, and he found himself unwilling to witness her suffering. Zombies should not harbor such thoughts towards their food supply, yet Pei Sinian had done just that. He knelt down, lifting Meng Xiaoyu and placing her back onto the bed. The air fell silent. He heard no cries, his brow furrowing. Could it be that he had frightened her so much that she dared not even cry? Uncertain, he found his glasses on the bedside table and put them on. In truth, they were merely a regular pair without prescription, unable to shield him from sunlight, and he wore them even when his vision was obscured. There was no particular reason. It was merely a source of psychological comfort. Much like those who, despite knowing that deities do not descend to earth to protect humanity, still pray for divine intervention when faced with insurmountable obstacles, he chose the comfort of human ingenuity in the form of glasses. In a world where believing in science paradoxically becomes a form of irrationality, Mr. Zombie adjusted his spectacles, striving to discern whether humanity had shed tears. Yet, amidst the obscurity of night, a delicate voice of a young girl resonated. "If you are in pain, you needn't endure it. You can tell me. Even if I cannot heal, we can devise a solution together." Pei Xian was taken aback. Was she genuinely concerned about this? Chapter 31. She is a delicate little sovereign. The spoiled little mushroom, having inadvertently bruised her wrist, was on the verge of tears, ready to voice her grievances. After being cast aside, Pei Xian had anticipated her sulking. But he had never imagined that at this moment, she would express concern for his well-being. It doesn't hurt, he thought. After all, he was a zombie. How could he feel pain? It was merely the fear of losing control and inadvertently causing her harm that troubled him. Shaking his head, he took her hand and, with his icy fingertips, inscribed a single word in her soft palm. No. The mushroom, somewhat apprehensive, curled her fingers, uncertainly asking, "Are you sure you feel no discomfort?"
Yes.
Pei Xian's fangs nearly ground to dust, yet his expression remained impassive as he wrote in her palm again.
No.
Just as he finished, a flurry of bubbles obscured his face, accompanied by a chorus of plaintive cries. "You don't hurt, but I do. It's my turn now." Meng Xiaoyou's grievances arrived belatedly, her powers intensified, and the room filled with bubbles, a significant number floating toward Pei Xian, voicing her discontent. My knees hurt, my hands hurt, my arms hurt, everything hurts. As long as she confirmed Pei Xian's well-being, she was ready to unleash her antics. Even among the flora, timid mushrooms received the utmost care. She had been well protected by the plants, having only faced disdain from Dave for being weak when she bravely shielded against zombies. In this renewed existence, she could not afford to be wronged. In any case, Pei Xian had inadvertently entangled himself with the little mushroom. Pei Xian, adorned with a myriad of bubbles, maintained a stoic demeanor, the faintest glimmer of appetite waning within him. However, aside from wiping the tears of the fragile creature, he found himself at a loss for words. He could not console her. The generator was off, the lights unlit. He instinctively rummaged through the nightstand, retrieving 2 adhesive bandages. Lacking ointment, this would have to suffice. Carefully rolling up her pant leg, he applied one to her knee. His fingers, cold as ice, could distinctly feel the smooth, delicate skin beneath, warm and faintly sweet, hinting at the sweetness of the blood coursing beneath. Pei Xian's expression remained neutral. After a brief internal struggle, he lowered her pant leg, concealing the enticing fragrance. Just as he managed to suppress his urges, the little sovereign extended her hand again. This area hurts too. Was a zombie's life not worth anything? Pei Xian languidly lifted his eyelids, pinching her lightly. Ouch! Meng Xiaoyu swiftly retracted her hand, pouting. You nasty human. You push mushrooms and pinch them. How excessive. The mushroom was easily appeased. She chose to overlook the transgressions of the feeble human. Gathering her courage, she tugged him onto the bed, playfully pushing him down, covering him with a blanket before promptly dozing off. That night, Meng Xiaoyu vaguely heard an odd grinding sound in her dreams. Yet that was trivial. She clutched the icy block, wishing it were a tad more humid. She slept soundly until dawn, and upon waking, the horde of zombies outside remained considerate, only revealing their toothy grins once she stirred. Stifling a yawn, she patted the icy block beneath her. Pei Xian, wake up and prepare breakfast. Just awakened. Her voice carried a slight rasp. For some reason, her body felt achy and weak, her nose stuffed. She paid it little mind, sniffing and nudging the man beside her. At this hour, Pei Xian would typically be up making breakfast. Although it was merely instant noodles, the mushroom was easy to please and not picky. But today, after nudging him twice, she found him unmoving, and upon poking his chest, realized, his body is stiff. Meng Xiaoyu sat in confusion for a moment, sneezing before the realization struck. This human was beyond saving. He lay there, unresponsive. Outside, the zombies roamed, and if she were to drag him out to bury him, he might end up devoured. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, suppressing the urge to weep. She covered him with the blanket, hastily retrieved a small flower pot from the bathroom, placing it by the bed, instructing the mushrooms to care for the lying human. She then descended the stairs. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, the number of zombies outside seemed drastically reduced. They previously crowded the door like a mass of flesh. But today only a few straggled stubbornly at the entrance, with the others mysteriously absent. Meng Xiaoyou's eyes brightened. If not now, when? Just as she was about to ascend to fetch Pei Xian, a creaking sound emerged from the door. Turning, she recognized a familiar, long-missed figure, a limping zombie. With the passage of seasons, the once decayed limbs of the limping zombie had noticeably improved, though its face remained pale and hollow, yet it appeared less filthy than before. It bore an uncanny semblance to a human, and despite the absence of Meng Xiaoyou's powers, the creature seemed to possess some semblance of awareness. Now beckoning her with its stiff, undead hand. Reunited after so long, Meng Xiaoyu forgot the fragile human upstairs, dashing toward the door. Perhaps, through some means, the limping zombie had cleared the way, leaving only a handful of zombies at the entrance. Meng Xiaoyu swung the door open, swiftly dealing with them, one bubble at a time. The zombies, exhibiting a touch of sentience, were bewildered, questioning their whereabouts, their primal desire for the human scent emanating from Meng Xiaoyu overwhelming them. While humanity has its virtues and vices, not all awakened zombies possess humanity. Those who had regained their awareness fell prey to their instincts, their greedy gazes fixated on Meng Xiaoyu. She swiftly shut the door. Meanwhile, the limping zombie grew displeased, stomped its knee in frustration, attempting to leap and strike the zombies. but with a jump akin to zero, it could only land weakly on a few bellies. Perhaps its ferocity startled the remaining zombies, who hesitated, casting lingering glances at the human within before wobbling away. Meng Xiaoyu sighed in relief, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she politely expressed, "Thank you, little limper." The original memories hinted at a familiar name from a television show, yet she was unaware of the limping zombie's name, so she settled on Little Limper. The limping zombie, in a swift motion, hoisted her up and began to run.
Hey,
"What are you doing?" The whoosh of wind filled her ears as she witnessed the library receding into the distance, her eyes widening in disbelief as she struggled against the limping zombie.
put me down.
"My human and mushrooms are still in the library." The limping zombie, cautious not to harm her, ran while delicately curling its fingers, letting out a low growl. "What do you mean care for that thing? It doesn't even care for itself." Unfortunately, Meng Xiaoyu didn't have the chance to utilize her powers on him, missing that remark as she was whisked away. Thus, when Pei Xian awoke from his slumber, the horde of zombies, now beyond his control, had dispersed, leaving the library eerily empty, with only him a lone zombie, and a row of little mushrooms in the flower pot by the bedside. Sunlight poured around him, seemingly forming a barrier that refused to penetrate his world. As he cradled the mushrooms, a shadow of melancholy casting over his indifferent gaze. Chapter 32. He lifted her effortlessly.
Achoo.
Meng Xiaoyu shivered, a chill coursing through her spine as she sneezed. The cold breeze swept past, the scenery blurring by. She found herself hoisted over the shoulder of the limping zombie, her body limp as a noodle, devoid of strength, sapped of energy. Moreover, she had to be vigilant, ensuring her feet were elevated, preventing them from dragging along the ground. This was necessary, for the limping zombie, lacking a pair of lower legs, stood shorter than most. If she didn't lift her feet, by the time they reached their destination, her feet would likely be worn down, turning her into a limping mushroom. "Achoo, put me down. Where are you going? Let's talk this out. You go missing, and now you resort to robbery at the slightest disagreement?" Achoo. The last sneeze escaped her as she glanced at the sun, and finally managed to let it out, weakly gesturing at the limping zombie. The limping zombie, undeterred, brought her to a large shopping mall she had never visited. Finally setting her down, Meng Xiaoyu sniffed, surveying her surroundings, and in a deep voice exclaimed, "Don't tell me you carried me out just for a bite of Wangzai steamed bun?" To her surprise, the limping zombie nodded with conviction, positioning itself beside a rack and patting its shoulder. Meng Xiaoyu, proficient in the language of zombies, fell silent for a moment, resignedly climbing onto its shoulder while muttering, "Did you wipe your hands? Are they clean? If you carry me like this, that cleanliness-obsessed human will toss me into the bathroom again." This limping zombie truly lacked discretion. After days of zombie attacks at the library, just when the zombie presence had diminished, and before she could escape with Pei Xian, she was whisked away here, not even able to lock the door. If a zombie were to slip in unnoticed, wouldn't Pei Xian be in danger? No, she had to return quickly, struggling to provide the limping zombie with what it desired. She was about to leave when it blocked her path. Meng Xiaoyu tilted her face upwards, looking down imperiously. "Step aside." At that moment, she felt incredibly formidable. She menacingly threatened, "If you block me again, I will crush the maggots in your eye sockets." The limping zombie instinctively poked at its eyes, pondering that now that it was cooler and not decayed, and the last few maggots had been blown to bits by humans, where could they possibly come from? Poke, poke.
Poke.
Its claws were spotless, not a single maggot in sight, and it couldn't help but seek out the human for an explanation. However, when it looked up, the human had already run far away. Infuriated, the limping zombie stomped its knee. Stupid human. After finally helping her escape the tiger's den, she wanted to dive back in. These past few days, the limping zombie had been restrained, not daring to appear before Meng Xiaoyu. This morning, when the control over it dissipated, it rushed to rescue the human girl. The creature lurking in the library was incomprehensible, certainly not a normal human. There was neither a human scent nor the stench of decay. It could only be termed a dangerous entity. Every time it encountered that dangerous creature, the limping zombie was instinctively filled with fear. Heaven knows how much courage it took to sneak this human girl away, and she was now moving closer to danger. To avoid all its efforts being in vain, the limping zombie hurried after her. Before long, it noticed the girl had returned. It felt immensely relieved. She wasn't completely foolish, after all. However, it soon saw a horde of zombies trailing behind her. "Run." There are zombies chasing us. The limping zombie growled. And without a moment's hesitation, it followed suit. Recently, there were far too many zombies. Meng Xiaoyu's legs grew weak, feeling as if her limbs were not cooperating. Each leg running its own way, twisting and turning. Perhaps it was due to the urgency of their escape, but her head felt dizzy. After running for a while, the limping zombie realized something was amiss. It was a zombie. Why was it running? Yet, seeing the human struggling, it hesitated for a moment, raised its hand, and hoisted the human onto its back to continue running. Meng Xiaoyu felt a tumult in her stomach, her beautiful face turning a ghastly shade of red. Just then, the limping zombie's knees ground against each other, and a sudden stop nearly sent her flying off. Meng Xiaoyu's vision blurred momentarily, and it took her a while to comprehend her surroundings. The autumn wind howled, with withered yellow leaves swirling down, and behind them, a horde of zombies lurked menacingly. While in front stood a zombie brandishing a gun. This zombie appeared to have been recently turned. Its hair was still intact, albeit matted with blood and dirt. Its tattered black clothes revealing a physique of tanned muscle. Clutching a gun, it aimlessly wandered until it spotted the horde chasing Meng Xiaoyu, its expression morphing into a snarl, like a fierce wolf, before charging forward. Meng Xiaoyu was startled. Thankfully, her instincts kicked in, and she curled up defensively. The short-haired zombie paid no attention to her, seemingly harboring a grudge against the horde, and soon a fierce scuffle ensued. Taking advantage of the chaos among the zombies, Meng Xiaoyu and the limping zombie stealthily slipped out of the battlefield, only to encounter another group of zombies around the next corner. However, this time, a tall human stood before the horde. The man wore a shirt and black trousers, his tousled hair danced in the wind, and beneath his prominent forehead, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his sharp nose. His eyes lifted slightly, their elongated shape sharp, thick lashes casting shadows on his eyelids. And his gray irises were devoid of emotion, resembling still waters, except when he glanced at Meng Xiaoyu, when a hint of disturbance rippled through. The limping zombie felt its scalp tingle, trembling instinctively, ready to warn Meng Xiaoyu to run. To its surprise, this reckless human girl's eyes lit up at the sight of the dangerous creature. Her steps faltered, her body feeling heavy, black hair cascading down her back, her ears betraying her with their flush. Pace Nyan. The young girl's voice was soft and nasal, her delicate figure floating like mist as she leaned into his embrace. Her slender arms clinging tightly to his lean but strong waist. Zombies run. She likely intended to pull Pace Nyan away, but her mental state was faltering, as if she were trying to flee with sheer willpower. In reality, her body was limp in his arms, mumbling indistinctly, We run. Run? Pace Nyan's cold, piercing gaze swept over the limping zombie without lingering, landing instead on Meng Xiaoyu's flushed face. With a powerful arm, he scooped her up, cradling her horizontally. The horde of zombies parted, creating a narrow path for a single person to pass. Pace Nyan's hand firmly grasped the back of her head, pressing it against his chest to obscure her view, as he strode back. No beast would ever let go of its prey. The moment she became his reserved sustenance, he would not allow her to leave. Disobedient prey needed to be properly tamed to ensure compliance. Chapter 33. Dazed and clinging to him cold. This was Meng Xiaoyu's first conscious thought. Mushrooms typically thrive in damp, cool environments, shunning the warmth of sunlight. In Plants vs. Zombies, the timid mushroom sleeps during the day and is active at night, delighting in the night breeze that sways its cap. However, this was different. She was a timid mushroom, yet her body was human, longing to burrow into a block of ice, ultimately leading to her downfall. Unaware of her illness, her mind felt muddled. Fatigue and soreness spreading throughout her body, a chill that seemed to penetrate her very bones. In this semi-conscious state, she seemed to dream. In her dream, she and the limping zombie did not flee but rather engaged in a fierce battle with the horde, ultimately leaving her battered and bruised. The wicked zombies threatened, Run, and we'll break your legs. The zombies aimed to turn her into a limping mushroom, causing her to panic and bounce on her white stalk, dodging their pursuit. At the critical moment, a tall white figure emerged, vanquishing the horde, and then approached her. Once the man appeared, the scenery in her dream darkened. His face seemed shrouded in shadows, only his upper body clad in a white shirt and neatly pressed black trousers visible. He extended his hand to her, saying, We're going home. No longer afraid, the zombies had been driven away, and they could go home now. Meng Xiaoyu's nose tinged with emotion. resembling a little lost puppy who found its owner, and she placed her small hand in his. Then, the man revealed a decayed face, lifelessly repeating 3 words, "Weary going home, Meng Xiaoyu." Her vision faded to black and then brightened, the glaring sunlight piercing her eyes, causing them to sting. A tear slipping down her cheek and silently falling onto the pillow. Beneath her lay a rather soft single bed, beside which a small flower pot adorned with delicate white mushrooms stood, their tender forms greeting Meng Xiaoyu. Has she returned? With determination, Meng Xiaoyu attempted to rise, only to feel her body slump back into the embrace of the mattress, her limbs languid and uncooperative. She stared incredulously at her floppy legs, testing them in vain. Indeed, they seemed to rebel against her will, refusing to heed her command. A sudden sneeze broke the silence, and at that moment, the door swung open to reveal a man who entered with an air of indifference, striding to her bedside. His sleeves rolled up, revealing his strong, fair forearms, while his long fingers glistened like jade under the sunlight, each joint meticulously sculpted, elegant, and refined. As he approached Meng Xiaoyu, he bent his fingers and lightly tapped her forehead, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the stillness. In response, Meng Xiaoyu let out a cry, tears springing forth. Clutching her head, her eyes reddened and her voice hoarse, she protested. "Why did you hit me?" The air felt chilly, and Meng Xiaoyu tightened her grip on her small blanket, curling into a ball as she wept softly. When she glanced up, she noticed the man's expression was somewhat intimidating. His usual calm demeanor had shifted, his handsome features now seemingly cloaked in frost, his gaze steady yet conveying an unsettling sense of impending eruption. She shrank back, murmuring, "You've killed me, yet I didn't bury you. Why are you so fierce?" Meng Xiaoyu's head felt heavy, her voice sweet yet tinged with pity as she spoke. A few taps to her head had left her feeling deeply wronged. Unfortunately, the zombie lacked any semblance of compassion. Not only did he strike her head, but he also lifted the flower pot before her, tapping each tiny mushroom in turn.
Hey,
"What are you doing? Let them go." This tapping incited the timid mushrooms to cling desperately to his arm, tears of distress flowing from Meng Xiaoyu as she felt a pang of sympathy for them. Having ventured outside and feeling unwell, her abilities were long spent, and the tears that fell were distinctly human, cold droplets cascading down her cheeks like glistening pearls, landing on the man's wrist and the little mushrooms. Pace Nyan, his expression devoid of emotion, tore her away, presenting a prepared note. The handwriting was markedly improved, each stroke sharp and heavy, revealing the force exerted while writing. Meng Xiaoyu's nose turned red, her forehead warm, feeling utterly wronged. "I'm not running away," she insisted, her delicate fingers digging into the man's palm, desperately trying to rescue the mushrooms. Pace Nyan felt no pain, yet her soft fingertips brushed against his palm like a gentle brush, while he tightened his grip with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist to prevent her from falling. Unaware of these subtle details, Meng Xiaoyu tugged at the mushrooms hanging from his arm, attempting to reclaim them, even using her head to nudge against Pace Nyan's chest in a futile attempt to retaliate. Unfortunately, his solid, cold muscles were like stone, and the impact left her head aching, her mind clouded as she leaned against him. "Pace Nyan, did you think I abandoned you?" Meng Xiaoyu turned to face him. He extended his arm to steady her swaying form, his lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent, his face pale and expression indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about her predicament. Regardless of whether she had indeed left him behind, it did not alter the fact that she desired to escape his presence. This was a recurrent theme. She always sought to flee to the human base. What was so appealing about humanity? To a zombie, humans appeared fragile and cunning, like Meng Xiaoyu, who would be sold upon arrival at the base, even counting the money, especially with her soft, round face. When angry, her delicate features would droop, brows knitted, eyes glistening, resembling a spoiled child rather than someone enraged. Such a cute face could tempt even a dog to take a bite, let alone a human. Only Pace Nyan had the privilege of keeping her close, yet he had never taken a bite. A flicker of displeasure crossed Pace Nyan's gaze as he pinched her cheek. Meng Xiaoyu winced slightly, her large, grape-like eyes glistening with tears as she pitifully explained. "I didn't mean to leave you behind. This morning, I noticed fewer zombies and planned to take you away. But that lame zombie dragged me to work. You wouldn't believe how greedy it is for children as snacks. After feeding it, I intended to return and find you, but I encountered several hordes of zombies."
oh,
Right? I remember being chased by a swarm of zombies, and there were also zombies behind you. Meng Xiaoyu's throat felt scratchy, and pausing for a moment, she looked up at him with curiosity, asking, "How did we escape?" Chapter 34. The clingy mushroom. The distance between them was minimal when Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head back. Her warm breath brushed against Pei Snian's neck, an enticing sweetness filling the air. He turned his face and gently pushed her back onto the bed, observing her keen gaze fixated on the flower pot in his hands. After a moment of silence, he returned the mushrooms to her, cradling the pot. Meng Xiaoyu's delicate fingers sifted through the mushrooms, her heart aching. In the future, let us communicate properly when there's an issue. Don't strike the mushrooms. Look, they're almost damaged. Pei Snian straightened, casting her a sidelong glance. He hadn't hit them hard. The intent was merely to startle Meng Xiaoyu. And the mushrooms had not even cracked, so how could they be damaged? He was about to flick the mushrooms again, when Meng Xiaoyu, frightened, clutched her tiny mushroom cluster tightly, shaking her head vigorously.
No, no.
Pei Snian remarked, "If only you could speak." Meng Xiaoyu, with her small eyes, covertly observed him. She distinctly recalled, during her haze of confusion, seeing the horde of zombies behind Pei Snian. She had tried to pull him away, yet her body had given way. And subsequently, everything went blank. It had to have been perilous. She wondered how Pei Snian had managed to lead her away from the zombies. He was mute, and writing was cumbersome for him, so conveying the details on paper must have been a challenge. Moreover, his mood seemed rather somber, and Meng Xiaoyu, wishing to avoid punishment, curled up protectively around her mushrooms on the bed, too afraid to move. Unbeknownst to her, fatigue washed over her once more, and she sneezed, her eyelids growing heavier. Shaking her head to regain focus, she inquired, "Are there still zombies downstairs?" Pei Snian nodded, confirming that not only were there zombies below, but also above. Meng Xiaoyu felt a swell of despair. Yet again, they would be surrounded by zombies. She sniffled, curling deeper into her blanket. Perhaps it was best not to think about it. Contemplating only led to despair. Better to sleep and face it anew tomorrow. Still sleeping? Pei Snian frowned. Since his return, she had already slept a day and a night. How could she still be asleep? He approached and pulled back the covers, revealing the sleeping girl. Her cheeks were flushed, eyes tightly shut, and her butterfly-like lashes quivered uncomfortably. She was ill, a term he hadn't encountered in a long time. He had forgotten the memories of humanity and associated only a vague notion with the concept. It seemed that when humans fell ill, if left untreated, they could perish. Pei Snian furrowed his brow, bending down to gather her in his arms, feeling her forehead, which was notably warmer than usual. His hands were icy, and the sickly mushroom nestled closer, pitifully nuzzling against him, her hoarse voice whispering, Pei Snian, I feel unwell. I'm so cold." She should have enjoyed the cold. Yet every inch of her body ached. This was the second major dilemma Pei Snian faced since nurturing mushrooms: how to care for a sick reserve. In nature, other creatures would consume their prey once fattened. Others, when ill, would eat up before their demise. Yet he, unwilling to use his mouth, felt this was not the mindset a hunter should possess towards its quarry. Pei Snian sat rigidly on the edge of the bed, allowing Meng Xiaoyu to fidget around him. Her arms encircled his neck, her head nestled against the chiseled contours of his profile, calling his name in a sticky, sweet manner. Pei Snian, I'm cold," she repeated, each utterance imbued with a palpable sense of dependence. In that moment, he was her sole pillar of support, her only reliable zombie. Save her. This was not the thought of a zombie regarding its food supply, but rather Pei Snian's own. At this juncture, she was no longer merely sustenance. He lowered his gaze, and the gray irises hidden beneath his lashes rippled with warmth, a warmth he himself was unaware of. Meng Xiaoyu had drifted into a deep sleep for what felt like an eternity. The sun had set and risen again. As the first rays of light poured in, she sensed a significant improvement in her condition. She felt warm and covered in a sheen of perspiration. Upon opening her eyes, she hazily felt as though she had narrowly escaped the gates of the underworld and returned to the realm of the living. In their world, such plants were not susceptible to illness. They merely attracted pests. Prior to this, the timid mushroom had never encountered the human experience of illness. Fever and chills left her feeling disoriented and weak. Thankfully, the pain had subsided, and she no longer felt cold. The familiar growls of zombies were absent from her ears, as if the undead had vanished overnight. Curled up in the blankets, she suddenly felt something within her cocoon. Leaning down, she discovered a row of hot water bottles. To her surprise, they were still warm. No wonder she had felt so cold earlier. Was it Pace Nyan who had provided this warmth? Just as she contemplated this, the door creaked open. A flood of sunlight illuminated the man, casting a golden glow upon his handsome features. Upon noticing Meng Xiaoyu had awakened, he hesitated for a moment before stepping out again. When he returned, he held a cup of warm water and a box of medicine. Meng Xiaoyu, feeling weak and reluctant to move, exerted considerable effort to sit up. Blinking her eyes, she asked, "Did you bring the hot water bottle?" Pace Nyan placed the cup on the bedside table, then retrieved a pen and a small piece of paper from his shirt pocket. He slowly wrote something and presented it to Meng Xiaoyu.
No.
It was the zombies who did it. He had gathered zombies to scour a supermarket the previous night. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many items had been stripped bare. Yet a hot water bottle had gone unnoticed and was easily found. Pace Nyan was uncertain how to tend to a human sickness, as the only beings at his disposal were zombies. Thus, in a desperate attempt, he utilized his own body heat to help cool her fevered brow, alternating between warmth and cold throughout the night, ultimately ensuring her safety. Now that she had regained consciousness, it was time for her to take the medicine. As Pace Nyan opened the medicine box, he looked up to find Meng Xiaoyu gazing at him intently. "Thank you," she said, though she couldn't help but criticize the mushroom. Just recovering from her fever, her mind was somewhat foggy. It dawned on her that in the library, there were only the two of them. Who else could have provided the hot water bottle if not Pace Nyan? She hesitated and awkwardly asked, "There are zombies downstairs. How did you manage to go out? You weren't hurt, were you?" Even in her weakened state, she still concerned herself with him. Pace Nyan handed her 2 pills and then wrote another note. "The zombies downstairs have dispersed." "That's wonderful." Meng Xiaoyu's eyes brightened as she accepted the medicine and warm water. Just as she noticed the medicine box lying nearby, it struck her as odd, and she took a closer look. A large pill for enteritis caught her eye, reminding her of what Xiao Maqiong had said about being able to discern the effects of medication from its packaging. Reflecting on the original owner's memories, she realized that what she had experienced the previous night was likely what humans referred to as a cold with a high fever, a term that seemed rather unappealing. Therefore, Meng Xiaoyu refrained from taking the medication and scrutinized the box instead. Clears heat and dampness, promotes qi circulation, used for diarrhea caused by damp heat in the large intestine. She stiffly lifted her head, her voice barely a whisper. "This medicine?" Pace Nyan remained unfazed, calmly writing, "Take it. You will feel better." He even drew a trembling exclamation mark, his high nose adorned with glasses, his composed face exuding reliability. Meng Xiaoyu retorted, "Shouldn't you check what medicine you have?"
Yet.
The man, instead of reflecting on his own actions, regarded her with a gaze that held a hint of threat, as if observing a child who did not understand the importance of taking medicine. Meng Xiaoyu steeled herself, asking, "Is it absolutely necessary to take this medicine?" Chapter 35. The mushrooms have reached their pinnacle. Not taking the medicine could hinder her recovery, while taking the wrong one could lead to complications. Under Pace Nyan's watchful gaze, Meng Xiaoyu shakily handed the medicine box back to him. He lifted an eyebrow, his gaze pausing for a moment. An awkward silence enveloped them, despite his typically stoic demeanor. Meng Xiaoyu discerned a flicker of embarrassment on his face. After all, he had cared for her for so long. Clearing her throat, she mustered the strength to pull out a box of medicine from her spatial bubble, whispering, "I have some here." It was the same medicine Xiao Maqiong had insisted on giving her during their last visit to the hospital. Meng Xiaoyu examined the medicine box, puzzled by the dosage instructions, and leaned closer for Pace Nyan's assistance. In an effort to regain his composure, Pace Nyan nodded seriously, extracting 2 pills and offering them to her along with warm water. "Impressive. You can even understand this." Meng Xiaoyu praised, her spirits lifted as she took the medication and obediently drank the water. Pace Nyan appeared satisfied as he took the cup from her and awkwardly tucked her in again. He seemed different today. Meng Xiaoyu sensed something was amiss. Yet she lacked the energy to ponder it further. She nestled back into the blankets, clutching the hem of his clothing, and closed her eyes once more. Being ill is when humans are at their most vulnerable. The timid mushroom had never been fond of sunlight, yet the bright rays streaming into the room, coupled with the warmth of the hot water bottle, felt surprisingly pleasant. If only there were something else to cool her forehead. With her eyes shut, she instinctively reached for something cool and placed it on her forehead, sighing in comfort. The mushroom life had reached its zenith. Pace Nyan, forced to relinquish a hand, noted how she had forgotten her previous timid demeanor and dared to use his hand without permission. The young girl, nestled in the blankets, revealed her delicate face, her fever still lingering, leaving her cheeks flushed. Her curled lashes lay closed, and her dainty nose twitched occasionally, resembling a small animal, adorably obedient and utterly heart-melting. The zombie, devoid of a heart, could not articulate what he felt. He thought to himself, if only time could freeze at this moment. Regrettably, there were no such possibilities. His gaze darkened as a somewhat clumsy hand brushed her hair, tucking her in snugly. He remained there until the sun dipped low in the sky before heading downstairs to prepare dinner, tending to the troublesome human. From that day forward, she was no longer mere sustenance. Meng Xiaoyou's illness arrived swiftly, but departed slowly. Excluding the prior incubation period, it took a full 3 days for her to recover, returning to her lively self, complete with arms and legs. Through this experience, the timid mushroom discovered that some humans, while appearing cold on the outside, possess a warm heart within and a meticulous nature. Though Pace Nyan's heart did not beat during her illness, he was exceptionally attentive, caring for the mushrooms, including the timid little white mushroom, watering them daily. Pace Nyan even ventured outside to gather withered leaves to place at the base of the mushrooms, hoping to nourish them. In just a few short days, a row of mushrooms sprouted, resembling little steamed buns, providing a comforting sight. Had it not been for her inability to revert to her original form, Meng Xiaoyu would have certainly transformed back, inserting herself among the mushrooms for some closeness. Moreover, for several days, zombies had ceased to surround the library, leaving Meng Xiaoyu overjoyed, like a wild mushroom set free. She eagerly partnered with Pace Nyan to clean and pack, preparing for their escape. According to the timid mushroom's thoughts, just because the horde of zombies has departed today, it cannot be guaranteed that other hordes will not emerge in the future. In front of Pei Xian, she has already let her guard down, even developing a strong sense of dependency, incessantly chattering beside his arm. We must take precautions. We cannot afford to be complacent. This time we were fortunate that the zombies left, but next time, if we find ourselves surrounded, neither of us would stand a chance. She playfully nudged the man with her elbow, while Pei Xian was focused on preparing breakfast. This time, he was not merely boiling instant noodles. During Meng Xiaoyou's recovery, he had painstakingly learned to cook congee, ladling the white porridge into a bowl while occasionally stealing glances at the audacious human beside him. How quickly one forgets past pains. The last time he had gently admonished her, she had become as timid as a mouse, yet now, she seemed to wish to cling to him entirely. Pei Xian remained silent, quietly adding half a spoonful of sugar. Oh, come on, put in a bit more. Meng Xiaoyu immediately protested upon seeing the amount. Why are you so stingy with sugar? She attempted to reach out with her mushroom-like hand to add more, only to be met with a playful tap on her hand from the man. Instantly, her eyes glistened, attempting to feign innocence. Unfortunately for her, Pei Xian was not swayed by such antics. Unfazed, he placed the congee on the table, grasped her by the nape of her neck, and guided her to the chair, signaling her to eat breakfast. With a face full of displeasure, Meng Xiaoyu, slightly intimidated by the man's stern demeanor, lowered her head to eat, yet could not resist stealing a glance at him, questioning why he was not eating. Pei Xian shook his head, indicating he was not hungry. Understanding his intent, albeit reluctantly, she pushed the bowl toward him.
No, no. You must eat.
Your health is not good. Don't skip meals. I'll have a few bites and leave the rest for you. In truth, the congee lacked flavor and sweetness, rendering the timid mushroom reluctant to indulge. Pei Xian discerned her discontent at once, pushing the bowl back with a note attached. If you don't eat, you cannot leave. Her eyes brightened at his agreement. It was noteworthy that every time she contemplated leaving the library, Pei Xian had never shown much enthusiasm, sometimes even sulking. Though he was taciturn, Meng Xiaoyu was quite perceptive of his emotional shifts. Even without words, she could sense his feelings. Yet she still desired to leave. Just like this recent horde of zombies. If they were in the realm of plants, they would have formed a united front against the threat. Plants possess strength in numbers, and the notion of being besieged by zombies would be utterly improbable. This held true for humans as well. Certainly, her past experiences with Lu Chang and Liang Mingjiao had left her with a negative impression, yet there was also Xiao Maqiong. Lu Chang was wicked, but Xiao Maqiong was good. It was unreasonable to assume all humans were malevolent. The timid mushroom, with her innocent mind, would not condemn everyone with a broad brush. The human base had always been her obsession. She wished to survive in this apocalyptic world and sought to grow stronger, even if just a little. Spending time in the library gave her the illusion of waiting for her fate to be sealed. Of course, these were merely Meng Xiaoyu's musings. She still needed to consider her friends' opinions. After finishing breakfast, she arched her brows, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, pondering when they would set out and what else they needed to prepare besides daily necessities. Food must be stockpiled, as she had heard that the Moonlight base required a protection fee. "Hey, why did you hit me?" Meng Xiaoyu protested, covering her forehead, her expression one of feigned grievance. "If you hit me again, I'll make a fuss." Pei Xian placed 2 fingers on the note, sliding it toward her. Meng Xiaoyu rubbed her head and looked down at it. 3 rules? What could that mean? She shook the note but could not discern what those rules were. Just as she was pondering, the man across from her slowly retrieved a pen and notepad from his pocket, meticulously writing down his stipulations. First, you must not leave my sight. Given Meng Xiaoyu's nature, wandering away would only lead to trouble and potential injury. Second, you must not get too close to other humans. There are all sorts of bad people outside, and you, my little fool, lack the discernment to navigate such dangers. Third, you will follow my instructions. With 3 emphatic exclamation marks, Meng Xiaoyu found herself momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't that rather domineering?" she questioned. "What kind of rules are these? Why must I adhere to them when going to the human base?" Pei Xian sat calmly, exuding an air of unhurried composure. Unperturbed by her response, Meng Xiaoyu stammered for a while, but he remained as impassive as a monk in meditation. Finally, in a fit of indignation, the timid mushroom puffed up her cheeks and, in a huff, begrudgingly agreed to the terms. "You think you're so clever, don't you?
Well,
If you're so capable, don't close your eyes," she thought defiantly. "And as for not getting close to other humans, as if you're not one yourself. And following your orders? Can you even speak?" She concluded that if he could not communicate, his rules were moot. The clever timid mushroom decided to swallow her indignation, biding her time for a counterattack later. In a moment of consensus between the mushroom and the zombie, they resolved to set out that very day. After confirming that no zombies lurked outside her room, Meng Xiaoyu boldly charged out, determined to bid farewell to the limping zombie. However, this time, the limping zombie was nowhere to be found. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she happened upon a robust zombie instead. This particular zombie was familiar to her. During her previous encounter with the Horde, it had been this buzzcut zombie that had bought her precious time to escape. Compared to their last meeting, this time, the buzzcut zombie bore grave injuries, its body marred by the marks of other zombies gnawing. The gun it clutched was bent and stained with blood. Its pallid face and lifeless eyes fixated on Meng Xiaoyu and Pei Xian across the street. Pei Xian cast a casual glance, preparing to leave. But Meng Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve. He turned his head, seemingly inquiring, "What is it?" Meng Xiaoyu, gripping his sleeve, explained, "I wish to enhance my abilities." Pei Xian understood. Unlike the naive Meng Xiaoyu, he had some understanding of the apocalypse. To cultivate skills, humans typically hunted zombies, extracting from the brains of second-tier zombies and above. The one before them indeed appeared to be of the second tier. He extended his hand. Meng Xiaoyu, puzzled and uncomprehending, blinked her large eyes. "What do you want?" Pei Xian took her hand and wrote a character in her palm. "Oh, I see," she exclaimed, retrieving a fruit knife from her storage. It was a knife meant for cutting meat, taking little space, so she had brought it along. As she wondered what the man intended to do with the knife, she watched him walk calmly toward the zombie, his fingers, elegant and defined, gripping the handle as though wielding a scalpel, poised to strike at the zombie's head. A sudden realization flashed in Meng Xiaoyu's mind, sending a jolt through her. He wouldn't dare. Indeed, Pei Xian's pale fingers appeared almost translucent in the sunlight, the knife glinting with a chilling sheen as it fell. Strangely, the zombie did not flinch or evade, as if it were a puppet waiting for its demise.
wait.
The timid mushroom, in a flurry, leapt onto his back, her limbs clinging to him as she pulled him back, anxious that her actions might allow the zombie a chance to harm Pei Xian.
Hold on.
"Spare the corpse." Pei Xian raised an eyebrow, confused by her outburst. "Don't kill it, it could still be useful." "What use could it possibly have? Only by killing zombies and obtaining their cores can you enhance your abilities." Meng Xiaoyu desired strength, and Pei Xian felt a sense of pride. Whatever he provided, whether food or a means to grow stronger, he was satisfied. Even if one day he was no longer present, this silly human would not suffer. Pei Xian felt no guilt in hunting his own kind. In his eyes, both humans and zombies were inconsequential. The only warmth he sought to grasp was that of the person before him. Yet, he could not fathom why Meng Xiaoyu wished to spare the zombie. Was it possible he had softened? In this world, a tender heart can be a liability. Pei Xian forcefully detached Meng Xiaoyu from himself, his indifferent gaze lowered. Lips pursed in displeasure as he pondered how to impart ideological education without the effort of writing. If only he could vocalize his thoughts. Regrettably, no matter how he attempted to speak, only the guttural growls of a zombie escaped his lips. The serious expression of the zombie, with a knife gleaming in his hand, was further marred by an impatient twist of his wrist, causing Meng Xiaoyu to feel a shiver of fear. Please don't play with that knife. It's dangerous. I have my own method of advancement. After all, I can hear the thoughts of zombies, can I? By listening to their desires and helping them realize their intentions, I can enhance my abilities. Pei Xian's aloof demeanor softened slightly, and he nodded coldly, indicating his understanding. He tossed the knife to her and lifted his elegantly defined jaw, gesturing for her to approach. Play around. You may kill afterward if you wish. Meng Xiaoyu, unaware of his underlying intentions, assumed he was in agreement and instructed him to remain still. With a quick dash, she approached the zombie, cautiously tilting her head back to assess it. This particular zombie was rather foolish. While it charged recklessly at hordes of its kind, it showed no inclination to attack humans, remaining utterly motionless. How peculiar. Utilizing her abilities, a beautiful purple bubble floated toward the zombie, settling upon its brow, oblivious to the deepening chill in the man's gaze behind her. The zombie was displeased. Why had she bestowed the bubble upon another zombie? Yet, in this crucial moment of ability enhancement, the mature and composed zombie restrained its gnashing teeth, turning its face away, choosing to ignore the situation. A chill crept down Meng Xiaoyu's spine, but she brushed it off, focusing intently on the buzzcut zombie. Before long, other voices echoed in her mind. Go, move on, survive. The desperate cries resonated like thunder, sending tremors through her delicate frame as she whispered. Where do you wish to go? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The buzzcut zombie's chest heaved violently, caught between a frenzy and an inexplicable restraint, its grayish eyes fixating on Meng Xiaoyu's face. Its jaw moved, producing only the sounds of zombie growls. Although its expression appeared fierce, Meng Xiaoyu understood that even zombies who regained their sanity could harbor malice. She took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance, ever wary of a sudden attack. After the zombie's frantic growl subsided, it seemed to relinquish its struggle, adopting a calmer demeanor. A deep, weary voice stumbled through Meng Xiaoyu's mind. Xiao, Zhuangzi. Go to the Zhuangzi, stay safe, and leave it to Xiao. Meng Xiaoyu raised the knife, attentively straining to listen. Though she couldn't comprehend entirely, she nodded, acting as the perfect audience, and inquired what Zhuangzi. What should I leave to Xiao? Oh, Xiao Dongxi, right? Meng Xiaoyu mused, finding the name strangely familiar. Xiao Dongxi. Xiao Maqiang? Do you know Xiao Maqiang? From the recesses of her mind, she recalled her second human friend. She couldn't have anticipated that a chance encounter with a zombie would be connected to Xiao Maqiang. Upon hearing Xiao Maqiang's name, the zombie reacted even more vigorously. Meng Xiaoyu discerned its fragmented thoughts. Before becoming a zombie, memories had blurred, yet retaining a name was nothing short of miraculous. However, connecting it to Xiao Maqiang made speculation easy. Xiao Maqiang had once mentioned arriving in Y City with a team to procure supplies and medicine for a mountain villa. Y City's terrain was rugged, surrounded by mountains. Even before the apocalypse, there were numerous resort villas, and the one they inhabited was merely one of many. This buzzcut zombie had come with Xiao Maqiang's team, but had transformed into a zombie following an attack. Meng Xiaoyu felt a pang of empathy. By her calculations, it was likely the day Xiao Maqiang had planned to depart. But what of Xiao Maqiang? Was he safe? Meng Xiaoyu mused. Zombies think in ways that are no longer human. I can't understand. You wanted to check on the safety of the Zhuangzi? The buzzcut zombie's eyes flickered. Is Xiao Maqiang still alive then? Alive? The buzzcut zombie could not say. Meng Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. As long as he was alive, she would investigate. The zombie, believing she meant Xiao Maqiang was still alive, felt a flicker of hope ignite within. Unbeknownst to her, conversing with a zombie had taken an unexpected turn. She admired that even in its current state, the zombie still cared for a human, unlike some that were solely fixated on feeding. With Meng Xiaoyu's affirming response, the zombie's mind settled, and she rummaged through her spatial storage. Switching to communicate with another zombie, her space expanded dramatically. Previously, it could barely accommodate a few scattered items. But now it was spacious enough to hold a vehicle. Just as she contemplated this, a cacophony erupted in the distance. Jaburan, I curse your ancestors. You think I want to shave you today? A thunderous roar echoed, shaking even the zombie before Meng Xiaoyu. Without her control, the buzzcut zombie reverted to its previous state of dullness, staring vacantly at Meng Xiaoyu and then at the approaching horde of zombies. Suddenly, it was filled with vigor. Clutching its beloved weapon, charging forward. Ahead, a group of people was being pursued by a dozen zombies, which had evolved to become increasingly formidable, moving at speeds far superior to those at the apocalypse's onset. Zombies above the second tier were exceptionally difficult to kill, and recently, humans had begun to encounter many third-tier zombies. These third-tier zombies exhibited enhanced abilities and speed, with mutated cores in their heads, requiring ability users to absorb corresponding cores to elevate their powers. For instance, a fire user could only absorb the red cores from third-tier zombies. Absorbing others could lead to death. At that moment, a third-tier zombie, accompanied by numerous ordinary zombies, was charging toward a group. Leading them was a woman clad in a black leather coat, her short hair sharply styled, exuding a fierce aura. Even amidst a zombie chase, her presence remained formidable. Armed with an iron rod, she prepared to strike at the man beside her. This man, with fair skin and delicate features, dodged swiftly, cradling a woman in his arms. Cursing her, Tang Xingnian, are you out of your mind? There are still so many zombies behind us. Can't we resolve this crisis first before squabbling?
Tang Shenggang Zito. Bah.
You shameless man, without me, you'd have been devoured by zombies long ago. You're aware of the zombies, aren't you? In this apocalypse, you're still trying to woo women? I'll tell you this. If we can't find a solution, I'll burn you to extract human oil. Jia Buren was equally defiant. What wooing? Don't twist my words. How can I have anything to do with her? I've told you countless times I see her only as a sister. You're my one and only girlfriend. Don't be so petty. Shut your mouth. Tang Xingnian shouted, obliterating a zombie's head before turning to glare at them. Is this a matter of brother-sister dynamics? Don't overestimate your importance. The real issue is that you've drained the car of fuel. Her attacks were swift, and she was among the fastest in the crowd. The woman cradled in Jia Buren's arms looked pitiful, lamenting, It's my fault. I shouldn't have misjudged the situation. I told Jiaga there were supplies. But I didn't mean for it to be seized first, leaving him to make a wasted trip. Tang Xingnian didn't spare her glance, focusing instead on dodging the third-tier zombie. A few individuals brushed past the buzzcut zombie, staring in bewilderment as it stood before them, soon to be pinned down by the third-tier zombie. Once the initial shock wore off, they seized the opportunity to distance themselves, racing toward Meng Xiaoyu and the others. Jia Buren attempted to say something further, but Tang Xingnian, with her fiery temper, retorted sharply, Silence. There isn't a decent man among you. Let's go. With remarkable speed, she dashed away, inadvertently pulling along an unsuspecting bystander. Meng Xiaoyu had just been standing at the roadside, while Pei Xian was stationed a distance away, leaving him no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the delicate and well-mannered human she had nurtured vanished before his eyes. Pei Xian. Simultaneously, Meng Xiaoyu wore a similarly puzzled expression. The scenery around her blurred as she was swept away by the brisk autumn wind, her hair becoming disheveled, and her wrist firmly grasped, compelled to follow closely behind the other person, who was a speed-oriented ability user, moving at an astonishing pace. She was unable to keep up, feeling as though her hips were about to ignite, ultimately becoming the one being dragged along by the woman. They sped through the streets until they arrived at a hidden alley, where she was finally set down, breathless and leaning against the wall. Her throat nearly scorched as she hoarsely inquired, Who are you? Why did you grab me? Her flushed cheeks and watery eyes made her look adorable, and when she spoke in a soft, sweet tone, combined with her slightly hoarse voice, it was as if she were a delicate creature begging for affection.
Wow.
Tang Xingnian's eyes lit up as she pressed her hands on Meng Xiaoyu's shoulders, marveling, what a little beauty. So cute, I want to pinch. Meng Xiaoyu. Chapter 38. Are you two dating? While being pursued by zombies, Tang Xingnan hurled insults while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. She had long noticed a frail and helpless little beauty standing at the roadside. With the zombies hot on their heels, it was inevitable that they would pass by the little beauty who would undoubtedly be unable to evade them. Thus, Tang Xingnan effortlessly whisked her away. From a distance, the girl appeared strikingly beautiful, and upon closer inspection, she was even more remarkable, exuding an irresistible charm. With this thought, Tang Xingnan reached out and pinched the girl's round face. It was plump and soft, making her want to hold on forever. Meng Xiaoyu protested beneath her grasp, her cheeks reddening from the squeeze, yet she was powerless to resist. Her abilities were ineffective against humans, leaving her to stare with wide eyes in silent accusation, which only endeared her to Tang Xingnan even more, causing her to forget about the obnoxious man entirely.
Tam Shengang.
A local of Y City and the cherished only child of her family, had been raised with everything she desired to prevent being bullied as she grew up, leading her to study Taekwondo. Over time, this shaped her assertive personality, making her intolerant of any slight. Jia Buren was her boyfriend from before the apocalypse. And while he had appeared quite appealing at that time, he was merely a pretty face, the kind that drew attention. As a woman akin to an eagle, having a pretty boy by her side boosted her pride, primarily reliant on looks. Unexpectedly, this pretty boy became arrogant in the apocalypse, believing himself capable of wooing numerous women. This time, he crossed a line, as the entire team sought resources at the Moonlight base. Yet he took a dilapidated car and wasted a full tank of gas on some woman, returning with the excuse that it was all for resource gathering.
Now,
Although they had gathered some supplies, without a vehicle, they were rendered useless. Y City's gas stations were plentiful, but they were swarming with zombies. And even if they managed to reach one, how could they transport the fuel back? There were abandoned vehicles scattered along the roadside, yet without keys, they were utterly useless. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the folly of that inept man. The more Tang Xingnan pondered, the angrier she grew. However, as her gaze fell upon Meng Xiaoyu's exquisite face, her heart blossomed with joy. Setting aside everything else, the girl's appearance was undeniably sweet. Tang Xingnan, brimming with enthusiasm, endeavored to soften her tone, saying, "Little beauty, what is your name?" "I am Tang Xingnan and I am a good person." She believed she was being gentle. Yet the little darling became even more wary, refusing to divulge her name and displaying a look of desperate appeal, utterly adorable. Tang Xingnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wanted to give her a kiss. Meng Xiaoyu, frightened, attempted to escape the woman's clutches. Just then, a familiar silhouette appeared in her line of sight, and she exclaimed, "Pei Xian, help!" Humans were terrifying. Compared to the exuberant Tang Xingnan, timid Meng Xiaoyu preferred the cool demeanor of Pei Xian. After her disappearance, Pei Xian had tracked her by her scent, arriving with remarkable speed. Upon seeing Meng Xiaoyu, who appeared flustered and vulnerable, with her lashes drooping, he felt a surge of emotion, his brows furrowing in annoyance. At that moment, Tang Xingnan also noticed Pei Xian, her eyes brightening. For she was an admirer of handsome men and couldn't help but glance at him. However, the intense murderous intent in his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Before she could act, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm and instinctively released her grip. Seeing Pei Xian had arrived gave Meng Xiaoyu newfound confidence. She swiftly bit down on Tang Xingnan's arm and dashed to hide behind Pei Xian, clutching his upper arm tightly as she reported, "She pinched me." Her voice was filled with grievance. Unbeknownst to her, this innocent act only made Tang Xingnan's heart flutter, completely disregarding the bite. With a playful demeanor, Tang Xingnan cooed, "Oh, darling, you're such a good little baby." She spoke in a voice so gentle it seemed she feared frightening Meng Xiaoyu, but to the little one, it sounded no different than the voice of a menacing creature. Meng Xiaoyu nestled behind Pei Xian, poking his back. "She's bad. She's not normal." The woman was pinching her, and her tone was laced with ill intent, as if she were plotting something sinister. In summary, avoiding these peculiar humans seemed to be the wisest course of action. Seeing the little beauty securely shielded by the man, Tang Xingnan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, she finally composed herself and introduced herself. "I planned to head to the Moonlight base with my teammates, but we encountered some minor issues along the way. I sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused." "How did you end up standing by the roadside? It's quite dangerous in this apocalypse. Don't wander off with her. What if the zombies harm you?" Tang Xingnan leaned on her iron staff, raising her chin towards them. exuding familiarity. Why don't you come with me? I'll protect you. Upon hearing her mention the moonlight base, Meng Xiaoyu felt a flicker of interest, yet recalling the woman's oddities, she anxiously clutched Pei Xian's clothing. Pei Xian, we shouldn't go. The soft, trembling voice of the human girl sounded almost like a plea. And Pei Xian's expression softened slightly as he gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Meng Xiaoyu quieted down, peeking out from behind Pei Xian, her large eyes blinking rapidly as she scrutinized Tang Xingnan. Aren't you worried about your companions? Earlier, a horde of zombies had pursued them, leading to a chaotic escape where Tang Xingnan had utilized her abilities, leaving the others behind. Only Pei Xian had been alerted by a single zombie's presence. At this, Tang Xingnan's expression turned stern, her hands on her hips. I couldn't care less. Let them fend for themselves. I've done my part by bringing them this far. If they become a burden, I might as well wait for death. She had a habit of cursing, but upon noticing the little beauty, her demeanor shifted. However, if you accompany me to the Moonlight Base, I will undoubtedly look after you, ensuring you live well. Meng Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. She wanted to stay with Pei Xian. With a displeased expression, Tang Xingnan sighed. Well, you two must be dating, so I want to intrude as a third wheel. Dating? The zombie, who had been acting as a shield, finally reacted, raising its brow in disagreement. Despite having no memories, it understood that dating implied a romantic relationship, differing from their own interactions. Moreover, it seemed Tang Xingnan's relationship with her boyfriend was rather tumultuous. He shared an exceptionally close bond with the little silly melon, a connection that transcended that of mere romantic partners. Pei Xian pondered this as the timid mushroom remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety associated with the term boyfriend and girlfriend. As a little mushroom, she typically refrained from delving into the memories of her original self, yet upon hearing the phrase, she engaged in contemplation. The male referred to Pei Xian, and the female was herself. Therefore, together they constituted a couple. She nodded affirmatively, declaring, yes, we are indeed a couple. Pei Xian felt a flicker of surprise in his brow. Casting a sidelong glance at her, the indifferent gray of his irises stirred with peculiar emotions, akin to still waters being disturbed. Chapter 39. Relying on a zombie to drive? Since becoming a zombie, Pei Xian had never contemplated human relationships. Previously, he regarded Meng Xiaoyu merely as a reserve, but as their relationship evolved, he had forgotten the societal norms that dictated that closeness between a man and a woman could be inappropriate. Unfortunately, Meng Xiaoyu lacked any sense of propriety, appearing even less human than he. Romantic partners argue, break up, separate, and harbor grudges. They did not. Thus, they were not a couple. The zombie felt a twinge of headache as he rubbed his brow, contemplating how to simplify matters and convey the complexities of gender relations to Meng Xiaoyu with fewer words. Alas, the intricacies of human relationships could not be distilled into a mere sentence or two. Pei Xian lamented that it would be splendid if he could articulate his thoughts, allowing him to properly educate this girl on human knowledge. He cast a glance at Meng Xiaoyu, gently pressing her head back with his palm. Tang Xingnan was not pleased. What are you hiding? Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Isn't it rude to conceal her? Upon learning that he was the boyfriend of the lovely girl, Tang Xingnan instantly shed her superficial admiration for Pei Xian, harboring 100 grievances against him. What a man beyond his looks and physique. He seems utterly lacking. Everything must be articulated by the pretty girl, while he remains silent, exuding an air of aloofness. How annoying. Such a fierce man. One could only wonder how the lovely girl would fare under his treatment. Tang Xingnan's expression soured as she thought, if it's just the two of you, how will you survive? The weather is turning cold, and this year it has dropped rapidly. We must gather supplies for warmth. The city is rife with zombies. And there will be no heating this year. We should find a way to reach the base early. There are more people there to weather the winter together. The only nearby base was the Moonlight Base, requiring the submission of supplies and a 2-hour drive, but their vehicle was out of fuel. 2 hours? How long is that? Meng Xiaoyu tugged at Pei Xian's sleeve and whispered, do we have a car? Pei Xian remained silent. Even if they had a vehicle, they wouldn't be able to drive it. Relying on a zombie to drive? It seemed that not only Meng Xiaoyu needed to learn human knowledge, he too required an education in human affairs. Otherwise, when faced with future challenges, they couldn't expect zombies to carry them away in haste. He glanced dispassionately at Tang Xingnan and, taking Meng Xiaoyu's hand, began to write in her palm. After a period of training together, Meng Xiaoyu had become adept at communication. Pei Xian expressed the desire to visit the Moonlight Base with Tang Xingnan, which would also allow them to hitch a ride. She hesitated, questioning, but she doesn't seem trustworthy. Will we be sold out by her? Pei Xian wrote, no. If she has any ill intentions, I will simply eliminate her. In his eyes, this sudden appearance of a human woman was merely a means of transportation for them. Moreover, through Tang Xingnan, they could glean some human knowledge.
Oh.
Meng Xiaoyu was momentarily bewildered, yet she believed that aside from being somewhat physically weak, Pei Xian was undoubtedly more intelligent than her. Trusting him seemed the prudent choice. Thus, the mushroom and the zombie decided, right in front of Tang Xingnan, to proceed to the Moonlight Base. Upon witnessing their method of communication, Tang Xingnan quickly deduced that Pei Xian was mute. Apologizing briefly, she added, however, my car is out of fuel and the gas station is swarming with zombies. Plus I can't carry the fuel tanks. Before she could finish, she observed the couple murmuring to each other. The man with a stern expression and the girl looking particularly serious, akin to a diligent little cat. If a fluffy tail were present, it would surely be swaying back and forth. Ah, I want a kiss. How could such an adorable girl be taken by that awful man? And he acts so cold and indifferent. Why doesn't he touch her? She's so cute and he doesn't cling to her. Has he been through some detox? Tang Xingnan's gaze was too eager, and Pei Xian seemed to sense it, lifting his eyelids coolly to glance at her. With elongated fingers, he inscribed a familiar word in Meng Xiaoyu's palm. Kill. Meng Xiaoyu felt slightly displeased, interpreting Pei Xian's action as dismissive. She had just inquired about whether it was safe to disclose their spatial abilities, and he responded with a single word. Kill. Xiao Maqiong had advised against casually revealing spatial powers, as it could attract unwanted attention. With the car immobilized and fuel inaccessible, they either needed to find a vehicle that could be driven or venture to the gas station for fuel, necessitating the use of their abilities. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Xiaoyu and Pei Xian had little understanding of human abilities and were unaware of whether anyone had awakened spatial powers. Should a human harbor ill intentions, Meng Xiaoyu might find herself in peril. However, Pei Xian's thoughts were straightforward. As long as he was present, even if others plotted against them, they would think twice. Meng Xiaoyu could confidently use her abilities without fear, for he would eliminate any who coveted her. Once assured that Meng Xiaoyu would accompany him, Tang Xingnan beamed. Familiar with Y City, she guided them to a small gas station where the zombie presence was relatively sparse. Here, several abandoned vehicles bore the stains of blood, while skeletal remains were entangled with the still decomposing flesh. Flies buzzed in the vicinity, and a few zombies, having caught the scent of humans, charged toward Meng Xiaoyu and the others. Tang Xingnan was the first to spring into action, wielding her iron rod with practiced skill to dispatch the zombies. The scene was gruesome, blood and brain matter splattering, evoking a sense of revulsion. Pei Xian frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Xingnan's back as he shielded Meng Xiaoyu's eyes with his hand, leading her to a small building behind the gas station. In the storage room behind the building, he discovered a spare fuel barrel, covered in dust and dark oil stains, which posed a dilemma for Pei Xian. Meng Xiaoyu reassured him, it's all right, we can store it in the spatial bubble and dispose of it after refueling. Pei Xian's expression remained serious, his lips pressing into an unhappy line as he stubbornly pulled her back, his gray eyes emanating a chill as they scrutinized the filthy object. After careful consideration, he wrote in Meng Xiaoyu's palm to wait for him, before stepping outside. Meng Xiaoyu was utterly perplexed, and shortly thereafter, through the transparent glass of the small building, she saw Pei Xian heading toward the zombies. She hurriedly followed behind him. The zombies at the gas station were preoccupied with Tang Xingnan, and though she was struggling, the arrival of Pei Xian provided her with respite, prompting her to ask, what will you do with the lovely girl here? Pei Xian didn't even glance in her direction. Swiftly targeting a third-level zombie, crushing it beneath his foot, he extended his hand toward Meng Xiaoyu, who, having grown accustomed to his actions, retrieved a pair of white plastic gloves from her spatial pocket and offered them to him. Pei Xian's fingers were long and elegant, once adorned with the gloves. They exuded an unusual sense of restraint. He crouched down, bypassing the use of a knife and instead, with his bare hands, shattered the zombie's skull, producing a crisp sound as he rummaged inside, retrieving a pale blue crystal core. Chapter 40. The little mushroom exclaims, wow, are they kissing? Meng Xiaoyu observed his brutal actions of smashing the zombie's head and couldn't help but touch her own, realizing that he had previously refrained from using lethal force. The little mushroom shivered and took tiny steps closer to Tang Xingnan. Tang Xingnan, filled with delight, was thrilled that the pretty little one had come so close to her. Oh, how adorable the small figure hiding behind her was. She could not resist pinching her cheeks. However, before she could act on her impulse, Meng Xiaoyu noticed that Tang Xingnan's hands, still dirty from battling zombies, were not clean enough. Quietly, she distanced herself from Tang Xingnan and returned to Pei Snian's side, inquiring, "What is this for?" The blue crystal core, just excavated, was unappealing, tainted with the putrid remnants of zombie brains and blood, emitting a pungent odor. In the past, one would avoid such a sight even when gloved, let alone directly touching it. Nevertheless, it held significance. Pei Snian pressed his lips together, enduring the filthy zombie crystal core, and removed his gloves. Before Meng Xiaoyu and the others, the crystal core melted into his palm. Meng Xiaoyu was perplexed, but Tang Xingnan, being well-informed, warned while keeping an eye out for zombies, "You must be insane. There are safer ways to awaken abilities. One can survive even without them. If you fail at awakening, it could cost you your life." The zombie crystal cores could enhance one's strength and awaken abilities, but the odds were slim. It was rumored that only one person had succeeded in B City since the apocalypse by forcibly awakening their powers through a zombie crystal core. What Pei Snian was attempting was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing Tang Xingnan's explanation, Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback and quickly knelt before Pei Snian, grasping his hand in urgency. "Is it still possible to spit it out?" His hand felt like ice, his fingers slightly faint, as the crystal melted into his palm. She rubbed her small hands, attempting to extract the zombie crystal. In a moment of desperation, a faint purple light surrounded her, followed by a flurry of bubbles enveloping Pei Snian. He moved his thin lips, suppressing the urge to emit a zombie sound. In mere seconds, the delicate little ancestor had reddened eyes, and it seemed that soon she would dig a grave for him with a shovel and sit atop it to plant mushrooms. This bizarre thought lingered in his mind, but due to certain past experiences, Pei Snian pinched the soft flesh between her fingers, signaling her to remain calm. Almost transparent droplets of water spread from his fingertips, resembling a water snake, climbing along Meng Xiaoyu's pale arm until they reached her face, brushing away her impending tears. Ultimately, the water burst, dripping softly from her cherubic face back into Pei Snian's hand, cleansing it before vanishing. Throughout this, Meng Xiaoyu was oblivious, feeling as if she had merely splashed her face with water, when suddenly an astonished voice broke the silence behind them. "You actually succeeded?" "Succeeded?" Meng Xiaoyu blinked, staring uncertainly at Pei Snian. After confirming multiple times that Pei Snian was indeed fine, even having navigated the situation with ease, it seemed that what Tang Xingnan had deemed a faint hope was merely an illusion. Pei Snian remained composed, ruffling Meng Xiaoyu's hair before standing up and pulling her along. Of course, he was fine. The limitations of humanity could hardly affect him. While humans could enhance their abilities by extracting zombie crystal cores, he was a zombie, and thus, the effects of the zombie crystal cores were even more potent. He had simply been too lazy to level up through such means before, but now, out in the world, the cleanliness-obsessed Mr. Zombie could not tolerate even a hint of filth. Meng Xiaoyu, peeking at his hand with trembling eyelashes, found it as smooth and flawless as jade, seemingly incapable of delivering a fatal blow. In her memory, Pei Snian was a frail human. When she first saw him stepping on a limping zombie, she thought he had mistakenly stepped on it. Now, with his eyes wide open, it was evident that he was not clumsy. It turned out that Pei Snian was not as weak as she had imagined. If he exerted himself, he could easily crush 10 mushrooms with a single hand. The timid mushroom murmured a grateful thanks for his previous mercy. With Pei Snian's assistance, the zombies in the gas station were swiftly cleared out, and they proceeded to the warehouse to retrieve special reserve oil barrels. Before entering Meng Xiaoyu's spatial bubble, Pei Snian meticulously cleaned the reserve barrels inside and out, rinsing them 3 or 4 times before reluctantly agreeing to let Meng Xiaoyu store such dirty items in her space. As a large barrel vanished before Tang Xingnan's eyes, her mouth gaped in astonishment, and she rushed to embrace Meng Xiaoyu. A large hand reached out, seizing the timid mushroom by the nape, concealing her behind him while casting a menacing glare at Tang Xingnan. "Damn it, you vile men! I cannot coexist with you." Though Pei Snian had said nothing, Tang Xingnan felt deeply threatened. "Rest assured, I will not divulge this," Treasures must be kept hidden. When you, foul man, get abandoned by the pretty girl, I will take her far away, indulging in the world's delicacies and captivating handsome men. Perhaps Tang Xingnan's fervent wish was too intense, causing the timid mushroom to sneeze. All right, where's your car? Let's go. Before Tang Xingnan could respond, the sound of a vehicle approached, and after the doors swung open, a group of people entered the gas station. Boss, these zombies seem to have been killed not long ago. Through the warehouse window, a group of people rushed out of their vehicles, and the one referred to as boss immediately began unbuckling his belt. Meng Xiaoyu suddenly felt a darkness envelop her, her eyelids turning cold as a familiar hand covered her eyes. She blinked, nuzzling against it without hesitation. The mushroom umbrella within her heart swayed joyfully. But just as she began to enjoy the contact, the man withdrew his hand. The timid mushroom looked up in confusion. Why did you stop? Beside them, Tang Xingnan exploded in outrage. Where did you touch, you pervert? Let me see, pretty girl. In a flash, she swiftly reached out, giving Meng Xiaoyu's head a couple of vigorous pats, her hair standing on end from static electricity. As Tang Xingnan withdrew her hand, Meng Xiaoyu leaned into her touch, seemingly reluctant to part. Oh, how obedient. Tang Xingnan wanted to pet her again, but just then, the pretty girl was pulled into Pei Snian's embrace, his possessive hand stroking the mushroom's head. He cast a cold glance at Tang Xingnan, his gaze imbued with a feral threat, akin to a beast marking its territory. Tang Xingnan retracted her hand, clearing her throat. My apologies, your girlfriend is simply too adorable. I am a woman. What are you afraid of?
Don't be so petty.
Pei Snian's expression remained unchanged, yet the air around him grew even tenser. As the two faced off, a sudden exclamation broke the tension. Are they kissing? The astonished voice of a plant from the game Plants vs. Zombies echoed from Pei Snian's embrace. Pei Snian furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing outside, his expression darkening instantly. There, he saw two individuals fueling their vehicle, while the so-called boss was shamelessly kissing a woman atop the car hood, their poses bold, and their voices loud, prompting laughter from the others filling up their vehicles. Boss, isn't this a bit too hasty? Save it for tonight. The timid mushroom in Pei Snian's arms gasped, her curiosity ignited, eyes wide with wonder, eager to dash out and observe. What could possibly need to be discussed later? Pei Snian, Chapter 41, is kissing only reserved for couples? Plants do not engage in romantic relationships. The timid mushroom was witnessing such a scene for the first time, feeling a mix of surprise and slight shyness, peeking through her fingers. Her large, round eyes blinked, captivated by the sight. However, in the next moment, her fingers were covered, her view obscured as a cold hand enveloped her small one, sealing off her vision completely. Meng Xiaoyu. She nudged the person behind her with her elbow, whispering like a thief. What are you doing? I haven't finished watching. It was her first time witnessing a kiss, and she felt a bit anxious. Unfortunately, with her small face entirely concealed by the large hand, only her nose was left to breathe, leaving her to listen to the voices from outside. The rest of the convoy urged the leader to hurry. The fuel was filled, and the area was unsafe with the presence of a slain zombie and a third-tier one still lurking. We should leave promptly, for there are tasks to be completed by tomorrow. The leader muttered something under his breath, and the group, wary of potential dangers, opted not to inspect the warehouse and instead drove away. Meng Xiaoyu, finally free, turned back to glare at Pei Xinyan, only to find herself facing Tang Xingnan's teasing expression. Haven't you ever kissed your boyfriend? Why do you need to learn from others?
Quiche.
The timid girl's mind went blank, her dark pupils trembled, and she instinctively looked up at Pei Xinyan. The man possessed an exquisite bone structure, his features elegantly sculpted, with a well-defined jawline and lips that were pale yet alluring, suggesting a kissable appeal. Flustered, Meng Xiaoyu fidgeted with her fingertips, her ears flushing with warmth as she murmured, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Glancing at the mushroom, she added, "It's not like I need to date anyone. There's an entire species between us." Her embarrassment deepened, making her even more endearing. Tang Xingnan, as if discovering a new world, teased, "Aren't you two a couple? Surely, you must have kissed by now?" Meng Xiaoyu clutched Pei Xinyan's shirt nervously. "Do friends kiss? ISN't it only for those in a romantic relationship. We aren't dating." The mushroom felt as if she had no roots, wishing she could burrow deep into the earth, for the thought of kissing was too awkward. Pei Xinyan's eyes held a mysterious depth, yet he simply shook his head, revealing nothing. As Meng Xiaoyu sighed in relief, she stole a glance at the corner of his lips, only to be caught by the man who lowered his gaze. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her eyes. After a series of events, they returned with their haul. The gas station was somewhat remote, requiring them to walk a distance to their vehicle. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more zombies along the way. The deserted streets were dilapidated, permeated with an unpleasant odor, far less appealing than the cold, masculine scent of Pei Xinyang. Meng Xiaoyu trailed closely behind him, occasionally glancing back to guard against Tang Xingnan's playful antics. This human was peculiar, always touching her face and messing with her hair. Unable to comprehend his behavior, she instinctively sought refuge by Pei Xinyang's side. Just as she dodged Tang Xingnan, her head felt as if it were pressed by a cool hand. She cast a suspicious glance, uncertain if Pei Xinyang had just touched her head. However, he walked by her side with an earnest demeanor, not resembling someone who would initiate such an action. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was merely an illusion. Upon reaching the parking area, they heard a voice filled with concern. "Jago, is Tang Jie back yet? Is something wrong? What could possibly happen to her?" She acted tough like a man, and even if zombies attacked, she would be fine. However, if she returned to find the car damaged, she would surely be furious. What was there to be angry about? The car was out of fuel and could not be left idling. The supplies were inside and without the keys. How could they retrieve them? Jia Buren dismissed the concern. There were few people on this outing, and the relationships were not particularly close. After the recent zombie encounter, only they had survived. With the vehicle immobilized due to lack of fuel, Jia Buren had never entertained the idea of fetching more. The gas station was likely swarming with zombies. He had no intention of walking into certain death. Thus, he entertained the thought of smashing the car window. This vehicle was a gift from Tang Xingnan's parents for her coming of age. After the apocalypse began, her parents gradually became zombies. Heartbroken, she soon regained her composure and sought refuge at Moonlight Base with her boyfriend. However, the base required contributions of supplies for entry. Consequently, they had to return to Y City to gather resources, encountering various people along the way, including Lu Yingying. In contrast to Tang Xingnan's fiery temperament, Lu Yingying was much gentler and more amiable. She spoke softly and was considerate, representing an entirely different extreme. Jia Buren couldn't help but feel drawn to her. In his eyes, aside from Tang Xingnan's physique, she lacked any feminine charm. His initial agreement to date her was primarily motivated by her family's wealth and their house. Now, in this chaotic world, what used was money or property. Jia Buren had long since grown tired of the situation, but lacking any abilities of his own. He relied on Tang Xingnan in this apocalypse and could not afford to offend her. Therefore, he continued to maintain a facade of treating Lu Yingying like a sister, waiting until they gathered enough supplies and safely reached Moonlight Base to rid himself of her. Once at the base, with his looks, he could have any powerful female ability user he desired. After all, society had descended into chaos. He could find a strong woman to elevate his status in the base, while simultaneously enjoying the company of Lu Yingying outside. For a moment, Jia Buren's mind raced with schemes, filled with romantic notions for Lu Yingying. "Yingying, once we retrieve the supplies from the car, we will have hope. Without Tang Xingnan, we can be together openly." Lu Yingying's eyes sparkled with affection as she replied, "Jago." Just then, a voice filled with curiosity interrupted them. "Does your relationship with Tang Xingnan have anything to do with being together openly? I recall you two were quite affectionate even with her around." The melodious voice approached, forcing Jia Buren to redirect his gaze with displeasure. The speaker was a girl of average height, standing at over 1.60 meters. Yet beside a towering man nearing 1.90 meters, she appeared particularly petite. Even in the apocalypse, she maintained a clean appearance, her hands encircling her companion's arm. Her curious eyes fixed on Jia Buren. Jia Buren's expression froze, caught off guard by the question. His eyes flickering like rusty gears as they shifted to the woman next to Meng Xiaoyu. Seeing Tang Xingnan's fiery glare, he could not help but tremble.
Tang Xingnan.
"Let me explain." Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head towards Pei Xinyang, questioning what there was to explain, as they had already embraced one another. Pei Xinyang gestured, writing a few words in her hand. Meng Xiaoyu responded with a couple of O's, turning to retrieve a pack of plain potato chips from her space. "Do you want some?" Pei Xinyang shook his head, continuing to write.
"You eat."
Just as she finished writing the word eat, Tang Xingnan, who had been nearby, erupted with fury and dashed forward. Chapter 42. She eats popcorn while others argue. She buries those who are killed. The speed of an ability user was astonishing, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Tang Xingnan, who had just been beside Meng Xiaoyu, instantly appeared before Jia Buren. With a loud thud, Meng Xiaoyu opened the potato chip package, pulling out the first chip and offering it to Pei Xinyan's lips.
Try it.
Before departing, all the supplies had been stored in her space, including snacks Pei Xinyan had prepared while foraging. He had been determined to fatten her up, ensuring she had 3 meals a day, stuffing food into her mouth at every opportunity. Despite this, Meng Xiaoyu only managed to gain a little baby fat on her cheeks. No matter how much she ate, she never seemed to gain weight elsewhere. Pei Xinyan was fully aware of what she had in her space. He glanced at her, slightly turning his face away to indicate he wasn't interested, suggesting she eat alone. Such a picky eater. Meng Xiaoyu pulled her hand back, dissatisfied, and took a bite of the chip, the crisp sound echoing.
Ah!
Jia Buren yelped in pain, clutching his leg, his handsome face contorted in agony.
Stop.
It's all a misunderstanding. The car truly has no fuel. We can't let a living person die from a full bladder. We need to find another way. Are you blaming me for not coming to find you? You're an ability user, and we're just ordinary people. We'd only slow you down. Also, don't misunderstand. You are my girlfriend. With a swift kick, Tang Xingnan pinned him down, the iron rod inches from his face, dust flying into his eyes. Yet he was too preoccupied to care, attempting to wrap his arms around her legs. Xingnan's cries grew increasingly desperate, finally rousing Lu Yingying from her stupor. She rushed to kneel before Jia Buren, pleading earnestly, Sister Tang, please don't be this way. This isn't entirely Jia Ji's fault. How many men could withstand your temperament? He simply prefers a gentler woman.
Tang Xinggan gladfully. Nonsense.
In this apocalyptic world, you talk to me about gentleness? Meng Xiaoyu munched on chips, using Pei Xian as a human cushion, contributing to the conversation with enthusiasm. Exactly. In this end times, she continued chewing, those poor zombies outside, so pitiful. You're so gentle. Why not show some pity and give them something to eat? Lu Yingying's face paled. Feeding zombies meant human flesh, didn't it? She cast a resentful glance at Meng Xiaoyu. You have a cruel heart. Zombies lack consciousness. They can live without eating, but humans are different. Meng Xiaoyu found her words peculiar. How did she know that zombies lacked thought? Even the limping zombies sought her help to grab snacks. These humans seemed more foolish than the undead, failing to snatch food for themselves while relying on her and criticizing Tang Xingnan. In truth, the gentle elder sister, timid mushroom, also held affection for them. Yet her sensitive nature detected the malice hidden within humanity, leaving her uncomfortable without understanding why. Rumors suggested low intelligence was contagious, and Mushroom, in her fright, clung to Pei Xian, hoping to absorb some of his wisdom. Pei Xian, I shall not speak ill of you. She obediently extended her hand, allowing Pei Xian to brush off the chip crumbs before wrapping her arms around his. Mushroom was acutely aware of their interdependence. They would not conspire behind each other's backs but speak openly instead. The current situation was that Tang Xingnan stood poised to confront the scoundrel, while Lu Yingying desperately intervened, even uttering nonsensical remarks like, if you strike him, I will perish too. Meng Xiaoyu found herself perplexed. If she was to perish, why did her existence matter to anyone else? No one asked her anyway. For instance, Lu Yingying lamented, everything is not as you perceive. How could you misunderstand Jia Ji's genuine feelings for you? Meng Xiaoyu was further confused. If Jia Ge truly cared for Tang Xingnan, why had he said those things upon their arrival? Then there was Lu Yingying crying, if you strike him, then strike me as well. Yet when Tang Xingnan brought down the iron rod, Lu Yingying's demeanor shifted, panic overtaking her as she fled. The rod struck Jia Buren's back with a resounding thud, eliciting cries of pain and contorting his once passable features into a grotesque visage. Tang Xingnan let out a cold laugh. If you have the courage, don't hide from me. Lu Yingying, pale as a ghost, protectively shielded Jia Buren once more, only to be met with another merciless blow from Tang Xingnan. Predictably, the rod met its target again, causing Lu Yingying to recoil in fear. Meng Xiaoyu, standing nearby with a puzzled expression, wondered what was happening. Pei Xian remained silent, deep in thought, momentarily doubting himself. He had intended to expose Meng Xiaoyu to the harsh realities of the world but was instead confronted with its foolishness. However, without Pei Xian needing to speak, Mushroom would process this herself. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. This was what humans referred to as insincerity and the intricacies of human relationships. Pei Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Meanwhile, after enduring the brutal blows, Jia Buren had confessed everything. He pushed Lu Yingying away, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please, don't protect me. Just let her strike. At least it would provide some relief. This lingering pain is unbearable." Lu Yingying stumbled to the ground, gripping his arm tightly. "Jago, how could you push me away?" She had always received his meticulous care since their acquaintance. He had never been this harsh with her before. Jia Buren, turning his back on her, ignored her and addressed Tang Xingnan. "Xingnan, to be honest, this wretched woman has seduced me. My heart belongs solely to you. But you know I'm a man. Sometimes I cannot control myself. You have been cold to me, especially since the apocalypse. You won't even kiss me. It pains me. Before this, I never intended to abandon you. I merely sought to relieve my desires. My heart has always belonged to you. I know I cannot overpower you, so strike me as you wish. If I die at your hands, I shall have no regrets." He seemed to have made a decision, closing his eyes and allowing Tang Xingnan to strike him. Yet his heart harbored different thoughts. He believed women to be soft-hearted. Having humbled himself to this extent, if Tang Xingnan continued her unreasonable behavior, it would lead to their separation. Jia Buren secretly mused that if he weren't physically outmatched, he would not be so subservient. Regardless, since Tang Xingnan had returned alive, he needed to deceive her into handing over the supplies in the vehicle. As for Lu Yingying, she was merely a fleeting romance. Once they reached the Moonlight Base, with his looks, he could have any beautiful woman he desired. At that moment, Jia Buren resolved to plan for a future with multiple wives. Little did he know, the next second, Tang Xingnan struck him twice, sending him crashing to the ground, gripping his collar. "You want to die at my hands? Not a chance." Lu Yingying was taken aback by Jia Buren's unexpected remarks. Though she did not genuinely love him, she intended to placate him until they reached the base. Once there, she could find any number of powerful male abilities. She had not anticipated that this useless man would shift all the blame onto her at such a critical moment. Given Tang Xingnan's violent nature, she would not merely reach the base safely, she would wreak havoc in this area. "Since you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being heartless." Lu Yingying suddenly began to weep, crawling to Tang Xingnan's side and clinging to her leg. "Sister Tang, it's not like that. He threatened me, saying if I rejected him, he would expel me from the group. I was only trying to survive. Now that we have the supplies, the most important thing is to devise a way to reach the Moonlight Base. We cannot afford any more internal strife. If more zombies come, none of us will escape." Her reasoning was sound, though it was unclear why they were shouting so loudly without any zombies approaching. Who could say if the undead might suddenly appear from the shadows? Tang Xingnan, noticing Lu Yingying's distraught expression, scoffed and tossed the man, as lifeless as a dead dog, at her feet. "What nonsense! Is this what you wanted? To be openly together? Here you go." Watching from the sidelines, Mushroom and the corpse exchanged whispers. Timid Mushroom asked, "What is she planning to do?" As she spoke, she excitedly retrieved her small shovel from her space. Pei Xian's brow twitched. Regardless of the woman's intentions, he wondered why the little fool was so excited. Chapter 43. Mushroom's second burial of a body brings excitement. Meng Xiaoyu picked up the shovel, filled with enthusiasm, ready to dig a pit right there. Let the fight begin. Enjoying the spectacle, Timid Mushroom, oblivious to the complexities of human relationships, remained unaware of the underlying malice. Whatever happens, if they die, they can be buried. That was her thought. This would be her second burial, and she was a bit thrilled. This time, she could bury 2 bodies. A buy-one-get-one deal. As she contemplated, a stream of water cascaded from the sky, washing her shovel until it gleamed. Meng Xiaoyu blinked in surprise and turned to complain. "Why do you always spray water at me?" Indeed, ever since he awakened his powers, everything she touched was washed clean by this man's water abilities. While her initial excitement was understandable, it seemed unreasonable for someone like Pei Xian to remain so exhilarated for this long. After all, who among them lacked abilities? She splashed water on his face. The purple bubbles gently burst against the man's handsome cheek, and Pei Xian's expression remained indifferent, though a hint of pleasure flickered in his eyes. "What a pervert," Meng Xiaoyu huffed, planting her shovel into the ground before trudging over to Tang Xingnan to dig a pit. Pei Xian's gaze followed her, and the emotions in his eyes fell back into silence. Tang Xingnan, exuding an air of a boss, brandished a metal rod with authority and demanded, "Where are Sun Yang and Zhao He?" The man and woman at her feet trembled in fear as the atmosphere shifted from warmth to a tense standoff, each revealing hidden truths. From trivial gossip about Tang Xingnan to the revelation that the previous horde of zombies had been lured by Jia Buren. There were also 2 leeches in the group, and Jia Buren, disdainful of their uselessness, sought ways to attract zombies to eliminate them. However, he had not anticipated that Tang Xingnan would abandon him to flee with someone else. In Jia Buren's mind, Tang Xingnan still cherished his face. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not forsake it. Little did he know, she had taken off with a stranger, nearly leading to his demise while he held onto Lu Yingying. Fortunately, at a critical moment, he managed to push others out of the way to buy some time, allowing them to return to the vehicle unscathed. This led to the current scene, where he felt a deep sense of resentment. While outwardly pleading for mercy, he thought, they are just useless. Why didn't he push them on purpose? We can discuss it at the Moonlight Base. Don't you want to go? Once at the Moonlight Base, who would care to endure hardships under her command? If she refused, his eyes glinted with malice as he discreetly tightened his grip on Tang Xingnan's leg. A flash of silver gleaming in his sleeve. Useless? They may be useless, but what of you two? Tang Xingnan held little affection for them. They were merely hitching a ride. With no fuel left, whether they could escape was not her responsibility. Yet, she was genuinely disgusted by Jia Buren's actions. If she could push them today, she could very well do so to her in the future. A fleeting glance caught Meng Xiaoyu approaching, and Tang Xingnan felt a stir in her heart, quickly casting a disdainful look at Jia Buren. She wondered how she had ever found him appealing. In terms of looks, he paled compared to Xiao Liang. Ugh, there was no comparison at all. Jia Buren, battered and bruised, glared at her with shock in his bulging eyes and stammered. "What do you mean? Are you going to abandon me?" Tang Xingnan regarded him as one might a fool. "What else? Aren't you going to be with Lu Yingying? I'll grant you that wish, but the vehicle is mine, and you've contributed nothing to the supplies. Enjoy the apocalypse with your sister." "Supplies? What do you mean they aren't mine? I helped look for them. You only killed a zombie at most." Tang Xingnan chose not to engage further. Kicking him aside with disdain, "It's a miracle I haven't tied you up and hung you up for the zombies." She cursed her own poor judgment in ever liking this worthless scum. Whether he lived or died was no longer her concern. But without Tang Xingnan, an ability user, and without supplies, how would Jia Buren and Lu Yingying survive? At this juncture, it was better to be rid of the pest. Jia Buren's face twisted in rage as he lunged at her, the knife concealed in his sleeve aimed directly at her. His speed was remarkable, but Tang Xingnan, being an ability user, managed to evade him even if just barely. Meng Xiaoyu, like a startled bird, widened her eyes as Jia Buren barreled past her. Without a second thought, she swung her shovel, striking him squarely on the back of the head. With a cry of agony, Meng Xiaoyu stood frozen, staring at the shovel and then at Jia Buren. She hadn't exerted much strength, but the human skull was quite fragile. "He can't be dead, right?" But Jia Buren lay motionless on the ground, reminiscent of Pei Xian's earlier state. His position was far more unkempt. Meanwhile, Pei Xian hurried over, inadvertently stepping on something, eliciting another scream. Meng Xiaoyu sighed in relief. He was still alive. Before she knew it, Pei Xian had pulled her into his embrace, enveloping her in his cold aura, which calmed her frantic heart. Her fingers tightened around the shovel handle, turning pale. "Pei Xian, if you step on him again, let us see if he is dead." Pei Xian remained silent for a moment, using his water abilities to wash the blood off Jia Buren's head, refraining from stepping on him. With expressionless grace, he took the shovel from her grasp and prodded the fallen figure. Although this time the cry was softer, Meng Xiaoyu felt reassured. Nestled in Pei Xian's arms, she tilted her head and said to Tang Xingnan, "He is still breathing. You can go ahead and hit him." It was just a breath. So hitting him shouldn't be too satisfying. She had ruined everything. Sighing, she lamented the hardships of life. Who could have anticipated that Jia Buren would suddenly attack, nearly frightening her to death? The timid Meng Xiaoyu inched closer to Pei Xian, unwilling to glance at Jia Buren. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of something sinister passed through Pei Xian's eyes. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the street. Lu Yingying, seeing Jia Buren in a half-dead state, felt no sorrow, given his previous actions. She planned to escape while they dealt with him, but upon reaching the corner, she encountered a horde of zombies and was bitten on the neck. Chapter 44. Who has the good mushroom that can speak? The zombies appeared unexpectedly, and Meng Xiaoyu and the others had no time to refuel the car, forcing them to retreat into a nearby residential area. At this moment, Jia Buren still retained some awareness. He propped up his heavy body, sitting up unsteadily, horror etched across his face as he watched Lu Yingying being devoured. Being bitten by a zombie does not immediately result in transformation. There is a latent period of about 1 to 2 hours. It begins with a high fever, followed by blood coagulation, a gradual loss of consciousness, and ultimately devolves into a mindless creature, hunting and tearing apart humans alongside its kind. In truth, the transition to a zombie might still be a merciful death. For the unluckiest, after being bitten, they endure being consumed piece by piece. Zombies are indiscriminate. As long as they can eat, they will devour anything. The most horrifying part is when they start from the feet, as the victim struggles helplessly, feeling their flesh torn apart, blood and entrails spilling forth, yet they do not reach the brain, prolonging their suffering as they experience the gruesome feast of death. Jia Buren watched as Lu Yingying was overwhelmed by the horde, with the zombies now turning their attention to him. Instinctively, he called out his girlfriend's name. In the past, she had always shielded him from danger, but now he felt like a maggot in a cesspool, desperately searching for her figure, seeking her help. This time, no one stood in his way. What had he said before? You're only killing a zombie. Isn't all the resource gathering relying on me? Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as the zombies approached. Without the protection of an ability user, he was utterly defenseless. With a head injury, Jia Buren struggled to rise, and the sickening sounds of chewing echoed through the street as the zombies feasted on fresh flesh. Only when the blood ran dry, losing all traces of humanity, did they look around, searching for their next target. As darkness descended, the bloodied bodies began to move, leaving trails of blood as they joined the zombies in their hunt for humans. After the chaos, a day had passed. Once the zombies dispersed, Meng Xiaoyu and the others refueled the car and decided to spend the night in that house before setting off the next day. The hallway was eerily empty. Most humans had evacuated. By nightfall, the entire city fell into an eerie silence. They searched several floors, finding some doors tightly shut while others stood open, revealing only a few wandering zombies inside. Observing the severe transformation of the corpses, it was evident that their ranks were not high. They could be effortlessly dealt with, without even a headshot. It seemed that in the early days of the apocalypse, there was little sense of vigilance. Upon encountering zombies, some would open their doors, only to be bitten and subsequently remain trapped within their homes, aimlessly wandering. At this point, Pei Xinyan's water abilities came into play. As streams of water swirled like tornadoes, sweeping up chaotic debris and rapidly extracting moisture as if from a washing machine. After taking refuge in a room, Tang Xingnan fell into a contemplative silence. While the diligent Tian Luo man was busy drying the sofa cushions, Meng Xiaoyu, feeling bored and no longer afraid of Tang Xingnan after the events of the day, approached to offer comfort. Don't be upset. A boyfriend can be replaced. A cold droplet of water splashed towards her, striking her forehead. However, she paid little heed, wiping it away and continuing to console Tang Xingnan. Don't be sad. That man isn't particularly handsome. He pales in comparison to Pei Xinyan. In the future, make sure to befriend someone more attractive than him. No sooner had she spoken than the droplet transformed into an icy flower, pricking her. She exclaimed softly, touching her face, only to find nothing there. Leaning closer to Tang Xingnan, she asked, "Can you check if I have something on my face?" The young girl's face was flawless, delicate as jade, her large eyes dominating her features. Her curled lashes fluttered nervously, and her dark pupils sparkled with tiny flecks of light. Tang Xingnan's gaze fell on the dissipating ice flower on her forehead, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the man's unwavering attention on Meng Xiaoyu, prompting him to pinch her cheek playfully. Retracting his hand in response to her astonished expression, he remarked, "There was water. I was just wiping it off. I'm not really that upset. I just can't understand how I ever found that scoundrel appealing." As she elaborated, she recalled how, in the beginning, Jia Buren, though a bit weak, had masked his true nature well. With a fairly decent appearance, he had secured the position of her boyfriend. He had carried the responsibilities of a partner, routinely bringing her breakfast and offering rides, being exceptionally attentive. In the apocalyptic world devoid of moral boundaries, stripped of wealth and resources, Jia Buren revealed his true self, as if transformed entirely. It was akin to how some women discover their partner's violent tendencies only after marriage. Facing numerous obstacles when considering divorce, often subjected to a cooling-off period, she merely experienced this realization ahead of time. There was nothing mournful about it. Survival in the apocalypse was paramount. Men were trivial compared to the allure of beautiful women. Tang Xiangnan sighed, gazing wistfully at Pei Sinian, who was eyeing Meng Xiaoyu with keen interest. How did she end up with a boyfriend? He pondered. A boyfriend who was so protective. Another touch and she might be treated like discarded refuse, swept away by the man. Containing the urge to pinch Meng Xiaoyu's hand, he sighed, "Be cautious. No man is worth your trust." Meng Xiaoyu, recalling Jia Buren's actions, instinctively echoed, "Men are no good." Just as the words left her lips, she remembered the presence of another male behind her, timidly glancing back to find Pei Sinian staring at her, his indifferent eyes harboring a hint of danger. She swallowed hard and added quietly, "But you're not a man." Pei Sinian chuckled heartily, eliciting a laugh from Tang Xingnan, who, unable to contain his restrained emotions, reached out to pinch her cheek. In the next moment, Meng Xiaoyu found herself grasped by the nape of her neck, pulled away from Tang Xingnan. She flailed helplessly, then surrendered against the wall, raising her hands in defeat. "I was wrong. There is one good man, and that is you." Mr. Zombie regarded her with a dangerous glint.
Exuding en intimidating aura.
Realizing her verbal missteps, Meng Xiaoyu decided to feign death, lowering her head. It was not her intention to offend. The vastness of human language could be daunting, and as a mere mushroom, it was quite normal not to articulate human speech. What mushroom could speak like a human? With this thought, the little mushroom stood tall, confidently lifting her head, secretly wondering if he would dare to attack a mushroom. Chapter 45. Cultivating mushrooms on him, it was unlikely he would harm her. The little ancestor was far too delicate. Even a gentle tap on the forehead would leave her with tearful eyes for quite some time. Furthermore, as a composed zombie, he would never resort to harming a mushroom. His grayish eyes reflected Meng Xiaoyu as feigned calmness, momentarily leaving him perplexed. Pei Sinian had intended to summarize the ordeal with the scoundrel, but words eluded him, and his handwriting was too slow. The little fool appeared utterly oblivious, as if newly born into this world, timid yet occasionally capable of bold actions. While she was gentle in nature, she could still bite if provoked. Her worldview was starkly black and white. In her eyes, Jia Buren was a villain, and thus deserved punishment. Jia Buren was merely an ordinary member of humanity. If she encountered someone with more nefarious intent, would she still be able to discern right from wrong, or would she be sold out and count her losses? Even now, Pei Sinian remained opposed to Meng Xiaoyu venturing into human territories. However, she was no longer just his reserve food. He found himself at a loss, unsure how to proceed. He could only allow her to confront the harsh realities of human nature. After a moment of contemplation, he skillfully retrieved a pen and a piece of paper from his pocket. "Have you come to understand? The world is filled with malice. Do you still wish to go to the human base? Wouldn't it be better to stay and live as we did before? You want to enhance your abilities. I can assist you in dealing with zombies, rather than you risking it alone." Yet, Meng Xiaoyu possessed the unique ability to comprehend the thoughts of zombies, but could not grasp his. Upon seeing those 4 words, her exquisite face was filled with seriousness. She reasoned, the key is to recognize when you encounter a bad person. Don't dally like I did. We must act swiftly to deny them any chance, and if necessary, eliminate them permanently. Pei Sinian was taken aback by her sudden insight. Tang Xiangnan immediately stood up, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "You foul man, what are you teaching my little darling? I never imagined you, with your gentlemanly appearance, would lead her astray." Pei Sinian's pupils trembled for a moment before he regained his composure, offering a subtle nod. "All right, that approach is preferable to being bullied outside." Tang Xiangnan quickly pulled Meng Xiaoyu close, wary of Pei Sinian corrupting her. They barely managed to spend a night in the house. A night in which Tang Xiangnan experienced the most peaceful sleep she had had in ages. Strangely enough, after months of hiding from the apocalypse, she had not slept well at all, often pushing her mental limits just to achieve a few hours of shallow sleep. This was also why she yearned for the safety of the base, as it would alleviate her fears. Remarkably, the previous night, she had not been disturbed by any zombies. On the other hand, Meng Xiaoyu had already completed her grooming under Pei Sinian's water abilities, her face now clean and slightly flushed. The reason was simple. Pei Sinian had been extracting bubbles from her. Meng Xiaoyu found this human rather peculiar. Although her bubbles lacked defensive power, surely they could at least eliminate a maggot? Yet, he seemed to derive pleasure from them, unaffected by any pain. The timid mushroom struggled to find words, resorting to describing him as perverse. In the past, she would merely mutter a few disparaging comments about him. Now, with others present, she felt emboldened, darting over to hide behind Tang Xingnan.
Tang Shengang, est la tête?
Ignored the cool gaze of the man, reaching out to grasp Meng Xiaoyu's hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. How soft, the timid mushroom thought, bewildered as she realized she had just escaped one danger only to step into another. After a night of brewing, when Meng Xiaoyu and the others stepped out, only 2 pools of blood remained beside the vehicle. One of the stains extended into a long trail, as if someone had crawled a distance before the blood had dried. Whenever Pei Xian encountered something filthy, he felt utterly uncomfortable. Previously, when he lacked water abilities, he merely sprayed disinfectant. Now that he possessed water powers, he refused to compromise, washing away the bloodstains on the ground until he felt slightly satisfied. Upon entering the car, he meticulously cleaned both the interior and exterior until they sparkled. Tang Xingnan was left dumbfounded. Don't tell me you awakened this ability just to clean? What else? Pei Xian replied nonchalantly, questioning the utility of such a seemingly useless ability. Tang Xingnan had no retort, unable to comprehend the peculiar logic of this individual, whose actions often seemed bizarre and reckless. He used zombie cores without a second thought, completely unconcerned about potential repercussions. Apart from his girlfriend, he appeared indifferent to everything else, as if he were disconnected from the world. Nevertheless, surviving for several months in the apocalypse while caring for the delicate beauty indicated that his strength could not be lacking. As long as they didn't encounter too many zombies on the way, they would reach Moonlight Base. Under normal circumstances, it would take 2 hours to leave City Y. However, many roads were obstructed by abandoned vehicles, causing delays. Fortunately, being a local, Tang Xingnan navigated around the obstacles, opting for smaller paths. Though it added some time, it spared them from encountering more abandoned cars. She sat in the driver's seat, alert and watchful, when she caught a glimpse of the 2 individuals crammed in the back seat through the rearview mirror, raising an eyebrow. What's with you, a grown man, not driving and just loitering in the back? Pei Xian feigned ignorance. On the country road, sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows into the vehicle, illuminating his exquisitely crafted visage. His eyelids, slightly drooped beneath his glasses, cast a shadow over his lashes, while his thin lips, devoid of warmth, were slightly pursed, and the hint of fangs grazed the corners of his mouth. An enticing aura filled the cramped space as he awkwardly confined his long legs, one hand casually resting on the armrest, the other grasping the back of a human neck, playfully tossing her back. Earlier that morning, Meng Xiaoyu had avoided him. Yet now she nestled closer, muffled and warm. Although autumn had arrived, the midday sun still radiated heat, penetrating every crack. Only Pei Xian's body felt cool and capable of shielding her from the sun. Her delicate fingers clutched his arm tightly, resting her head on his shoulder. Longing to transform into her original form and sprout mushrooms on him, Pei Xian didn't mind her proximity, yet he sensed something was amiss in their dynamic. Unable to articulate what exactly felt wrong, his body craved this closeness, yet his heart felt an inexplicable awkwardness. He lightly pressed his icy knuckle against her forehead, prompting her dissatisfaction. Pei Xian, it's really hot. Mushrooms weren't meant to be in the car. They belonged beneath it or in other places, anywhere free from sunlight, which she found utterly detestable. While other humans and zombies seemed unaffected by the temperature, her pitiful appearance stirred compassion in the zombie, causing him to loosen his grip, allowing her to lean closer. Just then, Tang Xingnan spoke up, if you're hot, turn on the air conditioning. Air conditioning? The timid mushroom retracted its head. The zombie found himself empty-handed, his lips imperceptibly tightening as he cast a cold glance at the driver's seat. Pulling the mushroom back and softly inscribing 2 words in her palm, it wastes fuel. Chapter 46. The zombie learns to drive the plants from Plants vs. Zombies had never encountered a vehicle, possessing only a rudimentary understanding that to make a car go fast, one must fuel it. Meng Xiaoyu recognized the term air conditioning, aware that it could be adjusted for heat or cold. However, upon hearing it would consume fuel, she immediately nestled back into his embrace, clutching one of his arms, while the mushroom lay flat in their space. Technically, Live creatures shouldn't be placed in the space, yet perhaps due to their similar properties. This particular pod of mushrooms remained unchanged upon entering and exiting the space. Tang Shengnan cracked open a window slightly, glancing back at the rear seat. Mushrooms? Are we having a late-night snack? Meng Xiaoyu held the pot tighter, whispering, No, we can't eat. Be careful. Ahead are bumpy roads. Tang Shengnan didn't pay attention to Meng Xiaoyu's conflicted expression of desire and fear, instead focusing on driving more cautiously, slowing down. Despite this, the entire vehicle still felt like a roller coaster ride. The timid mushrooms had bumped against the man's cold, hard abdomen, causing her to tear up in pain. Straightening her posture as Pei Xian leisurely leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. The passenger seat contained supplies collected by Tang Xingnan and her group, only 2 plastic bags. One meant for the base. Meng Xiaoyu, having her own food, had no intention of using Tang Xingnan's provisions. She rummaged through her space, discovering skincare products gifted by Pei Xian, 2 pounds of frozen meat, 20 pounds of rice, 10 bags of bread, her own collection of pots and pans, 6 boxes of hot pot ingredients, various snacks from the supermarket, and a barrel of oil, along with 2 cases of bottled water. The space remained static. The frozen meat wouldn't thaw, and the food wouldn't spoil. However, the barrel of oil took up considerable space, occupying 2/3 of it, indicating that to further expand the space, they would need to find more zombies. They had a light lunch of bread before continuing their journey. Pei Xian still hadn't eaten anything, appearing unfazed by hunger, a fact Meng Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to, while Tang Xingnan found it odd. Yet,
She didn't dwell on it.
perhaps irritated by Tang Xingnan, Pei Xian insisted on driving, pushing her to the back seat. Driving required constant vigilance regarding zombies. And Tang Xingnan was pleased, eager to cozy up with Meng Xiaoyu in the back. However, Meng Xiaoyu was pulled into the passenger seat. Such a stingy man. Tang Xingnan thought, but she didn't argue, opting to lie in the back and observe her surroundings. After waiting a while, the car only started but didn't move. Meng Xiaoyu obediently fastened her seatbelt, waiting for departure. After a pause, she blinked in confusion. Why aren't we moving? The vehicle crawled forward at a snail's pace, struggling up a hill, almost imperceptible in its motion. Pei Xian's long, strong fingers rested on the steering wheel, his elegant features revealing a rare hint of confusion.
Indeed.
The annoying woman in the back seat had turned the key, and the car had moved on its own. Why was it different for him? Experiencing a setback for the first time in his otherwise competent life, he caught a glimpse of the expectant gaze from the passenger seat, and his throat tightened momentarily. Meanwhile, Tang Xingnan, unyielding, exclaimed, You, a grown man, don't know how to drive? Pei Xian glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his expression complex, reminiscent of a legendary domineering CEO, 3 parts cold indifference, 3 parts warning, and the rest a mere trace of apathy. He quickly regained his composure. What was wrong with a zombie not knowing how to drive? It was perfectly normal. Should I drive instead? Tang Xingnan suggested. Pei Xian remained seated in the driver's seat, unmoving. Tang Xingnan sighed. Fine, here's the electronic handbrake, this is the gear shift. Just press here. And these are the brake and accelerator. Brake on the left, accelerator on the right. Pei Xian followed her instructions meticulously, though he struggled slightly with the accelerator, pressing it down fully. The timid mushroom in the passenger seat nearly jumped out of her skin from the sudden jolt, gripping her seatbelt tightly. For the first time, she realized there was something Pei Xian couldn't do, and it was utterly shocking. The scenery outside the vehicle whizzed by in a blur, the bumpy road transforming the car's journey into a reckless ride reminiscent of bumper cars. Tang Xingnan, accustomed to seeking thrills through activities like bungee jumping, fared better than Meng Xiaoyu, who nearly succumbed to nausea from the jolting motion. With a pale face, Meng Xiaoyu timidly extended her hand, weakly resting it on the man's arm, urging him to slow down as she suffered from motion sickness. It was only after Pei Xian adjusted to the speed that he utilized his stiff, zombie-like joints to guide the vehicle toward the human base. By the time they arrived at the base, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Following his memories, Tang Xingnan directed the way, spotting the buildings in the distance. The Moonlight Base had originally been a tourist area, founded by 3 individuals, 2 of whom were the initial awakened powers. One was named Dongfang Lai, who possessed formidable lightning abilities, surpassing the elemental derivatives of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, characterized by his domineering and aggressive nature. The other, Gua Mengyao, Dongfang Lai's girlfriend, was a strikingly beautiful woman who awakened Earth-based powers, single-handedly constructing a 2-meter-high wall that encircled the entire tourist area for protection. Unfortunately, her powers eventually depleted, leading to her demise. The last founder was Wang Chipeng, who was said to lack any powers and had previously served in the military.
Displaying commandable combat stratégie.
Unfortunately, he fell into conflict with Dongfang Lai and vanished, with only Dongfang Lai knowing his whereabouts. As such, Dongfang Lai became the leader of the base, greeted by all as Brother Lai. The 2-meter wall, while not excessively high, extended over a vast area, encompassing the entire base. Subsequently, other Earth-based powers emerged to reinforce the walls. Most of the survivors from Y City sought refuge here, although entry required sufficient resource contributions. As Pei Xian maneuvered the vehicle into the vicinity, he was intercepted by patrolling personnel. "Get out of the car." Initially positioned in front of the vehicle, the patrolmen were startled to see it not only fail to halt but accelerate instead, prompting them to hastily step aside while shouting, "What is going on?" Pei Xian had mistakenly pressed the accelerator, finally managing to slow the vehicle down after shifting to the brake. The electronic handbrake engaged automatically. The imposing presence of a zombie emerged from the car, his appearance indistinguishable from that of a human, save for his excessively pale complexion, which lent him a somewhat eerie aura. The approaching individual, Zhang Jian, clad in a green coat with dark skin and gaunt cheeks, was a patrol officer at the Moonlight base. Upon observing Pei Xian, he furrowed his brow, stating, "Our base does not accommodate the idle." A large man who looked less than human served no purpose. This was not an era to judge by appearances. In this apocalypse, such a sickly figure raised questions about how he had survived thus far. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Shengnan also exited the vehicle.
Tang Shenggang Zima?
"We understand the rules and have brought supplies." Meng Xiaoyu had previously placed the food they intended to submit on the back seat, which Tang Shengnan now retrieved to hand over. The patrolman's attention swiftly shifted to the two women. One was clad in all black, accentuating her graceful figure, with short hair and dignified features that exuded a touch of heroism. The other, seemingly well cared for, had a delicate appearance, fair skin, and innocent eyes that seemed oblivious to the world, akin to a lost lamb in a wolf's den, evoking desire in those who beheld her. Before they could linger on the sight, a figure blocked their view, and the patrol personnel soon realized that the man was not merely unhealthy, he towered over them, exuding an air of cold intimidation. Under Pei Xian's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Jian swallowed hard, then noticed the items being offered by Tang Xingnan. Upon seeing only a few bags of bread, disdain flickered in his eyes. "Is this all you can offer? Clearly, you possess no significant abilities." He gestured toward a nearby tent. "All visitors must wait inside for 2 hours to ensure they don't turn into zombies before they can register and enter the base." This protocol was in place to prevent any infected individuals from mingling with the base's inhabitants. Pei Xian nodded, casually leading Meng Xiaoyu in the direction indicated. At the entrance of the base, large tents on either side could accommodate dozens of people. Should zombies approach during this waiting period, the base would swiftly address the threat if the numbers were few. However, in the event of a horde attack, those waiting would be the first to bear the brunt of the assault, while the base's residents would find relative safety within. Unfortunately, ordinary individuals lacking capabilities faced immense challenges in this post-apocalyptic world. To seek protection from the strong, they risked their meager resources, gambling on the hope that the zombies would spare them, enabling a safe entry into the base. As Meng Xiaoyu and her companions entered the tent, it was the first time Mushroom had encountered such a multitude of people, making her feel both shy and curious, as she discreetly observed. The tent was hastily erected, adequate for shielding against the elements, with individuals seated on the ground or leaning against the sides. They bore tattered clothing, gaunt frames, and waxen complexions, their sunken cheeks and weary eyes betraying a palpable fear of their surroundings. Indeed, fear permeated the atmosphere. This space functioned like an inspection chamber until results were determined. Anyone present could potentially transform into a zombie, necessitating constant vigilance, their minds taut like stretched strings, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Upon counting the individuals present, adults predominated, with a few elderly and children huddling in corners, too frightened to utter a sound. Upon entering the tent, a wave of sweat and odor assaulted Pei Xian's senses, causing him to frown as his cold gaze swept over each person present, suppressing the urge to grimace. Beneath his calm exterior lay a desire to cleanse the area of its occupants. Reason dictated he maintain composure. While these humans were frail, they were astute. Unlike Meng Xiaoyu, who had spent time with him without discerning his true nature as a zombie, any excessive movement could arouse their suspicion. Pei Xian subtly grasped Meng Xiaoyu's hand, drawing her slender form closer. Her familiar scent, which typically ignited his hunger, now served to calm him. However, Pei Xian remained unaware of the palpable tension and attention they commanded. From the moment they entered, they had already caught the eyes of others.
Inamorali di che idea.
Devoid of legal constraints, ambition and desire burgeoned, unleashing malice without restraint. In such circumstances, the weak, the elderly, and women became prime targets. Fortunately, Tang Shengnan presented a fierce and unapproachable demeanor, while Meng Xiaoyu inadvertently attracted unwanted attention. Mushroom, sensitive to the ill intentions directed at newcomers, followed their gazes and spotted a tall, thin man in his 30s leering at her with bloodshot eyes, his gaze sticky and repulsive. When their eyes met, his stare grew bolder, shamelessly appraising Meng Xiaoyu, his hand unconsciously drifting downward, as if to emphasize his intentions. Meng Xiaoyu, oblivious to his implications, but having encountered a similar gaze from a man named Ho Sand at the factory, felt a surge of anger. Though this man remained silent, she sensed he too bore ill will. Spoiled by Pei Xian, her courage had grown, and she found herself unable to restrain her indignation. Just as she prepared to utilize her abilities to give the man a lesson, two icy shards shot forth with lightning speed, piercing his eyes. A horrific scream echoed through the tent, sending shockwaves through the crowd as the now agonized man writhed on the ground, blood gushing from his hands, pooling beneath him. His anguished cries sent chills down everyone's spines. Nearby individuals scrambled to distance themselves, while witnesses gaped in horror at the entrance. The striking man in a white shirt calmly retracted his hand, drawing the nearby girl into his embrace, shielding her beneath his wing. Through his golden-rimmed glasses, a cold gleam reflected his predatory nature, issuing a silent warning of danger. An awakened power? Before anyone could fully register the shock, the man who had collapsed suddenly emitted a series of grating sounds from his throat, as if a bone spur had lodged itself there. His body convulsed violently, and in a grotesque twist, he sprang to his feet, letting out a familiar cry.
It's a zombie. Run.
A voice pierced the chaos, prompting everyone to erupt from their tents. Meng Xiaoyu was shielded in Pei Xianian's embrace, swept along with the tide of humanity as they fled. The zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, pursued relentlessly. The psychics at Moonlight Base were already prepared and rushed towards the sound. Before they could react, a gunshot rang out, the bullet slicing through the air and piercing the zombie's skull. The panicked crowd instinctively crouched down, fear gripping them. Unfamiliar with the sound of gunfire, Meng Xiaoyu was startled, her instincts driving her to hide as if among the flora, turning away in confusion, covering her ears, burying her head against the man's chest. Attempting to become a half-buried mushroom, Pei Xianian, caught off guard, held her tightly, inhaling her alluring scent. She barely reached his shoulder, her slender frame pressing closely against him.
Pei Xianian.
It's exploding. The mushroom is going to blow. In her fright, she clutched his neatly pressed shirt, crumpling the fabric in her grip, her knuckles turning pale as she trembled. Breathing rapidly with anxiety, her full lips quivered, her warm breath brushing against his heart. Through the fabric, Pei Xianian's cold skin felt as if it were ignited, an inexplicable heartbeat pulsing within him. Meng Xiaoyu paused, instinctively lifting her head, her soft hand covering his chest. Chapter 48. It's over. The zombie has developed a heart. He is unwell. Beneath the fabric of his shirt, her palm found no warmth, cold and hard, akin to touching something lifeless. Yet, there was a faint rhythm, beating softly as if a tender shoot was breaking through the earth in spring. It jumped. It truly jumped. Ever since learning of Pei Xianian's peculiar affliction, she had clandestinely listened for his heartbeat each night in the library, but it had always been tranquil. Sometimes, she felt a profound dissonance in their interactions, as if he were not truly alive. What else could he be, if not a living being?
A zombie?
This notion was swiftly dismissed by Meng Xiaoyu. Pei Xianian had an eccentric temperament and skin paler than others, yet he bore the appearance of a human, his flesh intact, aligning with the aesthetic of mushrooms. Plants were indifferent to human appearances, much like humans viewed mushrooms, merely differing in color and size and taste. Standing among humans, Pei Xianian was undoubtedly the most remarkable, Even if mushrooms struggled to discern, they would still recognize him as the epitome of beauty. He could not possibly be a zombie. Zombies were ugly, while Cyanian was handsome. The timid mushroom was certain that despite occasionally bullying her, he was a good person. She remembered how he had diligently cared for her during this time, fearing he might actually succumb to his illness and become a true lifeless being.
Now.
He had a heartbeat. Ignoring the terror brought by gunfire, her beautiful clear eyes sparkled with brilliance, the depths of her black irises seemingly adorned with starlight. She reached up to loosen his collar, eager to glimpse what lay beneath. He restrained her hand, puzzled. "What are you doing?" In the midst of a crowd, she was attempting to undress a zombie and questioned him. Cyanian tightened his grip on her hand, pulling it down, denying her a look.
Yet.
While he had restrained the mushroom's grasp, he could not stifle her curiosity. When he refused to let her see, Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head, pressing her ear against his chest, straining to listen. In that moment, Cyanian felt an itch deep within him, as if something were taking root in his heart. This was troubling. The zombie had developed a heart. He was unwell. He gazed down at the crown of her head nestled in his embrace, only able to see her tousled hair and the delicate curve of her neck. He was certain that zombies did not possess a heartbeat. The reason his heart was beating must be due to this little fool's unique abilities. After all, zombies should not have the capacity to see, yet with her presence, he could see, and it was not impossible for him to have a heartbeat after prolonged contact. What about the next time? Would he be able to speak? Cyanian's brow relaxed slightly. If he could speak next time, he would certainly teach this little fool not to constantly undress him or burrow into his embrace. It could lead to trouble. But where did it go? As Meng Xiaoyu leaned in again, she found the heartbeat that had just been thrumming now silent. A sense of disappointment washed over her. She attempted to prod him with her head, her hand still trapped in his grasp, trying to rouse the slumbering heart. Their intimate actions did not escape Tang Xingnan's notice, who watched with a pang of envy. "How long are you two going to hold each other?" she thought, feeling a mix of jealousy and longing. Wishing to embrace the charming figure herself, Meng Xiaoyu emerged from Cyanian's arms with a sigh, about to speak when her attention was drawn to the commotion in the crowd. The zombie outside the tent had already been dealt with by the gunfire. Scanning her surroundings, she saw no familiar zombies, but rather several vehicles had appeared. In their realm, there existed a jester zombie, known for its incredible speed, capable of reaching the plant swiftly. It would shake an explosive box, setting it off to obliterate a patch of flora. Having experienced the pain of her spores being detonated, she initially thought the jester zombie had entered their world upon hearing the loud noise. Reflecting on her spores, she felt foolish. Plants like her typically helped Dave guard the yard by planting spores. However, in the face of urgency, she had braved it, only to be left in tatters. Surely, that world could no longer harbor the timid mushroom. Lost in thought, someone shouted, "Brother Lai has returned." She felt little interest and pressed her hand against the man's chest, continuing her exploration. The people at the base gathered not because of the zombies, but due to their leader, Dongfang Lai, returning. A fully armed convoy halted at the base entrance, and the door swung open respectfully. The man who stepped out wore a deep V-shirt that revealed his muscular chest, adorned with a gold chain around his neck. His hair was tousled, his features deep and striking, exuding a wild and carefree demeanor as he casually glanced towards the zombies, nonchalantly twirling the gun in his hand. His voice was languid, tinged with a hint of irreverence. "Just a first-level zombie. Our city is rich in resources, but there's recently been a fourth-level zombie. The progression of zombies is accelerating. If you're still struggling with these minor ones, you need more training." A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. A fourth-level zombie already? It was noteworthy that their most powerful psychic, Dongfang Lai, had only recently reached that level. Someone inquired, "What are the characteristics of a fourth-level zombie?" "It has acquired abilities. It seems that the energy from the crystal cores awakens their powers at the fourth level." Dongfang Lai lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the frightened crowd, suddenly pausing with interest at one spot. Just as he was about to approach, a voice from behind him cut through. "Everyone need not worry. So far, only one fourth-level zombie has been detected in our city. We are many, and Brother Lai is now fourth level. Soon we will lead a team to annihilate the fourth-level zombie." The woman spoke softly, her voice melodious, her appearance pure and unblemished, her form delicate as willow. The man beside her, clad in casual attire, closely followed her, protective. "Su Lan Yue, you must be tired. Let us return to the base to rest."
Sulancho Said.
But I haven't found them yet. Not a single one of those sent to Y City has returned. How can I rest easy? The man's face instantly contorted with disdain. It was her own foolishness. Why abandon the thriving B City for the backward Y City? Now, with zombies lurking everywhere, she had the audacity to drag you into this chaos. Su Lanua furrowed her brows. After all, she is the biological daughter of my mother. While I merely owe her for the years gone by, you owe her nothing. You too are a victim. Mu Qingfeng disagreed with her. After all, no one wishes to be swapped at birth. She is blameless. Had it not been for the unfortunate revelation of a mismatched blood type, she would have forever remained a daughter of the Su family. Over the years, the Su family had nurtured her as their own, far excelling the wild girl who returned from outside. Is blood truly that significant? Can one relinquish years of nurturing to allow Su Lanua to risk danger in pursuit of that person? Rest assured, Miss Su, I will fulfill my promise to you. The personnel dispatched for resource collection from the base will keep an eye on her. Dongfang Lai interjected nonchalantly, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Su Lanua. Displeased, Mu Qingfeng positioned herself protectively in front of Su Lanua, prompting Dongfang Lai to retract his gaze. All right, let us return to the base. After we regroup, we shall hunt that fourth-tier zombie, and I will help you find her. As they spoke, the group entered the base. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyu was examining Pei Xinyan's heartbeat, her back turned to the entrance, oblivious to someone brushing past her. Chapter 49. A disturbing sense of being scolded. With evidence after 2 hours of waiting, the day began to darken, and a long line formed outside the base. Within the base, a makeshift table held a thick ledger recording the names of those joining. At last, Meng Xiaoyu and her companions reached the front of the line. The gatekeeper, seated at the desk, displayed a rather unfriendly demeanor towards the newcomers. Damn it, from being a corporate slave before the apocalypse to a gatekeeper afterward. The moment a zombie appears, I'll be the first to face the music. Nonetheless, he lacked the ability and any supernatural powers. This job had been secured through connections. Otherwise, he would surely be out there feeding zombies. Seeing the multitude behind him, he yelled, "Hurry up! Move it! If you're slow, you'll be left outside when the zombies come." The crowd erupted into chaos, pushing and shoving. Following the instructions, Meng Xiaoyu wrote down her name. The gatekeeper brandished a device akin to a thermometer, measuring in front of her, emitting a beep. The small screen displayed a level 2. Even amidst the chaos, humanity finds ways to innovate and adapt. The once mundane thermometer had been transformed into a device for detecting supernatural abilities, brought to the base by an ability user from B City. To become an ability user implies one's body diverges from the norm, akin to zombies, storing energy in their brains. No one has yet examined an ability user's brain, but it is conjectured to be similar to the crystal cores within zombies, collectively referred to as energy cores. The gatekeeper's flippant attitude shifted to one of gravity. A level 2 ability user? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought this young girl possessed such potential? Comparisons ignited envy among those who had not awakened abilities. Thankfully, those who had previously entertained ill thoughts about Meng Xiaoyu's seemingly vulnerable appearance had been deterred by the zombie incident. Fortuitously, they had refrained from acting, or else offending a level 2 ability user would surely spell doom for them. Meanwhile, the bewildered Meng Xiaoyu questioned, "What is a level 2 ability user?" The registrar paused, taken aback. "You don't know?" The beautiful girl's eyes sparkled with sincerity as she spoke softly, yet assertively, "I truly do not." "You are unaware of your own ability." The registrar was momentarily speechless, taking a deep breath. "What is your attribute? Have you experienced any unusual occurrences, such as extraordinary capabilities?" Meng Xiaoyu understood that her talent was deemed an ability in this world. However, she was oblivious to the existence of levels, let alone what her attribute might be. Who knows what her attribute is? Previously, she had encountered LV Chang, who possessed earth attributes, and Liang Mingjiao, who seemed to wield fire abilities. Could she disclose that her abilities included telepathy and spatial bubbles? Xiao Maqiong had advised against revealing her spatial ability, warning it could incite envy. He had mentioned something about the dangers of possessing treasures, but the oblivious Meng Xiaoyu considered herself clever, keeping her secret close. With her agile mind, she quickly responded, "I can strike at the maggots in a zombie's eye and tidy up their appearance." The crowd was taken aback. The registrar nodded, maintaining a stern expression as he jotted down her name, adding a note. Level 2 ability, maggot striking attribute, intellect questionable. Next he waved dismissively. handing Meng Xiaoyu a number tag, indicating she was free to proceed. Upon inspecting it, she discovered her number. D District, Building 2, Unit 50. A nagging sense of having been reprimanded lingered in her thoughts, accompanied by tangible evidence. After Meng Xiaoyu came Pei Sinian, whose towering figure loomed before the registration desk. Elevating the atmosphere, the registrar nervously rubbed his arms, suddenly feeling the weight of pressure. He dared not lift his gaze to meet Pei Sinian's face, simply extending the ledger for him to sign. Pei Sinian disdainfully glanced at the pen used by everyone else, retrieving his own from his coat pocket and signing next to Meng Xiaoyu's name with an elegant, yet illegible flourish. The registrar mused silently. Do you not wish to review your handwriting, given your handsome visage? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely adhering to procedure as he pointed the ability detector at him. A beep confirmed a level 1 ability. At the very least, he was an ability user. The registrar inquired, "What is your ability?" The striking man remained silent, his thick eyelashes casting shadows over his indifferent gray eyes, exuding a distant and oppressive aura. "What is your ability?" The registrar, perplexed, wondered why he was being scrutinized. He was certain he had not offended anyone. Just then, Meng Xiaoyu, now registered, leaned in to whisper, "He doesn't he speak?"
Ah, understood.
"Please write it here." Pei Sinian inscribed a single character, water, indicating his ability. The registrar sighed in relief as he handed over the tag. Unexpectedly, Pei Sinian ignored him entirely, grasping Meng Xiaoyu's hand and using a stream of water to cleanse her tag, along with her hand. "He will be living with me," Meng Xiaoyu stated. The remaining tag was given to Tang Xingnan, who was also a level 2 ability user. Compared to the peculiarities of the previous two, Tang Xingnan posed no complications, allowing the registrar to breathe a sigh of relief. Once everyone had entered the base, the registrar swiftly compiled a report on that day's ability users for submission to the management. The sky had fully darkened, and the nocturnal activities were just beginning. After a series of languorous moans, the man on the bed withdrew, pushing aside the woman's lithe form. Casually, he lit a cigarette and addressed the person at the door. "Come in. Brother Lai, all the ability users are here." Dongfang Lai reclined against the bed, the smoke shrouding his audacious features as he exhaled a ring of smoke. With a hawk-like gaze, he scrutinized the names inscribed in the ledger. His eyes lingered on the section regarding the zombies' appearances before expressing interest. 2 female ability users? Yes, they both possess striking looks. The informant promptly discerned Dongfang Lai's intentions. This man, with his formidable presence and inscrutable nature, had a notorious reputation for his libertine behavior, particularly his penchant for collecting beautiful women. Has Brother Lai grown weary of them so soon? Before the registrar could respond, delicate hands encircled the man's waist from behind. Pressing against him, Dongfang Lai pulled her into his embrace, tilting her chin playfully. "Are you feeling jealous?" The man's fingertips suddenly pressed forcefully, gripping her chin tightly, as a scorching cigarette but was thrust inside her mouth. His voice turned icy. "What do you think you are? Who are you to control me?" The woman felt a sharp pain in her throat and coughed violently before being thrown to the ground, covering her chest with wide eyes filled with terror.
Get out.
She was completely unclothed and dared not look back, fleeing in panic. The person recording the scene lowered his head, too accustomed to the brutality. Dongfang Lai rose, nonchalantly donning a bathrobe as he stepped into the bathroom, instructing him, "Find an opportunity to bring her to me." Chapter 50. Unconscious heartbeat. Ordinary individuals entering the base were destined to fend for themselves, trading their own resources for a place to rest. Most sought out a patch of land to set up tents and make do. In contrast, those with special abilities were valued by the base, which relied on them to scavenge for supplies and combat zombies, thus providing them with special accommodations. Though these lodgings could not compare to the luxuriously decorated spaces of the pre-apocalyptic world, they were still quite decent, equipped with water, electricity, beds, and a small bathroom. By the window stood a dilapidated little table and 2 chairs, gathering dust from long disuse. As Pei Sinian stepped into the room, his brow furrowed. He used his abilities to cleanse every corner, powerful streams of water sweeping through, even beneath the bed and ceiling. Any other ability user would have recognized that this was not the strength typical of a first-level ability. Human-made energy weapons were ineffective against zombies, and Pei Sinian's prowess did not rely on abilities alone. Tang Xingnan's room was next door, where she was laboriously cleaning with a cloth. Hearing the commotion, she peeked in, consumed by jealousy. How infuriating! Why wasn't she a water ability user? Look how effortlessly others could clean their rooms. Meanwhile, her abilities only allowed her to run fast. What good was that? Speeding up cleaning? Yet, she dared not ask the man next door for assistance. She was aware that, apart from his girlfriend, he regarded everyone else as mere objects, indistinguishable from the inanimate. Thus, she resigned herself to her own labor. Once Pei Xinian finished, Meng Xiaoyu's first task was to retrieve her little mushrooms from her spatial bubble. After surveying the area, she placed them at the foot of the bed, where sunlight could not reach, ideal for mushroom growth. Pei Xinian, water them, she boldly commanded the zombie. He said nothing, watering the pot. Mushrooms grow rapidly, and in a short time, the small pot became overcrowded, with several doughy buns squished together, the innermost white mushroom cap already misshapen from the pressure. Meng Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed she needed to find a new pot for them. Pei Xinian cast a glance at her, his gaze landing on her face, nodding in agreement. Indeed, one could not be too harsh, even with mushrooms. Uncertain if the base had flower pots, she resolved to search tomorrow. Meng Xiaoyu gently patted the mushroom caps, feeling a twinge of envy. If only she could return to her original form. Squeezing in together would be delightful. Alas, she could not transform. After settling the mushrooms, Meng Xiaoyu tidied up the bed. This room was a single occupancy. The bed slightly larger than the one in the library, barely accommodating two. Before sleeping, she habitually entered the bathroom. Previously a tourist area, it possessed its own power supply. Even in the apocalypse, it remained intact, with natural water flowing, though it seemed there was no hot water heater. Cold water cascaded from the shower head, sending shivers across her skin, the chill penetrating deep. Meng Xiaoyu. Her voice trembled as she rushed in, wrapping herself in the bathrobe. Quickly finding the man standing in the bedroom, she leaped into his arms, clasping his waist, burying her face against him. The cold, without the constraints of her hands, the white towel slipped significantly, exposing her smooth shoulders and large patches of skin on her back. Her shoulder blades quivered like a startled bird, seeking refuge instinctively. The zombie, lacking breath, felt a rise in his chest as he averted his gaze, stiffly reaching out to grasp the bathrobe, draping it over her back and giving her a gentle pat. She was damp, soaking his shirt, the outline of his strong physique faintly visible beneath the fabric. His heart raced violently. As the moisture was drawn away by his water ability, the girl in his embrace finally regained her senses, sniffing. "Your heart is racing again," she noted. The alluring scent of humanity constantly tempted the zombie's desires. However, he simply wrapped her in the bathrobe, using his water abilities to cleanse her and restore moisture before placing her back on the bed. He then leisurely retrieved a pen hidden in his shirt and scribbled a few words on paper. "Do not come too close. Humans are clueless. He should be more aware. If you keep getting close, something will inevitably happen." The timid mushroom could not comprehend Pei Xinian's intentions. She merely stared in disbelief at the paper, stubbornly examining it. The words remained unchanged, no matter how many times she looked. The mushroom was oblivious to the distinctions between genders in the human world and unaware that Pei Xinian, a zombie, was perpetually suppressing his hunger. All she understood was that he wanted her to maintain distance. A wave of bitterness spread through her heart as she clenched the bathrobe, her fingertips turning pale from exertion. Had she become an annoyance? She recalled the coffee beans remarking that like attracts like, every individual possesses a distinct character, some compatible, others not. Those who resonate become friends, while those who do not. Meng Xiaoyu sat on the bed, her eyelids drooping, her large eyes slightly moist, the rims reddening. Pei Xinian had never expressed his fondness for her. It was always she who boldly approached him, while his responses remained cold and indifferent. Had he always found her clinginess intolerable? Yet he never outright rejected her, enduring until now when he could no longer tolerate her proximity. Indeed, she was timid and fearful, lacking in skills, apart from other plants, who would wish to befriend her. Meng Xiaoyu sniffed, remaining silent and not retreating as she would have before. Understanding, she made space for him, curling into the corner of the bed, softly suggesting, "You can come sleep here. I'll just take up a little space and won't disturb you." She fought to suppress the ache in her throat, but inadvertently, her voice cracked. Pei Xinian's brow furrowed. Meng Xiaoyu kept her gaze lowered, her face partially shrouded in shadow, rendering her emotions invisible. He gritted his fangs, raising a hand to touch her face, wanting to discern her feelings, only to see her shrink further away, softly turning her back to him. From behind, she appeared like a pitiful child who had been wronged. Pei Xinyan's eyes, hidden behind glasses, held a subtle bitterness. His heart, previously a lifeless lake, stirred once more, each pulse resonating differently. The last time had been warm and tingling. Now, only a dull ache remained, beating against his chest as if longing to escape. Pei Xinyan pressed his hand to his heart, unsure how to respond, as ripples of emotion stirred beneath his usually calm exterior. After a long pause, he turned and walked away. Hearing the noise behind her, Meng Xiaoyu glanced back, finding the room empty. She hugged the blanket tightly, biting her lip, as purple bubbles mixed with human tears trickled down her cheeks. Chapter 51. Unbeknownst to them, they are both in a pure relationship. The following morning was somewhat chilly. The autumn wind brushed against her face, bringing a slight sting, as the leaves finally turned yellow, casting a gloomy atmosphere that hinted at impending rain. Tang Shengnan resided in Building D, Unit 2, on the 5th floor, adjacent to Meng Xiaoyu's room, with an old stairwell outside her door. She had resolved her breakfast within her room. As I pushed open the door, I was startled by the figure at the neighboring entrance. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, fraught with anxiety, I had finally entered a safe base and managed to sleep soundly, only to think a zombie was lurking at my doorstep. Upon closer inspection, however, it was Meng Xiaoyu. "What's the matter with you?" I inquired. Meng Xiaoyu was curled up by the door, her hands clutching her knees, her delicate chin resting upon them. Her hair cascaded behind her, and her large eyes were somewhat swollen, the corners tinged with red, their obsidian depths glistening like a forsaken puppy abandoned by a cruel master. The sight of her was utterly pitiable. Upon hearing my familiar voice, Meng Xiaoyu's eyes widened a fraction as she looked up at Tang Xingnan, slowly realizing she was being addressed. Her slightly parted lips quivered as she croaked. "Do you dislike me?" The fragility of her voice sent a pang through Tang Xingnan's heart. She felt a profound ache and hastily went to support Meng Xiaoyu, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and gently patting her. "What's wrong?" "Of course, I don't dislike you. I cherish you dearly. May I hug you?" Meng Xiaoyu asked, her eyes reddening, a hint of anxiety flickering within them as she timidly fidgeted with her fingers. "Absolutely." Tang Xingnan was more than willing. No sooner had she spoken than Meng Xiaoyu leaped into her embrace, bursting into tears. "What's the matter?" Tang Xingnan was taken aback, quickly using her hands to wipe away her tears. She had been smitten by the little beauty from the very first glance, an innocent infatuation. Her admiration for Meng Xiaoyu's looks was unadulterated. That small face, the baby fat, those glistening large eyes, and that tiny mouth, all were captivating. Yet, in the beginning, Meng Xiaoyu had been so guarded around her, and with Pei Xinyan as protection, she had never had the opportunity to draw close.
Now,
with this little beauty sobbing in her arms like a heartbroken child, her heart ached immensely. Her tempestuous spirit flared up. "Did someone bully you? Just wait. I'll make them pay. Where is Pei Xinyan? What kind of boyfriend lets you be mistreated? Where has he gone?" The moment she mentioned it, Meng Xiaoyu began to cry even harder, her tears resembling purple bubbles that burst dramatically upon contact with anything nearby, leaving Tang Xingnan utterly dumbfounded. "Baby, are you a mermaid? Crying pearls?" Once Meng Xiaoyu had calmed down somewhat, she cautiously peeked at her, noticing that Tang Xingnan didn't seem repulsed by her. She murmured shyly, "Thank you. You're a good person. You don't dislike me." Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, Tang Xingnan helplessly wiped her tears, insisting, "Don't cry, please. Tell me what happened." It wasn't such a grave matter. It was merely that since Pei Xinyan had left her last night and hadn't returned by morning, she had been waiting at the door for an undetermined length of time. Coupled with his earlier admonition to keep her distance, the timid and insecure Meng Xiaoyu couldn't help but ponder whether he would ever come back, or if he would ignore her forever. In this desolate world, she felt utterly lost, unfamiliar with her surroundings. The first zombie she encountered was a limping one, and the first human she met was Pei Xinyan. His presence permeated her life, making it impossible for her to be as carefree as when she first sought refuge in the base. She found herself contemplating what she would do if Pei Xinyan were to vanish from her life. Would she merely survive in the base, occasionally venturing out to hunt zombies to enhance her abilities? No, others wouldn't accept her powers as he did. Ultimately, Meng Xiaoyu experienced the full spectrum of human emotion, her heart feeling as if it were being bitten by a swarm of ants, an incessant ache, with Tang Shengnan offering her comfort. Meng Xiaoyu recounted the events of the previous night. He told me not to get too close. Does that mean he dislikes me? Her delicate fingers clutched at Tang Shengnan's clothing, seeking solace, her large, watery eyes brimming with fear. She was terrified of being unlikable. Upon hearing this, Tang Shengnan felt something was amiss. How could someone so lovely as Meng Xiaoyu be disliked by Pei Sinian? After all, he doted on her like she was the most precious thing in the world, often warning others not to stare too long at her. After a thoughtful moment, Tang Shengnan suddenly asked, "Did you leap into his arms while he was in the shower?" Meng Xiaoyu nodded obediently. The water was too cold. And I just didn't know how it happened. Habitually, whenever something arose, she would instinctively burrow into Pei Sinian's embrace. She tilted her head. What's wrong? What else could it be? He must have been overwhelmed. Tang Shengnan clapped her hands, feeling victorious in her deduction. Any man would find it hard to resist when his girlfriend leaps into his arms while bathing. It's only natural. Yet, at that critical moment, Pei Sinian had managed to suppress his desires, opting not to harm the little beauty by telling her to keep her distance. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It was often said that the colder a man appeared, the stronger his desires burned. With this thought in mind, Tang Shengnan gazed at the bewildered Meng Xiaoyu and reassured her, "Don't worry. Once he calms down, he will return. He doesn't dislike you. In fact, it's precisely because he likes you that he acted this way." Oh my, who would have thought they'd become a couple, and still so innocent? Likes me? Meng Xiaoyu struggled to grasp the concept, but with Tang Shengnan's encouragement, she felt less disheartened. She leaned closer to Tang Shengnan and said, "Thank you. I want to find a flower pot. My mushrooms are too cramped. Can you come with me?" Of course. With nothing pressing to attend to, Tang Shengnan gladly accompanied Meng Xiaoyu to search for a flower pot. Upon entering the base, they hadn't encountered many people, but as they ventured out in the morning, the number of individuals on the move had increased. Within the base, there was no fear of zombies. A steady stream of people bustled about, some hurriedly completing tasks, while ordinary folks set up stalls outside their tents, eagerly watching passers-by, hoping to trade for food. Everywhere they walked, the familiar sounds of stomachs growling echoed around them, a poignant reminder of the harsh reality they faced. Tang Shengnan sighed, wondering when the apocalypse would come to an end, feeling that the zombies were only just beginning to escalate. Having witnessed the splendor of life, the sight of decay was difficult to bear. Meng Xiaoyu followed closely behind Tang Shengnan, her clean attire, slender figure, fair complexion, and exquisite features capturing the attention of many who passed by. Several individuals cast surreptitious glances, and two ability users, observing that the two women were unaccompanied, exchanged glances before approaching with ill intent. Chapter 52. Being targeted. How do you trade for this flower pot? In the apocalypse, food was of utmost importance, and Meng Xiaoyu hadn't anticipated that there would be flower pots for sale within the base. In front of a tent, an elderly woman, dressed in tattered clothing, tended to a makeshift stall. Before the apocalypse, she had sold goods in that very spot, and when it struck, the base was established there, allowing her to escape a dire fate. However, lacking abilities, her home had been seized, and her possessions cast aside, leaving her with only a scant amount of food to trade for a tent. The elderly woman, aware of her frailty, feared venturing out to scavenge for supplies and resorted to displaying her belongings in hopes of exchanging them for food. She had been fasting for several days, surviving solely on water. She dreaded that soon even her water supply would become a concern. She hadn't expected that someone would actually be interested in her flower pot. However, upon seeing the buyer's appearance, she hesitated, biting her cracked lips. Life was tough. Could such a young girl truly offer food? Unaware of the woman's thoughts, Meng Xiaoyu squatted beside the flower pot, lost in contemplation over the plants inside. There were native plants within. If she discarded them and planted her little mushrooms, would that be inappropriate? But having found a flower pot so reluctantly, if she didn't buy it, her mushrooms would continue to be cramped in a single room. Perhaps she could buy it and place 2 mushrooms inside alongside the native plants? Well, that settles it, she decided, feeling much better. She turned to the elderly woman and asked, "What can I trade for it?" The elderly woman replied uncertainly, "Anything edible will do." "Oh, all right." Meng Xiaoyu nodded subtly, discreetly rummaging through her pocket to create the illusion of retrieving something. She produced 2 small packets of bread and offered them, asking, "Would this suffice?" To her surprise, The elderly woman did not expect the young girl to actually possess food. Eagerly, she handed over the flower pot and hastily grabbed the food, tearing open the packaging and devouring it ravenously. For those without power, food needed to be consumed on the spot, lest it be snatched away by others. Shall we continue browsing, or should we return? Meng Xiaoyu inquired cautiously, cradling the flower pot as she sought Tang Xingnan's opinion. However, in turning around, she inadvertently collided with a man. He seized her wrist with a fierce grip, glaring menacingly. Are you blind at such a tender age? Accompanying him, another companion chimed in. You bumped into him. You ought to figure out how to compensate. Meng Xiaoyu's delicate skin suffered under the man's excessive strength, leaving her wrist throbbing with pain and marked with a bruise. Just then, the flower pot slipped from her grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Caught off guard by the presence behind her, she momentarily forgot her attachment to the flower pot and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. And what good is that? The man retorted, his gaze lecherous and greedy. But we won't stoop to your level, little girl. Instead, how about you accompany us for the night to settle this? Before Meng Xiaoyu could comprehend the implications, Tang Xingnan erupted with rage. You've got to be kidding. With her fiery temper, she wielded her iron rod and struck the man's inappropriate hand. Taking advantage of the moment, she pulled Meng Xiaoyu behind her and shouted, You disgusting creature! Extract the filth from your mind before speaking. How dare you? The man, nursing his hand, revealed a vicious countenance. I am an ability user. It's a privilege for you to be noticed by me. Don't take it for granted. How absurd. You think of yourself as royalty? Even my hitting you would be a blessing for you. Who isn't an ability user these days? The commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, their expressions largely unchanged, as if accustomed to such occurrences. In the base, it was common for those with abilities to act with impunity. This was not the first instance of victimization. Not long ago, a father had brought his daughter to seek refuge at the base. The girl had caught the eye of an ability user named Dong Shursan. In a desperate attempt to protect his daughter, the father clashed with Dong Shursan, resulting in a deadly confrontation where the ordinary man was overpowered. The girl, a mere child of 15 or 16, was dragged away by the beast and was never seen again. What transpired thereafter was an unspoken consensus among the ordinary folk, who lacked the strength to intervene. The other ability users, too, paid no heed, as they were focused on combating zombies outside, who would risk offending their comrades for the sake of mere mortals. Therefore, witnessing Dong Shursan target another victim stirred a sense of helplessness and pity among the onlookers. Such a beautiful girl was about to suffer a terrible fate. The elderly woman selling the flower pot could no longer hold her tongue, urging, It's not a big deal. Please calm down. Unfortunately, her plea fell on deaf ears. Tensions escalated, and Dong Shursan sneered, You've quite the temper. I wonder if you're as sharp-tongued in bed. With that, he and Tang Xingnan clashed. As their confrontation began, Tang Xingnan was immediately pushed back by his strength, realizing she faced a power user. Though impulsive, she was not foolish and chose to evade rather than confront him head-on. Dong Shursan's companion, undeterred, aimed to seize Meng Xiaoyu. Meng Xiaoyu's abilities were effective only against zombies. She conjured bubbles to obscure her assailant's vision and called out to Tang Xingnan, Run. The man swatted away the bubbles, grinning maliciously, Run where? As he spoke, a vine emerged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Meng Xiaoyu's limbs. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. A plant ability user? Humans could manipulate plants as well? The timid girl, nurtured by nature, could hardly fathom being controlled by it. She gazed helplessly at the green vines coiling around her shoulders. The flora in this world possessed no consciousness and tightened their grip around her. Tang Xingnan, entangled by Dong Shursan, was frantic. Let her go, you vile man. Unfazed, he stepped closer, scrutinizing her face with increasing fervor, reaching out to touch her. Meng Xiaoyu instinctively recoiled, avoiding his grasp, which only served to infuriate him further. The vines constricted, embedding themselves painfully into her skin. She gasped, instinctively generating bubbles, but as the vines made contact, they recoiled, unexpectedly freeing her from their hold. In her moment of distraction, she plopped onto the ground, meeting the gaze of the plant user, muttering softly, It seems plant abilities are rather ineffective. The plant user, obstinate, was prepared to continue wielding his powers when a voice rang out from nearby. Liang Yong, if you're bored, go collect supplies outside the base instead of causing trouble within. The speaker's voice was soft yet succeeded in halting both Dong Shi-san and Liang Yong mid-attack. They straightened up like startled mice. It was Uncle Cui Shiping, the overseer of the Moonlight Base and a trusted aide of Dong Fong Lai. He was also the Earth user, who filled the position once held by Dong Fong Lai's girlfriend. Cui Shiping governed all matters, great and small, within the base. Typically, the brothers engaged in such debauchery without fear of reprimand, never expecting Cui Shiping to intervene this time. Despite his unassuming stature and lack of overt authority, no one dared to offend him. He warned, leave now. Should this happen again, don't expect to remain in the base. Dong Shi-san and his companion nodded repeatedly, casting regretful glances at Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Xingnan as they retreated. Cui Shiping then turned to Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Xingnan, smiling. Dong Fong is looking for you.
Come with me.
Chapter 53. The names we seek are one and the same cursed misfortune. What kind of woman can I have? How dare they publicly snatch someone from me? Everyone knows what sort of character Dong Fong Lai is. He is merely an ability user with a bit of strength. The duck that was nearly in my grasp has flown away, and Dong Shi-san left in a huff. Liang Yong's expression was equally grim, but his frustration stemmed not just from the encounter. He was perplexed as to why his abilities had spiraled out of control upon encountering that girl. He had never before experienced a situation where plants did not obey him. You should keep your voice down. After all, this base is governed by him. His powers surpass ours, he cautioned. Dong Shi-san grumbled as they turned a corner on their way back, inadvertently colliding with someone. As a power user, he was unexpectedly pushed back several steps. Just as he prepared to curse, he looked up to meet a pair of shadowy, emotionless eyes. What a gaze it was! Lacking any fluctuation of emotion, devoid of warmth, even more chilling than that of a zombie. Just one glance sent shivers down his spine, rendering him mute as he hastily departed. Pei Xian, who was in search of someone, paused and glanced back, contemplating for a moment before following the path Dong Shi-san had taken, still cradling the newly acquired flower pot. As he entered the throng, he caught snippets of conversation. That was close. Those two girls nearly fell victim, but thankfully Brother Lai's people intervened. You're too naive. Do you think this is over? Once that scoundrel has you in his sights, life will be difficult from here on. You can escape the initial threat, but not the subsequent ones. Pei Xian had intended to pass quietly but was suddenly struck by the remark, in the apocalypse, why buy flower pots?
If it weren't for that.
Such incidents wouldn't occur. Once it gets into Brother Lai's hands, those two girls won farewell. A flower pot? Paisnian lowered his gaze. Last night. The mere touch of the little fool caused his heart to race, prompting him to step outside for a moment of calm, unknowingly standing there until dawn. It was only when the first rays of sunlight graced his face that he finally roused a sluggish mind and ventured out to search for the flower pot in which he had intended to grow mushrooms. Upon returning to the building, he discovered that both Meng Xiaoyu and the insufferable neighbor had vanished. With the keen sense of smell characteristic of the undead, he could only follow the trail of scents, oblivious to the unfolding events. However, he could deduce from the reactions of those around him that during his brief absence, something had befallen the little fool. Paisnian retrieved a pen and scribbled 3 characters before presenting it to a woman who was cleaning up the shattered flower pots. She cast a glance at it and sighed deeply. It is indeed unfortunate. A young girl is interested in buying my flower pot, and just as the transaction was completed, 2 men attempted to harass her. As she recounted the incident, Paisnian's eyes grew colder, quickly honing in on the details. The man who had brushed past him moments ago was indeed the one who had bullied Meng Xiaoyu. She had been taken away by someone sent by the base's owner. After a brief contemplation, fearing for Meng Xiaoyu's safety, he resolved to seek her out. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Xingnan found themselves in an opulent 2-story villa. In the reception area, a man lounged casually in the main seat, his legs crossed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Welcome to the Moonlight Base. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality, he declared, clapping his hands, prompting several women to enter, each carrying 2 platters of food, which they set on the long table. Please, ladies, take a seat. Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Xingnan exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain as to why this man had summoned them. Although he had technically rescued them, his gaze was anything but friendly. Since entering, his predatory eyes had never strayed from them. A chill ran down Meng Xiaoyu's spine, and she instinctively inched closer to Tang Xingnan, nervously clutching the hem of her shirt, appearing adorably vulnerable. With a fierce determination, Tang Shengnan stepped protectively in front of Meng Xiaoyu and returned the gaze of Dongfang Lai. Who are you? And what do you want with us? Her fiery spirit was evident. Dongfang Lai suppressed a chuckle, the tip of his tongue pressing against his teeth. What could it be? I merely wish to extend the courtesy of hospitality to two extraordinary individuals. He finally stood, moving towards them with an outstretched hand. I am Dongfang Lai, the leader of the Moonlight Base. Him? Meng Xiaoyu thought, perplexed. With so many extraordinary individuals, why had she not encountered any others? Turning to Tang Shengnan, she noticed her friend confidently shaking Dongfang Lai's hand. When Dongfang Lai extended his hand toward her, the little mushroom hesitantly reached out, tapping his fingertip before retracting her hand swiftly. Dongfang Lai found her reaction amusing, as though a child had playfully poked him. The two women visiting the base were quite exceptional, one charmingly assertive and the other innocently sweet. They were a refreshing departure from the ordinary women he had encountered. Yet, he mused, wouldn't it be more intriguing to conquer such unique beauties? In this initial encounter, the hunter did not brandish weapons to frighten his prey, but instead laid out bait, waiting for them to draw near. He returned to his seat and graciously remarked, I wonder if these dishes suit your tastes. While they may not compare to those before the apocalypse, they are indeed a rarity in these times. Do give them a try. The table was laden with delicacies, a luxury rarely encountered after the world had fallen into chaos.
Tang Shenggang,
having not tasted warm food in ages, found herself swallowing hard. In an attempt to appear more dignified, she cleared her throat. No free meal comes without a price. Speak plainly. What is it you desire from us? Dongfang Lai's brows raised in feigned surprise. I merely wish to treat two lovely ladies. However, I did notice your names during registration at the entrance. Which of you is Meng Xiaoyu? Caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name, Meng Xiaoyu's expression turned puzzled. I don't know you. She struggled to recall any memories of someone named Dongfang Lai from the original owner's recollections. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her voice soft and delicate, with large, bright eyes that exuded innocence. Dongfang Lai felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed at her. Taking a moment to regain his composure, you and the person I am searching for share the same name. Chapter 54. She no longer clung to him. The zombie felt an emptiness within. Dongfang Lai had struck a deal with Su Lanyue, a notable figure from City B, a thriving metropolis that swiftly retaliated against the apocalypse. With the government actively working to eradicate zombies and minimize human losses, City B had a large population and, consequently, a significant number of zombies, but also possessed more individuals with abilities. The extraordinary ability firearms were first developed there, and Su Lanyue's family held considerable influence, which could benefit him in the development of the Moonlight Base. While he admired her, he had never acted on it. Their agreement stipulated that he would help her locate someone while she would assist him in mobilizing resources from City B. Dongfang Lai had also investigated the Su family. They were a prominent family in City B, controlling a substantial portion of the economic chain. Such a powerful lineage was often the target of envy, and they had offended many, leading to a child being swapped until a few years ago when they discovered the truth and reclaimed their biological daughter, Meng Xiaoyu. However, Dongfang Lai had been unable to ascertain why she had run away before the apocalypse to return to City Y, nor did he care. What mattered to him was the potential benefits this situation could yield. Meng Xiaoyu, he silently savored the name, observing the girl's obedient demeanor, and suddenly shifted his perspective. Su Lanyue was merely an adopted daughter, while this girl was the true heiress of the Su family. Capturing her would essentially allow him to control the Su family. Furthermore, both her appearance and personality piqued his interest even more. With a shift in his tone, he remarked, but perhaps it is merely a coincidence. As there are many individuals sharing the same name, it is quite peculiar for someone to suddenly appear in my territory, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Meng Xiaoyu, blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, nodded eagerly. I thought so too. There's no mention of him in the original memories. Dongfang Lai chuckled at her response, a low laugh emanating from his chest. Nonetheless, I feel a certain affinity for Miss Meng. Having traveled so far, I imagine you must be weary and hungry. Please, indulge in the meal. Should you have any future needs, do not hesitate to contact me. He seemed rather amiable. Meng Xiaoyu blinked, realizing that had it not been for this man summoning them, they might have been embroiled in a conflict with someone else.
Now,
they were invited to dine. Paisnian could only prepare porridge or instant noodles. Arriving in this world, the timid mushroom had yet to sample other foods, glancing at Tang Xingnan. unsure of what to do. Tang Shengnan remained cautious of Dongfang Lai. Despite her mouth watering at the sight of the food, she politely declined, "Thank you for your hospitality. But we have matters to attend to, so we shall not impose any further." Dongfang Lai wished to engage with the beauties a while longer. But time was on his side. He did not press the issue, allowing them to depart naturally while observing their retreating figures. He recalled the girl's moist eyes, igniting a fervor within him, and all pretenses fell away. He stood abruptly, Cui Shu, find a way to keep Su Lanyue occupied, ensuring they do not have the chance to meet. With that, he carelessly pulled a woman upstairs to satiate his desires. Cui Shiping, having watched Dongfang Lai grow up, was accustomed to such behavior and calmly set about arranging tasks. On their way back, Meng Xiaoyu trotted behind Tang Shengnan. "What's wrong?" Tang Shengnan sighed as she glanced at the carefree beauty beside her. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overthinking." That man felt exceedingly dangerous. Fresh from dealing with a scoundrel, she was particularly sensitive to Dongfang Lai's overt gaze. The timid mushroom nodded vigorously. "I think so too." Tang Shengnan was taken aback. "You noticed it? I'm not foolish. Anyone capable of establishing a base is certainly not as simple as they appear." The timid mushroom stood tall with pride. "And I could sense a potential for profit." Thus, Tang Shengnan remarked. "So, he is." The timid mushroom replied. "He wants us to work for him." The timid mushroom, drawing from the memories of the original owner, expressed a keen understanding of the exploitation by unscrupulous bosses and heartless capitalists, who entice with a few sweeteners only to ruthlessly squeeze their labor. Tang Xingnan, with a complex expression, gently ruffled Meng Xiaoyu's hair, about to speak when suddenly a chill surged from her wrist to the crown of her head. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand and scanned the surroundings. Indeed, not far away, she spotted a ghostly figure. The man had appeared silently at a distance of several meters, still emanating an aura of coldness even under the sunlight. Had it not been for his shadow, one might have mistaken him for a creature of the night. His glasses refracted a strange light, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on Tang Xingnan's hand. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to retract her hand. However, recalling the conversation from that morning, she boldly draped her arm around Meng Xiaoyu's shoulder and provocatively said, "Oh dear. I wonder who abandoned his girlfriend and vanished for an entire night, only to return now." Meng Xiaoyu followed her gaze, and upon seeing Pei Sinian, the events of the previous night flooded her mind again. "Don't come too close to me." Her body stiffened, her earlier cheerful mood plummeting. The mushroom umbrella within her heart ceased to sway, and the white stalk drooped in distress, yearning to retreat into the earth. In the past, she would have eagerly approached Pei Sinian, but this time, the timid mushroom remained silent. She pondered that although Tang Xingnan claimed Pei Sinian did not despise her, it might be wise for the mushroom to maintain some distance. Pei Sinian's demeanor was stable and aloof. Her clinginess might not be advisable. Thus, Meng Xiaoyu kept her distance, gazing at Pei Sinian from afar. Pei Sinian's eyelids drooped momentarily, his zombie-like heart no longer beating, yet he felt an unsettling emptiness. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Meng Xiaoyu's wrist, and his otherwise indifferent eyes erupted with emotion, swiftly closing the distance between them. His strides appeared graceful and composed, yet he seemed to leave an afterimage, instantly standing before Meng Xiaoyu, his icy fingers lifting her wrist. The prominent bruises, remnants of Liang Yang's plant abilities, were stark against her delicate skin. Previously, Pei Sinian had left marks on her skin with varying pressure, but over time, he had unconsciously learned to be gentle. Now, after a brief separation, he found himself unable to apply even the slightest pressure on the human he cherished. Yet someone else had harmed her. His fingertips brushed lightly over her skin, his eyes chillingly cold, brows furrowed in deep contemplation, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. Pei Sinian wished to inquire, "Who did this to you?" Yet, the words caught in his throat, hardened by the instinctual growl of a zombie. He did not fear the exposure of his undead identity to others, but he feared what she might think upon discovering the truth. She was timid and might cry in fright. What if she chose to flee from him out of fear? Would he watch helplessly as she left? Or would he let her go? The mind of a zombie is not equipped for such complexities. He only knew that he must conceal his identity from her, to avoid frightening her, and above all, to prevent her from leaving. His gaze remained fixed upon the bruises on Meng Xiaoyu's wrist, an emptiness chilling to the bone. Yet to the mushroom, it felt oddly comforting. She yearned for closeness, but with a stinging nose and reddened eyes, she withdrew her hand, stepping back 2 paces to create distance, wishing she could vanish into the earth. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his palm. After being rejected, the man exhibited no further reaction, as if the tumultuous waves of the sea had calmed, leaving a serene stillness. His world-weary eyes returned to neutrality as he offered a prepared flower pot to her hands before turning to leave. Meng Xiaoyu opened her mouth, instinctively taking a couple of steps after him, but then halted as a thought struck her, turning to bury herself in Tang Xingnan's embrace, quietly shedding tears, her nose reddening. "Sister Tang," she whimpered softly, her fragile voice breaking Tang Xingnan's heart. Tang Xingnan comforted her, patting her shoulder. "It's all right if he disliked you. How could he possibly have given you a flower pot?" Meng Xiaoyu responded, her voice muffled. "I really like him." He was the human she wished to nurture. Yet more often than not, she found herself being cared for instead. The affection she spoke of was not the romantic kind, but a pure, innocent fondness.
Indeed.
Which plant wouldn't he desire to nurture a human? In a world akin to that of cats and their owners, where the 2-legged creatures are cared for by their feline companions, in the mushroom's realm, Pei Sinian held a significant position as the caretaker of the soil. However, this was merely a one-sided sentiment, as Pei Sinian clearly intended to remain unburdened by the mushroom's nurturing, even distancing himself from her. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, mumbling, "Sister Tang, I will take care of you." Tang Xingnan was taken aback. "Wait, did I hear you correctly? The pretty little thing wants to take care of me? How adorable. This is my first time being cared for by such a lovely creature. I feel a bit nervous." "Is this for real?" "Absolutely. Can I come close to you?" Her eyes glistened, filled with tender caution, fearful that Tang Xingnan might respond like Pei Sinian and reject her proximity. "Of course, no problem." The mushroom's emotions shifted quickly. Being liked brought her immense joy, and she cheerfully decided to seek a different human to nurture. Meanwhile, Pei Sinian remained oblivious to the fact that he was about to be forsaken. He ambled along, stopping intermittently to write notes, inquiring about the whereabouts of the 2 men. Through them, Pei Sinian learned that one was named Dong Shisan and the other Liang Yong. Both had been at the Moonlight Base since its inception, considered veterans of the establishment, residing in a district, rooms 321 and 326. Pei Sinian ambled toward room 321, Dong Shisan's abode. Compared to District D, the architecture here was far more opulent. However, a zombie's senses are acute, and as he approached 321, he caught an acrid odor and heard strange sounds. A woman was softly weeping, intermittently erupting into piercing, bizarre shrieks, while a man's voice echoed low, akin to that of a zombie. Pei Sinian halted, scrunching his brow in distaste, his indifferent gaze sweeping the surroundings, feeling as though even the air was tainted. The room's soundproofing was decent, but their loud voices and his acute hearing rendered it insufficient. Profane language, crude insults, and much more that a zombie could not comprehend filled the air, leaving him uncertain whether to advance or retreat. His instincts warned him of the filth within, and he feared regretting his decision to enter. Yet, as his purpose remained unfulfilled, he could not bring himself to leave. Ultimately, Pei Sinian closed his eyes, water streaming in through the door's crack. "Where did all this water come from? You shameless wretch! Am I not satisfying you? Is that it?" Dong Shisan cursed, slapping the woman's cheek, his actions unceasing. Upon seeing her face, he struck her again.
"Damn.
"I will have you, eventually." He glared at her, unconsciously envisioning another 2 women, his expression turning fierce as he prepared to unleash another tirade when he suddenly felt a chill envelop him, and the bed was swept away by a flood. The entire room was half submerged, icy water rushing into his nostrils, creating a whirlpool that forcibly separated the 2, washing them thoroughly. The woman's startled cries and the man's choking echoed through the room, abruptly halting their intimate encounter. The flood arrived in a hurry and departed just as swiftly. When the waters receded, the woman collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while the man, still somewhat aware, coughed violently, struggling to rise. The door swung open, light pouring in, and Dong Shisan instinctively looked up. Upon seeing the approaching figure, a sense of dread engulfed him. "Who are you? What do you want?" The man, silhouetted against the light, was indistinct from Dong Shisan's perspective, yet he appeared vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. As Pei Sinian drew closer, recognition dawned. "You are the man I brushed past earlier today." What do you intend to do? An instinctual fear gripped Dong Shursan. He stood entirely bare, devoid of any clothing, while Pei Si Nian's brow remained unfurrowed. To him, apart from Meng Xiaoyu, all other humans were mere sustenance and decaying flesh. He regarded them with contempt, squatting before Dong Shursan, methodically donning plastic gloves before seizing his throat. Dong Shursan gradually regained his composure and attempted to struggle. But to his terror, he discovered that despite being a formidable strength-based ability user, he could not escape the man's grasp. Could it be that he, too, possessed strength-based abilities? The grip around his neck constricted, the bones creaking ominously as he gasped for breath, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple as he desperately tried to pry the man's fingers apart. "Spare me, we have no grievances." Dong Shursan could not fathom what offense he had committed against Pei Si Nian.
No grievances?
Pei Si Nian's lashes fell, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Dong Shursan's futile struggles. His eyes devoid of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. Just as Dong Shursan believed he was on the brink of death, Pei Si Nian suddenly released his hold, cleaned his gloves, and wrote a few words on a piece of paper. "You should not have laid your eyes on her." Tears and snot mingled on Dong Shursan's face as he read the note, memories of the day's events flooding his mind. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. "I didn't know they were your friends. Forgive me, I was wrong. I swear I won't dare again. Spare my life. It is too late." Pei Si Nian merely sought to impart a lesson, crumpling the note and conjuring a shard of ice that pierced Dong Shursan's brow. Afterward, he turned his back and departed. Shortly after he left, the figure sprawled on the ground rose in a grotesque manner, its eyes glowing crimson as it bolted away. Chapter 56. How did she know he was on the verge of breaking? The night suddenly turned frigid, dark clouds enveloping the silver disk of the moon, and soon, heavy rain began to fall. This autumn was significantly colder than previous years. The raindrops struck the skin like silver needles, a chill penetrating to the very core. Inside the shelter, the occupants fared better, while those outside in the tents rubbed their hands together, hearts heavy with despair. It was merely autumn, yet if winter arrived, these ordinary souls would perish in this desolate place. Why City was not in the south, but rather in a northern region where winter temperatures plummeted to -10 or 20 degrees. Given this year's climate, it could reach as low as -30. Without heating, relying solely on tents, their fate was sealed. Yet, they had no choice. Outside lurked the undead, and venturing out would mean certain death before winter even arrived. In contrast, those with abilities lived relatively comfortably. Liang Yong chose not to seek out a woman that night. Instead, he pondered his powers. The events of the day replayed vividly in his mind. Loss of control over one's abilities was a terrifying prospect for any ability user. If the woman he had bound earlier had been a zombie, his blunder could have cost him his life. Another flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that nearly drowned out a persistent knocking at the door. Once the thunder subsided, the knocking finally reached Liang Yong's ears. Instinctively, he glanced at the clock on the wall. The second hand moved silently, aligning with the hour hand, halting at 8 o'clock. Since the apocalypse, power outages and internet failures were common in some areas. Even bases did not guarantee 24-hour electricity, and phones had become nearly obsolete. Life was both monotonous and perilous. There was nothing to do aside from survive, and the constant threat of death loomed overhead. At this hour, normal individuals would have long since retired. Who could possibly be at the door? A flicker of doubt crossed Liang Yong's mind as he collected himself and opened the door. Another flash of lightning lit up the expanse, revealing the visitor. His pupils constricted. Dong Shursan? The man stood naked, his body contorted in an unimaginable manner. His face a ghastly purple, expression twisted in rage, his manic crimson eyes fixated on him, bearing sharp fangs as he lunged forward. A scream erupted, swallowed by the thunder. Lost to the stillness of the night, the true architect of this chaos stood in District D250, lost in contemplation at the doorway, staring into the vacant room. His expression blank for a fleeting moment. The familiar sweet scent in the air had faded, and the room was devoid of life, save for a solitary mushroom in the corner, which remained untouched. Late at night, Meng Xiaoyu had yet to return. Pei Si Nian lingered for a time before knocking on the adjacent door. Moments later, the woman whom the zombies despised opened it. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here at such an hour?" Tang Shengnan feigned calm, though a hint of fear lingered due to Meng Xiaoyu's abduction. However, For the sake of vying for affection, she maintained her composure, reassured by the presence of her beloved. Pei Si Nian swallowed hard, but remained silent, casting a cold glance at her, signaling her to step aside. The room was filled with a medley of scents, but he was certain Meng Xiaoyu was present within.
Tang Sheng Nan stood.
I'm just looking out for you. After all, you two are young and impetuous. If you can't control yourself, you'll be the one suffering. How did she know he was on the verge of breaking? Pei Si Nian was a zombie, and every moment spent with Meng Xiaoyu ignited an insatiable hunger within him, compelling him to bite her. Yet he had prided himself on his self-control, to the point that his fangs were nearly worn down from restraint. But it seemed he had a penchant for self-sabotage. Despite the struggle, he yearned to be near Meng Xiaoyu. However, there were times when her clinginess pushed him to the brink, and he feared he might harm her. Pei Si Nian believed he had concealed his turmoil well, only to discover that it had been perceived. How much did Tang Shengnan truly know? Had she informed Meng Xiaoyu? Regardless, this woman could not be allowed to remain. He adeptly donned his gloves. Hey, aside from your inability to speak, you're not so bad, unlike my ex-boyfriend, who had no concept of patience. Pei Si Nian paused. Her boyfriend had to exercise restraint too? Tang Shengnan continued. But I didn't indulge him. He was all face and no substance.
Boy Si Nian?
Tang Shengnan added, you both should really hold back. It is the apocalypse, after all. Condoms are hard to come by, and if the lovely one gets pregnant, giving birth in this world is perilous. The medical facilities at the base are inadequate, and she could be caught off guard by those wretched zombies. Pei Si Nian, I understand a bit, but not much. However, it is clear this annoying woman is unaware of my true identity. His expression softened slightly as he pushed the bothersome human woman aside with gloved hands and strode into the room. Outside, thunder rumbled. He drew the curtains, casting the room into shadow. The carefree mushroom, having not rested well the previous night, succumbed to sleep, curled up under the covers, lying on her side. Half her face buried in the pillow, eyes tightly shut. She seemed to be dreaming of something unpleasant, her delicate brows knitted in displeasure, her little mouth pouting as if to hang an oil bottle. Pei Si Nian's gaze fell upon her, noting that she had acquired the scent of another. He coolly lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Tang Shengnan. The blankets belonged to her, and thus Meng Xiaoyu's scent was also hers. Tang Shengnan raised an eyebrow. What are you staring at? The lovely one said she would take care of me. She doesn't want you anymore. Perhaps you should reflect on why that is.
Pei Si Nian, uninteresting.
The lovely one said you're detestable. She cried for quite a while. Tang Shengnan rolled her eyes. Pei Xian disregarded her sharp retorts, removing his gloves and bending down to extricate her from the warmth of the blankets. Sensing a familiar scent, the mushroom instinctively snuggled closer to him, grasping the fabric of his shirt and nuzzling her cheek against him, mumbling something inaudible. The zombie heard her words. Raising humans is so difficult.
Raising humans.
Pei Xian cast a glance at Tang Shengnan but remained silent, striding away with Meng Xiaoyu in his arms. Upon returning to their designated room, he sat on the bed, contemplating using his water abilities to wash Meng Xiaoyu. However, upon seeing her serene sleeping face, he retracted his powers and carefully placed her back on the bed. Yet this creature was restless even in sleep. As soon as she left the coldness, she became displeased, her small hand clutching his clothing stubbornly, like a silkworm, burrowing back into his embrace. Her head tilting to the side, motionless. Pei Xian ground his fangs, gently pinching her cheek with his knuckle, leaving a faint red mark.
Indeed.
Raising humans was quite the challenge, fragile and yet a torment for the zombie. Chapter 57. Despite spending so much time together, she had never called him Brother Pei. The following day, after the storm, the clouds finally parted, yet the weather remained chilly, hovering around a mere 10 degrees. The mushroom had overexerted herself the previous night, leading to wind and rain accompanied by thunder, while Meng Xiaoyu remained undisturbed, deep in slumber. When she finally regained consciousness, her first reaction was to feel sore all over, as if she had been sitting on a cold bench for too long. Her nose was filled with a familiar icy scent, and the surface beneath her was unyieldingly hard. As she groggily opened her eyes, she abruptly realized something was amiss. Her eyes adjusted like rusty clockwork, tilting her head back to behold the sharp, handsome jawline of the man before her. Startled, she hastily sat up, only to be pulled back down by a broad hand on her lower back. The man, seemingly just waking, was gazing down at her, his calm eyes meeting hers. Meng Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson. You? Am I not in the next room? How did I end up here? Pei Xian remained silent, activating his abilities to skillfully assist the mushroom with her morning routine. In merely a minute, he transformed her into a clean, pristine human, devoid of any lingering scent of others. Meng Xiaoyu struggled in vain against his hold, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Her eyes reddening. You said not to let me get too close. The mushroom rarely held grudges, but that did not mean she had a poor memory. It was clear she had been warned to keep her distance. To draw closer now would be utterly shameless. Thus, she squirmed to break free, and when she couldn't, her eyes filled with tears of indignation. The tears fell as if in retaliation, splattering bubbles all over the man's face. Pei Xian, caught off guard by this sudden reward, felt a tickle in his throat as he nonchalantly brushed the bubbles away from his face and then attempted to wipe the corners of her eyes. However, the little mushroom tilted her head, refusing to let him. She turned her neck defiantly, presenting the back of her head to him, unwilling to show her face. For the first time, the zombie felt a sense of helplessness and had no choice but to release her. But to his surprise, the mushroom dashed away, jumping off the bed. Before she could reach the door, she felt her fate caught in his grasp. Turning her head back, she saw him calmly staring at her. As if to say, "Go ahead, run." Meng Xiaoyu huffed, "Let go." She refused to play with the loathed human. She had nurtured a new human yesterday, who adored mushrooms and was eager to snuggle, unlike this one. Aside from his chilling temperature, he was utterly useless and had a terrible temper. Typically, when the timid mushroom was angry, she would comfort herself. Yet this time, her temper flared, and she refused to console herself, harboring resentment towards the human. As she simmered in anger, a slip of paper was suddenly presented before her. She focused intently. "Where's the mushroom?"
Oh.
"There it is." The timid mushroom straightened her back, only to realize that Pei Xian's words were likely not directed at her. Meng Xiaoyu rummaged through her spatial bubble and extracted the mushrooms crowded within a flower pot. Pei Xian grasped the nape of her neck with one hand while placing the paper against her shoulder with the other, his pinky securing the paper to prevent it from falling. Meanwhile, his thumb, index, and middle fingers held the pen, swiftly inscribing words. His fingers were long and elegant. Even in this position, he exuded an effortless charm that captivated Meng Xiaoyu, who found herself unable to look away. A new flower pot? Meng Xiaoyu blinked, digging once more into her spatial bubble and retrieving the flower pot Pei Xian had given her yesterday. She had been so absorbed in nurturing the new human that she had forgotten about these. The new pot was larger, simply adorned with a layer of purple glaze. Distinctly square in shape, exuding a simple elegance, with its diamond patterns symmetrically arranged, quite friendly to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. She wondered where Pei Xian had procured such a thing. Pei Xian released Meng Xiaoyu, accepting the flower pot along with her little mushrooms. Realizing too late, she was still angry. Why should she heed his words? The timid mushroom yearned to walk away with the same assertiveness as before, but now that her mushrooms were in his possession, her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move, trailing behind him in frustration. "What do you want with my mushrooms?" Pei Xian placed the mushrooms on the table, catching a glimpse of her defiant expression, and slowly wrote, "To plant them, silly." He even drew an enormous exclamation mark. The mushroom fumed. Why was he scolding her again? Pei Xian paid no mind, confident that as long as he held the mushrooms, he would not believe Meng Xiaoyu could bear to leave. As expected, the timid mushroom simmered in indignation for a while before dejectedly sitting beside him, gazing at him with a mournful expression as if wishing to inscribe the words "Return my mushrooms" on his face. Before long, Meng Xiaoyu realized that Pei Xian was not threatening her with the mushrooms. He was genuinely intent on planting them. He carefully removed the mushrooms from their original pot and transferred them to the new one. Always meticulous, even with dirt on his hands, he remained patient. The mushrooms found a new home, with only 2 remaining in the former pot, finally liberated from their cramped quarters, visibly relaxing. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes brightened a little, as if they contained fragments of starlight. Noticing her improved mood, Pei Xian's lips curled slightly upward as he handed her both flower pots. Surprised that he returned the mushrooms to her, she awkwardly cradled the 2 pots in her delicate hands. Anger aside, she politely thanked him. "Thank you." Pei Xian nodded, accepting her gratitude, but his gaze shifted to her wrist. After a night's rest, the marks on her wrist had not faded. Rather, they appeared more severe. His lips quivered slightly, about to take action, when he saw her turn and dash away, moving so swiftly that even Tang Shengnan, with his speed abilities, would struggle to react. In a flash, she reached the door, and in another moment, her figure disappeared, followed by a knock on the adjacent door.
Tangia.
Open the door quickly. I'm back to take care of you. She clutched the flower pot he had given her, the mushrooms he had planted, and rushed to the woman he despised. Little fool and that woman have known each other for just a few days?
Tangia.
Pei Xian had spent so much time with her and had never once heard her call him Brother Pei. Pei Xian remained seated, his mind sluggishly processing the situation, as his throat and fangs itched uncontrollably. At times, he truly wished to bite this ungrateful human. Expressionless, he used his water abilities to clean the dirt from his hands. Just before the girl could slip into the adjoining room, he seized her. Meng Xiaoyu shrank her head, justifying herself with a famous saying, "When I was raising you, you ignored me, but now I'll make you regret it." Pei Xian's lashes fluttered beneath his glasses, his indifferent eyes stirring with emotion. Had he been raised by this human? When had that happened? Chapter 58. Call me brother. What are you two doing? A voice shattered the tense standoff in the hallway. Tang Shengnan had just returned from outside and was greeted by an unexpected scene. A tall man, taking advantage of his height, had pinned a lovely young woman against the door, seemingly kissing her. However, as the man turned his head, Tang Shengnan realized she had misinterpreted the situation. They were not kissing, but the proximity made it appear as though Pei Xin was leaning in closely. The current posture resembled the infamous wall slam, with the young woman trapped between his arm and the door. She looked small, pitiful, and helpless, exuding an aura of being bullied. Oh, dear. Tang Shengnan rushed over, her heart racing. Though she hesitated to interrupt their intimate moment, she couldn't help but wonder if such behavior was truly befitting a man. She glanced at the scene, incredulous at how the young woman was being treated. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Xin had done something that left the timid mushroom clutching two small flower pots. Her big eyes glistening with unshed tears, the corners tinged with red, as if on the verge of breaking down. Meanwhile, the man remained cold and indifferent, his expression as unyielding as stone. At times, Tang Shengnan found herself wanting to ask him if he had ever overcome a drug addiction, given his apparent lack of emotion in the presence of the young woman.
Tangia.
Meng Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Tang Shengnan, as if she had found her anchor. She huffed and puffed, attempting to push the man aside, but when that failed, she simply ducked beneath his arm and dashed to Tang Shengnan's side, introducing Pei Xin as her new pet human. Fresh and warm, Pei Xin's eyes flickered, a cold stare interrupting their intimate moment. He suddenly felt that sparing the woman last night had been a grave mistake. Normally, Tang Shengnan was boisterous and somewhat irritable. Yet for reasons unknown, her demeanor shifted to something more vulnerable in Pei Xin's presence. She cleared her throat, abandoning her teasing of the young couple to adopt a serious tone. Have you heard? Last night, Dong Shisan and Liang Yong were found dead this morning. I just went downstairs for some fresh air and overheard the details. It was gruesome. She paused, explaining to Pei Xin, "We encountered some trouble last night, but were stopped by Dongfang Lai, the creator of the base. I never imagined those two troublemakers would end up dead today." Pei Xin, rarely one to respond, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meng Xiaoyu, ensuring her mushroom was safe from the man's grasp, tugged at Tang Shengnan's sleeve, her eyes still red and her voice slightly nasal. How did they die? Tang Shengnan's tone shifted as she recounted the events. It seems Dong Shisan somehow turned into a zombie. He was close with Liang Yong, so when he transformed, it likely happened at Liang Yong's home, and he ended up biting him. Ordinarily, being bitten by a zombie doesn't result in immediate transformation, but Liang Yong, driven by survival instinct, must have fought back fiercely. The thunder last night drowned out their struggle, leaving the neighbors unaware and unable to assist. She shuddered at the thought, relieved that Dong Shisan had not turned while they were fighting. Otherwise, she might not have had the chance to defend herself. Amid the conversation between the two women, footsteps echoed from downstairs, growing closer as a group approached. The timid mushroom, though her memory was not the sharpest, recognized the leader of the group as the person who had brought them to meet Dongfang Lai the previous day, Cui Shiping. Upon seeing them at the door, Cui Shiping smiled and said, "Ladies, Dongfang wishes to see you."
Tang Shenggang Flawen.
What now? Cui Shiping evaded the question. "Please follow me." As the owner of the base, he was not someone they could refuse. Reluctantly, Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Shengnan complied, but as Pei Xin took a few steps forward, he was blocked by Cui Shiping's men. This gentleman is only invited to accompany the two ladies. A flicker of irritation crossed Pei Xin's eyes, especially when he noticed the inconsiderate young woman who had ignored him completely. He disregarded their attempt to stop him, intent on proceeding. The men, not to be trifled with, were all formidable abilities, akin to those of Dong Shisan, and once more obstructed his path. Meanwhile, after descending the stairs, Meng Xiaoyu glanced back, puzzled as to why Pei Xin wasn't included. Cui Shiping explained, Dongfeng only called for you too. He dislikes disturbances from those deemed unimportant. What do you mean, unimportant? Meng Xiaoyu retorted, feeling displeased. They were companions, and even if she no longer cared for him, he was still a friend. Their concern is for your safety.
Cui Shiping replied.
You must have heard about the zombies that appeared in the base last night. We take this matter very seriously, worried for two young ladies like you. With so many girls at the base, Meng Xiaoyu felt exasperated. Let him worry about someone else, she declared, turning on her heel and marching upstairs. Suddenly, something fell from the stairs, startling her. She quickly grasped the handrail to avoid being struck. After the screams subsided, she looked down, realizing that the several ability users who had come with Cui Shiping were now piled up at the bottom of the stairs, bruised and battered, their faces contorted in agony. As for Pei Xin, he descended with an air of elegance, methodically removing his gloves and cleansing them with his water abilities before stowing them away. He seemed taken aback to see Meng Xiaoyu return, pausing momentarily upon noticing her clinging to the handrail before striding toward her. Meng Xiaoyu mechanically glanced at the injured ability users before looking up at what could be the source of their plight. Although the man was tall, he was no match for the muscular build of the ability users. In her mind, the image of him had shifted from a frail human requiring careful nurturing to a formidable force brimming with combat prowess. He could crush 10 mushrooms with a single hand. The timid mushroom murmured, "Why are you looking at me like that? You don't intend to hit me, do you? For sparing me before, I am grateful. And for not having offended you, either. Otherwise, I might have ended up as a mushroom pancake." Pei Xin lowered his gaze, his heart skipping a beat at the sight of her timid demeanor. Initially, he merely intended to bring her back to address her recent boldness. But witnessing her unease shifted his perspective. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the two individuals rushing back downstairs. Without revealing any emotion, he grasped Meng Xiaoyu's trembling hand and inscribed a few characters in her palm. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, confusion washing over her. "Why are you calling me brother?" Before she could comprehend, he prodded her gently with his fingertip, his narrow, world-weary eyes narrowing dangerously, silently urging her to hurry. He subtly tilted his chin, indicating the unfortunate state of those at the bottom of the stairs. Chapter 59. The pat on the head at the foot of the stairs. Several bodies obstructed Tang Xingnan's path, looking as though they had been thoroughly beaten, their faces swollen and unrecognizable, groaning in pain. Meng Xiaoyu's heart raced at the sight, and she swallowed hard, attempting to reason with the man. "They must have provoked you, but I haven't done anything to deserve being struck." Perhaps it was her imagination. But she sensed that after her words, the corner of Pei Xin's mouth twitched upward, hinting at a smirk. Was he mocking her? It seemed to suggest, "How can you be sure you haven't irritated me?" Meng Xiaoyu found herself uncertain. She struggled to recall her actions, realizing she had indeed committed a misdeed earlier that day. After Pei Xin had helped her plant mushrooms, she had run off. However, she had expressed her gratitude, unwilling to back down. Meng Xiaoyu felt her cheeks being pinched by the man, causing her to shrink away like a deflated balloon, nervously twisting her clothing while her eyes darted around, searching for an escape. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Wasn't it you who advised me to keep my distance? So, it's only wise for me to stay away, right?" As she spoke, she began to inch away, attempting to slip away, her eyes covertly glancing downward, where she noticed Tang Shengnan crossing her arms and gazing up at them. Tang Shengnan was initially eager to approach, but upon observing the two seemingly engaged in intimate whispers, she hesitated for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to grant them some privacy, gently halting Cui Shiping from advancing. Meng Xiaoyu watched her leave with longing, but as she took a couple of steps, she found herself caught by the nape of her neck, under the intense gaze of the man beside her. Blushing, she turned back and called out, "Brother, is that enough?" The word brother carried a hint of defiance, yet Pei Xian seemed to relish it, his restless heart racing within his chest, his features softening as he awkwardly extended his hand. Instinctively, Meng Xiaoyu shrank her head back, only to feel his cool palm gently resting atop her head, caressing her softly. Her eyes sparkled with delight.
Offer.
How pleasant! Since her acquaintance with the timid mushroom and Pei Xian, it felt like the first time she had received such a tender gesture. No mushroom could resist the allure of a head pat, and she instinctively squinted her eyes. By the time she realized her actions, she had already leaned into his palm, silently chiding herself for her lack of self-control. Subtly, she withdrew, resisting the temptation of the affectionate gesture. Pei Xian, too, did not linger long, merely giving her a gentle rub before taking her hand and leading her downstairs. As they descended the stairs, he used his water manipulation abilities to clear away some bothersome humans below before stepping through that area. At the entrance downstairs, Tang Shengnan was actively preventing Cui Shiping from advancing. Upon catching sight of them coming down, she sighed in relief. Have you reconciled? A couple holding hands appeared to be far from the demeanor expected of a man who is supposed to be emotionally aloof. In truth, Meng Xiaoyu felt somewhat reluctant. She constantly reminded herself that she was still upset, embroiled in a quarrel with Pei Xian, only to find herself reluctantly calling him brother. Humph. The mushroom noted this down in her mental ledger. He said he would accompany us. Pei Xian remained silent while the mushroom pretended to convey his intentions. This time, Cui Shiping did not object and led the way. They returned to the same villa as before, but the reception area was different. Behind the villa lay a garden. Curious in its appearance, most of the leaves on the trees had fallen, yet the flowers here bloomed vibrantly, clusters of blossoms radiant and dripping with color, fiery red like flames. A man sat in the center of the garden on a stone bench, teasing a canary in a cage, holding millet in his hand. His devilishly charming face adorned with a carefree smile. However, this smile dimmed slightly upon noticing Pei Xian.
Oncle Cui Shiping explained.
This gentleman is a friend of the two ladies. Concerned for their well-being, he came to check on them. Dongfang Lai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Pei Xian from head to toe. In just one glance, alarms rang in his mind. As a man himself, he was acutely aware of the strength of his peers. This man was entirely different from those he had previously taken under his wing. Very dangerous. This was Dongfang Lai's first thought. However, it did not mean he would concede. Instead, it ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him, and he donned a meaningful smile. If I recall correctly, there was indeed someone who came in with you two for registration, a water element ability user? As the host of the base, he maintained records of all individuals to prevent any potential betrayal, ensuring everything remained under control. Pei Xian was also assessing this male human, calmly pulling Meng Xiaoyu behind him to shield her from his unrestrained gaze, nodding slightly. The base was in dire need of water element ability users, especially in the apocalypse, where anything could happen. Should water resources become contaminated, the water element users could save everyone in the base. Why not join Uncle Cui in helping at the base? He suggested, attempting to divert Pei Xian's attention. As he stood up and approached Pei Xian, his gaze inadvertently fell behind him. As for these two ladies, the base has recently encountered a zombie crisis. I trust you heard about it on your way here. Let them stay in my villa. There are several guest rooms upstairs that are vacant, and it would be safer for them to reside with me. Originally, those rooms were intended for visitors from B-City, but to prevent Su Lanyue from encountering Meng Xiaoyu, Dongfang Lai had refrained from mentioning it. This morning, he had sent Su Lanyue and the others away, and on a whim, he devised this idea. With two beautiful women residing in his territory, how could he not consider them his prize? Merely contemplating it ignited a warmth within his abdomen. Yet, this exhilaration quickly faded, as Pei Xian doused him with a cold splash of water. Indeed, it was a metaphorical dousing. He felt drenched, a layer of ice forming upon him. And he exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing? Who dared to lay a hand on him within the base?" Pei Xian remained silent, contrasting with Dongfang Lai's disarray. He calmly adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming with an enigmatic light. Under the sun, his light gray eyes held a warning, resembling a fierce creature defending its territory. Although he had not been present when Meng Xiaoyu was called away by a man the previous day, it did not imply he would allow mere insects to covet his human. Dongfang Lai's determined gaze was unwelcome to the zombies. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate him. Ice spikes began to coalesce in the air, poised to strike. However, just then a low chuckle escaped Dongfang Lai's chest, shattering the icy layers surrounding him. His fighting spirit ignited. Come again. The two men locked gazes, tension thickening in the air, on the brink of conflict. At that moment, Meng Xiaoyu suddenly interjected, "Stop fighting." Pei Xian paused. Dongfang Lai smiled, becoming overly familiar. "What, is Xiaoyu concerned for him or for me?" In response, a flurry of ice spikes raked across his mouth, leaving several bloody gashes. Pei Xian retracted his hand, turning to press down on Meng Xiaoyu's shoulder, signaling her to stay hidden while he dealt with this man. Yet Meng Xiaoyu was deeply conflicted. They should fight outside the base to avoid harming the flowers and plants. The mushroom was indifferent to anyone else's feelings, after all. Pei Xian was far more formidable than she had imagined, and he wouldn't perish in a scuffle with others. She merely gazed wistfully at the blooming flowers around her. Her kindred spirits. Though she did not comprehend why these two men were fighting, she wished they would find a more open space for their quarrel. Chapter 60. Very well. Let us not sleep at all. Ultimately, the fight did not materialize. Noticing Meng Xiaoyu's fondness for flowers, Dongfang Lai promptly summoned someone to pluck a few blooms for her, inadvertently provoking her wrath. It felt as though he had not merely gathered flowers, but had taken away the young lady's kin. The scene was quite bizarre, and as a result, the timid mushroom's affection for Dongfang Lai plummeted. Only Pei Xian understood the underlying issue. He had made a similar mistake in the past. After scalding the mushroom, he had caused Meng Xiaoyu to cry for a long time, ultimately soothing her with a pot of mushrooms he grew. For reasons unknown. The sight of Dongfang Lai's embarrassment brought Pei Xian a sense of delight. He had assumed Dongfang Lai was a formidable individual vying for human companionship, only to find he was nothing of the sort, devoid of any competitive edge. Later, Dongfang Lai attempted to persuade Meng Xiaoyu, but she merely hid behind Pei Xian, ignoring him entirely. Unable to win her over, he turned to charm the other. "Miss Tang, are you unwilling to come and stay?" Tang Shengnan stroked her chin. "I have hands and feet, along with abilities. I can contribute in the base during a zombie crisis. I refuse to be a coward." Just as she was about to exclaim, "I am no old hag," she stifled the words, considering the presence of the little darling, whether before or after the apocalypse. No woman had ever rejected Dongfang Lai. This was the first time he had encountered such resistance, and it had happened not once but twice. He shook off the water on his body, finding the challenge invigorating. He refused to believe he could not win over these two women. "Miss Tang is indeed a remarkable woman." "No, we women are all remarkable." Tang Shengnan remained unyielding. "We appreciate your good intentions, but we will not retreat in the face of difficulties at the base. If we cannot handle the zombies within the base, how can we expect to gather supplies outside in the future? If there is nothing more to discuss, we shall take our leave." "Very well." All of Dongfang Lai's fervor was extinguished moments ago by Pei Xian's water-based abilities. Particularly, his scant attire, a red garment with a plunging V neckline that extended to just above his navel, revealing his well-defined pectorals, was now drenched. And the chill in the air had rendered him somewhat disinterested. He decided to let them off the hook for now. His gaze flickered, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Dong Shursan and his companions were also endowed with abilities, yet they had still fallen victim the previous night. So, he advised them to exercise greater caution. He planned to venture to City R soon to gather supplies, leaving the affairs within the base under Uncle Chui's supervision. Should there be any needs, they could always seek his assistance. Tang Shengnan expressed his gratitude, believing that tranquility would prevail. However, mere days later, several zombies began to appear sporadically within the base, and casualties ensued. One evening, Meng Xiaoyu awoke to the sound of scratching at the door, only for it to cease as suddenly as it had begun. Groggy, she lay back down, leaning against the comforting coolness of an ice pack. "Wait, ice pack." The mushroom-like girl jolted upright, astonished, and exclaimed, "Pei Xian? How did I end up back in this room again?" Pei Xian, seemingly awakened by the commotion outside, lazily lifted his eyelids, calmly pulling the startled girl back into his embrace and gently patting her back, signaling her to return to sleep. All traces of drowsiness vanished from Meng Xiaoyu. It would be remarkable if she could fall asleep now. For the past few days, she had avoided contact with Pei Xian, opting instead to sleep at Tang Jia's place. Yet, each time she awoke, she found herself back in room 250. The man, relying on his silence, offered no explanations. She harbored a reasonable suspicion that he was the one retrieving her in the dead of night. Unable to rest, she was still in the midst of a cold war with him. Wasn't she the one who had said no closeness? If so, she would not comply. She wriggled out of Pei Sion's embrace and headed for the door to the next room. As soon as she opened it, a flash of red darted past her, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meng Xiaoyu paused for a few seconds, then slammed the door shut, diving back into Pei Sion's arms with a gasp. Ghost. There's a ghost. In the realm of plants, there were no ghosts, but in the human world, it was an entirely different matter. There existed something more terrifying than zombies, ethereal specters. At least zombies could be slain and communicated with, but Meng Xiaoyu was certain she had just seen a shadow. In her moment of fear, she instinctively sought comfort. At that instant, she entirely forgot about the ongoing Cold War with Pei Sion, wishing to be enveloped in his embrace. Clutching the fabric of his chest tightly, she buried her head into his shoulder, trembling uncontrollably. It was just outside the door. Little Dumpling had not been so affectionate in quite a while. Pei Sion hesitated, gently patting her head in silent reassurance, his icy gaze cast towards the door. Deep in thought, no one understood better than he how Dong Shursan had transformed into a zombie. He could control the transmission of the zombie virus to humans, just as he had done with those within the tents at the base's entrance, including Dong Shursan. He was certain that after Dong Shursan and Liang Yong had perished, there should have been no further zombies in the base. Yet, they had continued to appear these past few days, beyond his control. Moments ago, what had lingered at the door had not been a ghost, but rather a zombie. However, that was of no concern to him. He lowered his gaze, his expression calm and unperturbed, only stirring when it fell upon Meng Xiaoyu, causing ripples of emotion beneath his serene surface. He stiffened his joints, gently patting her back. His broad, unyielding chest radiated an overwhelming sense of security at that moment. Meng Xiaoyu's agitation soon subsided, her damp lashes fluttering as she whispered, Pei Sion. Her grasp remained tight, her hands still trembling. Wasn't it said that those without guilt need not fear ghosts? Why then did that ghost come knocking at her door? Surely, she had done nothing wrong. Pei Sion pondered, sensing an underlying meaning in Meng Xiaoyu's words. Indeed, the very next moment, the young girl whispered against his shoulder. Are you hiding something? Pei Sion thought. This girl has grown audacious. He pinched her cheek in protest, but Meng Xiaoyu shook her head, evading his hand, continuing her accusation. You brought the ghost upon yourself. You deal with it. As she accused him of being addicted to blaming zombies, Pei Sion's expression softened slightly. He chose not to engage in her antics, instead grasping the back of her head and drawing her closer into his embrace. A forceful shutdown. Meng Xiaoyu's vision was obscured as she blinked, contemplating escaping his hold. However, the memory of the ghost at the door sent shivers down her spine. She turned, her slender back pressed against his abdomen, finally feeling a semblance of safety, and slowly closed her eyes. The scent of humanity enveloped her senses. Pei Sion's large hand encircled her waist, the veins on the back of his hand pulsing, his chest rising and falling, reminiscent of a deep human breath. He struggled against his own desires, but someone was displeased. Don't move. His rigid chest pressed against her back. Pei Sion remarked flatly, perhaps we should forgo sleep altogether. With a stoic expression, he lifted her up, and while Meng Xiaoyu was still in a haze of sleep, he playfully tormented her until she cried, seizing her bubbles in the process. Chapter 61. She bears his mark. Have you heard? Zombies appeared again last night. I didn't see them. I was too scared to step outside. Dong Shursan and his team in Area A are dead. What good is my ability? I'm just fodder for the zombies. Sigh. I thought life would be worry-free at the base, but it seems we should move to a larger city. The base isn't the only one. Sho, keep it down. At least it's better than outside, right? Let us not dwell on it. Tang Shengnan sat below, munching on snacks, and turned to Meng Xiaoyu, asking, Why are your eyes so red? Meng Xiaoyu stifled a yawn, pouting, Pei Sion is bullying me. How so? Tang Shengnan's interest piqued. Did he pin you down for a kiss? Forgive Tang Shengnan for her forwardness. She was, after all, experienced in such matters. Pei Sion, despite being somewhat aloof, seemed a perfect match for the lovely girl. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, their mundane lives in the apocalypse could use some excitement, especially when there was no access to phones and a ready-made couple was available. She felt a twinge of sympathy. Your boyfriend must be quite enthusiastic, huh? Meng Xiaoyu responded with confusion. Why would he kiss me? He was the one pinning me down. Tang Shengnan looked utterly shocked. No way. You two share a bed every night, and he just pins you down? Is he even a man? In her past relationships, Tang Xingnan's partners had been quite forward, constantly seeking to take advantage of her, though she had often pushed back. Yet here was Pei Xian, with such a stunning girlfriend before him, merely pinning her down? She was at a loss for words. Really? Hasn't he done anything else? At this point, the little mushroom grew indignant. He drained my abilities. How outrageous. All her bubbles had been taken by the man, leaving her utterly devoid of strength. In that moment, Meng Xiaoyu, with tears brimming in her eyes, lamented his misdeeds. Appearing small, pitiful, and helpless, any man would find it hard to mistreat her. Yet Pei Xian simply covered her eyes and continued to rob her of her bubbles, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, nearly breaking the skin. However, Meng Xiaoyu was so absorbed in her tears that she forgot all about the ghost. The memories of the departed suddenly assaulted her. She quickly tugged at Tang Xingnan's sleeve. Did you hear anything strange this morning or in the early hours?
Yes.
Meng Xiaoyu tightened her grip, prompting Tang Xingnan to respond in confusion. Wasn't your boyfriend supposed to come over and take you away? You really can sleep through anything. Shouldn't you check on your boyfriend, so he doesn't come over in the middle of the night to fetch you? Fetching is one thing, but that chilling gaze he gives me is another. As the cold air swept in, Tang Xingnan rubbed her arms, turning to see a man slowly approaching from the distance, holding a purple lunchbox. With a hint of personal grievance, he cast a glance at Tang Xingnan before shoving the lunchbox into Meng Xiaoyu's hands. Over the past few days, Pei Xinian had frequently borrowed the kitchen at the base to prepare meals for Meng Xiaoyu. Occasionally, he would even attempt to learn a few culinary skills from the base's residents. However, his efforts often fell short, as zombies, despite their acute sense of smell, could not appreciate human food. He struggled to differentiate between sugar and salt, often using packaged white sugar from the library clearly labeled. At the base, ingredients were stored in boxes and jars, making it impossible to identify their contents. On one occasion, he accidentally added salt to Meng Xiaoyu's porridge. Fortunately, he understood that excessive sugar was detrimental to human teeth and managed to control the amount of sugar in the mushroom porridge, avoiding an overload of salt. Otherwise, the mushrooms would surely have perished under his culinary disasters. Aside from instant noodles and porridge, his cooking skills left much to be desired. Yet, he was both inept and eager to cook, driven by a strong desire for control to personally feed Meng Xiaoyu. The ingredients were sourced from Meng Xiaoyu's spatial storage. She gazed at the meat pieces in her porridge with dismay, noticing they were slightly pink and undercooked. Tang Xingnan looked at her with longing. Just make do with it. At least someone is cooking for you, and you can enjoy a warm meal.
Then let us switch, she suggested.
Tang Xingnan's breakfast consisted only of easily consumable biscuits, enough to sustain her. She shook her head repeatedly. No, it's fine, you eat it. After all, he made it for you. And I'm afraid he might get upset with me. Life was not easy, and with a sigh, Meng Xiaoyu dug in with her spoon, eating half before her gaze shifted, and she handed the remainder to Pei Xinian, indicating she was finished. Pei Xinian skillfully consumed the last 2 bites, using his water ability to clean the lunchbox before returning it to her. Meng Xiaoyu sighed in relief and quickly stored it away. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. There are zombies. Panic ensued within the base upon hearing this. Meng Xiaoyu straightened up, looking towards the source of the noise. Although the ability users in District D were not highly ranked, they managed to stabilize the situation as the zombies appeared. Shortly after, a familiar figure led the Moonlight Base's patrol team. Cui Shiping surveyed the chaotic scene and quickly eliminated the zombies, isolating those who had approached the infected area for 2 hours before releasing them. He conducted a thorough inspection and addressed the gathered ability users. The base welcomes you all, but we do not harbor idle hands. There have been an increasing number of zombies lately. Please refrain from wandering and remain alert to your surroundings. I will assign tasks shortly, and I appreciate your cooperation. Each individual entering the base underwent a screening, and it was concerning that even after 2 hours, some could still transform into zombies, suggesting a prolonged incubation period for the virus or the presence of existing zombies within the base. Soon, the task allocation list was distributed, requiring ability users to take turns patrolling for 4-hour shifts in pairs. Since they were residing at someone else's base, Meng Xiaoyu had no objections. However, she had intended to team up with either Pei Xinian or Tang Xingnan, only to find her assigned partner was someone dictated by the authorities. Her gaze fell on the name next to hers, Song Jinwan. It was a girl's name. Tang Xingnan leaned over and found her own name paired with the man's, expressing her displeasure with a curse. Upon seeing Pei Sinian, she couldn't help but gloat. How did you end up with just one person? Pei Sinian stood nearby, indifferent, his gaze quietly drifting to the three characters beside Meng Xiaoyu's name, his lips pressing into a thin line. Checking the schedule, Meng Xiaoyu noted her patrol time was from 6 to 9 in the evening, with Pei Sinian taking over afterward. Tang Shengnan expressed concern. It's not convenient to see at night. Something might sneak up on you. I'll go ask Cui Shiping if I can switch times. No need, Meng Xiaoyu replied. Though timid, she was unwilling to seek special treatment and shook her head. It's fine. Tang Shengnan disagreed, turning to urge Pei Sinian. You should persuade her. Pei Sinian merely averted his gaze, unconcerned about the possibility of a human being taken by a zombie. She bore his mark. At most, she would be frightened and seek refuge in his embrace. As the cool evening breeze swept through, following a few recent rains, many unpaved areas of the base remained muddy. The moon hung high in the sky, faintly illuminating the night landscape. Meng Xiaoyu held a flashlight distributed by the base, with a small bubble leading the way. While she trembled behind, the buildings and tents loomed like hidden beasts in the darkness, ready to swallow anyone whole. Do you hear any sounds? At this late hour, only the two of them were patrolling the base, albeit in different directions. Beside Meng Xiaoyu was a woman named Song Jinwan. Song Jinwan was slender and curvaceous, possessing a striking beauty, yet her voice was hoarse, as if her throat had been injured. At times, she would stare at Meng Xiaoyu with an odd glint in her eyes, tinged with subtle hostility. The mushroom hesitated, instinctively distancing herself in silence. Yet, Song Jinwan did not relent. You're truly beautiful. No wonder every man likes you. Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback. Really? She scratched her head. I don't think so. She responded sincerely, for in her aesthetic view, the more vibrant the colors, the more beautiful it was. For instance, her purple umbrella, the fiery chili peppers from the plant kingdom, and the cherry bombs. Oh, and she also adored the ice mushroom. She was indifferent about her human appearance, but she found Song Jinwan's bold features quite appealing. However, Song Jinwan's voice grew increasingly melancholic. What use is being beautiful? Men are fickle. Since you sisters arrived at this base, he hasn't. He glanced at me. The timid mushroom felt perplexed. Who? Song Jinwan abruptly fell silent, fear evident in her demeanor as she continued walking ahead.
Hey, slow down.
Be careful. What if there are zombies around? Before Meng Xiaoyu could finish her warning, a scream pierced the air. The mushroom's body trembled with fright as she rushed forward. She found Song Jinwan sitting on the ground, cradling her head, surrounded by blooming flowers, while a red figure loomed before her. Meng Xiaoyu recognized the flowers near Song Jinwan. They were the same as those in the garden of the Moonlight Base's owner, Dongfang Lai. It seemed that Song Jinwan also possessed plant abilities, albeit with far less offensive capability than Liang Yong, as her powers were more ornamental. The unidentified creature in front of them was met with a flurry of petals from Song Jinwan as she panicked. Meng Xiaoyu mused that she initially thought Song Jinwan's bubble ability was rather lackluster, only to discover it was even less useful. The creature stood there, bewildered, and after a moment, turned its face toward Meng Xiaoyu. Dressed in a red dress, its exposed skin was an ashen blue, showing signs of decay, with long hair cascading over its emaciated form. The eyes, a ghastly gray, locked onto Meng Xiaoyu with an unsettling intensity. As she recognized this as a zombie, the same one that had tried to break into her door yesterday, her heart gradually calmed, and excitement surged as she approached the female zombie. The zombie paused for a few seconds, eerily fixated on Meng Xiaoyu's face. So beautiful, she thought, utterly astonished. Wow, this zombie just complimented me. It was oddly endearing. Meanwhile, Song Jinwan, having exhausted her floral display, slumped to the side, unconscious. The zombie, unaccustomed to flattery, began to convulse, lamenting, "But I'm so ugly. My skin is sagging. He surely wouldn't he find me appealing, would he?" The zombie was as thin as a stick, with skin that hinted at impending decay. However, her bone structure remains commendable. Before her transformation into a zombie, she must have been an exquisite beauty. After becoming a zombie, her obsession with beauty seems to have lingered. Moreover, she appears to retain some memories from her life as a human, suggesting that her level as a zombie might not be low. Yet, one must wonder why she has remained in the base. Meng Xiaoyu has no time to ponder, for the female zombie has already gone berserk. She hears the zombie's voice echoing in her mind. "Give me your face." What is merely a thought conveys an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow. Meng Xiaoyu cannot comprehend the source of her grief as she watches the female zombie trample over Song Jinwan, rushing towards her, covering her face. She evades the zombie's fierce lunge. No, my face is not suitable for you. Besides, you are quite beautiful. I believe there is still hope for you. How can I save you? The female zombie pauses, her heavy eyes fixated upon her. Meng Xiaoyu thinks to herself, how would I know?
It was just a casual remark.
Nonetheless, having managed to calm the female zombie for the moment, she seeks to buy time, swallowing nervously as she rummages through her bubble space, ultimately finding the cosmetics that Pei Xian had given her. Carefully, she places them into the zombie's hands. Pop, 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 banish those crow's feet. The female zombie, in her clumsy thought process, suddenly realizes something is amiss. When she was human, such things were useless. Now that she is a zombie, must she still pay an intellectual tax? Enraged, she swiftly turns her attention away from the eye cream, only to find the cunning human has already bolted far away. Swift as a flash, she darts off as though pursued by a ghost. The zombie, in a fit of rage, recalls her former power as a formidable ability user when she was human, and now, even as a zombie, she possesses greater strength than regular zombies. She never anticipated being outwitted by a human. Although this girl exudes a faint aura of her kind, it is so subtle that the other must not be nearby. Whoever captures her is entitled to claim her. She stows the eye cream away and follows the human scent, utilizing her abilities in pursuit. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoyu finds herself confronted by an earthen wall, stunned for a few seconds before realizing what has transpired. Is there truly a fourth-tier zombie concealed within the base?
She would stand no chance against it.
As the female zombie draws closer, Meng Xiaoyu experiences a sense of déjà vu. It was just like the time she had been in a dire struggle with the limping zombie. In the end, she had succumbed to the allure of a Snickers bar. Stop chasing me.
Perhaps it could be of use to you.
The female zombie retorts, impossible. Hand over your face. Meng Xiaoyu maneuvers around the earthen wall and, upon turning, collides with a cold, unyielding chest. Her nose reddens from the impact, but she pays it no mind as she expertly climbs into the arms of the newcomer, leaping up to cling to him, her arms encircling his neck. A fourth-tier zombie. We must flee and gather others to fight her. The mushroom-like girl, determined and resourceful, intends to lead the humans in a united front against the threat. However, Pei Xian stands as still as a telephone pole, unmoving. Confused, Meng Xiaoyu leans closer to his face, her nose nearly brushing against his chin, gently nudging him with her forehead. Could you at least move a little? His demeanor remains unchanged, leaving her to ponder whether she must carry him to safety. Chapter 63. The warmth of breath gradually envelopes his heart. Meng Xiaoyu recalls the first time she met Pei Xian. He was blind then, facing zombies without flinching, his movements awkward, resembling a rusted machine. She had no doubt that had she not pulled him away, he would not have blinked even as a zombie approached him. The most he would have done was express his distaste for the odor of zombies, washing it away with water. This is untenable. Even though she understands Pei Xian is not as fragile as she once thought, she must still prepare him for the notion of fleeing at the sight of zombies. She is not human, yet here she is, teaching him how to behave. However, given the urgency of the situation, now is not the time for such musings. The mushroom sighs deeply, jumping down from his embrace, trying to tug at his sturdy waist in an attempt to coax him into motion. Yet he remains as immovable as if his feet were glued to the ground. Anxiously, she implores, move. Can't you see the zombie is chasing us? The girl's face pales slightly from stress, her eyes shimmering with urgency as if on the verge of tears, her hands foolishly attempting to carry him away, not considering that her small frame would struggle to drag him along. Pei Xian's eyes flicker, a barely perceptible smile fleeting across his otherwise indifferent gaze. His elegant fingers gently press against her forehead, tracing a path along her brow, over her nose, across her lips, and finally to her petite chin, where he pinches lightly. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes widen slightly, ready to question his intentions, when suddenly, he turns her body and head in a different direction. His hand supports her chin, guiding her gaze to the cloudless sky, illuminated by moonlight, revealing only the vast, endless darkness in the distance, devoid of the female zombie's crimson silhouette. Meng Xiaoyu's lips quiver. She's gone? In truth, upon sighting Pei Xian, the female zombie had fled long before, her speed rivaling that of Meng Xiaoyu's frantic escape. Yet Meng Xiaoyu, panting and focused on her own flight. Had not dared to look back and failed to notice the zombie's disappearance. After confirming that no zombies lingered in the vicinity, Meng Xiaoyu sighs in relief. Her inner mushroom unfurling into a vibrant bloom. But wait, did she simply run away? Murmuring to herself, she muses, "That's not scientific." Pei Xian lowers his gaze, observing the roundness of her head, his fingertips methodically smoothing out a few disheveled strands that had become ruffled by shock. The texture is smooth and plush, prompting the zombie gentleman to indulge in a few more strokes. Only then does Meng Xiaoyu recall the conversation yet to be had. She promptly steps out of his embrace, unaware of the stillness that follows his empty grasp. "Tell me, why do you always stand still in the face of danger? Are you waiting to serve as a meal for zombies?" Summoning her courage, the mushroom stands tall, one hand on her hip and the other clenched into a fist, pointing an accusatory finger at his chest. "You must not behave like this again. You seem quite clever, yet falter at crucial moments. With those long legs, surely you can run a few steps faster than I." He may have been raised on stones, as his entire form seems devoid of softness, particularly his chest, which appears as if it were composed of solid rock. The mushroom's finger stings, prompting her to switch hands and poke him with her left, while her right rests on her hip. After a prolonged series of prodding, the mushroom, feeling emboldened, exclaims, "Say something, Pei Xian." He lowers his head, locking eyes with the mushroom in silence. Meng Xiaoyu suddenly remembers that he cannot speak, and awkwardly clears her throat, apologizing. "It's fine if you don't want to talk, but could you at least nod? Next time we see a zombie, let us just run." He remains silent, the area where she poked him now pleasantly tingling. Yet he allows her to continue her antics. When she tires from her poking, his large hand envelopes her restless little one, guiding her away. "Oh, slow down." Meng Xiaoyu uses her bubbles to support a flashlight, half pushing, half following him. In a daze, she seems to have forgotten something, trailing behind Pei Xian as he continues his patrol. Pei Xian's shift begins after 9, perfectly timed to take over hers. He arrives early to accompany her on her rounds, and for the moment, she forgets their earlier Cold War, reluctantly keeping him company as they patrol. After circling back, nearing 11:30 at night, she spots the fallen figure of the flower girl. Petals surround Song Jinwan, forming a pink carpet, and in the midst of it all, she lies in serene repose. The mushroom remains silent for a long while, before finally, after Pei Xian concludes his patrol, she struggles to drag Song Jinwan away to hand her over to the base personnel for further handling. She explains the events of the night, and upon seeing the unconscious Song Jinwan, the person receiving her nods solemnly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will inform Uncle Chui of the situation with the female zombie first thing tomorrow morning." Meng Xiaoyu felt reassured and returned to sleep with Pei Xian. The corridor was quiet, and she tightly clutched the hem of Pei Xian's shirt, causing the neatly pressed fabric to crumple slightly. Pei Xian allowed her to pull him along. Upon reaching the door, Meng Xiaoyu glanced at the neighboring room, hesitating to disturb Sister Tang at such a late hour, uncertain if it would be inappropriate to sleep in her room. Suddenly, she found herself in the grip of Mr. Zombie, who seized her by the nape and effortlessly pulled her into the room, placing her by the bed. Once inside the brightly lit room, her fear of lurking shadows began to dissipate, but an apprehension towards Pei Xian took its place. The little mushroom covered her face, pleading not to be pinched or have her abilities drained, reminding him that she needed to patrol the next day and that depleting her powers could place her in danger. The fluorescent light flickered above, casting a stark glow on the man's pale visage. His features were sharply defined, with golden eyes perched upon a prominent nose. He calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong, sculpted wrists, the bone structure exquisitely defined. Last night, these very hands had toyed with the mushroom, stealing her bubbles. Today, the mushroom was particularly vigilant, shielding her face from his grasp. Mr. Zombie lamented the missed opportunity, but respected her wishes, using his water abilities to cleanse her and gently placing her on the bed, tucking her in with care. Such tenderness seemed to suggest a transformation of character, prompting Meng Xiaoyu to regard him with suspicion. "Are you plotting something?" she queried. Pei Xian raised his hand, lightly tapping her forehead with a knuckle that could crush a zombie's skull as a warning. The timid mushroom understood his intent and quickly turned to sleep, only to feel a chill beside her moments later. Her eyelashes fluttered as she cautiously opened one eye to peek. The man lay beside her, his indifferent gaze fixed upon her face. Startled, she promptly shut her eyes, attempting to emit soft snores. Pei Xian smirked slightly, choosing not to expose her ruse, and turned off the light before lying down beside her. Before long, a warm figure boldly nestled into his embrace, her gentle breaths rekindling the once still heart within him. His expression softened, and he playfully nudged her away before she gravitated back towards him. Mr. Zombie swallowed hard, silently rubbing his temples in exasperation. Chapter 64. The young couple show no consideration for the single ones. One particular zombie spent a sleepless night, enduring until dawn. Oblivious as ever, the mushroom, after her morning routine, sought out Sister Tang, leaving Mr. Zombie to follow, his expression cold and solitary. Meng Xiaoyu recounted the events of the previous night to Tang Xingnan, her vivid storytelling leaving Tang in stunned silence as she munched on compressed biscuits. You mean the female zombie is a level 4? Indeed. She possesses abilities. Then why did she flee upon encountering Pei Xian? I'm unsure. Perhaps she felt outnumbered. How did she evade the base's search? This posed a significant question, indicating that the female zombie had been lurking in the base for quite some time. The daytime bustle of the base had allowed her to remain hidden until last night. The two girls engaged in animated discussion, while Pei Xian stood behind Meng Xiaoyu, his demeanor unusually pale. After an entire night of racing heartbeats and resisting the urge to bite, he found himself in need of deep slumber to replenish his energy. Yet, he turned to observe the back of Meng Xiaoyu's head, deciding to wait a bit longer. If he fell asleep, it would be for an extended period, and without him, the naive little mushroom might encounter that zombie again. The reports from the previous night had borne fruit, and the base had fortified its defenses, with most individuals now aware of the presence of a level 4 zombie. In these chaotic times, the peace of the pre-apocalyptic era was long gone. Any significant event would no longer be suppressed. Dongfang Lai instructed Cui Shiping to address everyone directly, lest the appearance of a level 4 zombie catch them unprepared. With the level 4 zombie in our city unresolved, the emergence of another in the base left Dongfang Lai feeling overwhelmed, as he had little opportunity to check on Meng Xiaoyu while they patrolled as usual. The patrols of the ability users operated in shifts. Last night it was Meng Xiaoyu's turn, and today it was Tang Xingnan's. Concerned for her friend, Meng Xiaoyu decided to accompany Tang, reasoning that nothing serious typically happened in the base. Tang Xingnan's teammate was a handsome young man named Jiang Xiaofeng, similar in age to Xiao Maqiong, whose ability had altered his eyesight, making him particularly vigilant to any movement. Meng Xiaoyu held a bubble to illuminate the path, clutching Tang Xingnan's arm, while Jiang Xiaofeng startled at a rustle, prompting the mushroom to become defensive and Tang Xingnan to swiftly intervene. The large caterpillar on the leaves met its untimely demise, leaving the scene in silence. Jiang Xiaofeng sheepishly admitted, I thought I saw the leaves moving and panicked, thinking it was a zombie. It turned out to be a false alarm. Pei Xian lingered behind the group, observing the vibrant energy of the young individuals, feeling somewhat out of place. And the ungrateful mushroom did not even think of him. The man half closed his eyelids, following slowly. With him present, the night passed without incident. Once the young ones were exhausted, he approached and carried the sleepy Meng Xiaoyu back to rest. Tang Xingnan remarked, shouldn't you consider the feelings of single individuals? No one responded, as the couple's backs appeared indifferent. Time passed, and a month later, the weather turned colder, with several men in the base succumbing to zombification. Yet the female zombie remained elusive. This prompted Dongfang Lai to unleash his fury, berating the ability users as inept. The crowd dared not voice their anger, and in truth, they were indeed lacking. They had not even caught a glimpse of the female zombie, leading to whispers of doubt. Is there really a female zombie? The individuals who turned must have been infected outside. It's impossible for a zombie to remain undiscovered in such a small base for this long. Who reported the female zombie? Surely they aren't deceiving us? I heard it was 2 female ability users. Huh. Women are timid. They couldn't possibly have mistaken it for a zombie in the dark, causing us all this trouble. The ability users attending the meeting faced Dongfang Lai's ire, refraining from opposing him, their frustrations unvoiced. They instead shifted the blame. The room erupted in a chaotic exchange, echoing like a bustling marketplace, until Dongfang Lai slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Get out, all of you." Instantly, the room fell silent, the audience fearing his wrath, hastily departing. Only Cui Shiping remained, stating, "It's just one zombie. There's no need for such alarm. If it exists, it will eventually reveal itself. Why the panic?" Dongfang Lai, akin to a caged beast, found his rage abruptly quelled. He lit a cigarette, sinking back into his seat. His voice hoarse, "Bring Song Jinwan to me." Cui Shiping frowned but said nothing, stepping out to summon her. Before long, Song Jinwan entered the hall, dressed in a casual, airy outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, her legs bare despite the chilly 12 to 13-degree weather, as she elegantly approached and squatted before him, resting her hands on his knees. "Brother Lai, you haven't sought me out in days," she gently called, her voice slightly hoarse but not unpleasant. Dongfang Lai reached out, his thumb caressing her chin as he gazed down at her alluring features. "Is it my fault I ruined your voice?" Song Jinwan was the woman who had swallowed the cigarette, but that day, she shook her head, gazing at him with adoration. "No, I would accept anything from you, no matter what it is." As her hands busied themselves, she unzipped his pants. "Did you truly see the female zombie? What was she wearing? What did she look like?" Dongfang Lai withdrew his hand that had been gripping her chin, leaning back against the chair, fingers pinching a cigarette, his eyes narrowing in pleasure while never leaving Song Jinwan's face. Song Jinwan paused for a moment, as if she truly had seen a zombie. However, fear had overwhelmed her, and she faintly recalled seeing a figure in red before losing consciousness. A useless woman. Dongfang Lai's gaze darkened, concealing the disdain lurking in his eyes. "You want to be with Meng Xiaoyu, but have you understood their relationship? Are they lovers?" Song Jinwan swallowed silently, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes at the mention of that name. She replied vaguely, "Yes." Her jealousy stemmed from the fact that Meng Xiaoyu had captured Dongfang Lai's attention. There was no time for her to ponder further. Yet, wasn't their relationship rather clear? Meng Xiaoyu, with her innocent appearance, had indeed been with a boyfriend before. What warranted her attracting Dongfang Lai's interest? From beginning to end, she belonged to Lai Ge. What was lacking in her beauty and figure? As Jinwan was lost in thought, a large hand covered the back of her head, a deep, hoarse voice seducing her. "You are truly beautiful." Song Jinwan froze, an overwhelming joy surged within her. Such beauty, surely no man could remain unmoved, right? Lost in her delight, she failed to notice the man's eyes turning cold. Meng Xiaoyu had a special status, Su Lan Yue, and the others were returning soon, leaving me with little time. Before they come back, I must secure Meng Xiaoyu, so I can only inconvenience you, Lai Ge. Song Jinwan was bewildered. Before she could raise her head, the man suddenly seized her hair and pressed her down forcefully. She heard the man she loved most say, "Use any means necessary to seduce her boyfriend, causing them to break apart, understood?" Saline tears rolled from the corners of her eyes, and Song Jinwan gagged, her head held firmly down, swallowing back her silent sobs, leaving only a metallic taste in her throat. Chapter 65. Where is your boyfriend? Is Meng Xiaoyu here? This morning, a rare guest arrived in District D, capturing everyone's attention wherever she went. The woman donned a tight black dress that accentuated her perfect curves, her neckline plunging low enough that one careless glance could reveal much. As she entered District D, passers-by couldn't help but glance her way, faintly detecting the fragrance wafting through the air.
Who is she?
Such a stunning beauty is rarely seen after the apocalypse, especially one looking so well-preserved, untouched by the elements. "I don't know. She isn't from our District D." Many survivors from City Y had fled to the Moonlight Base, and while the base wasn't small, the districts were quite distant from each other, except for special circumstances. Like when Dong Shi-san and his group came to District D out of curiosity, movement between districts was rare. Someone recalled, "I've seen this woman beside Lai Ge. Her name seems to be Song Jinwan, and she shares a close relationship with him." Upon hearing her connection to Dongfang Lai, the crowd fell silent, reluctantly averting their gazes and subtly changing the subject. My food is nearly gone. I need to gather supplies tomorrow, or else I'll be left eating the northwest wind. I really don't want to leave the base. Every outing feels like a fight for survival, and the zombies outside are moving faster than ever. If we encounter the fourth-tier zombies like Ge mentioned, we're all doomed. What can we do? The base hasn't been peaceful lately, have you heard? Zhang San is dead. Who? The Zhang San who made headlines recently for his affair? Yes, his death was tragic. He was likely still in the process of turning when the zombies devoured him. Tang Shengnan was listening to the gossip as usual when she suddenly recognized the name Song Jinwan. After pondering for a moment, she recalled it was the woman who patrolled with Meng Xiaoyu. What is she doing here? Tang Shengnan couldn't suppress her curiosity. Surely, she wasn't looking for the pretty girl? As a lover of beauty, She had caught a fleeting glimpse of Song Jinwan and found her attractive, yet something felt odd, prompting her to head upstairs for a closer look. Meanwhile, Song Jinwan stood holding a prepared lunchbox, gently knocking on door 250. Moment latte. A flurry of sounds emerged from within, and the door swung open to reveal a young girl who appeared flustered, her eyes slightly swollen as if she had just been crying. Song Jinwan's gaze fell upon the girl's disheveled clothing, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Before she forced a smile, "Miss Meng, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" Meng Xiaoyu, surprised to see Song Jinwan, replied, "No, but what brings you here?"
Ah.
"I mainly came to thank you for saving me before." Meng Xiaoyu. Song Jinwan chuckled awkwardly. "Remember that night we were patrolling together and encountered zombies? If it weren't for you, I might have been devoured."
Oh.
The timid mushroom suddenly understood, "But I saved you half a month ago. Why are you only thanking me now?" Such an impolite girl. Aside from her looks, she is utterly lacking. Song Jinwan felt a surge of resentment, masking it with a calm facade. "Well, it's partly my fault. I was unwell after being scared that day, and with resources being scarce, I couldn't afford to waste medicine. I was worried about passing my illness to you, which is why I'm only here now." Her gaze drifted behind Meng Xiaoyu. "May I come in for a moment?" "Not convenient." The mushroom's response was blunt, causing the woman's expression to stiffen. Song Jinwan tightened her grip on the lunchbox, lamenting, "But is it because of what I said before? I truly apologize. It was just that you are so beautiful. I couldn't help but feel jealous. I want to do so again. Please don't hold it against me." "Not at all," Meng Xiaoyu replied, perplexed. "It's simply not convenient. This morning, the person inside has once again fallen into a deep slumber, his chest not rising or falling. And no matter how much she called, he wouldn't wake up." Meng Xiaoyu knew he was most likely fine but couldn't help but worry. Lacking the mood to deal with trivial matters, she told Song Jinwan, "You should head back." Song Jinwan's beautiful face nearly lost her composure. Taking a deep breath, she said, "If there's anything inconvenient, just let me know. ISN to your boyfriend here? I could help. Otherwise, I truly feel bad." Meng Xiaoyu displayed a troubled expression. "He is dead." Song Jinwan, witnessing the scene, thought it seemed like a quarrel between young lovers. Wasn't this her opportunity? Dongfang Lai had instructed her to seduce Meng Xiaoyu's boyfriend, a task she was reluctant to undertake, but felt compelled to fulfill. Song Jinwan had encountered Dongfang Lai after the apocalypse, during a time when he had just severed ties with friends and lost his girlfriend. While expanding the base and gathering supplies, he had saved her from the clutches of a zombie. To someone in a dire situation, he was a lifeline. In Song Jinwan's eyes, Dongfang Lai was her heroic savior. She had fallen for her hero at first sight, so when Dongfang Lai asked her to sleep with him, she agreed without hesitation. Though the initial experience was brutal, she found herself inexplicably drawn to that sensation, becoming unable to extricate herself, increasingly infatuated with the man's fierce demeanor. Gradually, a pathological psychology formed. No matter how Dongfang Lai treated her, she felt both fear and exhilaration. Song Jinwan thought she loved Dongfang Lai. Despite her jealousy over his desire for other women, she was still determined to assist him. Seducing a man was merely a task she had to accomplish. Collecting her emotions, she handed over the lunchbox, her voice softening. "You have been in this apocalypse for quite a while. It must have been ages since you had hot dishes. I cooked 2 dishes you could enjoy with your boyfriend." The mushroom's gaze faltered, but upon seeing Song Jinwan's face, she shook her head. "No need. You can keep it. I have things to attend to." With that, she promptly shut the door, leaving Song Jinwan with a face full of disappointment, angered enough to toss the lunchbox to the ground. Coincidentally, Tang Xingnan approached, and upon meeting her puzzled gaze, Song Jinwan panicked, crouching down to tidy up the food and hastily fleeing. "What a peculiar person," Tang Xingnan murmured to herself, gently knocking on the door of room 250. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a cautious little face. "Is it not Sister Tang?" Upon seeing Tang Xingnan, Meng Xiaoyu's tense expression relaxed, and her eyes curved into a smile. "Did you not say the room was stuffy and that you wanted to get some fresh air?"
Tang Shenggang Sut.
"I returned with that woman from earlier. What does she want?" Meng Xiaoyu shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't like her." The sensitive mushroom could discern right from wrong and had detected the malice in Song Jinwan's demeanor, which led her to repeatedly refuse any interaction. Tang Xingnan replied, "It's fine. If you don't like her, just keep your distance. By the way, where's your boyfriend?" Mushroom blinked, utterly composed. "He is dead." Tang Xiangnan exclaimed. What? Is that a good thing? Chapter 66. Kiss him. When Meng Xiaoyu mentioned that Pei Sinian had died, Tang Xingnan initially thought she was joking. However, after 2 consecutive days without seeing Pei Sinian, an unsettling feeling took root in her heart, prompting her to probe further. He can't really be dead, can he? Mushroom felt equally despondent. After all, whenever Pei Sinian had died before, he would typically heal by the next day, at the latest the day after. Now, on the 3rd day, there was still no sign of him, which left Meng Xiaoyu restless. Moreover, Song Jinwan, for reasons unknown, had been persistently seeking her out, claiming she wanted to be friends. Mushroom couldn't fathom why Song Jinwan, who had so openly despised her, would wish for friendship. Annoyed, she had chosen to ignore her, spending her days in the company of Tang Xingnan while avoiding the world outside, lost in thoughts about the man's lifeless body. When Tang Xingnan questioned her, Meng Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. After all, Pei Sinian was indeed dead. Noticing Meng Xiaoyu's silence, Tang Xingnan grew anxious. Say something. How did he die? It wasn't a zombie bite, was it? But wait, the men who have died recently have all been unfaithful or have harmed women. Others downstairs speculate that a female ghost is collecting souls. Your man wouldn't have she hesitated, he wouldn't have cheated and faced retribution, right? Meng Xiaoyu hadn't considered that angle, shaking her head absent-mindedly. I'll think of another way. If all else fails, I'll bury him. He was always so fastidious. Digging a hole and covering him with earth might just bring him back to life. Tang Xingnan remarked, how is it that when a person dies, I don't see the lovely one grieving? Is this a ruse? Though Tang Xingnan despised Pei Sinian for monopolizing the lovely girl, she felt that he and Meng Xiaoyu were well suited. If he were truly dead, she sighed, accepting the reality, and gently patted Meng Xiaoyu's shoulder in comfort. It's all right. It's all right. If you decide to bury him, let me know. I'll help you. In a few days, I'll find you a new boyfriend to help you forget your ex. Meng Xiaoyu didn't quite grasp the latter part of her statement, but understood enough to nod and drift back to her room. The insufferable sunlight illuminated every corner of the space, while the mushroom lay forlornly beneath the bed. The man above, with his hands elegantly clasped on his abdomen, had skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, as if he were exquisite porcelain, ready to shatter at any moment. Mushroom perched on a small stool beside the bed, pressing her palms against the man's chest, feeling no movement beneath her hands, in stark contrast to her own racing heart. What if he starts to decay in another couple of days? She pondered, leaning closer to his cheek, her nose flaring as it brushed against his skin, yet detecting no foul odor of decay that one would expect from a corpse. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Suddenly, her eyes widened in confusion as she touched his heart. Earlier, it seemed to have pulsed. Curious and uncertain, she decided to test again. Keeping her hand on his chest, she leaned in closer. Just as her nose and lips were about to make contact with his skin, his heart seemed to activate a hidden switch, beating once more. Mushroom's eyes sparkled, but in her eagerness, she leaned too low, her soft lips grazing his earlobe. The heartbeat beneath her palm quickened. Though she didn't understand why this was happening, she had stumbled upon a new realm of possibility. She nuzzled his face, her breath barely brushing against his cold, pale skin, leaving a trace of warmth. Minutes passed, and the timid mushroom discovered that whenever her lips made contact, the man's heart would thrum wildly like a drum. Unfazed by the boundaries of romantic affection, she was oblivious to the intricacies of love. All she knew was that her actions seemed to revive Pei Sinian's heart. Thus, she clumsily pecked at his face, nose, the corners of his eyes, and the center of his brow, discovering that kissing his heart could prolong his revival. With a determined spirit, Meng Xiaoyu began her daily endeavors. As evening approached, Tang Xingnan knocked on the door to remind Mushroom to eat. Upon seeing her swollen lips, she was taken aback. What happened to your lips? Meng Xiaoyu's lips were beautiful, with a delicate hue of pink and red, full yet not overly large, reminiscent of half-ripe cherries. At that moment, however, they appeared as if the cherries had ripened too much, with a rosy tint around the edges. Tang Xingnan was shocked and instinctively asked, "Did that dead man kiss you like this?" Meng Xiaoyu shook her head, no. "Oh, so you found a new love?" Tang Xingnan hesitated, knowing better than to believe that Meng Xiaoyu's lips were bruised from a mere accident. However, she kept her thoughts to herself. "Tonight I'll patrol. Let me accompany you." Meng Xiaoyu retrieved some bread from her stash, nodding absent-mindedly, her appetite having vanished. She thought it strange that she craved the congee Pei Sinian used to make. Even if the meat was undercooked, it was better than chewing on bread. After dinner, Meng Xiaoyu returned to her room to kiss Pei Sinian a few more times. He still showed no signs of waking, but she sought to affirm his existence through the rhythm of his heart. That night, she would again patrol, teaming up with Song Jinwan, as she had done on previous nights. Song Jinwan was relentless in her attempts to bother her, with Tang Shengnan always intervening to shield Meng Xiaoyu from her advances. Tonight was no exception. After several interruptions, Song Jinwan grew impatient. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of a twisted red figure approaching, causing her face to blanch. Yet, having learned from past experiences, she did not faint, but instead quietly stepped back. My stomach feels a little off, you two go ahead. I'll just use the restroom. With that, she bolted away, her heart racing in her chest, her beautiful face contorted with determination. If this dead girl continues to disregard me, then let her perish. Once Meng Xiaoyu is gone, Dongfang Lai will no longer pressure me. Worried that Meng Xiaoyu might survive, Song Jinwan had prepared a two-pronged approach. She had already inquired about Meng Xiaoyu's boyfriend, who had been bedridden and unable to venture outside. With Meng Xiaoyu and Tang Shengnan out of her way, she successfully reached District D, room 250, and knocked on the door. Having run with haste, her heart thundered. Breath quickening, her eyes fixed on the door. After 2 minutes, just when she thought it would remain closed, it creaked open. The man who appeared was tall, casting a shadow over her, with large, well-defined hands gripping the doorknob, his hair slightly tousled, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses resting on his prominent nose. He exuded an air that was not merely scholarly but also carried an inexplicable sense of contradiction. Perhaps due to his hurried state, his glasses were askew, and as he adjusted them, his hand inadvertently brushed his face, momentarily pausing. His face appeared swollen. He frowned slightly, stepping outside, only to be obstructed by an unknown entity. The lenses of his glasses reflected a peculiar light as he looked down at the newcomer, his sharp, world-weary gaze devoid of emotion, a calmness that was almost unsettling. Chapter 67. A zombie bitten by a human? The night air was chilly, rustling the leaves in a whispering symphony, while a dense fog cloaked the horizon, dulling the moonlight. As soon as Song Jinwan departed, the sound of footsteps echoed behind her, growing ever closer. Meng Xiaoyu and her companion, facing Song Jinwan and with their backs turned to the mysterious creature, failed to notice the imminent danger. However, they were neither blind nor deaf. When the creature lunged at them, they reacted swiftly. As Meng Xiaoyu turned to evade the attack, she inadvertently splattered the creature with bubbles, causing it to momentarily freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Shengnan struck with a heavy blow. A chilling zombie growl and a familiar voice echoed in Meng Xiaoyu's mind, prompting her to exclaim, "This is the female zombie I encountered with Song Jinwan." Handing the situation over to Song Jinwan, Tang Shengnan scolded, "You idiot. She definitely fled upon seeing the zombie and didn't even give us a warning. If either of you had been a moment slower, you would have been unable to escape its attack." Meng Xiaoyu, however, felt little anger. She recognized that Song Jinwan had never cared for her, having merely refrained from crossing the line. Thus, she chose to disregard her. This time, she resolved that should Song Jinwan faint again, she would not only refuse to help but would also take pleasure in stepping on her to vent her frustration. "What shall we do now?" "I'll provide cover. You go call for help," Tang Shengnan suggested. Before Meng Xiaoyu could reply, she suddenly heard a voice from a nearby zombie in her mind. "Is the bouncing still a thing?" Meng Xiaoyu thought, her body tensing in disbelief as she watched the female zombie lumbering towards them. Once it regained its senses, the first thing it did was flick its hair. "Roar. That actually works," Meng Xiaoyu exclaimed. "What's wrong? Go on, I'll hold it off." She stood her ground, while Tang Shengnan, mistaking her paralysis for fear, brandished a metal rod before her, reassuring her, "It's all right, I'm a speed-type ability user. Even if I can't defeat the zombie, I can evade its attacks." In truth, speed-type users were better suited for fetching help. But Tang Shengnan was unwilling to leave her companion unguarded. She fixed her serious gaze on the female zombie, but just as she was about to strike, a small girl tugged at her arm, saying it was unnecessary. "What do you mean? Are we just going to lie here and wait to be devoured?" Tang Shengnan turned back to see the girl rummaging through the large purple bubble, pulling out a small white bag containing an exquisitely wrapped gift box. "What are you doing?" Tang Shengnan asked, perplexed. "The zombie wants this," Meng Xiaoyu replied. Tang Shengnan was taken aback. What followed was an astonishing revelation. To tame a zombie, one merely needed a skincare product and a sincere finishing touch. Anxiously, she stayed close to Meng Xiaoyu, vigilant of the zombie's actions. She watched as Meng Xiaoyu offered the cosmetics to the female zombie, complimenting, "Your complexion looks much better than the last time we met. Did the eye cream actually work?" The zombie seemed to comprehend her words, not only refraining from attacking but also willingly accepting the box. It then removed its own eyeball, tossed it to the ground where it bounced twice, picked it up, wiped it, and reinserted it into its socket, letting out a series of low growls at Meng Xiaoyu. "Wow, it really does bounce," Meng Xiaoyu exclaimed. Tang Shengnan felt her world had turned surreal, staring blankly as the two engaged in an effortless exchange. She rubbed her eyes, her mind beginning to drift. At that moment, she would have believed anything, even that Pei Sinian had died and come back to life. Meanwhile, in District D250, Pei Sinian's brain functioned sluggishly, as though he had not fully awakened. Why else would a creature from the menu block his path, persistently trying to present him with unpleasant meat? Upon waking, he found the troublesome little fool missing again. Pei Sinian had no interest in conversing with the creature from the menu. He simply bypassed her. "Wait!" Song Jinwan, suppressing her fear, spread her arms to block the staircase, her low neckline barely concealing her pale skin. Her rapid breathing caused her to tremble, drawing the gaze of any man. Yet Pei Sinian remained unmoved, his expression indifferent, as if he were merely observing a piece of pork, specifically the kind that had been butchered and chopped. His sharp features and detached demeanor conveyed a sense of weariness, as if even the end of the world would not elicit a change in his emotions. Despite his ethereal beauty, Song Jinwan felt a chill of fear in his presence. Before the man could make his next move, she trembled and asked, "Can Meng Xiaoyu satisfy you?" Upon hearing the familiar name, Pei Sinian halted, his steps pausing. The lashes beneath his glasses lowered slightly, and though he remained silent, Song Jinwan knew he was listening. While she felt relieved, anger surged within her. How could he remain indifferent to such a stunning woman as herself, yet react at the mere mention of Meng Xiaoyu? This felt like a profound humiliation to Song Jinwan. Suppressing her fury, she attempted to adopt a seductive expression, reaching out to caress his chest. Pei Sinian frowned and stepped back, leaving her grasping at air. Frustrated, she demanded, "Are you even a man?" Pei Sinian simply replied, "What a strange dish." He was a zombie. What did that have to do with being a man? Failing to extract any information about the little fool from her, Pei Sinian felt a growing impatience. Aside from the time he fell into a deep sleep with her by his side, he had never seen her upon waking. This realization left the zombie feeling quite displeased. He endured his hunger daily while she roamed free, and surely, she had gone off to frolic with that annoying woman again. As time passed, Pei Sinian's zombie form became increasingly agile, his vision sharpened, and the range of his abilities expanded at an astonishing rate. He understood that all this was fueled by Meng Xiaoyu's powers. Each opportunity for evolution came only during periods of slumber. Upon waking from this latest slumber, Pei Sinian took a moment to assess his body. Aside from being puzzled as to why his face was swollen, he felt a slight itch in his throat. He surmised that soon he would be able to speak. However, before that, he intended to settle matters with that thoughtless girl. Ignoring the raucous dead pig, he strode forward, nearly stepping on Song Jinwan, who attempted to block him but was fearful of being trampled. In a fit of exasperation, she shouted, "That yellow-haired girl knows nothing. I can offer you everything she can. My skills surpass hers. Look at your face. If it were me, I would make you feel good without causing such harm." Pei Sinian replied, "What a peculiar dish. A zombie bitten by a human?" Chapter 68. It was just a couple of kisses. What harm could come from letting him kiss back? After dealing with a chaotic crowd, Pei Sinian followed the scent to find Meng Xiaoyu, who was deeply engrossed in a lively discussion. They were extracting information from the female zombie, ranging from Zhang San's infidelity, pushing his wife into a horde of zombies, to Li Si kidnapping several women in his room. Indeed, they were abducted. The women were rather attractive and had been caught by Li Si upon entering the base for registration. Most of the upper echelon of ability users were aware, yet they turned a blind eye, allowing these individuals to run rampant. After all, it was merely that sort of thing. It wouldn't cost anyone their life. Even if someone were to die, losing one or two occasionally was inconsequential. As long as ordinary people wished to remain in the base, they must accept the rules laid down by the ability users. These inside stories were gleaned from the female zombie, with Meng Xiaoyu serving as the translator. Her once fair complexion flushed with anger as she loudly cursed, "Trash. Baby, you really need to work on your insults. You should call them scum." Meng Xiaoyu's understanding of the zombie's speech left Tang Shengnan both surprised and astonished. However, respecting the privacy of others, she refrained from probing deeper and sat beside Meng Xiaoyu, listening intently to her narration and occasionally interjecting with a curse. By the end, feeling a shared sense of outrage, Tang Shengnan scoffed, "Men are all the same. My ex-boyfriend was just like that. Before the apocalypse, he went to great lengths to please me, but afterward, he showed his true colors, running off with other women, calling them sister." The female zombie roared in response, "Roar." Meng Xiaoyu covered her ears and relayed to Tang Shengnan, "She said she wants to help you kill that man." The female zombie, surprisingly amiable, made Tang Shengnan momentarily forget his prejudices against the undead. He addressed her, "No need. He has already been devoured by your kind. By the way, did you hide in the base just to deal with these scoundrels?" At his words, a flicker of confusion crossed the female zombie's eyes. She was uncertain. She retained some memories, knowing her beloved was at the base, yet she could not recall his specific appearance, only that he was a man. The more she tried to think, the hazier it became. Touching her face, she growled. Meng Xiaoyu frowned. She asked, contemplating that she must wait for a man who favors beautiful women. She wants to revert to her lovely self. It was no wonder, even as a zombie, she clung to her beauty. Meng Xiaoyu did not comprehend the intricacies of human affection, but it seemed evident. Before Mushroom could finish her thoughts, Tang Shengnan interjected, "All men are worthless. And they only like pretty girls. What about their own worth?
How tall are they?
How capable? Perhaps he has already found a new love." Upon hearing this, the female zombie's face flushed. Indeed, all men are worthless. Meng Xiaoyu glanced left and right, nodding along with the sentiment. A crisp snap of a branch echoed from behind the three women, prompting them to turn. A tall man emerged from the shadows, stepping on the fallen branch. Meng Xiaoyu blinked. "Pace Nyan?" Tang Shengnan slapped his thigh. "Damn, the ghost has come back." The female zombie reacted most dramatically, flipping over and burrowing into the ground with the cosmetics Meng Xiaoyu had given her, disappearing into the earth. "I'll come back, next time." Meng Xiaoyu barely caught her last words as the ground restored to its original state. No wonder so many people at the base had failed to find the female zombie. She was hiding underground. Unless they dug deep or she chose to surface, capturing her would be impossible for a lifetime. Meng Xiaoyu had no intention of revealing her whereabouts, for those beasts who harmed their female counterparts deserved to be eliminated. Mushroom was unaware of right and wrong. The world seemed to be starkly black and white. She believed the female zombie acted correctly. Aside from their first encounter, where the female zombie demanded her face, she had not harmed her otherwise. Zombies lacked the capacity to lie as humans did. Mushroom trusted her. As she pondered, a shadow loomed over her. Meng Xiaoyu's nape was expertly grasped, and a cool stream of water flowed, washing away the dirt from her pants before evaporating, leaving them clean and dry. Meng Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, inhaling deeply. "You're awake?" Before his arrival, Mr. Zombie had been preoccupied with thoughts of reviving the carefree little mushroom. He had heard them disparaging men while on his way. Pace Nyan mused that their grievances against men had nothing to do with him. Let them complain. However, there was one matter he needed to address with Meng Xiaoyu. How could she recklessly bite a zombie? What if she got infected? The thought chilled Pace Nyan, and he pressed down on Mushroom's head, his gaze fixed on Meng Xiaoyu's lips, which were still slightly swollen. Excellent, clear evidence of the crime. Meng Xiaoyu felt nervous under his intense scrutiny, awkwardly placing her hand on his wrist. "I've been waiting for you for days. Who knew you would lie there for so long?" Understanding Pace Nyan's temper, she quickly added, "I didn't want to leave you. Don't think too much, otherwise. I want to talk to you." The victim, still silent, felt her small mouth moving, her beautiful eyes occasionally darting up to steal a glance. When her gaze fell on Pace Nyan's face, she shyly averted her eyes. Surely he wouldn't notice, right? Just then, Tang Shengnan exclaimed, "Pace Nyan, your face." Meng Xiaoyu. In an instant, she sprang from Pace Nyan's embrace, jumping up to cover Tang Xingnan's mouth with her palm. "Sister Tang, please stop." Mushroom's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she frantically gestured. Tang Xingnan swallowed her words, her astonished gaze lingering on Meng Xiaoyu and Pace Nyan. She likely hadn't expected this romance, with the little beauty being so proactive. However, upon reflection, it was surprising for the cold Pace Nyan to show any initiative. Tang Shengnan quietly closed her mouth, but the victim had different thoughts. Pace Nyan emitted a sound akin to a low cough, and Meng Xiaoyu's attention immediately shifted. Her eyes wide with surprise. Your throat can make sounds now. Her words halted as he pressed his hand to his face, furrowing his brow. His long eyelashes casting shadows over his indifferent gaze, now tinged with various emotions, coldness, skepticism, and a hint of displeasure towards Meng Xiaoyu. Meng Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt, but stood tall, placing her small hands neatly at her abdomen, her gaze wavering. I'll just say that. What if she kissed him a couple of times? So, what if she got caught? Worst case, he could kiss her back. After all, she was doing it to revive his heart. Chapter 69. You kissed back. Meng Xiaoyu and her companions waited until patrol time before heading back. The return journey was quiet, filled only with the sound of the cold night wind rustling through the treetops and the soft footfalls of a few people. The moonlight was concealed behind clouds, the flashlight forgotten and dimming, occasionally flickering. The timid mushroom lowered her lashes, following Pace Nyan's footsteps with a drooping demeanor, as if two little mushrooms had taken root in her mind. The white mushroom, with an angelic halo overhead, reassured her. It's okay. It's okay. You're doing this for him. If you hadn't kissed him, how would he wake up so quickly? Besides, how can this be considered a kiss? It's merely a gentle touch. The black mushroom, adorned with tiny purple horns, whispered devilishly. What do you mean it's okay? According to human standards, you're taking advantage of him while he sleeps. The white mushroom retorted. What do you mean taking advantage? That's such a harsh way to put it. We mushrooms and humans are of different species. Can it really be considered taking advantage? The black mushroom countered. So, what if we are of different species? Just answer me. Isn't this purple mushroom currently in a human body? The suddenly called out purple mushroom trembled. It is. The black mushroom replied. Exactly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You're taking advantage of him. Meng Xiaoyu found herself overwhelmed by this argument, struggling to remain an inconspicuous little tail, silently trailing along. The heavy door of the building swung open and shut, Bubble quivering as he held the flashlight. A few people were about to ascend the stairs when they spotted a familiar figure at the bottom. The woman in the familiar pale yellow dress lay sprawled on the floor, somewhat disheveled, the stairwell appearing as if it had flooded, the walls still damp. Her exposed skin bore numerous bruises, and there were traces of blood on her head. Upon seeing her, Tang Shengnan immediately scowled. What the hell is she doing here? Meng Xiaoyu, observing the moisture on the walls, cautiously nudged Pace Nyan's arm. Pace Nyan? Pace Nyan, momentarily taken aback, was the one initially riled up to settle accounts, yet somehow felt compelled to explain. He gently took the girl's soft hand, skillfully inscribing a few words in her palm with his cool, elongated fingers. The icy touch swept across her skin, causing Meng Xiaoyu's fingertips to curl involuntarily. Pace Nyan grasped her fingers and pried them open, continuing to write, blocking the way. Annoying. Meng Xiaoyu tilted her head. Did you hit her? Pace Nyan shook his head, his fingertip gliding across her palm once more.
Tang Shenggan,
Observing from the side, interjected, Hey, you two lovebirds, don't get too carried away. What are you whispering about? Meng Xiaoyu retorted, We're not lovers. How could a mushroom possibly seek out a human as a romantic partner? Tang Shengnan clicked her tongue. Apologies? Meng Xiaoyu replied. Perhaps it was Song Jinwan who blocked Pace Nyan's way and then dared to bump into him. He found it bothersome and simply washed her away. Song Jinwan rolled and tumbled, landing in a pitiful state, ultimately fainting at the bottom. Tang Shengnan sensed something amiss. She must have seen the female zombie fleeing. But why didn't she return? It dawned on her. She has taken a liking to your man. Meng Xiaoyu asked, Huh? Tang Shengnan, exasperated, said, I've been wondering why she has been so frequent in the D district lately, and always trying to get close to you. It seems she intends to steal your man. No wonder I told you to keep a close eye on him. Your man has quite the temper, but is undeniably handsome. If someone else swoops in, you'll be the one left in tears. Pace Nyan emitted a warning sound from his throat, a stark exaggeration. He was a zombie. How could he have any thoughts about the humans on the menu? Tang Shengnan felt a tinge of fear towards him, but with Meng Xiaoyu present, she calculated that Pace Nyan wouldn't harm her. She earnestly advised, You two must get along well. It's better than anything. Just be wary of this woman in the future. Meng Xiaoyu was somewhat bewildered by Tang Xingnan's words. If Pei Sinian were to be taken away by someone else, and in the future, he were to grow mushrooms with another, ignoring her, her heart would undoubtedly feel sour. She shot a fierce glare at the figure lying there. Then, turning her gaze to Pei Sinian, she met his eyes but quickly retracted her angry stare. You must not look at her. This seemed a bit unfair to Pei Sinian, who had from the very beginning only cast furtive death glares at Tang Xingnan while focusing all his attention on Meng Xiaoyu, offering not a glance to Song Jinwan. Song Jinwan, clad in a short skirt, had fallen in a most ungraceful manner, sprawled across the ground. Meng Xiaoyu had previously sworn that if she ever encountered a fainted Song Jinwan, she would certainly not assist her and might even step on her a couple of times. Now the opportunity had arisen. She straightened her back and marched over, only to gasp upon closer inspection. It was too tragic, too tragic. There was hardly a decent spot on her body, making it inconvenient to step on her. Meng Xiaoyu stared for a while and rummaged in her space.
Tang Shenggang, Gudio.
Asked, what are you doing? Soon, Meng Xiaoyu produced a towel, the very one she had used in the library to wipe her face. However, since leaving the library, with Pei Sinian mastering water manipulation and attending to her daily washing, the towel had become obsolete. Cover her with this.
Tang Shenggang understood.
After all, as women, public corridors filled with passers-by could be somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, the towel could hardly conceal her. Just as she finished speaking, Meng Xiaoyu bent down and draped it over Song Jinwan's face, patting her hands. There, it won't be too awkward now. Given Song Jinwan's malice towards mushrooms, not stepping on her was already a great act of mercy. However, mushrooms bore no grudges. Covering her face was sufficient, and whether she lived or died thereafter was left to fate. Having done everything necessary, the group ascended the stairs, the sound of footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. The mushroom attempted to approach her sister Tang to sleep next door, but Pei Sinian had long discerned the mushroom's intent to escape. He effortlessly wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her as if she were a child, and returned to the room, slamming the door shut. At the moment the door clicked closed, Meng Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of Tang's helpless expression and could not help but despair. Covering her face and curling up in the man's embrace, refusing to show her face. However, Mr. Zombie was determined to properly educate certain human beings who caused him concern. All other matters could be left to the silly little one, but the issue of biting him needed to be addressed thoroughly. He pressed her against the door and, with meticulous precision, prepared to deliver a lengthy lecture. Yet, he heard the human's muffled voice. Come here and kiss. Pei Sinian's hand trembled, causing the pen to slip from his fingers, hitting the floor and bending the nib, ink splattering everywhere. Chapter 70. Humans are so troublesome. Just a couple of kisses, and they get angry. In the silent room, a dim light attracted moths from outside. The resilient moths fluttered desperately against the transparent glass window, ultimately getting ensnared in a spider's web at the corner. They flapped their wings, striving to escape the web's grasp, but only became more entangled, their wings becoming stuck to the white web, unable to struggle free. Similarly, the zombie's heart thumped. Even though he knew zombies didn't need to have a heartbeat, he could not suppress its rhythm. Zombies also did not breathe. At this moment, he held his breath, making the beating of his chest all the more pronounced. Since Mr. Zombie became conscious, he had been careless in all his endeavors. Aside from nurturing his supplies like a cherished child, he had never encountered any mishaps. Yet now, he found himself unable to even grasp a pen. After hesitating for a few seconds, he picked up the pen from the floor. Fountain pens are fragile, and he stared at the broken nib, his mind swirling in chaos. The pen was broken. It seemed today's lecture would not be possible. Using his water manipulation ability, he cleaned the ink from the floor and carefully replaced the cap on the pen. The man maintained his composure as he lifted the young girl, expertly tending to her hygiene, placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. He then lay down beside her, stiffly assuming a position as if pretending to be dead. His demeanor appeared calm, yet from Meng Xiaoyu's perspective, something was amiss. People often say the calm before the storm is the most terrifying. Something unusual must be afoot. The timid mushroom cautiously curled up under the blanket, the fabric covering her chin, revealing a pair of glistening, large eyes that remained bright even in the dim light, as if fragments of starlight had been crushed within them. Pei Sinian turned his head, using his finger to gently close her bright eyes. Under his fingertip was soft skin, Her eyelashes trembled restlessly, brushing against his skin like tiny brushes, imparting an unexpected itchiness along with a tingling sensation that resonated in his heart. He suddenly withdrew his hand. The mushroom, not content, opened her eyes again. Still that infuriating brightness. The zombie's heart was in disarray, but he feigned calmness, cooling his gaze to look out the window. Coincidentally, he spotted a spider maneuvering along its web towards the moth's position, slowly beginning to feast. His brow furrowed, and he suddenly felt a warm presence drawing near. The familiar sweetness enveloped him, akin to the spider's consumption of the moth, slowly surrounding the zombie. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, she innocently clung to his arm, drawing closer. "The pen is broken. You can write on my hand." She extended her hand to him, even in the apocalypse. She was cared for exceptionally well. Her flesh had merely settled on her face, not adding any bulk to her body. Her fingers were slender and fair. Her nails neatly trimmed, adorned with a faint pink hue. A bite would surely be delightful. The zombie mused, remaining stiff and motionless as the mushroom frolicked about him. His stillness only heightened the mushroom's anxiety. "Are you angry? Right. I kissed you because you've been lying down for several days. Your body has gone stiff. If you don't move, I'll be anxious, and if I accidentally kiss you, your heart might leap, and if you leap, I might not be able to resist kissing you a few more times. If you're dissatisfied, just kiss me back." The mushroom reiterated, feeling wronged. She had endured great effort to perform cardiac resuscitation, and her lips were swollen. What does it matter if your face is swollen? At least you're alive. Humans are truly troublesome. Just a few kisses, and they become upset. The mushroom clung to the man's arm, leaning her head closer, straining to extend her neck, positioning her cheek near his lips. As long as he tilted his head slightly, he could kiss her. The fresh scent of human life boldly pressed against his lips and nose, awakening the zombie's instincts. Pei Xinyan's forehead twitched as he reached out to push her away, but then hesitated. If he pushed her away too harshly, would the little fool cry for a long time? Endure. He ground his fangs, silently turning his head to the side. What a peculiar situation. His face is swollen, clearly from a bite. The foolish one, unaware of the consequences, may suffer dire repercussions if he bites her again. Her lifeless body would be cold by the next dawn. Pushing is not an option, nor is biting. Yet, he clings to her like a desperate zombie. In a fleeting moment, the zombie's chest rises and falls as he skillfully detaches the disobedient creature from his embrace, wrapping her in a blanket and forming her into a cocoon before returning her to her place, warning her by pinching her cheek with his finger bone. Emitting a sound from his throat, a clear threat, Meng Xiaoyu reveals only her eyes, relieved to see that Pei Xinyan does not intend to hold her previous actions against her. She cautiously inquires if he has strained his throat from sleeping too much. Pei Xinyan glances at her before turning away to lie down properly. Meng Xiaoyu remarks that he has been sleeping for 3 or 4 days, questioning how he can still be asleep when even the pigs in the neighboring production team are more industrious than he is. Pei Xinyan dismisses her with a sigh, suggesting that they should both refrain from sleeping. He suddenly rises, and soon, the empty room fills with the sound of weeping. Not my bubbles. Meng Xiaoyu only falls asleep in the early hours of the morning and wakes up the next day, clutching her 2 pots of mushrooms, unresponsive to anyone. This morning, the man warned her again not to lean too close to his mouth without cause, perhaps fearing a misunderstanding akin to the last incident. This time the zombie inscribed 2 words into her palm: danger, with 3 exclamation marks. Meng Xiaoyu is perplexed by his meaning. What danger could there be in approaching him? To her, Pei Xinyan is the safest presence imaginable. How could he pose a threat? It all seems like an excuse. Yet, to prevent providing him with a reason to rob her of her bubbles, she resolved to heed his warning and maintain her distance, justifying it as a matter of safety. Despite following Pei Xinyan's instructions, she senses that he is still somewhat displeased. Meng Xiaoyu finds him to be an odd character, unhappy when she is near yet dissatisfied when she keeps her distance. She struggles to understand human emotions, realizing that Pei Xinyan is clearly not normal. Fearing for his mental state, she decides to consult Tang Xingnan. It's best to address any issues early on. As she descends at noon, the corridor has been thoroughly cleaned. The woman responsible for tidying lacks any special abilities and relies solely on her physical strength to remain in the base. She shares with others that this morning, a bloodied person was found lying in the stairwell, still breathing, but later, Dongfang Lai sent someone to drag them away. It is said that the injuries are quite severe, and the individual has yet to regain consciousness. Meng Xiaoyu speculates that they might have sustained a head injury from a fall or that water has entered their brain. However, she soon casts these thoughts aside, seizing the opportunity while Pei Si Nian utilizes the base's kitchen to prepare lunch. She asks Tang Shengnan why he does not allow her to approach him, yet seems displeased when she keeps her distance. Tang Shengnan raises an eyebrow, inquiring about the timing of such events. Last night in bed, Meng Xiaoyu replies. Tang Shengnan's expression shifts as she realizes the implication. Men, she exclaims. They say they don't want something, but in reality, they do. He undoubtedly wishes to share a bed with you, but is too proud to admit it. He is merely being petulant. We must not indulge them in such matters. We should maintain control. Meng Xiaoyu's expression turns serious. But he doesn't allow me to sleep with you. How can I maintain control? Suddenly, Tang Shengnan comprehends a grave misunderstanding. Their discussion of sharing a bed seems to be on different wavelengths. Realizing the disparity, she ponders whether she would be in trouble if she led Meng Xiaoyu astray. Meng Xiaoyu, confused, approaches eagerly, and as she listens, her eyes widen with each word, occasionally gasping in astonishment until she is soon drenched in sweat. Thus, when Pei Si Nian returns, he notices that the little fool's gaze towards him seems rather peculiar. Chapter 71. How could a zombie possibly develop feelings for a human? Pei Si Nian is oblivious to Meng Xiaoyu's strange look. It is evident, even to a zombie, that the little fool has been misled by that annoying woman. With an impassive expression, he pulls Meng Xiaoyu back, presenting her with a bowl of the pearl soup he has recently learned to make. In this post-apocalyptic world of scarce resources, every bit must be conserved. Regular individuals entering the base must fend for themselves, while those with special abilities still receive some provisions. Currently, the kitchen is focused on preparing such dishes, where a modest addition of flour can yield a hearty bowl. Meng Xiaoyu originally intended to keep her distance, but after Pei Si Nian's 3 to 4 days of unconsciousness, today marks the 5th day. She misses his cooking dearly and, suppressing her conscience, she cradles the bowl and begins to eat. Isn't a boyfriend simply a term for a male friend? She queries between bites. Pei Si Nian raises an eyebrow, perplexed by her sudden line of questioning. Meng Xiaoyu continues, I thought I was mistaken. I assumed because I am female and you are male, our friendship equates to a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Not expecting a response from the usually silent man, her fair face is marred by melancholy. This must be a misunderstanding. From today onward, we shall remain friends. But not boyfriend and girlfriend. Boy Xinyan? Meng Xiaoyu sighs deeply, recognizing her own ignorance. Had it not been for Tang Shengnan, she would have never understood the underlying issue. Tang Shengnan believed that Meng Xiaoyu and Pei Si Nian were indeed a couple, which is why she shared tales of intimacy between partners. As the timid mushroom listens, she grows increasingly uncomfortable. Why extend the tongue while kissing? Why does Pei Si Nian wish to be close while maintaining a distance? Tang Shengnan implies that Pei Si Nian has feelings for her and desires to share a bed, yet holds back due to his gentlemanly demeanor, resulting in a mix of intimacy and distance. Meng Xiaoyu is certain this is not the case. They are not a couple, and her comment about being boyfriend and girlfriend has led to this misunderstanding. Learning that they are not actually a couple leaves Tang Shengnan utterly shocked, her eyes nearly popping out like those of a zombie. She never anticipated one could lack such fundamental knowledge, and the atmosphere between the two is so evident that to claim they are not a couple would be absurd. Of course, Meng Xiaoyu insists they are not a couple, leaving Tang Shengnan with no choice but to observe the spectacle. She finally witnesses a different emotion on Pei Si Nian's otherwise expressionless face. He seems to want to argue but cannot find the words, standing there with a cold expression, his lips pressed tightly together, almost drooping. It is rare to see this man in such a predicament, and Tang Shengnan feels a sense of satisfaction. However, her enjoyment quickly turns to dread as she realizes that the fire has now turned towards her. Though Pei Si Nian is gazing at Meng Xiaoyu, his eyes glint with a chilling light, and his pale gray irises barely glance over at Tang Shengnan, radiating a menacing intent. Tang Shengnan shudders and hastily distances herself from the scene. Soon only the two of them remain. The ungrateful mushroom continues to eat the meal prepared by the zombie, expressing her thoughts. So, we are not a couple. You must tolerate me crawling all over you and continue to cook for me daily. Friends shouldn't behave this way, especially since you've never cooked for Tang Jia. Pei Si Nian silently twitches the corner of his lips. amused by the idea of cooking a dish for Tang Jia using Meng Xiaoyu's name. Without a word, he gazes at her, takes her bowl, washes it with practiced ease, and hand it back to her. Meng Xiaoyu nonchalantly places it back into her bubble. Honestly, you need not bother. I will maintain a respectful distance in the future to avoid putting you in a difficult position. It is indeed a challenge for him, not being a couple yet still enduring her affectionate antics. Look at his face, just now starting to recover from swelling. Yet, her lips, upon the slightest touch, still throb with pain. The mushroom, hands tucked away, draws a boundary to avoid causing any discomfort, declaring her intent to uphold a proper distance that friends should maintain. Pei Xinyan raises his hand. Meng Xiaoyu tilts her head in confusion. What is it?
Fool.
Pei Xinyan seizes one of her hands and writes in her palm. Break up? In accordance with the indifferent nature of the zombies, when emotion surged, one would often resort to excessive punctuation to convey their feelings. Meng Xiaoyu paused momentarily. Puzzled. Have we ever collaborated? Pei Xinyan pursed his lips discontentedly, his expression frosty, exuding an air of unapproachability. Mushroom, bewildered, inquired, what should we do then? Mr. Zombie suggested they continue living as they had before. Mushroom huffed, but when I approach you, you are displeased, and when I follow your advice, you are still unhappy. Pei Xinyan conceded, that is indeed challenging. After all, he could hardly articulate his feelings. Whenever she drew near, he was unable to suppress the restless urges of his zombie body to bite her. Yet, when she kept her distance, his zombie heart felt hollow and empty.
You see?
You hesitated. Let's just be normal friends. Tonight, I will move to Sister Tang's place to sleep. What kind of situation is it for a grown man like you to share a bed all day? After finishing her statement, Meng Xiaoyu trudged upstairs to pack her belongings, leaving Pei Xinyan standing still, his expression growing colder by the second. A cough, tinged with schadenfreude and stifled laughter, broke the silence. Tang, who had just left, returned, leaning against the railing with a swagger, chin held high. What's wrong? The pretty girl finally couldn't tolerate your foul temper? Pei Xinyan shot her a glance and chose to ignore her, intending to go upstairs to pursue her. Some men, despite their pretense, find their wives running off with others. Tang Shengnan mused, rubbing her chin, successfully halting Pei Xinyan in his tracks. Honestly, you two aren't a couple. Yet your constant closeness is quite shocking. Who would believe it? Moreover, I refuse to believe you are the kind of man who benefits without commitment. She scrutinized him from head to toe. The man was tall and imposing, standing on the staircase, his hand gripping the washed railing. Half of his face shrouded in shadows cast by his gold-rimmed glasses. Without Meng Xiaoyu by his side, the atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, devoid of any vitality. Tang Shengnan felt a sense of certainty. Surely you are not like Meng Xiaoyu, unaware of what it means to like someone? Or perhaps you have developed feelings for her without realizing it. A sudden thought crossed his mind, one that was astonishing. Could a zombie truly harbor affection for a human? Chapter 72. What is love? Meng Xiaoyu's luggage was minimal, most of her belongings tucked away in a spatial bubble, leaving only 2 pots of white mushrooms in her room. She hesitated while cradling both pots. After all, these mushrooms were nurtured by Pei Xinyan. Would it be too excessive to take both? Perhaps she should leave one for him? Yet, unable to choose, she finally made a significant decision, taking 1 pot of mushrooms with her, while leaving the other in the corner. When Pei Xinyan entered the room, she said, I will leave 1 pot for you. I will come back to check on it often. If you miss this pot of mushrooms, you can come see them too. At that moment, the peculiar feeling returned to Pei Xinyan. It felt akin to a couple divorcing and dividing custody of their children. His gaze towards Meng Xiaoyu was complex. He no longer forcibly insisted on keeping her, instead offering a subtle nod of consent. The true victor was Tang Shengnan, who successfully captured the pretty girl and happily arranged a bed for her. Upon turning around, she found Meng Xiaoyu clutching her pot of mushrooms with great affection. Tang Shengnan raised an eyebrow. Haven't you eaten this yet? Meng Xiaoyu replied, her face vigilant. This cannot be eaten. It took a long time to raise them. Tang Shengnan clicked her tongue. What have you raised? It's not like Pei Xinyan didn't he take care of them. Are you reluctant to part with him? Sentimental over an object? Mushroom was certainly not. To prove her lack of feelings for certain someone, she went to bed early that night, only to awaken in the middle of the night, transformed into a panda mushroom, sporting dark circles under her eyes and a distracted demeanor. Meanwhile, Pei Xinyan, appearing unaffected, prepared 2 servings of breakfast, one for Meng Xiaoyu and one for Tang Xingnan. He left amidst mushroom-esque expression of hesitance. Tang Xingnan muttered, "Oh, just eat. We're friends. Friends deserve this treatment. Look, I have it too." She turned her back, avoiding the sight of Meng Xiaoyu's bowl of congee enriched with minced meat. Internally cursing the man for sneaking in personal favors while using her, she warned, "Be careful or I'll introduce 108 handsome young men to the pretty girl, each one younger than him, making that indifferent man green with envy." Simultaneously, the indifferent man stood in a corner, observing the throng of people. Each human was on a zombie-esque menu, yet perhaps due to a psychological effect, he found no appetite for any of them. None possessed the sweetness of the little melon, nor the charm of the little melon, nor the cleanliness of the little melon. Even if these humans bled out before him, it would not stir the zombie-esque hunger. Instead, it only brought forth annoyance. Can a zombie truly come to like a human? Pace Nyan was uncertain whether his feelings for Meng Xiaoyu stemmed from the hunger of a zombie or a desire inherent to humanity. Some things needed to be learned from humans. After a moment of contemplation, the astute zombie set out towards the base's entrance. The pen was broken, and he recalled where to find another, so he went to the entrance to seize a pen, along with a stack of paper. The guard at the entrance, upon seeing his emotionless face, dared not express anger and awkwardly inquired, "Is one sufficient?" Initially a polite remark, to his surprise, the man extended his hand again. With tears in his eyes, the guard reluctantly provided another pen. Pace Nyan's thoughts were straightforward. Should his pen break again, he need not return to steal another. Having prepared everything, he leisurely penned a note and randomly grabbed a human. The note read, "What is love?" The captured ability user was tall and burly. The meager rations provided by the base insufficient to satiate his hunger. He was on the verge of leaving the base in search of supplies to fill his stomach when he was unexpectedly seized, initially thinking it was something serious, only to see the words on the note and curse under his breath before hastily departing. Pace Nyan lowered his gaze and crossed out the word like, replacing it with love. The human with fish-like lips did not comprehend the meaning of like, so love it was. He randomly caught another passerby who, like the previous one, wore an impatient expression. "Are you crazy?" Mr. Zombie furrowed his brow, perplexed by their reaction to such inquiries. Was it possible that no one loved them? With this thought, Mr. Zombie felt a sense of relief. The next individual he caught was a 50-year-old woman. Her skin was lined with fine wrinkles, her cheeks hollowed, and her lips cracked. Yet her demeanor was gentle. She remarked to Pace Nyan, "In this apocalypse, we live day by day, never knowing when we might be devoured by zombies. Didn't he the base just have a zombie outbreak? Who knows when this will all end?" Pace Nyan was taken aback. He was a zombie? And those outside were his kind, who could not experience the oppressive feeling of zombies towards humans. Suddenly, a panicked face emerged in his memory. It was the first encounter with the little melon, dirty and disheveled, small and thin. She had been wary of not only the other zombies outside, but also of him. How pitiful! He had spent a long time nurturing her to be clean and plump, her courage multiplying several times, only to unexpectedly withdraw from him. Pace Nyan's chest heaved momentarily as his gaze fell upon the woman's cracked lips. If the little melon had not encountered him, would she too suffer from hunger and cold? After pondering briefly, he lowered his gaze, his fingertips moving gently, and a translucent stream of water flowed softly, cleansing that disheveled face and replenishing the lost moisture. The woman instinctively touched her cracked lips, feeling the pain subside. Pace Nyan remained silent as he turned to leave, but he overheard someone behind him say, "I may be older and unable to articulate sweet nothings, yet affection manifests in constantly thinking about her, remembering her, and indulging her. That was how I lived my life, always concerned for her. Unfortunately, she perished at the gates of the base while trying to shield me, and for the youth, time stretches ahead. Yet, who can predict an unforeseen event? When one loves, one must cherish the present." The footsteps of the zombie master paused for a brief moment before quickening. He yearned to see her. Suddenly, a loud voice resonated, "Not good."
Pace Nyan.
A whirlwind of a woman appeared before the man in the blink of an eye. Pace Nyan instinctively stepped back, creating distance with a cold expression, curious to see what trickery this bothersome woman had in store. His gaze, however, subtly drifted behind her, but there was nothing, no little tail following her.
Tang Xingnan.
Disregarding everything else, quickly exclaimed, "In the brief moments I was in the restroom, The pretty girl was abducted. During Tang Sheng-nan's most vulnerable time, someone knocked on the door. Upon opening it, Meng Xiaoyu was taken away without a word, merely a statement about an inspection. By the time Tang Sheng-nan hurriedly emerged from the restroom, a throng of people had vanished and, crucially, Pei Xinyan was still not next door. She even worried that he had been captured as well. Fortunately, those vile creatures did not dare to bite this hard bone. Otherwise, she would have been truly at a loss. Pei Xinyan's expression grew colder as he changed direction and began to walk away. Tang Sheng-nan hurried to keep pace. Do you know who took the pretty girl? Where should we search? The zombie master's eyes remained unblinking, his target clear. Of course, I will follow the scent. Chapter 73. Brother Lai, with a touch of green on his head, the grand villa hall overflowed with individuals. High-ranking supernatural beings wore serious expressions, speaking harshly. You are the one who first discovered the female zombie. We have been searching for almost a month. Finally, we have a lead. Why did you not report it? Indeed, if it weren't for Song Zhen once stating she saw you encounter the zombie, we would still be in the dark. Do you comprehend the danger posed by that fourth-tier zombie? How many lives has it claimed? You are young and a woman, yet you cannot manage such a trivial matter. Had you reported the zombie in a timely manner, we would have apprehended it by now. Just an hour ago, Song Zhen had awakened. The first thing she did was accuse Meng Xiaoyu of knowing about the zombie encounter, but failing to report it, resulting in a missed opportunity to eliminate the threat. Consequently, when the crowd learned of this, a month's worth of pent-up anger found its outlet, collectively confronting Dongfang Lai. In truth, Song Zhen felt anxious, knowing Dongfang Lai harbored special feelings for Meng Xiaoyu, worried that he might protect her. However, the grievances of that day could not be overlooked. She never imagined that one day she would be so scorned by a man. Meng Xiaoyu's boyfriend had regarded her as if she were invisible and even attacked her with his powers, resulting in her being carried away in disgrace. Previously, Song Zhen had felt forced into her actions, but now she harbored genuine resentment towards that couple. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Dongfang Lai did not shield Meng Xiaoyu but instead acted decisively, sending someone to capture the wretched girl. Not long after awakening, with her face still marked by injuries and her body covered in bruises, she stood beside Dongfang Lai, relishing the sight of the woman being cornered by the crowd. Stealing glances at Dongfang Lai's expression, she noted his calm demeanor, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Just wait. Those who offend these supernatural beings will find it difficult to survive in the base. Mushroom, inherently timid, was overwhelmed by the barrage of accusations from the crowd. She endeavored to diminish her presence, yet no matter where she turned, the glares and words of the people clung to her like a shadow. Clenching her clothing, she earnestly explained, I discovered the female zombie upon my arrival. You've searched for a month without success. Do you not wish to find it? Song Zhen saw me encounter the zombie. Why did she not come to help or inform you, instead collapsing in the corridor? You are all quite strange. You criticize my youth while also deriding me for being a woman. Yet if you look down on me, why do you rely on me to report the zombie instead of searching yourselves? Mushroom's expression was serious, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet in that moment, she stood tall. Her fair, innocent face inadvertently revealed the trap of self-justification, turning the questions back upon them. Those who propose must provide evidence. Why should the safety of the entire base rest upon her shoulders? They spoke fiercely, directing their ire towards their own, bullying Mushroom while lacking the courage to confront the zombie. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her courage swelling as her face flushed in indignation. Channeling the spirit of Sister Tang, she shouted, shameless. Meng Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words, managing only this innocuous expletive. Nonetheless, her previous statements had already embarrassed the crowd. Song Zhen was taken aback by Meng Xiaoyu's audacity at such a critical moment and, fearing that others might suspect her, quickly interjected, who said I wasn't calling for help. That night, I was afraid we would all perish at the hands of the zombies. So I ran out to find your boyfriend, but he injured me without understanding the situation. I have been unconscious ever since, and upon waking, I discovered 2 days had passed, and you are unscathed, while that female zombie has vanished again. I do not doubt you. But surely you must inform us, since you survived? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she raised her hand to gently wipe the corners of her injured eyes, revealing her battered arms. The supernatural beings were incensed. You kindly asked your boyfriend for help, yet he turned against his own kind? How outrageous! Birds of a feather flock together. Your weakness reflects poorly on him as well. Individuals like you should not remain in the base, bringing harm to others. Throughout this encounter, Dongfang Lai had remained silent, seated in the principal chair. He casually crossed his legs, listening to the crowd berate Meng Xiaoyu, his gaze invasive as he scrutinized her from head to toe. He reveled in the sight of a lamb ensnared by wolves, engaging in futile struggles. His piercing stare and overwhelming presence were palpable to all. Moreover, Dongfang Lai had previously promised that she could seek him out in the future. At this moment, any sensible person would instinctively send out a signal for help. When the time comes, he could make demands, transforming this beautiful and innocent girl into his own. After enjoying her, he could leverage her to further his collaboration with the B-City base. As far as he knew, the Su family had no male heirs. She was their only blood relation. If he could secure Meng Xiaoyu, he might even take over the Su family in the future. At that moment, Dongfang Lai seemed to envision the future, waiting for Meng Xiaoyu to surrender to his embrace. However, after a time, Meng Xiaoyu not only remained uncrushed by the crowd's words, but appeared to rally in strength. This was not merely about her. She could not stand idly by while they bullied Mushroom, even targeting her friends. Though lacking the ferocity of a rabbit, Mushroom would not remain passive. She would erupt like a firework, her mushroom cap bursting forth, wishing to obliterate the crowd. Regrettably, her timid nature rendered her attacks less potent, leaving her feeling unjustly treated. Yet, even in her distress, she found herself defending her boyfriend against their insidious intentions. At this juncture, Mushroom had not explained her relationship with Pei Xinyan. After all, it was unnecessary to clarify such matters to those who held no significance. The crowd fell silent, their collective confusion evident as a flurry of question marks appeared above their heads. Had they just heard something unexpected? Instinctively, they turned their attention to the master of the base and Song Zhanwan at his side, their expressions a mix of restraint and curiosity, struggling to contain their emotions. After all, they were well aware of Dongfang Lai's nature. Song Zhanwan was the woman he had been most involved with. Then now, does Brother Lai's woman dare to lay hands on another's boyfriend? In an instant, their gazes towards Dongfang Lai were as if they beheld a vast expanse of green grasslands. Chapter 74. A heroic rescue. Dongfang Lai's previously carefree demeanor faltered, his complexion tinged with an unsettling shade of green and dark hues. His gaze, once fixated on Meng Xiaoyu, shifted to Song Zhanwan. In the past, such attention would have delighted Song Zhanwan, but now she wore a countenance more sorrowful than tears. Acutely aware that even if Dongfang Lai had sent her to tempt Meng Xiaoyu's boyfriend, the situation should not escalate to such notoriety. Otherwise, Dongfang Lai's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Song Zhanwan was unprepared for the flames of conflict to engulf her, feeling the weight of a man's oppressive gaze. She stammered a defense. "It's not what it seems. It was her boyfriend who forced my hand, and out of embarrassment I responded." Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu, with her innocent big eyes brimming with tears and her lashes trembling with indignation, appeared like a frightened creature with ruffled fur. In contrast, Song Zhanwan's plight seemed far less compelling. One was genuine and sincere, while the other reeked of artifice. A mere glance revealed the truth. Meng Xiaoyu inquired, "So, did you actually witness me encountering a zombie?" Song Zhanwan, gritting her teeth in frustration, pondered how to respond. Should she assert that she indeed saw Meng Xiaoyu with a female zombie? If she firmly claimed that Meng Xiaoyu was with the undead, others would undoubtedly question why she sought out Meng Xiaoyu's frail boyfriend instead of looking for other capable individuals. Ultimately, there was no correct answer. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. After all, the leader had been cuckolded. In such a precarious moment, speaking out could be lethal. As time trickled by, the once boisterous group of capable individuals who had been jovially discussing matters akin to a bustling marketplace now dared not utter a word, their thoughts seething with anger towards Song Zhanwan for dragging them into this scandal. Finally, a curse echoed from the head of the table, inciting curiosity mixed with trepidation among the crowd, who ultimately chose to flee the villa, prioritizing their safety. Among them, a small figure with reddened eyes lingered, attempting to blend in unnoticed. "Miss Meng." A voice akin to a male Medusa resonated from behind, sending a chill down the spine of the mushroom-like figure, who froze in place. Everyone else hurried away, leaving her behind. She did not turn around but stared down at her toes, muttering softly, "Let me go too." The mushroom, round and suitable for rolling away, had inadvertently become the source of the base's greatest joke. Did she not deserve an explanation? Dongfang Lai stood up, gradually approaching the mushroom figure, his hand casually resting on her shoulder, causing her to tremble beneath his touch. Are you afraid? Dongfang Lai teased, a low chuckle escaping his lips. However, if you were to plead with me, I might consider sparing you. His touch differed greatly from Pei Xian's. One was fiery, the other frigid. Meng Xiaoyu found it disconcerting, subtly shifting aside as she mused on the irony of the situation. Dongfang Lai's expression stiffened, a perplexed question forming on his face. The mushroom finally mustered the courage to swat his hand away and turned, raising her voice to assert her indignation. Wasn't it you who called them here to mock you? Now that they have, you're displeased. If those people had not conspired against her, she would not have had to reveal her secrets. This time, the timid mushroom stood her ground, ready to let them stew in their own juices. Dongfang Lai felt a rush of heat at her defiance. His eagle-like gaze fixated on her, desire blazing in his eyes as he reached to lift her chin. Only to have her evade him. He retracted his hand, rubbing his fingers together thoughtfully. The entire base belongs to me. Do you understand what your words imply? Meng Xiaoyu replied, it means I am honest while they are hypocritical. The insincerity of humanity was utterly detestable. What was his, was his. The base belonged to him. And she could always leave if it became unbearable. Meng Xiaoyu's displeasure was evident, yet her charming countenance rendered her impossible to be angry with. Dongfang Lai even clapped his hands in appreciation, exclaiming, what a forthright person. The mushroom retorted, you are the one. This man was not only loquacious, but also spoke with a sarcastic tone, far less eloquent than the characters penned by Pei Xian. The matter was settled. She had spoken in error, and he should not persist. The mushroom attempted to flee, but her wrist was seized by Dongfang Lai, who, with a glint of interest, gestured towards the pale-faced Song Jinwan. How about I punish her to relieve your grievances? Song Jinwan staggered, disbelief etched on her features. Brother Lai, how can you do this for that girl? Dongfang Lai did not spare her a glance, his eyes glued to Meng Xiaoyu. As he observed the faint redness at the corners of her eyes, he felt an impatient yearning in his throat. How does it feel to be isolated and helpless? I, too, am constrained. As a competent base leader, I must consider their reputations. They demand to interrogate you, and I cannot intervene. But if you were to become my woman, they would not dare to show you even a hint of disrespect. I am indifferent to your tarnishing my reputation. Tell me what you desire, and I shall grant it. Would you like me to punish those who vex you, have her serve you, or perhaps cast her out to entice the zombies? Or should we expose her, and let her entice as she pleases? With each word, his excitement grew, while Song Jinwan's complexion paled further, until finally, her legs weakened, and she crawled to embrace Dongfang Lai's leg in desperation. Brother Lai, you can't. I've been with you for so long. Dongfang Lai kicked her away as if she were a mere pet, employing the gentlest tone to utter the cruelest words. You are merely a trinket I picked up. How I dispose of you is entirely my prerogative. Song Jinwan shuddered, yet somehow her emotions calmed, and she nodded vacantly, mechanically uttering a good as she sat dumbly on the floor, no longer speaking another word. The timid mushroom was equally frightened by Dongfang Lai's words, struggling in panic. What does my situation have to do with you? You pervert, let go. Dongfang Lai, seeing her struggle like a lamb cornered, smirked and leaned closer to her face. Scream all you wish. No one will save you. You either willingly become my woman or... Having spent years surrounded by women, he exuded a rich aroma mingled with tobacco, overwhelming the mushroom and leaving her dizzy, her face flushed. As she saw him lean in for a kiss, her struggles intensified, and her wrists bore the marks of his grip. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open. The cold wind rushed in, dispersing the heavy atmosphere, followed by a woman's furious shout. Beast. Let that girl go, I'll handle this. Chapter 75. The Zombie Speaks. With a furious roar, a whirlwind of a woman burst into the scene. Though she had exerted all her speed, the weight of the zombie's body hampered her, making her a step too late compared to the speed-enhanced zombies. He waved his hand, and torrents of rain cascaded down, pushing aside the bothersome woman, revealing the scene of the villa's grand hall. There, he spotted the silly little melon he had nurtured for months without tasting, now being bullied by someone. Its eyes were swollen and red, lashes damp with tears, and a delicate wrist that seemed fragile enough to snap was being gripped tightly. The red marks on its skin were shocking, clearly a sign of severe mistreatment. In that moment, shadows enveloped Pei Xinyan's gaze like ink dropped into water. His tousled hair casting a dark shadow across his forehead, and his cold demeanor added an air of terror. The arrival was swift. Dongfang Lai only paused for a few seconds before regaining his composure. A sardonic smile curling his lips. What worth does a mute man have in winning the affections of a beautiful girl? His fingers caressed Meng Xiaoyou's wrist, savoring her delicate skin with an air of frivolity. What do you possess to offer her? If you follow me, the entire base will be yours. And those psychics who spoke ill of you will obey your every command. In this apocalyptic world, you need not fear zombies threatening your life. Meng Xiaoyu found him utterly repulsive. Tang Shengnan, unable to contain his temper, stepped forward, ready to strike him. But in an instant, the air around Dongfang Lai warped, causing Tang Shengnan's hand gripping the iron rod to tingle, and the rod fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He stepped back in disbelief. What on earth? Dongfang Lai tilted his head, his wickedly handsome face exuding confidence, his tone languid. My dear beauty, did you not inquire about my abilities before coming here? While you are indeed commendable, my interest lies with her for now. Wait a while longer before you offer your affections. A chill ran down Tang Xingnan's spine, recalling that he had heard upon entering the base that Dongfang Lai possessed lightning abilities. In simple terms, this man was electrifying. Moreover, Dongfang Lai was already at level 4. While she had only speed without strength, making it nearly impossible to defeat him. Frustrated, Tang Shengnan turned to Pei Xinyan. Are you even a man? That pretty girl is about to be taken away, and you haven't made a move. The man at the entrance had been watching Meng Xiaoyu and Dongfang Lai, seemingly deep in thought or perhaps waiting. Until the villa shook, something approached from afar, and Pei Xinyan's expression sharpened as a series of earthen spikes erupted through the floor, unexpectedly appearing at Dongfang Lai's feet. Surprised, he instinctively reached for Meng Xiaoyu to pull her away, but at that moment, his face was obscured by an endless barrage of bubbles, his vision engulfed in a purple mist, causing him to reflexively release her. With a pop, upon regaining her freedom, the mushroom swiftly retaliated with a slap, her small hand stinging, yet unexpectedly satisfying. It turned out that hitting someone felt exhilarating. After delivering the blow, the mushroom did not linger, swiftly retreating, and just as she was about to dive into Pei Xinyan's arms, she suddenly hit the brakes, her lips pouting in distress, holding back tears, and instead veered into Tang Xingnan's embrace. Big Sister Tang, the zombie man, with arms wide open, stood there in disbelief. At that moment, the emptiness of his embrace and the hollowness of his heart felt utterly desolate. He realized why the silly little melon did not come over. It was simply because they had broken up, there was no love left, and they needed to maintain distance. He had suffered the consequence of his gender. A chilling gaze fell upon him, and Tang Shengnan felt goosebumps all over her body. While soothing Meng Xiaoyu, she turned to Pei Xinyan and asked, when did you learn earth abilities? Pei Xinyan approached her, pulling Meng Xiaoyu from Tang Xingnan's arms, washing away the scent of others, and pressing her against his chest. Sensing his familiar scent, Meng Xiaoyou's nose twitched, her feelings of grievance intensifying. She clenched her teeth, her voice muffled. Dongfang Lai hasn't struck yet. The man paid her no mind, taking her hand in his cool fingertips grazing the red marks, alleviating the fiery pain almost immediately. Meng Xiaoyou's fingers curled slightly, her gaze dropping as she sniffled. We friends? Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback, suddenly looking up. Pei Xinyan? At that moment, the surrounding chaos became unimportant. The sounds of the shattering floor, the clanging of heavy objects, the shouts of people were all cast aside. In her bright black eyes, starlight filled her gaze, tears rolling down like icy pearls, uncontrollable. Did you just speak? This was a question Meng Xiaoyu had asked before, but the silence had always been her only answer. Yet this time, she received a response. After a long silence, the man spoke slowly, as if the ice on a winter lake was cracking bit by bit, heavy and deliberate. His raspy yet clear voice flowed like a clean stream, striking at the heart, paired with his cool, handsome features, exuding an unspoken sense of restraint. So beautiful, he could truly speak. Meng Xiaoyu wiped her tears, her fingers being replaced by his large hand. He gently wiped away her tears with his cold fingertips, pressing lightly at the corners of her reddened eyes. Stay with me. The zombie man's stutter was severe, and Meng Xiaoyu didn't quite understand, blinking her misty eyes, her lashes brushing against his fingers, asking with a nasally tone, what? His fingers felt ticklish, and Pei Xinyan's gaze lowered, fixating on the girl's rabbit-like eyes. The words he had long been formulating finally came out. "Don't cry. Save the bubbles for me next time." His voice, stuttered and incongruous with his appearance and aura, was surprisingly melodious, like icicles falling, rhythmically striking against jade. But the content was far from pleasant. Meng Xiaoyu retracted her tears, gripping the fabric of his shirt at his chest, her eyes filled with grievance, round and large, resembling a well-shaped egg. "You might as well remain mute." Not a single word she wished to hear. Meanwhile, another loud crash echoed behind her, and Meng Xiaoyu turned around in anger, only to find that Dongfang Lai had not been idle. Instead, he was engaged in a fierce fight with a female zombie. The zombie man did not awaken Earth abilities, but had summoned one of his kind with such powers. Chapter 76. The zombie mushroom shows off. Only Dongfang is taking a beating from the beginning until now. A zombie had suddenly emerged from the ground, disregarding all the humans around, launching a relentless assault on Dongfang Lai. The sounds of the floor shattering, the cries of Song Jinwan, and Tang Shengnan occasionally striking with her iron rod created a cacophony of chaos. A seamless partnership formed between the zombie and a human, while the female zombie attacked. Tang Shengnan provided support, and when the zombie defended, Tang Shengnan would strike. Her angles of attack were exceptionally crafty, aimed precisely at vulnerable spots. "So you enjoy meddling? You harm beautiful women, do you? Bullying the pretty girl, huh? I'll shatter your tools, and see if you dare again." Both the female zombie and Dongfang Lai were at level 4. She felt no pain and fought recklessly. At the same level, Dongfang Lai was no match for her. Furthermore, the moment he laid eyes on the female zombie, his demeanor shifted entirely. He stared intently, his playful smile vanishing, replaced by a serious expression. They were acquainted, and it appeared their relationship was quite profound. Meng Xiaoyu's attention shifted, and she secretly sent a string of bubbles in her direction. As it floated towards him, a pale hand reached out, and in an instant, the bubbles burst upon contact, vanishing into the man's skin. Meng Xiaoyu's expression fell. That was not meant for him. The man calmly withdrew his hand, as if he had not just intercepted her bubbles, exuding an air of indifferent aloofness. Fortunately, one bubble slipped away quickly, landing on the female zombie. She trembled, and suddenly her reason returned. Meng Xiaoyu couldn't afford to be upset with Pei Xinyan. Even knowing that her thoughts were conveyed in her mind and had no bearing on her ears, she still quietly perked up to listen. "It's you." Perhaps the female zombie's mind was muddled. Meng Xiaoyu only caught fragments of words, lacking any concrete or useful information. Upon hearing Dongfang Lai's address, Song Jinwan exclaimed, "Is she Yu Xiuzhu? Lai Go, didn't your girlfriend die due to the depletion of her abilities? How is she turned into a zombie?" No sooner had her words escaped her lips than the female zombie, perhaps provoked by some unseen force, emitted a strange sound from her throat and lunged madly at Dongfang Lai. Lai Go remained vigilant, aware that Song Jinwan's gaze was fixated on Yu Xiuzhu. Her eyes clouded with jealousy. She envied every woman associated with Dongfang Lai, especially since this one was his legitimate girlfriend. Song Jinwan had taken it upon herself to inquire about their past. Dongfang Lai and Yu Xiuzhu had been acquainted long before the apocalypse, having been in a relationship for 3 whole years. In fact, had the apocalypse not intervened, they would have likely been on the verge of marriage. Regrettably, for the sake of the base, Yu Xiuzhu met her tragic end. Had Yu Xiuzhu survived, Song Jinwan would have had even less chance of winning his affection. Consumed by rage, she failed to realize how close she was to Dongfang Lai, with escape routes blocked by earthen walls. As the zombie approached with alarming proximity, she felt a sudden grip on her wrist, followed by a searing pain that pierced her heart. A dense mist of blood enveloped the air as the zombie's sharp claws pierced through her clothing and into her chest. Everything seemed to slow down. Song Jinwan widened her eyes and turned slowly. In her final moments, a myriad of memories flashed through her mind. Joyful times before the apocalypse, her parents, past boyfriends, and the moment Dongfang Lai had saved her after the world had crumbled. Ultimately, a singular question loomed. What did she love about him? Song Jinwan found herself speechless. For aside from the debt of gratitude for saving her life, she had inexplicably fallen in love, allowing the man to trample upon her dignity and humiliate her, seemingly under an invisible influence. Such a reality felt unjust. People are inherently selfish, just as Dongfang Lai pulled her aside to shield her from the zombie's attack. Buying time for escape, He turned and fled without a backward glance. The zombie's focus shifted solely to him, pausing only momentarily to regard Song Jinwan before pursuing Dongfang Lai. In that fleeting second of clarity before her consciousness faded, Song Jinwan collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood. The commotion in the villa was deafening, drawing nearby superhumans who witnessed Dongfang Lai emerging in a disheveled state. He shouted, "A fourth-tier zombie! What are you all waiting for?
Attack.
Strike fiercely. Whoever brings back the core will claim it." In an instant, fear transformed into excitement among the superhumans, especially those with Earth abilities. The prospect of defeating such a formidable fourth-tier zombie and claiming its core was tantalizing, promising a significant boost in their power, allowing them to rise above the third tier and stand equal to Dongfang Lai. Amid the chaos, a few recognized the female zombie, Cui Shiping. Having followed Dongfang Lai for so long, instantly identified her as Yu Xiuzhu, Dongfang Lai's girlfriend. He was astonished and somewhat regretful at her transformation into a zombie. Had she survived, she would have likely become a formidable leader alongside Dongfang Lai. Their awakened abilities had been complementary. While Dongfang Lai wielded lightning, Yu Xiuzhu excelled in defense, matching his prowess. Cui Shiping was unclear on the details of her demise, but upon witnessing her as a zombie, he surmised the grim fate she had met. To have captured Dongfang Lai's heart, Yu Xiuzhu was undoubtedly beautiful, yet given Dongfang Lai's nature, it was evident he would not remain tethered to one person. Yu Xiuzhu's gentle disposition and obedience to Dongfang Lai lacked challenge, leading to his eventual disenchantment. At the inception of the base, a dispute arose between Dongfang Lai and another individual, who departed, leaving only the two of them behind. With countless women entering the base, Dongfang Lai grew weary of the lavish offerings and yearned for a simpler fare. Cui Shiping recalled a time when he provided cover for Dongfang Lai, only to have Yu Xiuzhu accidentally stumble upon them. They had a heated argument, but reconciled shortly after. What he thought would be a passing incident turned sour as more survivors flooded the base, necessitating Yu Xiuzhu to expand the earth walls. Unfortunately, she encountered numerous zombies of equivalent strength, and while Cui Shiping calmed the survivors' panic, only Dongfang Lai returned from the expansion. Reflecting on the past, Cui Shiping understood that, regardless of history, Yu Xiuzhu was now a zombie. She had to die. The superhumans unleashed their attacks upon the advancing female zombie, just as they were about to strike. The earthen wall at her feet erupted, shielding her from harm. As the dust settled, the female zombie was nowhere to be found, nor were Meng Xiaoyu and her companions within the villa. Dongfang Lai's face darkened with fury. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even capture a single zombie. Search everywhere. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must. I will have that wretched woman torn to shreds. He ordered that the base's entrance be closely monitored, forbidding any escape. The superhumans observed his tattered clothing, remnants of his hurried flight, and felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Lai go, there's a horde of zombies approaching our base. Chapter 77. When the one you cherish is hurt, those who love her will feel the same on the way back. Mushroom kept glancing over her shoulder. What about the female zombie? Fear not, little beauty. She is a fourth-tier zombie with earth abilities. If we cannot confront her, we can flee, Tang Shengnan replied, brandishing her makeshift weapon with exasperation. That scoundrel is overly protective, yet he couldn't even render her incapacitated after so many blows. Meng Xiaoyu fell silent, feeling a hand atop her head. A man ruffled her hair, his voice gruff. It's fine. Pei Xinyan's ability to speak brought some relief to Mushroom, yet she felt despondent, as if she were a wilting eggplant. Returning home with a heavy heart, she retrieved flower pots from 2 separate rooms, placing them within her bubble space.
Pei Xinyan hesitated,
Wanting to mention that one of the pots was rightfully his, but seeing the dejected expression on the little girl's face, he stifled his words. After such commotion, unless one had a penchant for suffering, it was clear that staying in the base was no longer an option. The timid Mushroom lowered her head, her fingers gripping her garment, turning pale. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this. I am not suited to coexist with humans, nor should I have aspired to enter the base. Having inhabited a human shell for too long, Meng Xiaoyu nearly forgot that she was a mushroom. Mushrooms thrive in damp, dark environments. Reflecting on her time at the library in Y City, aside from the encroaching zombies, life had been relatively pleasant. No one, aside from the zombies and Pei Xinyan, had bullied her. Recalling the events of the day, the relentless questioning from the superhumans, Dongfang lies teasing. Meng Xiaoyu felt tears welling in her eyes.
I'm sorry. Pei Xinyan frowned.
In truth, long ago, Mr. Zombie had foreseen that the little girl would stumble within the base. Human nature is treacherous, unlike the straightforwardness of zombies, who only seek sustenance. Humans, whether hungry or satiated, are restless. For as long as humanity possesses thoughts and desires, it becomes complicated. Pei Xinyan had disapproved of leaving the library for the human base, having once intervened, but ultimately decided to let it be. No amount of prevention could compare to the lesson learned from hitting a wall. Once she experienced pain, she would naturally learn to heed caution. However, the former Mr. Zombie was oblivious to emotions, unaware that when someone cherished is hurt, those who love them will share in that pain. As Meng Xiaoyu grieved, the zombie's heart tightened in sympathy. Pei Xinyan was not one for comforting others. He opened and closed his mouth, struggling to find the right words. Ultimately, he grasped the young girl's shoulders, pointing to Tang Shengnan, succinctly stating, "She is also human." At that moment, Tang Shengnan, lost in thought while trying to console the little beauty, interjected, "What do you mean, she is also human?" Tang Shengnan placed her hands on her hips, indignant. "Are you saying I'm not human?" Ignoring her, Pei Xinyan earnestly instructed the mushroom, "Be good." His meaning was that Tang Shengnan, like the others in the base, belonged to the same race, yet possessed a distinct character. Humanity encompasses both virtue and vice. Tang Shengnan reluctantly accepted this notion. Meng Xiaoyu, however, felt a sense of discomfort. "Why are you criticizing her?" Tang Shengnan erupted once more. "What secret signals do you two lovebirds share that I'm unaware of?" How infuriating! It seemed Pei Xinyan had suggested that the good people were covertly disparaging her. Pei Xinyan, with a flick of his fingers, playfully tapped Mushroom's forehead. It was a compliment. Meng Xiaoyu, covering her head, felt her eyes redden and dared not speak. They had already called Tang Jiejie a person, what now? Realizing her Tang Jiejie was indeed human, and so was Pei Xinyan. She understood they were different from the malevolent individuals in the base. Mushroom's desire to befriend humanity was not misguided. The fault lay solely with those in the base. Excited, Meng Xiaoyu seized Pei Xinyan's hand, exclaiming, "You're a good person too." Mr. Zombie remarked, "Why still insult the zombies? How ungrateful." He cast a cool glance at her, and upon seeing her regain her composure, he felt a quiet relief. The group then began to ponder their escape from the base. Dong Fanglai would certainly not let them go easily. The main entrance was barred, and they had to devise a means of egress through other avenues. To Meng Xiaoyu's astonishment, the female zombie had indeed returned. Her hair and clothes were disheveled, yet she retained her senses. After approaching Meng Xiaoyu, she crudely dug a hole in the ground, crawling into it and twisting her body to emerge again, patting the earth beside the hole, signaling them to enter. Their shared experience of battling the scumbag had forged a bond, rendering Tang Shengnan warmly inclined towards the female zombie. However, she hesitated for a moment, recalling that their vehicle remained within the base. Upon entering, they discovered the car had been surrendered to the garage, and exiting would require registration. The female zombie fell silent, her mind racing through thoughts that, alas, were limited in capacity. She had not contemplated the presence of another zombie. Mr. Zombie disdainfully glanced at the dirty pit, calmly adjusted his glasses, and with a composed demeanor uttered a single word, "Wall." Meng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with admiration as she gazed at Pei Xinyan. "You are so clever. We can drive out the back door and have the female zombie open the wall for us. But what if zombies entered and harmed the innocent?" While Dong Fanglai and the ability users were indeed wicked, they had spent considerable time in the base. The flower pot vendor, the chef who taught Pei Xinyan to prepare deadly dishes, and the victims oppressed by the ability users all resided there. What if zombies burst through the hole they created? Pei Xinyan reassured her, "No." Mushroom sighed in relief. The next moment, chaos ensued as a horde of zombies breached the front entrance. A loud voice echoed from afar, and the people in the base scurried about in a frenzy, packing their belongings. Mr. Zombie observed coldly as the front was already compromised. A few entering through the back door mattered little. Meng Xiaoyu exclaimed, "At this juncture, no one is guarding the garage." Tang Shengnan hastily rushed to retrieve the vehicle, taking the wheel while Meng Xiaoyu and Pei Xinyan settled in the back. The female zombie, however, did not intend to leave. After ensuring their departure, she stood solitary before the breached earthen wall, her dark eye sockets quivering as she raised her hand, seemingly fulfilling her mission by sealing the breach. Just as before, With zombies surrounding her, she stood closest to them, pushed forward by the man, and in her final moments, repaired the last wall of the Moonlight Base. It was time to bring matters to a close. The Moonlight Base descended into chaos, welcoming the first wave of zombies in the apocalypse. Chapter 78. Mr. Zombie also wants to hold hands. Since the onset of the apocalypse, zombies had been disorganized and undisciplined, merely following the scent of human flesh. They had never encountered a scenario where zombies united to wage war in a single direction. The gatekeeper of the Moonlight Base, an ordinary individual, clutched the registration book. Frantically directing, "Close the door, quickly. Seal the base." Outside, the individuals waiting to enter the base were in a tumult, arguing to be let in. 2 hours have yet to pass. How do we know if you carry the zombie virus to bring calamity upon us? The patrolling ability user decisively shut the door, severing the desperate gazes from those outside. From a distance, they spied hundreds of zombies rushing towards the base. Unable to enter, they faced certain death and could not simply wait to be ambushed by zombies from both sides. Panic-stricken, the crowd fled to the sides, where pathways had yet to be formed. At that moment, their speed could not rival that of the zombies. Should they be caught, it would be their end. However, the zombies paid them no mind, gathering at the entrance, some piling atop one another, causing the door to shake violently. Inside, people were drenched in sweat. Has anyone gone to find Brother Lai? He has already gone. What a bunch of useless fools. Dong Fanlai arrived just in time to witness the zombies breaking through the door. He fired several shots, managing to down a mere handful, while the rest continued to surge inside. The previous battles had drained Dong Fanlai's powers. Now, with diminished energy, he unleashed a few bolts of lightning, but their efficacy waned. At this moment, the other ability users set aside their grievances and rallied together, for they understood that should the zombies breach the base, they would all perish. No one noticed a small mound of earth slowly crawling forward. Taking advantage of Dong Fanlai's fatigue, it seized his foot and dragged him down fiercely. His eyes widened as he realized he was about to be pulled into the ground. "Dong Fang!" Chui Shiping shouted, drawing the crowd's attention. They collectively attacked the mound, revealing the female zombie. She felt no pain, her lifeless eyes fixed intently on Dong Fanlai, unyielding. Dong Fanlai's chiseled features darkened as he focused on the fourth-tier zombie. But what of the other zombies if they enter? What will happen to everyone else? The fourth-tier zombie posed the greatest threat. It was likely the source of the zombie wave. They needed to neutralize her first. As for the unarmed ordinary people, their fates rested on their own capabilities. Reluctantly, Dong Fanlai, as the leader, directed everyone's attacks towards the fourth-tier zombie, neglecting the ordinary zombies that began to infiltrate the base one by one. Ordinary people huddled in the base, gripped by panic. They had only tense, utterly incapable of resisting the zombies. A woman, her complexion pale, clutched a picture frame, retreating in terror. "I'm coming to find you, old man." As the zombies closed in, she despairingly shut her eyes. The anticipated bite did not come. The foul stench approached, then receded. The woman, dazed, opened her eyes to find the zombies ignoring her, attacking only those with abilities. Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched the picture frame tightly. The frame, faded from years past, depicted a couple smiling sweetly, radiating youth and happiness. In her reverie, she recalled a young man who, lacking any charm, had asked her, "What is love?" A series of gunshots erupted from outside the base, intercepting the zombie horde. "What is happening?" Su Lanyue, returning with her ability team, stumbled upon the scene of the Moonlight Base's fall, her face pallid from the sheer number of zombies. Mu Qingfeng quickly steadied her. "This time, your space has stored quite a few guns. Hand them to Dong Fanlai. With our abilities, we'll be fine."
So, do not worry.
They had returned to B City, securing supplies for the Moonlight Base. Time had been wasted in transit, and they had not anticipated such a dire transformation at the base. Suddenly, a female zombie clad in red, battered and bruised, burst forth from within, pursued by various abilities. Some were knocked down at the base's entrance, a torn scrap of paper fluttering in the wind, landing at Su Lanyue's feet. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, tightening her grip on Mu Qingfeng's hand. Following her line of sight, Mu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with surprise and disgust. She had actually made it to the base alive. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu and her companions had already departed from the base, heading eastward. The journey was predominantly quiet, devoid of any encounters with zombies. Meng Xiaoyu leaned against the back window, Watching the base's structures recede into the distance, her spine lightened as if all burdens had been lifted. Once she fully relaxed, Meng Xiaoyu realized something was amiss. She darted her dark eyes towards her hand. "Why are you still holding my hand?" Since leaving the base, the man had maintained his grasp on her hand. His palm felt cool, as it always did, providing a sense of comfort to the mushroom. However, as a mature mushroom disguised in human skin, she felt the need to keep a distance from human males. What if others mistakenly assumed they were a couple? The scenery outside the car window continued to slip away, and aside from the sound of the vehicle, the interior remained eerily silent. The man, characterized by his striking bone structure, cold eyes, and snow-white skin, had his thin lips pressed tightly together. Not only had he reverted to his mute state, but he had also seemingly activated a deaf mode. No matter how much the mushroom spoke, his grip felt as steadfast as iron chains in a prison. With a sigh of resignation, the timid mushroom used her other hand to poke at the edge of his palm, attempting to rouse the man who was feigning ignorance. Pei Sion's light gray irises flickered as he glanced in her direction. He extended his other hand, successfully capturing both of her mushroom-like paws. The mushroom nearly burst into tears from frustration, but, fearing he might seize her bubble, opted to remain silent, pouting instead. At that moment, Tang Shengnan abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Meng Xiaoyu's head to nearly collide with the seat in front. Pei Sion swiftly pulled her back, and in the ensuing unsteadiness, she found herself in his embrace. Tang Shengnan cursed from the front. "Damn. Where did such a short zombie come from?" Pei Sion frowned. It was unusual, as all nearby zombies should have been headed to the Moonlight base. A terrifying roar echoed ahead, confirming the presence of a zombie. Pei Sion's thin lips curled into a smirk. Collision. Tang Shengnan shared the same thought. Wait, why does that zombie sound so familiar? Meng Xiaoyu, with a quick motion, propped herself up on her elbow and urged the man, "Don't crash, let me go." Pei Sion, under the mushroom's furious gaze, slowly loosened his grip. Only then did she lean forward to look. The figure before them was indeed quite short, and due to the vehicle's blind spot, she could only see a sparse head of hair and a grayish forehead. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. It's the little cripple. Chapter 79. The crippled zombie approaches. What? What is that? Tang Shengnan, puzzled, looked at Meng Xiaoyu through the rearview mirror and asked, "You recognize zombies?" "I met that very zombie when I first arrived in this apocalyptic world." Meng Xiaoyu nodded, unaware of the man behind her narrowing his eyes with a menacing glare. She excitedly recounted her encounters with the crippled zombie, which had saved her life in more ways than one. It was due to that zombie that she had fled to the library and encountered Pei Sion. It had aided her escape from enemies and provided her with sustenance. Tang Shengnan was taken aback, eventually giving a thumbs up. What a good zombie. But why did you part ways? Meng Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt, despite having left a farewell note. As if to validate her feelings, the crippled zombie stood before the car, struggling to claw at the hood with its hands and emitting a heart-wrenching roar. Tang Shengnan, startled, braced for a potential zombie attack while inquiring, "Aren't you able to understand what zombies say?" "What is it saying?" With a troubled expression, Meng Xiaoyu replied, "I can't understand, but it sounds like it's cursing." Crack. At that moment, the car door swung open, a chill breeze rushing in. Meng Xiaoyu turned to see Pei Sion stepping out with a cold expression, slamming the door behind him as he approached the raging crippled zombie. A sense of foreboding washed over Meng Xiaoyu, prompting her to quickly follow. The crippled zombie trembled, dropping its claws in an attempt to flee, but Pei Sion's foot pinned it to the ground, causing it to writhe in despair. "Don't hit it. I want to hear what it's saying." Meng Xiaoyu, acting shrewdly, squatted down near the crippled zombie, fearing Pei Sion would snatch away her bubble. Pei Sion cast a cold glance at the back of Meng Xiaoyu's head, subtly increasing pressure on the zombie beneath him, silently threatening it. If the crippled zombie dared to entertain any errant thoughts, it would be doomed. Fortunately, the crippled zombie was too intimidated to consider Pei Sion, remaining on the ground, kicking its legs in frustration. "Heartless. You ran off after eating. You ungrateful scoundrel. Be gentle." Upon hearing the crippled zombie's grievances, Meng Xiaoyu fell silent for a few seconds before speaking up. "Your accusations are baseless. You left me behind. Do you know how hard I searched for you? Nearly wearing my knees down to nothing?" Meng Xiaoyu added, "I even left you a note." It was surprising that a zombie which was not supposed to possess cognition would hold a grudge against her for so long. She speculated that it might have been her bubble's first use on the zombie that temporarily restored its awareness and, with repeated use, had fully awakened its consciousness. At that moment, the self-aware yet seemingly simple-minded crippled zombie dug its hands into the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "Which zombie has vision problems? How was I supposed to know you left a note? I could only see when you used your powers." The thoughts racing through the zombie's mind were filled with exclamation marks, as if it felt a sense of familiarity. Meng Xiaoyu recalled how Pei Xian often expressed his emotional fluctuations through punctuation. She awkwardly touched her nose, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, I forgot that zombies can't see."
How can you still scold the zombie?
No, Pei Xian, please let it go. It's a zombie, don't step on it." Pei Xian remained unfazed. He had been displeased with the crippled zombie for quite some time. It always loomed around the little fool, stealing her attention. Pei Xian, being a zombie himself, understood his kind. The crippled zombie must have had some ulterior motive towards the little fool. Could it be that it had developed feelings for her? The thought startled Pei Xian, and he scrutinized the crippled zombie with sharp eyes. It was too short and lacked stature to provide any sense of security. Its sparse hair and unattractive appearance would be a source of embarrassment if taken out in public. With mediocre strength, a single kick could end it. How could it protect the one it admired? In short, it was riddled with flaws. The more he looked, the less he liked it.
Today,
He was determined not to let the crippled zombie off the hook. Lost in thought, he felt a warmth on his wrist. Looking down, he saw the young girl with her beautiful big eyes, earnest yet tinged with a hint of pleading. "Let him go, Brother Pei." Before Meng Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, the man shifted his leg aside, casually averting his gaze, feigning indifference. Meng Xiaoyu stifled the 3 words that nearly slipped from her lips. Digging into her spatial bubble, she retrieved the last remaining pack of bread, extending it to the crippled zombie. At that moment, Tang Shengnan had already exited the vehicle, momentarily taken aback by Meng Xiaoyu's gesture. "What are you giving the zombie bread for? It doesn't he eat that?"
roar.
The crippled zombie seized its newfound freedom and swiftly snatched the bread from Meng Xiaoyu's hands, devouring it voraciously while not forgetting to shout angrily at Tang Shengnan. Tang Shengnan felt a pang of sympathy. What a pitiful zombie, reduced to gnawing on bread. What did it say? Meng Xiaoyu replied. "It said some humans are so cowardly they can't even afford bread." Tang Shengnan, silently patting her pocket, realized the zombie was right. Their food supply was dwindling. Now that they were away from the base, without any provisions, they would need to search other cities. With another day of travel eastward, they should reach City R. Once the crippled zombie finished its meal and calmed down, the group agreed to continue their journey. This time, however, their party included an additional zombie. Pei Xian expressed disdain for the foul odor emanating from the limping zombie, using his extraordinary abilities to fling it around before unceremoniously depositing it atop the vehicle. The crippled zombie obediently clung to the car's edge, petrified of any further displeasure that might prompt a kick from the individual beneath. Having recently feasted to satisfaction, it was prudent enough to follow the humans for the prospect of delectable snacks. Since the humans' departure, it had not savored a meal in ages. Thus, a vehicle sped down the national highway, skillfully maneuvering around malfunctioning motorcycles. While a rather unusual sight perched atop, a zombie whose few remaining tufts of hair danced in the wind, its tattered clothing flapping audibly, as it eagerly drooled on the roof. The journey was swift, but with a sudden thud, the vehicle struck something, triggering a frenzied alarm within the cabin. Tang Xingnan hastily reduced the speed. The occupants were secure, having fastened their seatbelts. However, the zombie was thrown off balance by the inertia and tumbled off the vehicle. "Hand over your supplies." A group of individuals, having set traps with nails, nonchalantly obstructed the vehicle's path. Before they could finish their demands, an object struck the rotund man squarely in the chest. The would-be robber's eyes widened in horror as he locked gazes with the dark-eyed creature, his mind momentarily blank. Who would dare scatter nails on the ground? Tang Shengnan cursed as he exited the vehicle, followed closely by Meng Xiaoyu and the others. Meng Xiaoyu was particularly concerned for the limping zombie and hurriedly approached the opposite side, pleading, "Could you return my zombie, please?" The plump man, clutching the zombie tightly, felt a shiver run down his spine. The Moonlight base needed to traverse this route to reach City R, and they frequently ambushed individuals from the base. When encountering formidable ability users, they would hide. However, if faced with the weak, they would seize supplies, particularly if there were attractive women among them. At that moment, A lovely young girl gazed up at them, her face devoid of any aggression, resembling a lost lamb, pure and harmless. Yet, her words struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of the men. A cunning little girl. Plump Zhang shivered, his body stiffening as he spoke cautiously. Could you possibly have your zombie get down by itself? He held the zombie, wishing his neck could stretch like a giraffe's to evade its bites. The limping zombie, brazenly causing a scene, clung to his shoulder and let out a series of frantic shouts. Meng Xiaoyu hesitated, asking, "Could you relinquish the food you have?" Zhang and his companions murmured in resignation, realizing they had encountered a case of black eating black. With the zombie looming over them, they were compelled to capitulate. Tearfully, they surrendered their supplies, just as the zombie began counting the provisions they had brought, placing them on the ground. With a sudden clang, a metal rod struck, and Tang Shengnan barked angrily, "You will pay for my tire, or you will face dire consequences." One of the group, stealing a glance at Plump Zhang, remarked, "Bro, this woman is fierce. What should we do?" Plump Zhang scoffed, "Now that the zombie is off me, I can certainly handle 2 women. Bring them back." His voice trailed off, cut short as Meng Xiaoyu mimicked Pei Xian's earlier action, grabbing the limping zombie by the scruff of its neck and pressing it against Plump Zhang. The zombie, still gnawing on a chicken leg, bared its teeth at him, the bones crunching audibly. "We will compensate," they quickly offered, claiming their village was nearby and proposing to lead them there to procure tools for a tire replacement. Meng Xiaoyu bluntly probed, "You aren't planning to ensnare us, are you?" In the next instant, her head was struck lightly as Pei Xian, clad in plastic gloves, snatched the limping zombie from her grasp, taking her place. The zombie, feeling somewhat wronged, questioned, "Why did you hit me?" "Filthy." Pei Xian glanced disdainfully at the creature in his hands, unable to mask his contempt. The limping zombie trembled in the presence of the powerful figure, losing its appetite for the chicken leg, and nonchalantly tucked it into Plump Zhang's pocket, attempting to feign cleanliness as it implored, "Please don't harm me." As the zombie acted thus, the humans before Pei Xian dared not breathe audibly, realizing their misdeeds had backfired. The shame of their failed robbery loomed large as they trudged ahead, whispering to one another, "If Brother Xiao learns of this, he will surely scold us for causing trouble."
Bah!
Without Wang chipping, what does he amount to? He dares meddle in my affairs. If he speaks, I shall retort. They had come to rob, and their village was not far, though the ascent was arduous. Without a vehicle, it took them half an hour to reach a clearing where smoke curled into the air, indicating movement below. An elder and children were present, and when one approached to greet them, they froze upon seeing Meng Xiaoyu and her companions, their expressions shifting to alarm. "You went out to rob again?" Their eyes fell upon the limping zombie, and they instinctively recoiled. "What is this? You return with the zombie?" Everyone remain vigilant. Ability users. Women and children first. A woman, initially tending to children, hurriedly gathered them up. Plump Zhang's eyes darted. "What robbery?" Such harsh words. "I merely sought supplies. But these people targeted us. They were too numerous and could control zombies. Bringing them here was a matter of necessity." Having learned from past mistakes, Plump Zhang quickly distanced himself from Meng Xiaoyu and his group, slipping away with his cohorts. Tang Shengnan erupted. "What nonsense! You laid nails on the road, causing our tire to burst, and now you play the victim." Meng Xiaoyu, equally incensed, declared, "Humans are truly wicked. You said it wasn't a trap." Pei Xian interjected, "Do not misuse idioms recklessly. What should I use then?"
Clown.
The mushroom nodded, absorbing the lesson. Their conversation, though muted, was audible to those present. Plump Zhang's face contorted. "You seek death. Ding Zhong'an, what are you waiting for? Can't you see they are upon us? You possess the strongest abilities here, handle them." Ding Zhong'an hesitated, aware of Plump Zhang's dubious reputation. Since Wang Qiping's demise, there had been no oversight, and Plump Zhang frequently disregarded rules to rob other survivors. Frankly, it was said that a dog cannot change its nature. Given the girl's furious demeanor, it was likely that Plump Zhang had instigated the trouble. For a moment, no one dared to make the first move. As tensions mounted, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from below, signaling a returning convoy laden with supplies. Plump Zhang's expression soured, but then he brightened, rubbing his hands together and shouting, "Brother Xiao, please intervene. They have come to my home." Meng Xiaoyu was taken aback by his audacity, her face contorting in disbelief as she followed his gaze. Upon seeing the newcomers, she froze. The youth who emerged from the driver's seat was both familiar and foreign. His delicate features were recognizable, yet a newfound aura of maturity enveloped him. After a period of absence, he no longer exuded the carefree attitude of before. Instead, he resembled a white poplar tree shedding its juvenile leaves, his presence now commanding. Under the light, the strands of white among his dark hair were discernible. Meng Xiaoyou's eyes widened, instinctively calling out, "Xiao Dongxi." In that moment, time seemed to halt, and a collective gasp echoed through the air. What? This girl speaks so incomprehensibly. The men were aware that Brother Xiao despised being referred to as Little One, as it closely resembled his childhood nickname. The young man who had just disembarked hesitated for a few seconds, skeptically probing his ears. Was it an auditory hallucination? Or did he truly hear the voice of a beautiful sister? She remained in Y City and couldn't possibly be here. Before he could turn to trace the sound, a formidable figure, slick with oil, blocked his path. "Xiao, go, speak up," he implored. Xiao Maqiong furrowed his brow and replied sharply, "Xiao Pai's brother." "Have you hit your head? Who's your brother?" With his words, the tension in the air dissipated. Chapter 81. Fingers intertwined to be publicly rejected, and worse yet, insulted, left Zhang Pengzi's face ashen. He longed to unleash a tirade. Yet, in private, he could say whatever he wished, but before Xiao Maqiong, he dared not. Zhang Pengzi could only force a grin, hoping to embellish the situation. However, a voice from behind him interjected sooner. "Xiao, Dongxi, is this the manner you spoke of before? Once was a coincidence, twice could not be mere happenstance." He had dismounted abruptly, not only imagining sounds but also visions. Xiao Maqiong's mature demeanor was shattered.
Revealing a palpable surprise.
"My sister? Is this not the formidable sister who once rescued me from peril?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was this not their efficient and fearless Xiao Ge? Since Wang Qiping's departure, they had not witnessed Xiao Ge smile in ages. The two siblings hardly appeared to belong to the same generation, with Xiao Ge appearing more mature and seasoned. Until this moment, none of them had known that Xiao Maqiong had an elder sister. As for Meng Xiaoyu, she herself was oblivious to having such a large brother. Under the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers, she hesitated, withdrawing silently to hide beside Pei Sinian. Xiao Maqiong noticed Pei Sinian, primarily due to his cold, piercing gaze that felt like daggers directed at him. My brother has arrived as well." This man was notoriously familiar, referring to everyone as brother or sister. The inhabitants of the manor were curious about how many good brothers and sisters he had, not expecting him to be such a Xiao Ge. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Maqiong regained his composure and clarified the situation. He coldly directed his gaze at Zhang Pengzi, mocking, "Your mouth is good for eating, but it seems you also excel at fabricating nonsense. I will arrange for the car to be repaired, but if you dare to cause trouble again, you shall be expelled from the manor." "You intend to drive me away?" Zhang Pengzi protested. In this post-apocalyptic world, anyone facing danger or struggling to survive would be taken back to the base. Zhang Pengzi was no exception, having been brought back alongside Xiao Maqiong. He considered himself a veteran of the base. On what grounds could Xiao Maqiong expel him? Noticing Zhang Pengzi's defiance, Xiao Maqiong continued, "Just because of you and your untrustworthy companions. Having run into familiar faces this time, I can guarantee the safety of the manor, but what about next time? If you provoke someone more powerful, will you endanger everyone here?" Just as Zhang Pengzi found Xiao Maqiong detestable, the sentiment was mutual. Had it not been for Wang Qiping, he would have expelled Zhang Pengzi long ago, leaving no room for his turmoil. Zhang Pengzi, feeling humiliated, begrudgingly retreated, casting an angry glare at the crowd as he departed, each step causing his considerable girth to jiggle. His followers scuttled away behind him, tails tucked between their legs. Subsequently, Xiao Maqiong instructed his men to unload supplies from the vehicle, opting to personally accompany Meng Xiaoyu and the others to replace the tires. With dusk approaching, he invited them to stay at the manor, assuring them there were ample rooms. Reflecting on the past, he recalled, "I waited until 9 o'clock for you. When you didn't arrive, we encountered a horde of zombies and had to leave. My brother stayed behind to cover us." Meng Xiaoyu's eyes brightened suddenly. "Is your brother the one with the buzz cut, wearing a tank top and wielding a gun?" Xiao Maqiong was taken aback. Yes. How did you know?" "You may not believe it, but I encountered your brother. Even as a zombie, he worried about you, wanting you to shoulder the burden and protect the manor. I later went to the Moonlight Base and almost forgot about it," Meng Xiaoyu explained apologetically, realizing the irony of their meeting. "Is that true?" Xiao Maqiong paused. excitement coursing through him. He reached to shake Meng Xiaoyu's shoulder, but a cold, pale hand swatted his away. Meeting the man's chilling gaze, Xiao Maqiong withdrew his hands, saying, "Brother, you touch, I won't." Tang Shengnan, who had been quietly listening to the tale, interjected, "I must say, only I am allowed to touch our little beauty. You men best not entertain such thoughts." Tang Shengnan effortlessly diverted all of Pei Xinian's attention. They exchanged a glance, and Pei Xinian, adjusting his glasses, advised, "Know your limits." Tang Shengnan smugly draped her arm around Meng Xiaoyu's shoulders, her eyes challenging, "If you dare, strike me." An icy spike stirred, yet as Meng Xiaoyu spoke, it shattered quietly. "It is indeed true. Pei Xinian and I witnessed it together. If you doubt me, ask him." Mushroom nudged the man beside her, urging him to speak. Pei Xinian grasped her hand, his long fingers pressing firmly into her grasp, their fingers intertwined, occasionally squeezing her soft flesh. He lazily lifted an eyelid, casting a silent glance at Xiao Maqiong. Xiao Maqiong felt as though he were being scrutinized, shaking his head dismissively. "Forget it, he's already a zombie. What more can be said?" Speaking of it would only deepen the sorrow. Meng Xiaoyu was about to voice her thoughts on the possibility of zombies regaining their consciousness temporarily or permanently, but considering the vast sea of corpses, that particular zombie might no longer exist. She couldn't recklessly instill hope, for if the zombie from Y City were lost, or if it had been dispatched by humans, Xiao Maqiong would be even more distressed. Thus, she held her tongue. A hint of sorrow tinged the young man's brow. "Alas! Tonight I shall extend my hospitality to all of you. Let us ensure a delightful feast." He beckoned them to follow, leading them back to the manor. Just as they reached the entrance, he suddenly felt a tug at his leg. Looking down, he beheld a scrawny, somewhat clean but still disheveled figure, its dark eyes blinking at him with a gaze of death. The emaciated hand was pulling at his pant leg, the claws poised in an odd, elegant manner, as if afraid that its nails might tear his clothing and turn him into a zombie. Xiao Maqiong's pupils dilated in shock. How could there be such a little creature? He had been so focused on the tall humans that he had overlooked these smaller beings. Strangely, he detected an expression of excitement on the zombie's face. Among so many people, why had this zombie chosen to latch onto him? Was it a violation of some cosmic law? Meng Xiaoyu, belatedly realizing, exclaimed, "You just mentioned extending hospitality, didn't you? It wants to join us for a meal." The limping zombie eagerly tugged at Xiao Maqiong's pant leg. Meng Xiaoyu added, "It says you're taking too long. It's already starving." Xiao Maqiong could only sigh. Chapter 82. His heart melts again ultimately. The limping zombie did not enter the manor. After all, it was still a zombie. As the head of the manor, Xiao Maqiong had to ensure the safety of everyone inside. However, as a friend of Meng Xiaoyu's, he chose to step outside and prepare a meal, setting up 2 large pots at the entrance for the limping zombie, who was overjoyed, nearly diving into the pot to eat. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu and the others gathered around for hot pot. "We venture into the city every now and then to gather supplies. Luckily, we haven't encountered too many zombies at the manor. We just need to stay alert. There aren't many ability users here, only about 20. There are still a large number of people to feed in the manor. Today, I even heard that the Moonlight Base was besieged by a horde of zombies. If Zhuangzi were besieged, the consequences would be unimaginable." Meng Xiaoyu perked up her ears, wondering if their base leader had perished. Xiao Maqiong expressed some confusion. "I heard he is a level 4 ability user, so how could he die so easily? He cannot possibly be dead." A hint of disappointment washed over Aomishram as she drooped her head. Suddenly, her head was lightly pressed down, and she turned back, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Recently, Pei Xinian had been acting strangely, often reaching out to touch Aomishram's fluffy hair, his gaze suggesting he wanted to devour her. Pei Xinian calmly withdrew his hand under Meng Xiaoyu's curious gaze. Her hair, usually well-behaved, seemed to have a mind of its own. Whenever her emotions ran high, it would stand on end, just as it did now upon hearing that Dongfang Lai was still alive. Mr. Zombie could not resist the urge to touch it. Meng Xiaoyu looked at him with skepticism. "Is that true?" She turned to her closest confidant, Tang Xingnan, who gazed back with sparkling eyes. "So cute. I've only seen such hair in comics and animations. I never thought it would look so delightful in real life. My heart is melting." If Pei Xinian weren't watching with a hawk-like gaze, Tang Xingnan would have definitely reached out to touch it. It turned out that the sensation of her heart melting was real. Pei Sinian quietly took note of this and reached out again, feeling his heart melt once more. Ao mushroom, dissatisfied, twisted her head and complained. Human hair can get oily, don't make it greasy. What if her fluffy hair got all messy? Thus, Mr. Zombie promptly used his water abilities to wash her hair, extracting moisture in the process. In less than 2 minutes, he demonstrated that it could be cleaned at any time. Tang Shengnan envied. If only I could awaken a water ability. Miss Beauty, what is your ability? Xiao Maqiong asked, seemingly relieved and animated, directing his enthusiasm toward Tang Xingnan. She sighed, just a speed ability. Xiao Maqiong, noticing her expression, asked, what's wrong? Well, all your abilities are quite impressive. Mine feels utterly useless. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaoyu became intrigued. Is there an ability more useless than mine? Let me see. Xiao Maqiong hesitated. Is that really okay? It's not that impressive. He picked up a stone, explaining that he awakened this ability after returning from City Y. Meng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Could it be the legendary ability to turn stones into gold? Tang Xingnan interjected. That would indeed be useless in the apocalypse. If you could turn stones into food, you would be a national treasure. All bases would worship you. Just then, the stone in Xiao Maqiong's hand transformed into a beef ball. The crowd gasped. If this is a useless ability, what could possibly be useful? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a certain zombie was staring blankly at the stone on the chopsticks. After a moment of daze, it became determined, grinding its teeth in frustration. Yet the fact remained that the food it sought had turned to stone. It glanced between the stone and the boiling food in the pot, decisively discarding the stone and clumsily gripping a piece of meat with its stiff fingers. In the next moment, it turned back into stone, prompting astonishment from the others. The limping zombie finally realized something was amiss. Turning around, it saw a familiar piece of meat in another person's hand. With a sudden zombie roar, several were startled. Meng Xiaoyu's ability's time effect had not yet expired, allowing her to see the limping zombie's thoughts. Even if she couldn't hear its mind, the lamenting roar sounded, as if it had lost something dear. The group turned to see the limping zombie holding chopsticks, its hollow eye sockets seemingly directed at Xiao Maqiong. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiao Maqiong quickly activated his ability to return the item, awkwardly saying, oops, my ability is quite trivial. It merely exchanges objects from afar. The limping zombie grumbled as it returned to its spot, occasionally stealing glances at Xiao Maqiong, who was sweating under the scrutiny. Brother zombie, I wouldn't dare eat the food in your hands. You go ahead. It finally stopped its death glare. Don't just eat. Have some wine too. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Maqiong began pouring wine for everyone. Not having found anything better, they settled for some ordinary beer. Hey, brother zombie. Keep an eye out for any other zombies coming our way, will you? Despite its grim nature, the limping zombie let out a low growl, indicating it understood. Xiao Maqiong filled their cups and Meng Xiaoyu, seeing the legendary drink for the first time, couldn't help but smack her lips. Is it good? It's delightful. Just drink it. The alcohol content isn't high, and it's quite refreshing. Tang Xingnan, having not tasted alcohol since the apocalypse, didn't mind the ordinary brew and took a hearty gulp, wiping her mouth and exclaiming refreshing. Xiao Maqiong took a sip, recalling that it had been ages since he last drank. That was quite a while ago. The two, being naturally sociable, joked as they drank. While Meng Xiaoyu watched them eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, ready to pounce on the drink. However, just as her little mushroom hand was about to grasp the cup, a long finger pinched it, pulling the cup further away until it finally rested before Pei Sinian. Ao mushroom looked bewildered at the 2 cups in front of the man, licking her lips like a cat wanting to steal a treat, accusing the caretaker of wrongdoing. You have your own, why take mine? The man replied emphatically, no. That's not happening. What's that? You can just say no? Ao mushroom pouted, reaching out to reclaim her drink. Xiao Maqiong gave that to me. Why are you stealing it? Pei Sinian seized her wrist, stating, drunk. Chapter 83, Meng Xiaoyu wished to bury herself.
Who said that?
Look at them. Are they drunk? The timid mushroom protested. Xiao Maqiong isn't drunk, and Tang Jia isn't either. Why am I the one who is drunk? Give it to me, or I'll make a scene. The mushroom threatened, and even she felt a bit frightened by her own outburst. The man remained composed, his thin lips uttering a single word, scene. The mushroom retorted, I really will make a scene. Yes. Quickly give it to me. I'm genuinely going to cause trouble. The timid mushroom issued her final ultimatum, trying hard to appear fierce, even baring her teeth like the limping zombie earlier. Her white teeth were neatly aligned but lacked any intimidation. Pei Sinian raised an eyebrow, curious to see how the little fool would act. Physically, she was no match for him. Even 10 of her wooden teeth stand a chance. However, Pei Sinian had not foreseen that Ao Mushroom would suddenly open her mouth to bite his arm. His expression changed, and he quickly released her hand. Ao Mushroom swiftly reclaimed her cup, triumphantly taking a sip in front of him. Then, with all the decorum she could muster, she swallowed the drink, her eyes glazing over as if she were witnessing poetry and distant horizons. Tang Shengnan and Xiao Moqiong were taken aback. No way, it shouldn't hit her so fast. Ao Mushroom seemed enchanted by the drink, taking a long while before finally turning her dark eyes toward Tang Shengnan, weakly saying, "Your drink and my drink seem different."
How could that be?
They come from the same bottle. Perhaps you've never had alcohol before, so it doesn't suit you. Just wait until next time we go out for supplies. You can try some soda. Okay. The mushroom grimaced at the taste, burying her head in food, her eyes seemingly out of control. The dumplings beneath her chopsticks multiplied, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 3, and so forth, until they appeared countless. She tugged at Pei Sinian's sleeve, pleading for wine, as if truly inebriated. Pei Sinian cast a cold glance at her as she fidgeted with the tablecloth. Remaining silent, the mushroom, aware of her wrongdoing, earnestly grasped the tablecloth and confessed, "I'm sorry, I misjudged you. You are a good person." The zombie, with a slight curl at the corner of his lips, allowed her to label him a good person but remained unfazed. He admonished her not to venture to the human base, where she would face countless grievances. He warned her against drinking, yet she insisted on tasting the forbidden. With newfound audacity, she dared to bite the zombie. After all, a zombie biting a human could lead to a transformation, while a human biting a zombie was an unprecedented risk. Who knew what consequences might arise? He had no intention of turning the warm-blooded human into a zombie. After a hearty meal, the gluttonous mushroom succumbed to her inebriation, prematurely concluding the gathering. Xiao Moqiong assured the limping zombie that he would work diligently outside the manor, promising that should he encounter his kind, he would ensure a life of indulgence for him. The limping zombie happily accepted the task, stating that accompanying humans with access to meat was infinitely better than wandering alone. Xiao and Moqiong arranged for a room. Originally, Tang Shengnan intended to assist Meng Xiaoyu back, but Pei Sinian intervened, insisting she could manage on her own. The zombie had become notably more articulate, yet still struggled with his speech, his tongue not as agile as a humaness. The little fool refused to let him rob her of her bubbles. Tang Shengnan hesitated, concerned about her potential fall, but the man, devoid of compassion for Meng Xiaoyu, said, "If you fall, just get up where you are." The 2 sober humans present were left speechless by Pei Sinian's blunt remarks. In the midst of their conversation, the drunken mushroom had already spun out like a little top, her behavior surprisingly well-mannered even in her inebriated state. Standing before a tree, she implored, "Pei Sinian, don't ignore me. Tie me up." Mushroom. Tang Shengnan, eyes sparkling with amusement, observed, "It seems she is truly intoxicated, mistaking herself for a mushroom. If she were a mushroom, I would dig her up and take her home, unlike some who lack kindness and pursue girls with such a grim demeanor." Pei Sinian remarked, "Are you not a couple? The last time I saw you in Y City, I thought you were confronting me, intending to eliminate me as the male interloper." Xiao Moqiong's face registered shock as he glanced between Pei Sinian and Meng Xiaoyu, contemplating a fair competition. Pei Sinian, uninterested in further dialogue, gestured for them to leave amicably. He moved to the tree's edge, only to realize that the foolish mushroom had begun scratching it. He swiftly pulled her back, redirecting her, softly threatening, "Turn left, return to your room and sleep, or the zombie will consume your brain." Meng Xiaoyu, startled, instinctively grabbed the nearby zombie, dazedly searching for the way home. As dusk settled and the moonlight crept upon the branches, the girl, who should have been heading to bed, turned left, squatting down with the zombie, declaring, "Let us sleep here." She produced a shovel from her space, commencing to dig a hole. Pei Sinian's eyelids twitched, unwelcome memories flooding his mind. He grasped her wrist, insisting, "Let us go back inside to sleep. You should be resting outside, buried in the ground." Meng Xiaoyu whimsically pondered burying herself, but Pei Sinian forcibly halted her, having forgotten his prior words about getting up where one falls. He snatched the shovel from her, leading the troublesome mushroom back, navigating obstacles, yet ensuring Meng Xiaoyu did not stumble. Upon returning to the room arranged by Xiao and Mo Qiong, they entered to find the environment surprisingly superior to the Moonlight base, resembling a quaint hotel with a private bathroom, a spacious bed, and ample light from large windows. Even without electric lighting, the moonlight illuminated the room brilliantly. Pei Xinyan discarded Meng Xiaoyu's broken shovel at the door, maintaining a stern demeanor as he cleaned the human, skillfully wrapping her like a silkworm. After the commotion, it seemed Meng Xiaoyu's intoxication had not yet faded, causing her to forget the previously established boundaries. Though her limbs were restrained, this did not deter the mushroom from inching closer to him as he placed her on the bed, where she playfully tugged at his clothing. "Don't go," she murmured. Pei Xinyan halted, gazing down at her flushed face, gently prodding her forehead with his fingertip, saying softly, "Release me." Fueled by liquid courage, the mushroom chattered. "If you leave, I'll have Pei Xinyan hit you." Pei Xinyan poked her head, teasing, "Then tell me, who am I?" The mushroom tilted her head defiantly. "The one who digs soil. Come loosen it for me." The next morning, Meng Xiaoyu roused from a quarrel, her head throbbing. Although preferable to the sensation of a zombie devouring her brain, it was still quite uncomfortable. As she pressed her forehead, she suddenly felt another hand gripping something. Looking up, she was met with a handsome face, shadowed yet strikingly cold in the sunlit room, his attire in disarray and worn. Seeing her awake, he smirked slightly, his voice cool and melodic yet laced with a distinct threat. "You're awake?" Meng Xiaoyu blinked weakly, supporting her forehead. "Where am I?
Who am I?
Why are you in my room?" Pei Xinyan observed her looking around, replying blandly, "Yesterday, a certain someone, disobedient and drunk, turned into a mushroom and insisted I dig up soil." The mushroom felt guilty, and then, Pei Xinyan continued, "Nothing much, just clung to me, nibbling, biting, grabbing, and scratching." Meng Xiaoyu silently sat up, clutching the blanket, feeling a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ignored your warnings and drunk recklessly." Pei Xinyan nodded, his expression still stern. "What else? What else is there?" "I'm sorry for biting you. Are you hurt?" "Let me see." Being a polite and considerate mushroom, she quickly got out of bed. In the apocalypse, humans avoided changing into sleepwear for convenience, so aside from her outerwear, she wore only a short-sleeved shirt, her slender arms delicate and smaller than Pei Xinyan's. She attempted to tug at his shirt, hoping to inspect the extent of her bite. In a moment of distraction, she pulled his collar, revealing his well-defined collarbone, broad shoulders, and a hint of crimson beneath his shirt. Pei Xinyan, now even more irate, chastised her. "Do not recklessly tug at a man's clothing." The mushroom, oblivious to the allure of male beauty, insisted, "But how else can I know the degree of my bite?" Pei Xinyan sighed, choosing not to argue with her. After all, it was merely a matter of her clinging to him, nibbling, and frequently drawing near to provoke his zombie instincts. She even audaciously commanded him to dig for her. With no soil available in the room, where was he to dig? Ultimately, he allowed her to release her little mushrooms from her space, loosening the soil in front of her, which seemed to pacify her for the moment. Despite her insistence on maintaining distance, the moment she drank, she would cling to him, far more so than during their time in the library. Unable to push her away, any attempt would result in her tearful gaze. What could he do? Unable to consume what was offered, he had no choice but to endure. After a night of temptation, he felt as though he had been entirely drained. Yet, Pei Xinyan would not be at a loss. At the very least, he would reclaim his due. He glanced at the oblivious little fool, remaining silent. At this moment, a cacophony erupted outside. The mushroom, attempting to hide in a crevice, brightened at the sound, only to be yanked back by Pei Xinyan. Meng Xiaoyu covered her face, lamenting that if one had said to let it go, they should not strike back. Once bitten, twice shy. Pei Xinyan smirked, emitting a scoff from his throat. When had he ever truly struck her? Just a couple of flicks. And she was already so delicate. Mr. Zombie, with a cold demeanor, completed the mushroom's grooming, donned his coat, and patted the mushroom's head, signaling her to proceed. It was then that Meng Xiaoyu realized her misjudgment, having attributed noble intentions to him. With a tinge of guilt, she opened the door, only to be startled by the scene outside. A throng had gathered around a few individuals, among them a woman in her 30s, vociferously cursing. "What a shameless vixen! Stealing my man right under my nose! Ungrateful wretch! I once allowed you to survive in the base, and this is how you repay me?" Another woman, graceful and languid, carelessly tousled her disheveled hair, lamenting, "What can a delicate woman like me do in this apocalypse? Besides, I am young and beautiful, more likely to win a man's heart than you, an aging hag. Shouldn't you reflect on why you couldn't keep your man?" The woman across from her glared, her face a mask of fury. "Liang Mengjiao, what are you pretending to be weak for? As a fire-type ability user, you know full well he has a wife. Yet you seduce him. You are nothing but a mistress." As more people gathered, whispers spread through the crowd. "Isn't that her? I saw her fawning over Xiao Ge not long ago. Too bad Xiao Ge is a real man, untouched by beauty, barely giving her a glance. Ugh, what a piece of work. You don't know the whole story, do you? You must have arrived later. When the apocalypse began, our village had scant resources. And when someone fell ill, desperately needing medicine, Wang Ge and Xiao Ge went to Y City for supplies. Who knew they would encounter this vixen? To save her, Wang Ge sacrificed his life. Wang Ge was a good man, despite his fierce appearance. He was righteous. Yet this Liang Mengjiao, instead of being grateful, had the audacity to claim she never asked Wang Ge to save her. Why should Wang Ji's death be blamed on her? Afterward, she returned as if nothing had happened, shamelessly flirting with men. It wasn't that they disliked beautiful women or were jealous. It was simply that Liang Mengjiao was beyond outrageous. With abilities yet so feeble, she was the first to hide when zombies invaded the village. Moreover, although Wang Ge saved her voluntarily, expecting no gratitude, at the very least, she should refrain from making sarcastic remarks. If it weren't for Xiao Emo Qiong recognizing her as Wang Qipeng's hard-won rescue, she would have been dealt with long ago. The crux of the matter was Liang Mengjiao's audacity. Despite being unwelcome, she stirred trouble everywhere, luring men for resources and favors. The victims were not just one. Several women in the kitchen were so furious they could hardly restrain themselves from confronting her. Unfortunately, she was an ability user and fighting zombies was her forte. The most recent victim of her seduction was Sister Hua, in her 30s. Not as pitiful as Liang Mengjiao claimed, merely an ordinary woman without makeup. She toiled daily in the kitchen, her complexion slightly yellow, with faint dark circles under her eyes, scolding, "Don't you have any sense of shame?" The man beside Sister Hua, still tugging at her, exclaimed, "What are you doing? If there's an issue, go back and solve it. No need to air it in public." Sister Hua slapped him. "I didn't scold you, did I? Know your place." Chapter 85. Clinging to Pei Xinyan's leg. Crazy woman, have you lost your mind? The man, taken aback by his wife's public display, felt a sharp sting on his face, discovering blood from where she had clawed him. Sister Hua glared at him. "What? Are you going to hit me back? You cheated. And this is light punishment. You and that woman are worthless. In this apocalypse, there's no civil registry. Enjoy your moment of pride while you can. Tomorrow, I'll go out and find myself a man. You dare. What's stopping me? You can keep a mistress, but I can't have a man?" The couple exchanged heated words, on the verge of a physical confrontation, while Liang Mengjiao giggled. Men are nothing but trivial. After charming the man out of his supplies, she paid no mind to the opinions of others. A few months prior, when she arrived at the base with Xiao Emo Qiong, everyone had resented her for Wang Qipeng's death. At first, Liang Mengjiao was angry, deeming it unfair. Her former boyfriend, Lu Chang, though rough, had always cared for her, never allowing her to suffer even a moment of grievance. In the dead of night, Liang Mengjiao often pondered how different life would be had her boyfriend not perished. Regrettably, there were no what-ifs. One must look forward. The village was unsafe, and Liang Mengjiao could not escape to another place, leaving her with no choice but to remain. Those who stayed were either gathering resources or assisting with chores in the village, cooking to earn their rations. None of these paths appealed to Liang Mengjiao. Thus, she chose another route. Once proud and lofty, she opted for a life of subservience among men. Whether they had wives mattered little. Her only concern was obtaining what she desired. After all, the world was rotten to the core. Where were the good men? She, too, felt like a piece of refuse, decaying unnoticed. This farce concluded with Ding Zhong's arrival, dispersing the crowd. He gazed at the three involved, utterly speechless. "Can't you all just get along? If not, leave quickly. And you, why are you always around?" Liang Mengjiao, indifferent, cast him a sidelong glance, teasing, "Why not take me in? I'll stop harming others." Ding Zhong'an's eyes flashed with disdain, prompting Liang Mengjiao to smile even more brightly, until her gaze caught a familiar figure at the entrance of a room. Her smile faltered, her voice rising. Meng Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Her voice was so loud that everyone who had yet to leave turned to look. At the entrance stood a man and a woman, one cold as jade, the other exquisitely charming, resembling a doll from an animated film, instantly endearing them to onlookers.
Who are they?
I've never seen them before. I have. They just arrived yesterday, and are friends with Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge was even drinking with them at the entrance. They seem to have emerged from the same room. They must be a couple. How well matched they are.
Indeed.
It's been a while since I've seen such clean individuals in this apocalypse. Little girl, come visit at my place in a few days. I'll take you to the kitchen for some treats. Being cute naturally attracts attention, much like a beautiful cat that draws affection wherever it goes. The lovely mushroom was no different. Meng Xiaoyu, initially a quiet observer, unexpectedly became the center of attention, her expression still processing the situation, slowly loading. She glanced at this and then at that, subtly inching towards Pei Xinyan, clutching his sleeve, and obediently nodding at the lady. Okay, thank you. What a polite child. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, a sharp voice intruded once more. Aren't you supposed to be dead? The red figure rushed forward, startling the mushroom, who immediately hid behind Pei Xinyan, clutching his arm and peeking out to observe. Why should I die? The mushroom recognized this wicked woman. She was the one whose boyfriend had led her to the factory, where they encountered a horde of zombies. As if that weren't enough, the wicked woman had even pushed the mushroom. Had those two zombies not shown any discrimination, the mushroom might have turned into a zombie mushroom herself. The forgiving mushroom, in this moment slightly petty, declared loudly, that day, it was your lover who perished. After her outburst, the mushroom quietly complained, it was her who called you my lover. Pei Xinyan had already stepped forward to shield the mushroom as the woman approached. Upon hearing the accusation, his indifferent gray eyes finally stirred, landing on Liang Mingjiao with a crashing wave of disdain. Fire and water could not coexist. Liang Mingjiao wielded fire abilities, and her natural nemesis was water. As a mere novice, she would hardly fare well against even an average water wielder, let alone Pei Xinyan. She was suddenly swept away by an inexplicable torrent, rolling helplessly several meters before colliding with a tree, only to finally come to a stop amidst a splash of water. The surrounding crowd inhaled sharply, exclaiming, so powerful, so exhilarating. Sister Hua, still present, slapped the man again, stating, look at that. The same type of woman, yet that man can manage her while you cannot. It's your lack of composure that led to this divorce. It must be done. The men in the village had long harbored discontent towards Liang Mingjiao. Yet they preferred to avoid conflict, seldom intervening. Witnessing Liang Mingjiao's plight for the first time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. After a considerable time, Liang Mingjiao managed to rise from the ground, drenched, with her hair clinging to her face, looking utterly disheveled. Yet, more unbearable than her current state was the disparity between her and others from the same school. Why was it that during the zombie siege, her boyfriend had perished while Meng Xiaoyu remained unscathed? Why, in the village, did she struggle while Meng Xiaoyu appeared carefree, surrounded by admirers, including a protective boyfriend? It was rumored she had an affair with Xiao Maqiong, someone she had once desperately tried to win over, only to be unceremoniously cast out. Liang Mingjiao's beautiful face twisted in resentment. Further provoked by the mention of her rival, she spoke without restraint. Meng Xiaoyu, how are you any better? You are no more virtuous than I, clinging to a man's leg to survive. You're even more shameless, pretending to be innocent while being sordid behind closed doors. The timid mushroom, bewildered, peered out, her eyes wide with surprise, thinking, I haven't said anything to you. Feeling unjustly accused, the mushroom decided to solidify the blame. Squatting down and clinging to Pei Xinyan's leg defiantly, huffing at Liang Mingjiao. I'm just hugging. Pei Xinyan looked down at his simple-minded companion, his elegant and aloof demeanor betraying a flicker of annoyance. She is insulting you, not encouraging you to cling to my leg. In his exasperation, the zombie found his tongue tied. Chapter 86. Do you like her that much? The mushroom, not foolish, was well aware that Liang Mingjiao was insulting her. Isn't she the one calling me shameless for clinging to a man? So, I did. What can she do about it? Hugging his leg in front of her, she taunted, knowing that Liang Mingjiao couldn't possibly retaliate. The heavy-handed zombie, Feeling the weight of the situation, observed Liang Mingjiao stifled in disbelief. Unable to fathom how Meng Xiaoyu could speak with such audacity. Was clinging to a man something to be proud of? Was it not disgraceful? For a fleeting moment, her expression twisted, as she too understood certain actions carried shame. However, she found herself stuck in the mire, choosing to embrace her fate. For nobody familiar would recognize her now. What others thought mattered not, but Meng Xiaoyu was different. This junior, whom Liang Mingjiao had noticed long before the apocalypse, had a captivating beauty. It was said she had been raised by a poor family before being reclaimed by her biological parents, who were wealthy in B City. Despite her comfortable circumstances, she chose to return to Y City to work while studying. Many upperclassmen frequented her workplace, just to catch a glimpse of her. Liang Mingjiao was well aware of this, as Lu Chong often took her to that restaurant, enchanted by Meng Xiaoyu. Lu Chong, a man of the streets, had met Liang Mingjiao at a bar and aggressively pursued her beauty. Yet, she recognized that his affection was fleeting, not indicative of genuine commitment. How could she not deal with Meng Xiaoyu? Thus, whenever she dined at the restaurant, she would deliberately provoke Meng Xiaoyu. Back then, Meng Xiaoyu had been more introverted and gloomy, allowing herself to be bullied without a word. She had suffered in silence, unlike now, where she seemed to play the part better than Liang Mingjiao herself. What could possibly cause such a transformation? After a moment of impulsive anger, Liang Mingjiao regained her composure, her features softening as she turned to Pei Xinyan, asking, "Do you know what she was like before?" Pei Xinyan ignored her, focusing instead on the creature clinging to his leg, brushing off the dust from her pants. Unaware of these subtleties, Meng Xiaoyu perked up her ears. "Then tell me, what was I like before?" She too wished to understand the original owner's past, but her memories were fragmented, only surfacing during poignant moments. Without those triggers, her thoughts felt clouded, obscured by a thin veil. The mushroom's inquiry was sincere, yet Liang Mingjiao mistook it for mockery, her vibrant face darkening. "You always acted coy, pretending to be poor while actually having money. You nearly seduced my ex-boyfriend." The mushroom, lacking recollection of such events, scratched her head. "Is it because you've aged?" Liang Mingjiao retorted, "If you weren't aging, why would your man look at me?"
Perhaps you should reflect on that.
With Pei Xinyan pulling her closer, the mushroom straightened her back, proudly mimicking Liang Mingjiao's earlier demeanor. Watching Liang Mingjiao's delicate features shift like a color palette, the mushroom's sense of injustice diminished significantly. "So, bullying is common, is it? Who cannot do that?" The timid mushroom, not fond of internal strife, quickly cheered herself up after a brief period of feeling wronged. Yet, having been nurtured among plants, she could not tolerate even the slightest grievance. With assurance of safety, she would not allow Liang Mingjiao to bully her any longer. In summary, with someone backing her, the mushroom felt emboldened. Liang Mingjiao's complexion fluctuated from green to white, finally settling on a sly smile. Her alluring gaze landing on Pei Xinyan. "Did you hear that?" She admitted it. "She pretended to be innocent and seduce my boyfriend. If she could seduce mine, she surely could seduce others, and then you'd be wearing a green hat." Liang Mingjiao fully understood a man's possessiveness. If Pei Xinyan were to hear such words and grow disdainful of Meng Xiaoyu, stripping her of his protection, she would see how Meng Xiaoyu would fare. Ultimately, she would meet the same fate as Liang Mingjiao. However, the world is not so simple, and not all events unfold as Liang Mingjiao desires. In the midst of her resentful gaze, the man remained indifferent. Then what? Liang Mingjiao's mind darkly contemplated, then abandon this wretch. What of it? Her smile faltered, her eyes widening slightly. "You wouldn't mind?" This human was insufferably noisy. The zombie adjusted his glasses, his cold gaze sweeping over the woman's face like a predator. Committing her visage to memory, his displeasure evident. In his eyes, aside from Meng Xiaoyu, the humans present were merely repugnant food. The chatter from this food was truly unbearable. With a crowd gathering, it was better to postpone any actions. Grasping the mushroom who was glaring back at Liang Mingjiao, he commanded, "Breakfast." At the mere mention of food, Meng Xiaoyu's attention was instantly captivated, nodding eagerly. "What are we having?" To the kitchen. Liang Mingjiao's attempts at sowing discord proved futile. Unwilling to concede, she pressed, "Do you really like her that much? You don't care about her past?" The mushroom paused, looking up at Pei Xinyan, who pressed his palm against her ear. "Be quiet." The crowd, having seen enough commotion, murmured among themselves, "What a lunatic." The woman is clearly unhinged, her thoughts jumbled and chaotic. Does she not realize her own worth? Indeed, with her reputation, she is less credible than I, the Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The crowd dispersed, each person murmuring their opinions, while Ding Zhongin cast a warning glance at the deranged Liang Mingjiao, admonishing her to behave, lest she be expelled from the estate. The cacophony echoed around her, and in that moment, Liang Mingjiao felt as if she had shrunk, overwhelmed by the myriad of voices penetrating her mind. She clutched her head, questioning why this was happening. She believed she deserved to be with the most powerful man. As an extraordinary being, she thought everyone should respect her. When did she fall from grace? The woman clawed at her hair, her once alluring face now twisted in anguish. It is your fault, all of you. You have driven me to this madness. May you all perish if you do not allow me peace. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoyu and Pei Sinian sought directions and arrived at the kitchen. Being guests, they did not wish to impose, merely borrowing the kitchen utensils. Pei Sinian rolled up his sleeves, expertly utilizing his water abilities to clean the kitchenware. He turned to Meng Xiaoyu and asked casually what they should eat. Occasionally, a few individuals hurried through the kitchen, and Meng Xiaoyu assisted an elderly woman with vegetable preparation, feeling sympathy for the produce while urging her to hurry. She responded, "Just stir-fry some vegetables, please." The man remained silent, contemplating whether to prepare porridge. The elderly woman chuckled. "Young man, I take it you do not often cook?" Since caring for humans, he had been in the kitchen daily, yet his culinary skills had not improved. He nodded calmly. The kind woman, with a warm smile, remarked, "Not many men wish to learn to cook. It's commendable that you do. A man ought to cherish his partner." Meng Xiaoyu quietly clarified, "He is not my partner." The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, dear, the young lady is shy. No more of that. Stir-frying is simple. For vegetables like these, just toss them in with some seasoning and stir until cooked." As she spoke, she took over from Pei Sinian, tapping the spoon against the pot and affectionately addressing Meng Xiaoyu. "We gathered mushrooms fresh this morning. They are organic from the mountains. Far tastier than those at the market." Meng Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, standing frozen in place. Pei Sinian raised an eyebrow as he noticed the elderly woman preparing to discard the small bowl of mushrooms and interjected, "I will trade with you." He nudged Meng Xiaoyu, indicating the meat. The timid girl blinked her teary eyes and quietly produced some frozen meat she had been saving, exclaiming, "Mushrooms stir-fried with meat?" Pei Sinian lowered his gaze, taking note of something glimmering at the corner of her mouth. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder the girl's thoughts. He placed the meat on the counter and told the elderly woman, "It's a trade." Having not seen meat in a long time, the elderly woman rubbed her eyes in disbelief. While the estate's kitchen offered meals regularly, meat was a rare commodity in the post-apocalyptic world. Small grocery stores had run out of supplies, and large supermarkets were too dangerous to visit. As she was about to inquire about the source of the meat, she hesitated, feeling it impolite. "Oh, these mushrooms were foraged by me. They are hardly worth trading for meat. You two cannot eat much anyway. Consider it a treat from me." As long as one worked in the estate, they would not go hungry, and their lives were relatively comfortable. Pei Sinian insisted, "There are zombies on the mountain. They will not eat the mushrooms." Although the zombie could not empathize with humans, he was gradually learning. With zombies everywhere, venturing out to forage for food posed a significant risk to human lives. Eventually, the elderly woman relented, accepting the meat and returning the mushrooms to them. She carefully cut a piece of meat and instructed Pei Sinian on the cooking process, preparing a large pot and reserving a plate for Meng Xiaoyu and Pei Sinian, while distributing the rest among the base's inhabitants. Meng Xiaoyu cradled a bowl of nearly lifeless mushrooms, sneaking glances at the man beside her, only to be caught in the act as he watched her. Feeling a bit shy, she coughed lightly and asked, "Why did you save the mushrooms?" Pei Sinian offered her chopsticks, thinking, "I just did." Meng Xiaoyu delicately held the chopsticks, bowing her head to eat rice. After just a few bites, an enticing aroma wafted into her nose, and she noticed 2 pieces of meat mixed in with the fluffy rice. Since it was communal dining, the meat was scarce, consisting of just 2 pieces, while the rest was vegetables. Pei Sinian placed the remaining meat in her bowl before retracting his hand. "Tomorrow, we will gather supplies," he stated. Meng Xiaoyu nodded absent-mindedly, her thoughts drifting back to Liang Mingjiao's frantic outburst. Did he truly care for her? Did he overlook her past? Perhaps it was her own overthinking. The mere mention of liking made her heart race. As she pondered while eating, She felt a sudden cold touch on her forehead. As Pei Sinian gently pressed his fingertip against it, his face nearly dropping into her bowl. Today, he seemed more articulate than usual. Meng Xiaoyou's eyes darted around, asking, "What do you think of Liang Mingjiao's words?" Pei Sinian lifted his eyelids slightly. "Who?" "The one who scolded me today."
Oh.
His demeanor was indifferent, as if he were unconcerned. Meng Xiaoyu fidgeted for a moment before asking, "She accused me of seducing her boyfriend." The mushroom understood that in the human world, such behavior was deemed improper. Under normal circumstances, the original owner's memories would surface if something triggered them. In the original owner's recollections, there was no such incident. Did Pei Sinian not care upon hearing this? Meng Xiaoyu felt conflicted. "You are so dense. You have no reaction at all." The man across from her fell silent, his tousled hair framing his forehead, beneath which lay a prominent nose, supported by a pair of glasses. As he pondered, his lowered eyelashes cast a shadow upon his cold countenance, stirring trepidation in her heart. Time passed and finally, the man moved. The corners of his lips curled slightly, as if suppressing something. Meng Xiaoyu was perplexed. What did this mean? Was he mocking her? She felt her temper flare, only to be calmed by the hand he extended to suppress her outburst. His palm, though cooler than those of ordinary humans, offered her a sense of security and comfort. In the next moment he flicked her forehead.
Fool.
Caught off guard, Meng Xiaoyou's eyes brimmed with tears, glaring at the man in frustration. How dare he scold her? Feeling aggrieved, she lowered her head and hurriedly finished her rice. She intended to store the mushrooms at her space, but found her abilities waning. In this state, she held the empty bowl. Dawning realization struck her. "Pei Sinian? Did you drain my energy last night?" At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway, overlapping with her words. "Little beauty, I've been searching for you." Tang Shengnan stepped into the kitchen, stunned by the conversation and momentarily withdrawing a foot. Surely her entrance must have been flawed to elicit such heartfelt words. Pei Sinian was washing dishes, the cool water cascading rhythmically. His expression remained unchanged. "You clung to me all night. Extracting a little energy is not excessive." Indeed, the intoxicated mushroom had boldly teased the zombie, who had cleverly drained much of her energy. By the end of the night, the results were remarkable, and he spoke far more fluidly. Meng Xiaoyu argued with indignation, feeling utterly depleted. Yet he claimed it was not unreasonable. Now, she could not even muster the strength to shed tears. Paisnian calmly remarked, "You were even more outrageous last night." I, mushroom, felt guilty and could not argue against the zombie, my eyes turning red with urgency. Paisnian added, "You even held me back, not allowing me to return. I spent the entire night awake. Last night you promised to let me use the bubbles whenever I wished. Had I, in my drunken stupor, foolishly agreed to such a tyrannical condition?" Yet, Meng Xiaoyu had no recollection of last night and was utterly unaware of its truth. With tears threatening to spill, she turned to the petrified Tang Shengnan at the door, pouting in grievance. "Sister Tang, what should I do?"
He took advantage of me.
Tang Shengnan, leaning against the doorframe, wiped away the sweat and asked, "To what extent has this gone? Are there any measures in place? Has everything been completed?" Chapter 88. Does Paisnian like me? Tang Shengnan felt utterly dazed, instinctively reaching for an iron rod, only to realize she had left it behind while searching for the little darling. Otherwise, even if she couldn't defeat Paisnian, she would have confronted the beast within the room. Meanwhile, the delicate beauty approached with light steps, clutching her clothes in distress, having given everything without any precautions. "That's it," Tang Shengnan thought, her vision darkening with rage as she cursed, "Paisnian, you beast." Meng Xiaoyu was about to join in the cursing when she suddenly realized that bubbles were not as important as Paisnian. Though she felt he had overstepped, it was not enough to label him a beast. Her anger diminished as she muttered softly, "I was the one who made the first move. I bit him while drunk." "Huh, I suppose it was a delightful bite," she mused. Confused, Mushroom wondered how a bite could be enjoyable. Oblivious, Tang Shengnan affectionately ruffled her hair, reminding her to protect herself, especially in this apocalypse. "Come on, Sister Tang will take you to find some contraceptives. It's better to have something than nothing at all." Upon hearing this, the zombies and Mushroom alike stiffened, their heads filled with question marks. Mr. Zombie strode forward, pulling Mushroom behind him, casting a cold glance at Tang Shengnan, who harbored impure thoughts and was not worth his time. Meng Xiaoyu felt her cheeks warm as she awkwardly explained, "Sister Tang, You misunderstand. Nothing happened between us. She rifled through the memories of the original host, realizing that the reproduction methods of humans and mushrooms were entirely different. Mushrooms merely release spores, while humans had a more complicated process that involved removing clothing and intimacy. Surely, they hadn't engaged in such activities last night? Drunkenly confused, Meng Xiaoyu stole a glance at Paisnian, who had never mentioned such matters. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling exposed as if he had drained her abilities. Tang Shengnan, bewildered, questioned, "So you two did nothing all night, just got drunk and drained your abilities?"
Indeed.
"I can't use my abilities now," sighed Mushroom, her head drooping as her inner spirit wilted like a flower touched by winter frost, leaving her drained of energy. Tang Shengnan observed the warm little beauty and the cold-faced man, her expression a mix of emotions. Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she contemplated that perhaps it was best nothing had transpired, yet with a lone man and a woman, one of whom was intoxicated, how could they claim nothing occurred? Tang Shengnan shot a knowing glance at the indifferent man, opting to say nothing further. She ruffled Meng Xiaoyu's hair, asking, "I heard someone got into a fight with you this morning?" News traveled swiftly, with the village's population far exceeding that of a single district in the Moonlight Base. Many were discussing the events of the morning, and after inquiring, Tang Shengnan learned of the earlier incident. Anger flared within her as she lamented, "If I had been there, I would have taught her a lesson. Now, she's vanished, and I hope she never shows her face again." Mushroom's emotions shifted quickly, and she soon dismissed the woman's insults from her mind. However, Meng Xiaoyu quietly tugged at Tang Xingnan's sleeve and said to Paisnian, who was about to follow, "You shouldn't come with us. We girls need to share a little secret, and you mustn't eavesdrop." The man halted, his pale lips pressed tightly together, his long, thick eyelashes casting shadows over his grayish eyes, which reflected a fleeting melancholy beneath the autumn sun before returning to their usual calm. He said nothing, granting them space as he watched Meng Xiaoyu sneak away with Tang Xingnan, then turned and walked in another direction. Meng Xiaoyu glanced back to ensure he wasn't following, feeling a surge of excitement as she leaned closer to Tang Xingnan and whispered, "Can you believe it? This is the first time I've gotten so close to a pretty girl for a secret chat. It's absolutely adorable." Tang Xingnan's heart melted as she nodded in agreement, leaning down to respond, "Go on." Thinking they were discussing something significant, she was surprised to hear Meng Xiaoyu ask, "Do you think Paisnian likes me?" Tang Xingnan was taken aback. "Is that all? This isn't a trivial matter." Ignoring the rest of Liang Mingjiao's words, Meng Xiaoyu fixated on the notion of like, feeling troubled by its implications. She scratched her face, overwhelmed by her thoughts. Tang Xingnan, bemused, had expected a more serious concern. "Isn't it obvious? Have you not noticed? Whenever you are around, Paisnian's gaze is glued to you." Meng Xiaoyu realized with a start that indeed, every time she sneaked a glance at Paisnian, he caught her in the act. Yet, she clung to the idea that perhaps they were overthinking it. He could just coincidentally be looking at them when they looked at him. Why worry? Paisnian is undeniably talented and handsome. You don't dislike him, do you? You could certainly give it a try. Though Tang Shengnan often found Paisnian irritating, she held no personal grudges against him. If anything, she enjoyed teasing him. Objectively, aside from his previous muteness, he was remarkable in every aspect. Now that he was no longer mute, only slightly stuttering, there was potential for change. The innocent beauty truly needed a boyfriend to care for her, otherwise, Tang Shengnan wouldn't feel at ease. Over time, Paisnian had taken excellent care of her. She would be pleased to see them together. However, it was ultimately up to Meng Xiaoyu to discern her own feelings for Paisnian. After all, this was a matter of their hearts. Her words were merely suggestions. Meng Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, her thoughts drifting far away. The world was so chaotic. What if a human were to fall in love with a mushroom? What would that mean for her feelings toward Paisnian? Would it be considered an interspecies romance? A shiver ran down her spine at the mere thought. What if she was mistaken? After all, she had only been swept up by Liang Mingjiao's words. Paisnian had a cold demeanor. How could he possibly have feelings for her? Tang Xingnan sighed. "Let us not shatter the glass just yet. You can find ways to test the waters or wait patiently until you truly understand your feelings for Paisnian. If he does like you, would you accept him?" Meng Xiaoyu's heart fluttered, and she lowered her head in silence. She didn't know. In her previous life, she had devoted herself to protecting Dave's garden alongside the plants, and what did plants know of love? In this life, her initial goals were simply to survive in the apocalypse and reach the human base. Now that both goals had been achieved, the events at the base had not unfolded as she had wished, but thankfully, survival was not as arduous as she had imagined. Perhaps she could seek out zombies to enhance her abilities, yet she had never contemplated the notion of falling in love with a human. Would she agree if that person were Pisnean, who had always been by her side?